His ambition of creating a simplified demoncasting forge and training subordinates to mass-produce relatively simple D-arms with the help of demons supplied by Helena became defunct. If the heavens hated D-arms so much that they were willing to take action against a weapon at the level of the bitter scimitar meant that only high-quality works could make past their crucial life tests. The main reasons why the bitter scimitar managed to survive its own tribulation was not because it was wielded by an oddball phase lord like Vase. The real reason was because the product happened to be good enough that the bitter swordsman was able to exert a significant proportion of his strength and capabilities through his new vessel. The two matched each other a lot better than the ancient maiden and Katiza's spare pocket knife. If Vase and Kedis hadn't put so much effort into taking the bitter swordsman's parameters into account while designing the scimitar, the middle demon wouldn't have been able to demonize it so effectively. Compared to the maiden knife, the bitter scimitar looked a lot cleaner and less gaudy. While it still retained a few questionable spikes and other unnecessary protrusions, a much greater proportion of its design still remained useful and functional. The weapon had still grown larger and heavier than before. The lightning baptism's attempts to purify the weapon had failed. The middle demon had passed the test and absorbed the rewards. Not only had he managed to strengthen his foundation by a large extent, but he also received a surge of strength. The physical D-arm reflected the demon's growth. It had grown harder, shinier and sharper. Its extraordinary qualities improved as well. Vase could feel that he could more easily take control over ambient E-energy radiation. I understand, Vase stated as he continued to hold the mech weapon while remaining in his mech-scaled form. What do you understand? Kedis asked as she slowly stepped forward in order to take a better look at the recovered and strengthened D-arm. I think I figured out the positioning of demoncasting in the world of traditional craftsmanship. He said, look at this weapon. You have witnessed its performance earlier. Do you think that you can forge a major masterwork mech sword that can perform just as well as this scimitar? Kedis frowned. That is not an easy question to answer, Vase. It depends on the materials and workshop conditions. Just assume that you are working under the best conditions that you can realistically attain at the moment. What can you create if you are able to design the weapon for as long as you want, with access to all of the tech and materials our clan can realistically procure? You can also assume that you can imbue your creation with an artifact spirit by using a hyper keystone that is filled with the spiritual remnant of a third-order living mech. Furthermore, you can make full use of the workshop of creation to forge your mech sword. How powerful will your weapon become? These were fantastic conditions. Kedis could easily imagine herself reforging the Decapitator Masterwork mech sword so that it incorporated the latest developments in phase water technology, metallurgy, cultivation science and her groundbreaking theories in the school of reformed swordsmanship. Yet even if she was willing to be generous in her assessment of the final output, she found it difficult to imagine that the much improved mech sword would be able to match the extraordinary qualities of the bitter scimitar. I think it is nearly impossible for me to close the gap to this work. Kedis admitted, all of the other conditions are either the same or better than with our latest project. The only exception to this rule is the source of artifact spirit. Not that I have anything against the idea of repurposing your third-order living mechs. It is just, they're not particularly strong. Vase readily admitted, this is highly dependent on age. You cannot expect a third-order living mech that has only experienced a year or several years of life to possess the same richness and power expressions of an expert candidate that is several decades old. When that expert candidate died and received a second chance by turning into a middle demon, then the gap between the two widens even further. Add in the lightning baptism, and the latter's various shortcomings have become a lot less severe, making it even harder to surpass its strength. The female mech designer understood the point that Vase was trying to make. I see, so the true difference lies in the sourcing of artifact spirits. You need to capture a strong and well-developed soul in order to empower your artifact. Otherwise, it will just turn into a work that is hardly different from a minor artifact, at least at the start. Even if the artifact is able to grow more powerful over time and usage, the one that starts out with a much stronger artifact spirit will always maintain an advantage. As long as D-arms are able to survive their lightning tribulations, they begin their new existence at a considerably higher starting point, and their growth potential is also higher due to their stronger foundations. Even without the benefits of lightning baptisms, these D-arms still remain fairly formidable, as evidenced by the maiden knife. Vase nodded in agreement. Demoncasting can therefore be regarded as a shortcut. It allows us to craft major artifacts at a level or two beyond our current capabilities. Even if the two of us can work together to design and forge a mech sword of exquisite power and capabilities, we will have to invest a disproportionate amount of effort and resources into making it. We may have to acquire and use up ludicrously super-class materials. We have to obtain a much more powerful artifact spirit candidate by using up one of our older design spirits such as the Solemn Guardian or the spiritual remnant of an older and more developed living mech like the Quint. We may even have to commission the aid of a master mech designer that excels in craftsmanship. These were unrealistically demanding conditions. It may be possible for Vase and Kedis to meet one of them, but it was far too difficult to meet all of them at the same time. The outcome of all of this collective effort would be a major artifact and masterwork that may be a lot closer to meeting the standard of a grand work than their previous creations, but wouldn't necessarily be better than a arm that Vase and Kedis cobbled together in a handful of days. It is the demons that make most of the difference, Kedis said as she comprehended the value of demoncasting. The demonization of a soul always makes it a lot more powerful at the cost of corrupting it. The demoncasting process is an attempt to make the most out of the former while trying to control the impact of the latter. If done correctly, you will end up with a arm that is a lot more powerful than any artifact that you can make through conventional means. Aside from the risk of backlash and other complications, it is actually well worth it to wield a weapon of greater power. The bitter scimitar therefore represented the first of many arms that could grant additional power to the heroes of the Larkinson clan and perhaps beyond. Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger would be the first pairing to enjoy this new benefit. Their experiences and subsequent performance while wielding this new weapon would directly show whether Ves's optimistic expectations for D-arms were justified. The debut of the first D-arm designed for a mech cannot come soon enough, Vase eagerly said as he finally approached a large rectangular box and carefully placed the D-arm inside before closing the container that worked decently in isolating the activity of the remarkable weapon. As long as Joshua doesn't screw up, the bitter scimitar will generate a lot of interest, as well as demand. Since you contributed to its development, a lot of people will inquire about the new weapon. I hope that you will remain discreet about it. There are many people who are only interested in wielding this kind of power for themselves, but there are also a lot of annoying people who will create a lot of unnecessary distractions and put up a lot of hindrances if they learn the truth about the D-arm. Kedis gave Vase a measured stare. I will not lie about the D-arm, but I suppose I can help you keep the nature of the bitter scimitar a secret for a while longer by not answering at all. I will try to direct all inquiries about the weapon to you. I will probably be too busy with designing the first Sword Mark III project and spreading my new manual of reformed swordsmanship. That is good enough. You don't need to do anything more. You won't be able to keep it a secret for long, Vase. Anyone who is powerful and perceptive enough will be able to detect the malice and hostility from your D-arms. The mech pilots who make use of them will learn the truth regardless. The greater the amount of people who are clued in, the greater the chance of leaks. I don't think it will take more than a year for the truth to spread. Vase shrugged. That is better than nothing. The Red War is about to reach a critical point. I really cannot afford any distractions at the moment. Saving Red humanity comes first. I can deal with the consequences later on when we have overcome the most acute challenges. Besides, I only need to buy time to prepare more countermeasures. For example, I am thinking about offering D-arms to the Red Association, Red Collective and several other major players. As long as I can convert them into stakeholders, they will have a vested interest in demoncasting. Are you sure that will work? Kedis questioned. If these people learn where you are able to obtain your demons, I will deal with that problem when it arises. Vase dismissively waved his hand. Chapter 6632 Sudden Advancements. When Vase and Kedis emerged from the system space again, they had come out for real. Both mech designers had spent a lot of time away from reality and felt disconnected from the rest of the universe. Neither of them let that bother them. They had plenty of time to anticipate their situations upon their return to the main universe. Rather than feeling all dramatic over their lack of integration into the current timeline, they decided to make more productive use of their time by converting much of their gains during the marathon into real contributions to society. Kedis had brought out the bitter scimitar and planned to introduce it to her husband. However, she first had to handle the recall of the recently released Stormblade Samurai Mark II. She needed to act as quickly as possible and replace existing mechs with copies of an updated version of the commercial design that reflected her latest swordsmanship attainments. Her next priority was to use her close relationship with the Red Swordsmanship Federation to quickly recognize the enormous value of her manual of reformed swordsmanship. The sooner other sword practitioners became convinced of her new theories, the sooner they would begin to unlock their greater potential. Existing swordmasters should be especially keen on adopting her new teachings. As long as they agreed that her new teachings could potentially lead them onto the path of becoming a sword saint, her new school of reformed swordsmanship would definitely become the main orthodoxy of the swordsmanship community. Kedis believed that real changes could take place within a week. What was even more important was to convince people outside of the swordsmanship community that her theories were relevant in other cases as well. The obvious similarities between sword practitioners and mech pilots meant that the latter could also use the theories as a guide to promote their breakthroughs. Vase offered to intercede on her behalf by using his contacts within the Red Association and the Red Collective to bring the Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship to their attention, but she declined. My influence is not small these days. I can definitely make these organizations take my teaching seriously. What if they don't? Then they will find themselves left behind when their more open-minded rivals and competitors make more progress. Kedis smirked. That was a good argument. As long as her theories were accurate enough, those who took them seriously would definitely be able to produce more breakthroughs. Vase meanwhile became busy with his own affairs. He had several main concerns. First, he had to add the completed null project to the database of the design department and urge the Living Mech Corporation to quickly start production of both the commercial version and the Larkinson exclusive version. Many production lines were already busy with mass producing the Yellow Jacket mechs, but so many third-party producers had already licensed the design that it was better if the LMC shifted its focus back to more premium mech models. A lot of people including his own wife became surprised that Vase seemingly whipped out a solo mech design out of his butt from nowhere. He had not talked about the Null project nor shown any sign of working on it in the past few months. This was strange as the design most definitely incorporated much of the latest developments in hyper-technology and so on. Vase even classified the Null project as a previously unheard of 7th generation of living mechs. How did you find the time to design this mech? Gloriana asked with a mixture of perplexement and suspicion in her voice. Did you secretly slack off while you were supposed to be working on the Swarm project and the Amaranto Mark III project to work on a solo mech design project by yourself? Not exactly. Vase defended himself. You underestimate my power. I have more incarnations out there than Blinky and Vulcan. As the inventor of companion spirits, it is not unreasonable to think that I can create more offshoots of myself. I might not be able to integrate a fancy cranial implant suite that is augmented by the fragments of a mentalist crystal like you, but I have my own ways to increase my productivity. That was all technically true, but his argument was not necessarily related to how he was able to complete the Null project in recent times. His wife did not bother to inquire further. She instead devoted her attention to the Null project and wondered what made it special. Please explain the details of your 7th generation living mech technology to me. I have yet to notice any difference. I am not surprised. It is mostly e-technology, after all. Let me begin with the integration of teaching services. Once Vase got his own design department and mech company to accept the Null project that seemingly dropped out of nowhere, he then proceeded to lay the groundwork to upgrading the MSTS to the elemental universe. Vase and Kedis had already completed a lot of work on the redesign of the mental simulation training system inside the system space. Alas, the two could not reinvent the MSTS and expand its scope by themselves. This was why Vase waited until he came out of the system space to quickly set up a working group in order to hire, commission and coordinate all of the additional workers responsible for fleshing out the plans and blueprints of the ambitious elemental universe. If the work proceeded smoothly enough, the initial version of the elemental universe should be ready for testing within a couple of months. Vase felt a little disappointed that it would take so long to redesign the MSTS, but the process should not be rushed. A mistake could easily threaten the mental health of mech pilots and could also leave a permanent bad impression behind. He and his clan needed to do this correctly in order to maintain a high degree of trust towards his solutions. His third concern was to handle the remaining GU containers of the first batch. Demon Mixer 2 and Demon Mixer 5 had already produced results. Demon Mixer 3 spent the same amount of time in the system space as the previous two Demimechs, yet its ritual was still ongoing. It appeared that stuffing 80 minor demons inside the rudimentary GU container significantly extended the completion time. Unless the resulting middle demon acquired a lot more power or gained interesting new abilities, it did not sound worthwhile to engage in GU cultivation with so many specimens. If the results produced by Demon Mixer 5 could be replicated by following the exact same formula, Then the most optimal recipe that Vase could follow was to mix 40 minor demons with 100,000 regular souls. The amounts were still considerably high, but as long as Helena continued to deliver her harvests, it shouldn't be a problem to scale up production. The biggest problem was time. Unless Vase went on another lengthy marathon, it would probably take 6 to 9 months for the new demon mixers to produce their middle demons. There has to be another way to speed up this ritual. Vase grumbled. He already entertained the idea of improving and upgrading the design of the demon mixer. If the GU container became better, it should theoretically be able to produce better and faster demon GU cultivation results. Vase could think about that later. For now, he needed to check on the state of the current experimental GU containers. Alas, neither Demon Mixer 1 nor Demon Mixer 4 appeared to be ready to present their results anytime soon. That was not a surprise since almost no time had passed in the main universe since he last stowed them away. Demon Mixer 1 only contained 20 minor demons, so it shouldn't take too long for the ritualistic culling to reach its end. Demon Mixer 4 contained 20 minor demons as well as 10,000 uncorrupted souls. This added a nice contrast to Demon Mixer 1 and allowed Vase to make direct comparison between their results. By looking at the differences in their performance, Vase would be able to gain a much better idea on how the addition of extra souls would affect the Demon GU cultivation based on the previous results. Vase no longer expected Demon Mixer 1 and Demon Mixer 4 to produce a middle demon. The most likely result would be a variation of what came out of the jar of Demon Mixer 2, a strengthened minor demon. Vase still predicted that Demon Mixer 3 would produce another middle demon, but the lengthy wait made it too time-consuming to rely on this formula. His preliminary conclusion so far was that using minor demons likely promoted the strength of the surviving demon by a large extent, but also increased the time it took for the Demon GU cultivation process to complete. Mixing in a lot of regular souls provided a weaker boost to the strength of the surviving demon, but did not out the ritual to a large extent. Therefore, the best formula should mix both demons and regular souls to achieve an optimal balance between duration, strength and resource burden. His ultimate goal was to create the most efficient possible approach to mass-produce middle demons. In order to prepare for this ambitious goal, Vase had already taken the initiative to contact the Tea Institute in order to explore the potential sites where he wanted to set up this strategically important facility. It was important to set up this special facility as soon as possible in order to begin the production of middle demons as soon as possible. While Vase remained relatively optimistic about the future output of his upcoming D facility, all of this hinged on the assumption that the output of the Demon GU cultivation process remained relatively consistent. What if this was not the case? What if Demon Mixer 2 had a large chance of producing a minor demon as opposed to middle demon under similar conditions? If this was the case, then Vase would probably end up with fewer middle demons than he wished. Should I add a safety margin? He could make a decision after obtaining the results of the other demon mixers. Once Vase placed the currently active demon mixers back into their cages, he went over his list of tasks and confirmed that he had completed the most urgent tasks in the new frontier. He could finally take a break and catch his breath. Even though he didn't look like it, he truly missed the times he spent with his family and his clan. So many days had passed by that Vase truly felt as if he had gotten out of sync with the rest of human society. Aside from Kedis, Vase felt alienated from everyone else. It was as if he was a time traveler surrounded by people from a past timeline. It would take a considerable amount of time and effort for Vase to shake off this sense of disconnect and reintegrate himself into the present. At this point, Gloriana was getting closer to uncovering the truth. Vase could practically feel her mind spinning as she connected a lot of dots together. The fact that Kedis exhibited similar anomalous behavior back in the expeditionary fleet did not escape her attention either. Vase frequently casted doubt on Gloriana's opinions and judgment, but he never thought she was stupid. The clues were a bit too big this time, so it was only a matter of time before she pieced together the existence of a hidden trump card. Once Gloriana deduced this much, she would begin to question why Vase shared his mysterious trump card with Kedis before he ever thought about introducing it to his own wife. While Vase dreaded this conversation, he knew he had to get over it sooner or later. He seriously needed to think about whether he should allow Gloriana to enter the system in the near future. Chapter 6633 Casual Confession. While Vase and Kedis were just beginning to spread the multiple advancements they completed during their marathon in the Red Ocean, Veronica only had to present a single revised and improved project. It was arguably the biggest advancement that came out of the 9-month period. This was because the work done on the mech designs of the Rule Breaker project would affect far more humans and aliens in the Milky Way than the entire population of sentient beings in the Red Ocean. Unlike how Vase danced around his big secret in the presence of his wife, Veronica decided to take on a completely different approach when she next met with Master Willix. So that is what I have been secretly doing for 9 months straight. Master Willix showed little emotion as she took in the confession made by the cyborg cat. Fascinating. This certainly explains your explosive success and your revolutionary advancements. The power of this mech designer system is unfathomable, but that is to be expected from a fragment of the supposedly destroyed metal scroll. I am pleased that you have decided to disclose the existence of this advantage to me, but you did not have to do so. It would have been wiser to keep it to yourself. I have become an additional security risk to you now. I do not need to tell you how the Mech Trade Association will react towards any news about your possession. It's okay. Veronica sighed. If one of my mother's grand schemes ends up successful, I think it will be hard to maintain this secret for long in this galaxy. Besides, I have worked alongside you long enough to know that you are incredibly smart and observant. You would have connected the dots by yourself. I just saved you all of the trouble and gave you a direct explanation so that there is no ambiguity or misinterpretations. It will also save me the effort of explaining how I am able to come up with such a significant revision and improvement of our recently completed mech designs. Again, I appreciate your candor and your willingness to extend your trust to me. I shall do my best not to divulge this information to others until the secrecy has passed. Once Veronica cleared up this important matter, she proceeded to present the Carmen mech designs that she had tinkered during her marathon. When I had 9 extra months at my disposal, I occasionally developed new ideas about how to further improve and optimize various aspects of the Rule Breaker project. I managed to improve, expand and refine the e-technology of all 3 mech designs of the project. However, when I reached the end of this extra period, I decided to use one of the functions of the system to apply a massive improvement to the Rule Breaker version of design. He proceeded to project the superpublished mech design in the air so that Master Willix could study all of the improvements. The Rule Breaker project encompassed 3 separate mech designs in total. Even though they were first class, second class and third class versions of the same concept, they still counted as separate mech designs from the perspective of the mech designer system. This was why Veronica decided to superpublish the most advanced version. This provided the greatest benefits and certainly taught her a lot about first-class mech designs. Willix did not show any overt reactions, but Veronica could tell she became seriously impressed by the improved design. Whatever your system has done, it has actually refined and improved many of my technical solutions through interesting and inspired means. These advancements are incredibly valuable to a mech designer of my level. Being able to improve the effective performance of a mech design by several % is an astonishing amount of progress to a mech designer at my level. You have given me a glimpse of how my mech designs could have improved several decades in the future. The greatest point of concern is that they may not represent my own vision. If my assumptions about your system are correct, it has sought to improve the performance of the mech design by applying the most economical solutions. She was probably correct about that. Veronica understood the underlying implication behind this message. Using the superpublish function as a shortcut to improving her design applications may not be a wise idea. The system possessed no apparent biases and adhered to no specific design style when it improved a mech design through the superpublish function. While most of the improvements were merely extensions of an existing design style or approach, there were other advancements that distinctly took other approaches. It was not necessarily a good idea for a mech designer to apply radically different styles in a single mech design. The lack of coordination and possible cases of anti-synergy would ultimately lead to worse outcomes if Veronica tried to incorporate the improvements without too much. That did not stop Master Willix from memorizing and scheduling time to study the improved design in detail. Her foundation was already extremely solid, and she was confident she could fully digest the improvements made by the system based on her extensive knowledge in many different fields. Rational mech designers were not afraid of absorbing foreign knowledge. She was already accustomed to absorbing and integrating additional data and information from a style that was different from her own. Her specially trained and augmented brain was able to catalog and segregate different design styles so that they would not easily mix with each other. Will learn how you can improve the current level of your sign ability, improve your chances of breaking through to the rank of star designer? The cyborg cat curiously asked. Not necessarily. The survivalist mech designer shook her head. It will only make me a better master mech designer. There is no direct correlation between a good master mech designer and a good star designer. To become the latter, you need to move beyond engineering and master the underlying concepts of what makes a good mech design. It is too early for you to learn about this. What I have said only applies to mech designers who have already reached a highly advanced state of the fundamentals of mech design. You are still in a stage of fast development, so there is clearly plenty of room for improvement in your case. Veronica nodded in understanding. She did not dwell too much about what it took to become a star designer and instead focused on the more immediate issue. The rule breaker version A is clearly a step above version B and version C. I have already incorporated the e-technology improvements of the former to the latter. You should do the same for the areas that you are good at in order to raise the quality and performance of version B and version C as much as possible. After that, you should convert them into mech templates as we previously intended before presenting our finished works to our mother. I am sure she is waiting for us to deliver our results any day. Master Willix performed a series of calculations in her mind. Understood. I will finish the revisions in 2 days. The mech templates will be ready by then. I have already completed much of the preliminary work on them. At that point, the Rule Breaker project will be ready for release on a galactic scale. Any mech designer or design team that has worked with mech templates in the past will know exactly what to do regardless of where they are stationed in the Milky Way. This is an enormous project. Are you certain that you want to release the Rule Breaker project in this state? Do you wish to apply any further last-minute changes, or are you content with the current configuration and designs? Veronica fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, she felt unwilling to release the Rule Breaker project in its current state. This was because all 3 versions of it were technically 4th-generation living mechs. Yes, just as Veronica recently completed the development of the 7th generation of living mechs, the Rule Breaker project was still stuck with the antiquated 4th generation. This was because all of the advancements that Veronica managed to make after the 4th generation could only take effect in a medium or high-energy environment. Exotic radiation was entirely absent in the Milky Way, so there was no reasonable way to incorporate design applications such as mech cultivation and so on into his old Galaxy products. Only a handful of future advancements could still be applied to the Rule Breaker project. For example, it may be possible for her to implement a weaker version of his ultimate modules. She declined to do so in this case in order to keep his work as simple and economical as other solutions such as high-autonomy living mechs or HALM could be considered a viable advancement of his old Galaxy living mechs, but could also be applied to his new Frontier products. Right now, the split between the 2 different product categories was not too big, but Veronica wondered whether she would have to make a more formal and permanent split. As time passed by, her new Frontier living mechs would become increasingly more magical and powerful. The more she became proficient in hyper-technology and e-technology, the more high-impact design applications she could add to his works. Her old Galaxy living mechs on the other hand would probably not be able to improve their hard performance by a considerable margin. Instead, the future works she intended to distribute throughout the Milky Way would mostly be better in terms of efficiency, functional tech upgrades and improved alloy formulas. The value of the latter was still decent, but it didn't make Veronica as excited as implementing more drastic innovations. She was better able to appreciate the influence that the environment exerted on the works that could be made. Technological development in the Milky Way was still largely constrained to fundamental technical and material development. This was why progress in this galaxy would probably remain fairly slow and stable for the foreseeable time. Many mech designers had already picked the low-hanging fruit, thereby forcing them to pursue much more difficult and advanced research projects if they wanted to make further progress. The state of the tech industry in the Red Ocean was much more vigorous in comparison. Few people held any interest in researching boring topics related to well-trodden disciplines. People were much more motivated in exploring the hidden potential of new and emerging fields such as phase water technology, hypertechnology and e-technology. Veronica lamented the fact that she would not be able to transfer many of her fantastic advancements from the Red Ocean to the Milky Way. She did not let the limitations bother her too much. She instead tried to see the differences in a better light. The lack of E-energy radiation would force her to focus on improving her fundamentals instead. This should keep her mech design capabilities sharp and help her round out her development trajectory. It was not necessarily a good idea for her to ignore the basics and chase after the shiniest tech all of the time. 2 days passed by in a blink. Before Veronica knew it, Master Willix met with the cyborg cat yet again and presented the revised mech designs as well as their more generalized mech templates. So this is what they look like. The cat stared with wonder as she looked at the less precise but still information-rich mech templates. It is truly as you have said. You have managed to decouple the use of specific materials in mech designs to a fairly strict set of rules and specifications. If I was not familiar with the ideal design, I would probably try to make a mess if I attempted to derive a functional mech design from this template. Should we publish the ideal mech designs as well in order to give all of the mech designers a more precise impression what they should be working towards? Master Willix shook her head in rejection. No, it is better this way. Do not underestimate the masters who are highly experienced in this line of work. They will be able to derive a mech design that is close to our original by themselves. They will still incorporate their own unique touches and nuances to their versions, and that is what makes this so great. No rule-breaker mech will be completely alike. Regional variations will arise and have the potential to diverge over time as more and more mech designers seek to differentiate their Karman mechs. This will ultimately stimulate the mech industry. Chapter 6634 Presenting their homework. When Veronica and Master Willix entered the Oblivion Empress meditation room, they did so with a considerable amount of reverence and restraint. Although she was merely the self-crowned ruler of a hazardous region that was located near the edge of the Milky Way galaxy, the power, wisdom and most importantly scheming ability of Cynthia Larkinson could not be underestimated. As a chi cultivator who not only thrived during the cutthroat competition to climb to the upper echelons of the Five Scrolls Compact, but also managed to escape its fall and survive for over 4 centuries in one form or another, her mysterious life trajectory was just as legendary as that of a god pilot. Though Veronica played a crucial role in dragging her back from nihility and granting her the conditions to resurrect herself in full, this did not diminish her aura and reputation in the slightest. This was an old survivor who repeatedly thrived under dangerous and adverse circumstances. She fought for every advantage that she could get and even gained the courage to challenge the hegemony of the Big Two. That last part was one of the main reasons why Veronica felt so fearful of her own mother. Not just anyone sought to undermine the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. It took a certain kind of madness to even think about plotting the downfall of the reigning authorities of human civilization. Though Veronica learned of the reasons why the Oblivion Empress not only desired to tear down the Big Two, but actually thought she could pull it off with the help of many allies of circumstance and convenience, she doubted she had the full story. There had to be a lot more history behind Cynthia's ambition to tear down the Big Two. Veronica couldn't help but feel curious about her mother's past experiences, but she was too afraid to ask. If the Oblivion Empress thought that Veronica needed to be enlightened, then the powerful true god would do so at a time and place of her choosing. It was useless to ask. Veronica had already grown more and more familiar with her mother's temperament. Ignorance was bliss. Sometimes, people were better off if they did not know about the ugly truth that shaped the society they lived in. Many old-timers also had a vested interest in hiding their shameful deeds and behavior. The harder people sought to hide their past, the more incriminating the truth must be. What great secret lay at the heart of Cynthia Larkinson's mystery? What sort of taboos had she committed that she could not even bring herself to share her story with her own flesh and blood child? Veronica tried her best not to let her growing questions and doubts about her mother distract her from her current task. The cyborg cat floated forward and used float a data chip in front of her body. Minor application of her spatial abilities to, we have completed our mission, Mother. Contained within this data chip are the fully packaged design files and schematics of 3 different mech templates of the Rule Breaker project. The mech templates cannot be used to fabricate mechs directly. Mech designers stationed in different regions of the galaxy will have to use the specifications of the mech templates to design their own mech designs that can be directly produced and sold en masse in their specific regions. Cynthia Larkinson remained in a lotus seating position as her daughter issued her report. The mother soon opened her powerful and perceptive eyes. I am familiar with the concept and purpose behind mech templates. Time is of the essence. How soon will mech designers be able to derive their own localized mech designs from these mech templates and start the production and sale of Karman mechs? It depends. Master Willix answered this time. If speed is prized over other considerations, then it can be done in as little as a week. The quality and degree of conformity of the rushed mech designs will not be up to standard, but the Karman mechs produced this way can still form blood pacts with norms, allowing any healthy human being the opportunity to become a Karman mech pilot. Any flaws and imperfections in the rushed designs can slowly be made up for with future updates. What if the mech designers seek to complete a proper mech design derived from these templates? Cynthia continued to prod. Then it may take a month. The duration is highly dependent on the amount of mech designers who are working on the project and their ranks. Top-tier localization teams that consist of at least several master mech designers each can complete a viable mech design faster, but they will not choose to do so. Instead, they will go through multiple rounds of prototype testing and conduct many trials in an attempt to match the best possible materials to their designs. While it may take them longer to complete their exhausting work, the resulting mech design will closely match or may even surpass the standards of our original designs. The Rule Breaker project is inherently designed as a budget mech. Veronica voiced her own opinion on the subject. That means that it will be difficult for third-party mech designers and manufacturers to differentiate themselves on the market. There just isn't as much leeway to do stuff better with such limited options. This is especially the case for the second-class and the third-class versions of the Carmen Mech. Even if third parties invest more time and effort into developing the closest possible match to the original mech designs, the performance difference won't be great enough to beat the advantages secured by first movers. How does that affect the spread of Carmen Mechs in this galaxy? Cynthia asked about the issue she cared about the most. To her, Carmen Mechs was not a revolutionary invention that opened up the world of mech piloting to 96.5% of the population of original humanity. Instead, she solely saw it as a tool to sow mass discord on a scale unseen before the age of mechs. According to our predictions, the market for Carmen Mechs will be split into two different categories. Master Willix calmly explained. The first market will be based on speed, quantity and cost. The first movers will seek to earn their fortune by conquering the market first by rushing out their Carmen Mechs in a short span of time. The quality of their products may lead to numerous problems that could have been avoided, but they should not affect the overall situation too much. As long as the Rule Breaker line remains the only Carmen Mechs available to the people of this galaxy, the first movers will continue to ramp up production and seek to earn as much profit as possible before the inevitable crackdown occurs. Quantity will become their imperative. Aside from increasing their profits, they will also be able to increase their brand awareness to a massive audience that previously had no direct interest in getting to know mech manufacturers so intimately. As soon as the existence of the Rule Breaker mechs broke original humanity's long-held belief that norms could never pilot mechs, many established rules and assumptions that had remained infallible for hundreds of years would suddenly crumble apart. The mech industry was bound to undergo a massive upheaval as a result. The large and more bureaucratic companies would definitely be slow to react to all of the changes that would take place in a short amount of time. This granted an opportunity for the smaller players to take advantage of this opening and swoop in to become the dominant players in the brand new market for Carmen. The Oblivion Empress smiled when she imagined all of the chaos that would ensue. The greater the disruption, the more the mech trade association's hands would become tied by the need to impose order on the mech market. That accounts for one category. What of the other? There are mech designers who are not content with copying our homework and use their factories to produce Carmen Mechs on our behalf. Veronica said, they won't join the rat race that we have mentioned earlier, or if they do, they will only see it as a stopgap solution. While the current state of my design philosophy makes it difficult for them to independently design their own Carmen Mechs, they can still take our mech templates and attempt to blend our work with their own vision. That will lead to the rise of millions of different variants of the Rule Breaker mechs over time. This is a good development because it will enrich the options available to norms and increase the appeal for Carmen Mechs even further. Product differentiation was important to stoke further interest in Carmen Mechs. There were bound to be many people who desired to pilot a Carmen Mech, but not one of the three versions that would come out at first. Perhaps they looked down on all of the cheap budget options. Perhaps the modular options available at the start did not encompass their favorite mech types. Perhaps the standard options did not sufficiently match regional tastes. Whatever the case, once a huge amount of highly skilled and commercially successful mech designers began to play around with the mech templates, they would definitely seek to stretch their works as far as they could without breaking the Carmen system. How soon do you estimate this frenzy will persist before the Mech Trade Association attempts to ban or restrict the sale and use of your Rule Breaker mechs? Cynthia asked another question. We cannot make a confident assessment on this matter. Master Willix said, the MTA is too large and complex to accurately model its behavior as an organization. We can tentatively predict the reactions from all of the factions and multiple individual god pilots and star designers, but it is the consensus that matters. There is a chance that they may decide to acknowledge the new reality and embrace Karman mechs. However, this will cause the mechers to show weakness in a time where they must project strength and control. Cynthia nodded in agreement. The probability that the mechers will take this course of action should be low for that reason. They have remained in power for too long. The MTA's inevitable pushback against Karman mechs would serve as the catalyst to its eventual downfall. By turning so many people against the hegemon, the MTA would find itself without the shield of public support. The dramatic drop in reputation and respect would not only prompt more and more people to ignore its ban on Karman mechs, but also embolden its enemies to appear out of the shadows and stir up even greater trouble. The way the Oblivion Empress grinned while studying the projected mech templates made it seem as if the downfall of the Big Two was already set in stone. The female true god eventually accepted the data chip and nodded in satisfaction. With these mech templates in hand, we finally have a strong basis of cooperation with our current and future allies. Master Willix, you should devote your time to upgrading and further developing the Oblivion Gates. Our monopoly on trade goods from the Red Ocean will be vital to winning over allies and securing our place in this galaxy. The next trade will take place in less than 4 months. You must do everything in your effort to reduce the cost and burden of conducting another swap of goods and materials. The master mech designer wordlessly nodded. As for you, Veronica, you should make preparations to depart from the Nixian Gap. That caused her to look surprised. I am leaving. Isn't it dangerous to go outside? Not necessarily. Our negotiations with the Five Scrolls Compact have already reached the final phases. The absence of the Rule Breaker project has held up our progress, but now that you have completed it, we can finally formalize our new agreement. To do so, we must enter the Ruined Temple in person and assume our rightful positions by the end of this week. What? Chapter 6635 Remnant Shrines. I'm not ready. Veronica panicked. This is too fast. Are you sure it will be safe for us to enter the Ruined Temple when it is filled with so many people who hate our guts? You are correct to assume that our entry into the compact will be met with opposition, both overtly and covertly. Cynthia honestly stated, there will be interlopers who shall challenge our right to take command over their shrines. This is nothing new. The compact is not as great as it used to be. With the preparations that I have made over the years and the resources that we have obtained from our initial trade with the Red Ocean, a gap has already formed between myself and the cultivators who have devoted much of their lives to obsessing over past glories. Veronica slapped her paw against her chest. I am glad to hear you are confident in defeating your challengers, but what about me? I'm just a cat. Sure, I may be a partial phase lord and stuff, but I don't think I can handle opposition as easily as you. Those compact cultists will skin me alive. Her mother actually chuckled. She laughed at the prospect of bringing her own child to an infamous den of cruel and evil cultivators. The Ruined Temple was one of the most notorious places in the galaxy by far. It was here where the remnants of the Five Scrolls Compact barely maintained their existence. Even though the current compact was just a shadow of its former self, it still had plenty of formidable members. Veronica had no confidence in her ability to mix in with those cruel and relentless cultists. She was a cat from a completely different society. She would much prefer it if she could spend her days in a proper civilized society. There was no way she belonged in a cult where countless ambitious people schemed and killed each other on a daily basis. I have already accounted for most situations, her mother said. As I have said, our attempt to claim the highest seats of the Five Scrolls Compact will be regarded as a brazen takeover attempt. We cannot assume our positions without proving our strength and ability. However, the contest will be different for you and I. How so? Mother, let us start with the shrines. The Water Shrine has largely managed to survive the Great Betrayal with most of its institutions left intact. Many of its members have died, defected, or disappeared entirely, so the remaining loyalists struggled to prevent the Water Shrine from deteriorating even further. After 4 centuries of development, it has risen up to become the second strongest shrine of the compact. Well, it is not as impressive as it sounds, as there are only 2 proper shrines left. Which shrine is the strongest? Veronica asked. The Earth Shrine, Cynthia answered. This mostly has to do with their strategies and temperament. Its leaders and members are rather passive and like to build up strong defenses and fortifications. They rarely take risks and like to bunker down during a crisis. This is why the Earth Shrine has retained most of its heritage during the end of the Age of Conquest. What is the Water Shrine like then? I take it that its members are more proactive. That is an understatement, Cynthia responded with a cold smile. The leaders and members of the Water Shrine are aggressive and tend to favor action over inaction. They are actually responsible for most of the infamous deeds that the Compact are known for during the Age of Mechs. The differences are largely caused by their cultivation methods. Earth cultivators can grow stronger when they take land, defend a territory and fortify it with increasingly more remarkable defenses. So long as they retain access to enough resources, they can continuously grow. Now how do you think water cultivators are able to develop their strength? Veronica thought about her past experiences with the crazy cultists. A certain drive, Jutland came to mind. Biotechnology. They have to be focused on cultivating their organic bodies somehow. They must be really keen on transforming their bodies. These cultists won't hesitate to engage in horrific experiments in order to develop their bodies further. They are like the dark mirror of the MTA's transhumanist faction. Your guess is close enough. The water cultists do far more than develop their own flesh and blood, but it is true that they are more eager to conduct experiments on other humans and preferably fellow cultivators. That has also caused their internal competition to reach a high state of intensity. Its members are therefore much more unstable but also quite formidable as a response. Even if the selection of the next holy son or holy daughter by the Water Scroll cannot be controlled by any human, the most senior members of the Water Shrine are still able to raise their own batch of promising prospects. Veronica scratched her head with her paw in confusion. So the selection of the holy son or holy daughter of the Water Scroll can be predicted? Only up to a certain degree. The Five Scrolls Compact has already developed a set of rules and criteria on who may earn the supreme favor of a sacred scroll. The rules are not perfect, and there are more than enough cases where unexpected people have taken over the mantle. What is important is that these presumptive heirs are unwilling to admit defeat. They will challenge me in an attempt to deny me a prize that they desire for themselves. I cannot prevent this from happening as it conforms to tradition. What is good is that the Earth Shrine has already conveyed the intention to avoid interfering with the internal affairs of the Water Shrine. Veronica's eyes glowed brighter. That was a massive concession, and one that would definitely help her mother secure her takeover. What about me? Do I have to beat back the challengers as well? Veronica carefully asked. Her mother chuckled again. He, your situation is entirely difficult. Have you forgotten that the Metal Shrine has not survived the Great Betrayal? After the metal scroll shattered into pieces, the entire reason for the existence of this shrine became invalid, or at least that was what most people thought at the time. Combined with the fact that the progenitors of mechs originated from the Metal Shrine, its very meaning and existence within the Five Scrolls Compact has become awkward. Do you mean, the Metal Shrine doesn't exist anymore? That is not strictly true. Cynthia shook her head. The three remaining shrines have collapsed, but there were still many members that have survived the Great Betrayal or were stationed in safer locations throughout the galaxy. The Wood Shrine, the Fire Shrine and the Metal Shrine still maintain a formidable amount of members on a wider scale to this day, but they largely consist of low-rank members who continue to live double lives across human space. The number of mid to high-ranked members among them are minuscule, and mostly reside in the ruined temple or other special regions. Since they do not spend so much time at the heart of the Five Scrolls Compact, their loyalties are fairly low. The basis for the shrines in all of the subsidiary organizations to exist was the existence of the sacred scrolls. The ruined temple still hosted the Water Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Unfortunately, the absence of the other three scrolls prevented the other shrines from developing just as well. Will the fact that the Metal Shrine was ultimately the cause for the Great Betrayal affect my safety in any way? No. There are several reasons for this. 1. You have my implicit protection. The cultists may accuse me of nepotism, but I shall never allow the Compact to break its own rules to disadvantage you. 2. The Metal Shrine is the weakest of the three remnant shrines. It holds the least amount of value and there is not that much wealth and skilled members to fight for it. 3. There is no intact metal scroll in the Metal Shrine's possession. Since you are one of the few who possess a fragment as well as the iron-resonant crucifix crown, you are the most legitimate candidate to take over this surviving institution. Great. The Metal Shrine sounded like a run-down faction and institutions within the Five Scrolls Compact. Plenty of cultists must hate its members because the root of the Big Two's rebellion originated from its now destroyed halls. From what Cynthia described, the metal shrine had likely lost much of its most important treasures, tomes and other inheritances. Whatever the metal cultists had left likely remained in the hands of private individuals or groups. In other words, much of the surviving knowledge and relics that used to belong to the metal shrine had now become the private property and exclusive inheritances of members spread throughout the old galaxy. Veronica knew that it was impossible to recall all of this valuable knowledge and possessions because cultivators were inherently selfish. Taking over the metal shrine was therefore incomparable to taking over the water shrine. The two were in a completely different league. As a consequence, Veronica grew a little more relaxed, but she did not drop her vigilance entirely. So the metal shrine has become the equivalent of a stinky junkyard in the ruined temple. That is not a completely inappropriate characterization. Cynthia smiled in amusement. Even so, there should still be enough metal cultists who are greedy for the metal scroll fragment, the iron-resonant crucifix crown and so on. If they are true gods or domain shapers, I likely won't stand a chance against them. I am not a fighter by occupation and my fighting ability is poor. This is especially the case for my current incarnation. That is true. Your lack of development in this area is a serious oversight on your part, Veronica. Even if you insist on becoming a creator, you cannot survive in this day and age without knowing how to crush and kill your opponents. That said, you should have nothing to worry about this time. Your opposition will not be a problem. Can you tell me more? Cynthia looked at her child with an exasperated breath. You still have an organic brain inside your cat-sized head. Use it. I have already given you enough information to deduce an answer. While the metal shrine has largely become insignificant within the compact, you must still remain sharp if you spend any time among its members. Just because you are a holy daughter does not mean that you have become exempted from their plots and schemes. I can bring you into the metal shrine, but it is up to you to secure your own position. I am confident that you will be able to make this happen. The challenges you face are ultimately trivial compared to mine. I shall bear the greatest burdens. Though Veronica still wanted to ask a lot more questions about the metal shrine and how to take it over, her mother no longer addressed this topic any further. Perhaps this was a test that Veronica was meant to pass by relying on her own efforts. The cyborg cat grimaced. She hated these sorts of tests. She didn't even want to take over the metal shrine, but she understood the necessity of it. If she had no choice to join the compact, then she might as well aspire to become one of its leaders. At least then she wouldn't be forced to obey instructions from a higher authority. Cynthia talked a bit more about the planning surrounding their upcoming entry into the ruined temple. Transportation was a huge issue. There was no way they could instantly teleport from the galactic rim to the galactic center where the ruined temple was hidden. Veronica looked utterly confused. So how are we supposed to cross this distance? That is a good question. Chapter 6636 Auto-Heretic Line. After Cynthia received the data chip with the mech designs and the mech templates of the Rule Breaker project, she asked one more question before she dismissed the mech designers. What is the final name of this line of mechs? Veronica did not answer immediately. She first took a look at the projected mech templates. The default appearances of the modular mech platforms did not look like rule breakers from the outside. Instead, they looked like typical modular mechs at the budget level. Their appearances did not contain a lot of flair. There was not much Veronica could do to spice them up given their extensive modularity and low design budgets. Nothing about their outward appearances indicated the presence of the Karman system. That was not difficult considering that Veronica had tried to shrink the footprint of its organic components as much as possible. The only feature that could possibly betray the fact that these mechs could be piloted by any human was the third eyes on their foreheads. Veronica could not resist the temptation to add her signature look to the base versions of the mech line. Third-party mech designers could choose to remove this visual brand, but the cyborg cat had a feeling that few would make this choice. First, it was considered poor form for third-party mech designers to remove the signature looks of another professional's work. Second, Veronica predicted that the presence of the third eye would become an iconic brand that would come to represent Karman mechs throughout the old galaxy. The performance of the base versions of the mech line was incredibly poor by today's standards. Yet it was exactly due to their relatively simple designs and amazing modularity that they had the potential to birth infinity possibilities. This remained true even if the mechs would only have a chance to operate in a low-energy environment like the Milky Way galaxy. After a bit more thinking, Veronica eventually decided to voice her original proposal for a final name. If it is okay with you, Mother, I would like to call this line of mechs the Auto-Heretic. Auto-Heretic. That was an unusual combination of words. It certainly made a drastically different impression than the rule breaker, that was for certain. The Oblivion Empress frowned. While she maintained her human demeanor, her disapproval showed. By the way, her voice suddenly sounded a bit more ethereal and superhuman. Veronica, this mech line will change the course of history in this galaxy forever. Choosing a good name is paramount for your reputation as well as mine. For what reason do you insist on calling your Carmen mechs the Auto-Heretic? The cyborg cat grew intimidated by her mother's altered posture, but she tried her best to stand her ground and offer a measured response. You are right about how important names can be. I thought about sticking to the name of rule breakers. My new Carmen mechs certainly have enough reasons to be called this way. It breaks several long-standing traditions in the mech industry. These range from enabling norms to pilot mechs, designing and publishing the mech without requesting certification from the MTA, making the Carmen mechs highly autonomous to help total beginners attain a degree of combat effectiveness in the short term, connecting the mechs to the Red Kingdom as opposed to the Kingdom of Mechs, and most importantly harvesting the souls of everyone who died, including the ones belonging to the living mech and mech pilot themselves. Though Veronica left out a few important design features, this summed up the unique and distinctive combination of traits of his Auto-Heretic. I wanted to bestow my Carmen mechs a name that reflects their open and transparent contradiction against the stifling rules and customs of the current-day mech industry of the Milky Way. She continued to explain her reasoning. This is why I wanted to call it the Heretic line at first. You should be familiar with the meaning of this word. The very existence of this mech directly opposes many of the MTA's prevailing rules and principles. Just like how the MTA and CFA managed to rebel against the hegemonic Five Scrolls Compact in the past by defying everything it stood for, now I am giving the Big Two a taste of their own medicine by releasing the Auto-Heretic line of Carmen mechs. Her feline lips curled in a cruel and eager grin. I don't think we should hide the fact that the very existence of my Carmen mechs flagrantly violates the strictures of the MTA. We should make it obvious from the beginning. Sure, it may provoke the mechers into banning it even faster, but that will only turn them into greater enemies of the human population. No matter what, they cannot avoid the Auto-Heretic and the deviations against common mech orthodoxy. Even if I do not necessarily oppose many of the rules that the MTA has set in an attempt to keep the mech industry and mech market healthy, I still want my work to shake up the status quo and force people to question the assumptions that they have always taken for granted. If people wanted to, they did not have to use the name that Veronica designated for his Carmen mechs. Third-party manufacturers that adapted his Auto-Heretics could easily choose to apply a visual makeover in an attempt to sidestep the stigma surrounding this dangerous combination of words. These groups could try their best to disassociate their own, clean, mech models from their base models as long as they looked different enough. However, no matter how two siblings looked different from each other, their original genes and family history could never be changed. Every Carmen mech derived from the original Auto-Heretic designs would never be able to shake off all of the traits that made his works so subversive and taboo-breaking. Cynthia Larkinson began to understand what Veronica had in mind. I see, you seek to accelerate the contradictions between the MTA and the general population. You are also encouraging the people who pilot your Auto-Heretics or otherwise admire them to recognize how extensively the mechers have failed to satisfy their true needs. For too many years, the Mech Trade Association had sought to fulfill the interests of an increasingly smaller group of people. At first, the MTA served the public well by imposing stability and rewriting the rules of human warfare. Peace and stability returned in a galaxy that had previously become engulfed in genocidal wars and destruction on a mass scale. However, as the MTA increasingly began to concentrate and hold on to its immense power over human civilization, the super-organization began to become increasingly more focused on amassing wealth and defending its dominant position over humanity alongside the CFA. Serving the people had become an increasingly more distant priority to the mechers. In fact, Veronica could even argue that it had never really been a top priority in the first. This showed how far too many mechers looked down on the people of second-rate and third-rate states as space peasants. Perhaps Veronica was being a bit too unfair towards the mechers. The MTA had not sought to reduce the inequality between first-raters and space peasants, but it did not have an obligation to do so in the first place. It was unrealistic to wipe out the differences in wealth and prosperity between states that were rooted in very different environments. The Big Two at least implemented numerous rules and customs designed to protect the space peasants from the threat posed by first-raters. However, that only increased the isolation between first-raters and space peasants. The less they interacted with each other, the less opportunities for the latter to join the former. As a former third-rater herself, a part of Veronica always felt resentful for the big two in all of the first-rate states to guard their wealth and privileges so extensively. Perhaps one of the driving reasons why Veronica worked so hard to design the Auto-Heretics was to take revenge on a distorted galactic society that had long sought to limit the upward mobility of third-raters as much as possible. Why add the word auto to the name, then? That is because I wanted to emphasize the most significant deviation from other mechs. The cat answered, calling my Carmen mechs the Auto-Heretics will create a very easily understandable impression that my products are not static machines. They are alive, they can think for themselves, they can evolve over time, and most importantly they can take complete control over their own mechanical bodies. By adding the word auto, I will make it clear to both mech pilots and those who own them that my machines should never be treated in the same way as ordinary mechs. Our society must treat them differently in order to make the best possible use out of them. Those who ignore my message will do so at their own peril. The Auto-Heretics can potentially turn hostile towards their own pilots and owners if they are mistreated. I deliberately did not set too many limits on that in order to force all of my future customers to treat them seriously. The Auto-Heretic line challenged the very definition of the word mech. To many original humans who grew up in the current age, the word mech represented a giant human or beast-shaped machine that could be controlled by a human through the use of a neural interface. This was not the most accurate definition, but it was definitely one that many people could agree with. In their minds, mechs were always regarded as a giant form of equipment, akin to a suit of combat armor. The pilots were in control. Their ability to command these amazing war machines could result in drastically different outcomes. Two pilots controlling the same mechs could easily defeat 10 times their number or get beaten in the first fight depending on the differences in skill and other human-derived factors. Veronica wanted to change this way of looking at mechs. She wanted the people of this galaxy to treat her Auto-Heretics as life forms in the truest they were truly alive, in that they possessed thoughts and emotions just like other sentient beings. This was especially the case if they were able to grow into third-order living mechs. She knew that the MTA would not like it at all. They would definitely treat the Auto-Heretics as an existential threat towards mech pilots and the mech industry as a whole. This was because it was always possible for the Auto-Heretics to fight by themselves. By reducing the importance of the human mech pilot, the mech line threatened to remove them from the picture entirely. Veronica admittedly did not implement enough safeguards to prevent her Auto-Heretics from rebelling against humans en masse and forming their own race and civilization in the Milky Way. However, she believed that this would only happen if the Auto-Heretics were forced to do so by an ungrateful human society. So long as most people treated their Auto-Heretics fairly and with respect, such events should not take place. One of my goals for these works is to force original humanity to recognize my living mechs as equal or near-equal sentient life forms who deserve a place in our society. Veronica said in a measured tone, I do not have as much confidence in original humanity's ability to do as red humanity, so I am willing to resort to more forceful and coercive means. In any case, anyone who wants to make use of my Auto-Heretics will have no choice in accepting my viewpoints. There is no other way for them to become a glorious Carmen mech pilot if they refuse the very notion that their machines are alive. Was this how a mech designer should act towards his customers? Did Veronica like the prospect of forcing a confrontation against the establishment in charge of the stuffy MTA? Chapter 6637 Baro Rakovshik dismissed the latest report about the financial condition of one of the subsidiary companies of EJF Hard Works. The event known as the Great Severing had caused the largest financial crisis to occur since the start of the Age of Mechs. Many magnates, groups and businesses that invested heavily into the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy lost their investments overnight. The devastation caused by this abrupt shutdown rippled throughout the Milky Way galaxy at a rapid speed. At first, the damage remained relatively limited. People still clung to the hope, however fleeting it may be, that the greater Beander Gate in the Marianne Ultima system could reconnect to its counterpart in the Red Ocean. Then more and more sources confirmed that an entire dwarf galaxy had disappeared from the Milky Way's orbit. This more than anything proved without a shadow of a doubt that there was no way for the greater Beander Gates to open up a passage anymore. When further news revealed that the native aliens of the Red Ocean actually managed to transport their entire dwarf galaxy to the orbit of Messier 87 of all places, it sounded the death knell of many investors who bet big in the Red Ocean. Although the amount of institutional investors and retail investors who adopted a high-risk profile was not too exaggerated, their sudden collapse caused many disruptions and other consequences throughout human civilization in the old galaxy. Far too many gullible idiots with little to no financial literacy had completely violated the rules of sound investment and tried to leverage themselves up to the limit in order to earn huge fortunes. These investors did indeed manage to earn amazing returns in the initial years. As long as the pioneers entrusted their money to successfully colonize a few lucrative star systems and managed to get their settlements up and running, the booming frontier economy rapidly drew in further immigrants and investors. Those that were late to the party only earned a fraction of the profits that could be made in the new frontier. This exacerbated the frenzy and caused more and more people who were jealous at the insane luck enjoyed by the initial investors to borrow as much money as they could to increase their payouts. Unfortunately for all of them, when the basket where they put all of their eggs had been whisked away, everyone lost. The investors went bankrupt en masse. The financial institutions that loaned money to these suckers accrued mountains of bad debt on their balance sheets. If they were large and prosperous enough to absorb these enormous losses, then they most certainly suffered painful haircuts that set them back decades if not centuries. Companies that had retooled their operations to service the needs of the new frontier became bankrupt. Trillions upon trillions of people got laid off, causing entire states to enter into deep recessions. Though human civilization had suffered much more severe shocks during the turbulent years of the Age of Conquest, this crisis was especially bad because far too many people and institutions had grown complacent. Urod Industries was no exception to this rule. As the CEO of a regional industrial powerhouse, Baro Rakovchik found himself stuck at work for an entire half year. He could not leave anything to chance. Urod Industries had admittedly been a little too slow in ramping up its investments in the new frontier. This allowed the company to avoid losses that would have been devastating enough to plunge its share price and cause ripple effects that would have doomed one of Gensur Federation's industrial mainstays. However, the same could not be said for companies that were upstream and downstream of its supply chains. Banks were having trouble supplying liquidity to major corporations. Logistical companies were unable to meet their transportation obligations. Manufacturers that produced goods for export to the Red Ocean lost access to their customer base. The crisis engulfing all of these other companies affected the bottom line of Urod Industries and its many subsidiaries. There were times when Baro had grown deeply concerned whether he could keep his company afloat. Fortunately, the first-rate state situated in the galactic center had built up a healthy reserve over the centuries. Its leaders had quickly decided to enact unprecedented degrees of financial assistance and other forms of aid. This not only saved its economy from plunging even further, but also provided enough support to save Urod Industries from suffering worse consequences. Even so, his company had still been forced to sell off some of its prized assets and subsidiary companies in order to plug the remaining holes. At this time, the C-suite of Urod Industries had already begun to entertain the notion of selling off EJF Hard Works. The subsidiary company was mostly responsible for operating dozens of shipyards. The demand for starships had skyrocketed as more and more pioneers and colonial states required starships to explore alien locations and connect the sprawling colonies of mankind together. Yet now that pioneering in the Red Ocean had become defunct, demand for starships had plunged to the lowest point in 2 centuries. While there were still a lot of potential customers in the old galaxy who had need of starships as well, there were a lot of competitors in this cutthroat industry. Other shipbuilding companies had expanded their operations shortly after the opening of the Red Ocean. They too thought that they could make an insane killing by selling starships at inflated prices to the pioneers and the colonial states of the Red Ocean. Now that this was no longer possible, the additional shipyards had instead begun to divert their output to the old galaxy, causing a glut of starships to enter the ship market. Certainly, a lot of shipbuilding companies had already adjusted to the new reality and either sold or mothballed their excess orbital shipyards, but this did not happen frequently enough to stop the average price of starships to plunge by a whopping 60% in the past 3 years. Since most of the executives at Yarrow Industries saw little hope that the price of starships would return to their old levels, selling off EJF Hard Works became an increasingly more sensible decision. While it would cause Yarrow Industries to lose the ability to produce starships for its own operations, there were so many cheaper and more efficient alternatives on the market that the loss should not be big. Just 4 years ago, people would have considered Baro to be insane for thinking about selling off a shipbuilding company with many orbital shipyards under its control. How times changed. Now, The post-Great Severing economy of the old galaxy had caused everyone to develop a negative outlook on shipbuilding companies. After Barrow wrote and transmitted a quick message on the matter of selling off EJF Hard Works, he handled his remaining work and eventually left his office in the early evening. He soon boarded an armored shuttle and flew to the outskirts of the city where Urad Industries established his headquarters. This time, his shuttle under escort did not fly to his estate. It instead flew towards the academic district where a large number of universities had made themselves home. The Gensur Federation was a first-rate state that had remained stable in the galactic center for a long time. Its military strength was relatively average, but the state had persistently invested in its R&D sector. The local mech industry had become especially large and developed due to favorable policies and other reasons. The Gensur Federation had chosen to stay neutral in the old rivalry between the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire. This allowed it to become one of the few truly neutral centers of learning and technological development. One of the advantages this brought was that the new Mech Research Initiative had chosen to base its headquarters and primary R&D facility on this very planet. As the shuttle carrying the off-duty CEO finally entered a hangar and finally made a landing, Barrow Rakovchik distinctly relaxed his somewhat stiff and formal posture and adopted a more easygoing bearing. He left most of his security guards behind as he passed through a checkpoint and entered the white-coated halls of the NMRI. Inside the NMRI, Barrow was no longer a CEO, but instead the treasurer of a nonprofit research institution. The people that worked or volunteered their services to the NMRI were completely different from the ambitious career climbers back at Urad Industries. There, everyone was out for themselves. They only paid lip service to the notion of putting the company ahead of their individual priorities. Here, Barrow could relax and express himself without fearing that he would paint himself as a fool. This was because he was among like-minded enthusiasts. "Barrow, you've come here and take a look at this research report. It details the latest findings on Project WR13. Project WR13, Barrow skeptically asked as he accepted the digital file transmission and rapidly skimmed through the contents. As a businessman, Barrow did not pretend to understand the science of this research project. He instead read through the introduction and conclusion in order to gain a quick understanding of the gains. An older gray-haired man replied with an optimistic smile. "It is the latest project that explores whether it is possible to artificially alter the brain structure and chemistry of a norm to resemble that of a potentate. The latest set of cloned brains that had been operated upon have yet to elevate their genetic aptitudes above F, but there are slight hints in some cloned brains that their responsiveness and capacity for digital data processing have improved by up to 4.9%. 4.9%, that is big, the treasurer answered. It was far from the 1,000s of percents that was required to meaningfully raise a person's genetic aptitude to a more acceptable level, but it was a start. Chief Scientist Idni Xenokin certainly saw hope of further progress with the latest results. I can feel it, Barrow. After 100 years of continuous research, the NMRI may finally be able to prove to the mech community that we have not been squandering billions of MTA credits worth of donations on worthless and ineffectual research. I am becoming more convinced that Project WR13 is on the right path to enable us to pilot a mech in our lifetimes. Are you not being premature in your judgment, my friend? Barrow carefully asked. Your predecessors formed similar opinions in the past. They diverted far too much of our limited funds on research projects that eventually went nowhere. This is different, Barrow. Idni insisted. All of our other research projects have made too little progress in comparison. The ones that investigate whether we can pilot a mech by heavily digitizing our brains have never solved the loss of humanity problem. The awful project that seeks to develop an alternate control interface involving biomechs is too terrifying for me to describe. You do have a point, but just because Project WR13 has delivered slightly positive results at the start does not mean that this pattern will persist. It will, the older chief scientist insisted as he stared right into Barrow's eyes. I am willing to bet my life on it. Project WR13 only attempts to replicate an existing phenomena. The chosen human has repeatedly used his god kingdom to transform norms into mech pilots. What he can do with the power of his divine will alone, we can do with the power of science and technology. If not for the fact that we understand way too little about what brain conditions can actually produce the phenomenon of qualified genetic aptitude, the researchers assigned to Project WR13 will not have to resort to trial and error to randomly modify hundreds of thousands of cloned human brains. Due to humanity's inadequate understanding of genetic aptitude and how it tied to the physiology of the brain, the NMRI had no choice but conduct research in such a stupid and incredibly wasteful manner. There was no guarantee that the same treatment on the brains that had displayed slightly better performance than before could be replicated. This was because the cloned brains randomly changed over time to become different from their exact genetic copies. A slight change in brain chemistry or other variables could easily invalidate any potential gains in genetic aptitude. Barrow inwardly sighed. Though Idney sounded optimistic, the reality was that Project WR13 hardly brought them any closer to developing a solution to the genetic aptitude tyranny. How much more money did they need to spend on fruitless research? How many more years must they wait for a research project to hit the jackpot? Would Barrow ever be able to fulfill his long-held goal of piloting a mech in an authentic manner in his lifetime? Chapter 6638 Lifelong Obsession. Enough is enough, Barrow. You have been spending far too much time on your hobby. A loud female voice shrieked across the halls of an opulent estate. Now, you not only demand that we donate 1.9% of our family's liquid funds to the least successful research institution of the Gensur Federation, but now you also insist on going away for 3 months just so that you can attend a conference where you attempt to persuade like-minded fools to throw their money away as well. The CEO of Urod Industries faced his wife who he had married and perpetuated his family line for over 110 years. Elena Ensambridge had known about Barrow's extracurricular activity since the beginning. He never hid his obsession for piloting mechs despite the fact that his genetic aptitude was abysmal. Compared to other pursuits that a man of his status and wealth could preoccupy himself with, Barrow could be doing far worse than spending time with lots of nerds and other delusional mech enthusiasts. The only problem that Elena had with her dreamer of a husband was that now that he had reached the pinnacle of what he could accomplish as a business executive, he diverted much more of his attention towards his hobby. Of course, Barrow did not see it that way. I have much more time now that I am the CEO of Urod Industries and managed to burnish my record by stabilizing the company during the latest crisis. I previously held myself back from involving myself further with the NMRI in order to help Urod maintain its footing, but now that its position has grown secure, I can afford to divert more of my time to help the cause. Elena Ensambridge rolled her eyes in a familiar manner. Here you go again, Barrow. Have you ever considered that you have done enough for the cause? You have clung to your dream of piloting a mech for too long. Most people are able to forget about their fantasies of becoming a mech pilot by the time they enter into adolescence. At worst, norms are able to accept their inability to fight with mechs no later than their mid-30s. The only ones who still think that they can work to make the impossible happen are the ones who have never fully grown up, such as yourself. Barrow did not grow angry at his wife. She did not understand. This was of no fault of her own, because their entire society had long worked to make norms accept their own inferiority. It took active effort for Barrow and his like-minded comrades to resist the status quo and fight for the right to expand their own capabilities. The fact that people like them had to defy the majority opinion and actively spend their own time and money to fund research into opening up mech piloting to the masses was a travesty in itself. As much as Barrow had come to respect and appreciate Elena over the last century, her opinions with regards to his personal passion had never been good. Perhaps Elena initially assumed that Barrow's phase towards his inadequate genetic aptitude lasted a lot longer than usual. Surely he would outgrow his unwillingness to be denied the opportunity to become a mech pilot, right? It certainly seemed that way. Back when he was younger, he did not join clubs like the NMRI because he simply did not have the time to do so. He was too busy trying to climb up the hierarchy of Urod Industries. Barrow felt that he had fulfilled all of his life's expectations and obligations. He married Elena and established an alliance with another powerful family. The two had 4 children, who in turn produced a whole host of grandchildren who were already in the process of building their own careers. He ascended the seat of patriarch of the Rakovshik family. He revived his family's fortune, which was previously in decline due to the lack of successors who managed to climb their way to the upper echelon of the Gensur Federation. After several decades, he eventually resigned his seat and passed it on to another relative so that he could devote more time to leading Urod Industries. He managed to become the hand-picked successor of the previous CEO and earned the trust of the board of directors as well as the institutional investors who initially cast doubt on his qualifications. Yet if he was being honest, none of these pursuits gave him true fulfillment. Oh, he enjoyed the challenges, and he enjoyed the recognition and rewards whenever he succeeded in an endeavor, but he constantly wondered how much more amazing he could have become if he only possessed better genetic aptitude. If he devoted all of his energy and talent into becoming the best possible mech pilot, he may have become an expert pilot or even ace pilot by this time. Truth to be told, Barrow would have remained perfectly happy and content with his life if he just remained an ordinary mech pilot after a century of service. Just the experience of piloting a mech and earning recognition as a true soldier was enough to make him feel as if he had accomplished the greatest goals of his life. What gratified Barrow was that he was far from the only human who felt this way. The members of the NMRI, along with the people throughout the galaxy who have joined many other clubs, associations, research institutions and so on, all shared the same dream. What was even more important was that they were willing to work to turn it into a reality. Barrow had met many like-minded norms through his participation in the NMRI that he was willing to call his brothers and sisters in arms. They encompassed researchers who quit their high-paying jobs at prestigious companies and research institutions. They included mech designers who were willing to divert valuable time away from developing their design philosophies to explore what it took to design a mech that could be piloted by norms. They also included senior executives like himself who willingly extended their own name and reputation to their cause in order to add more legitimacy to their collective effort. Even if they had failed to produce any meaningful progress since the age of mechs, the friendships he made and the camaraderie he enjoyed among people who did not care about his day job were priceless. Elena did not understand. She would never understand. "I am not asking you," he said. "I am informing you. The Rakovshik family is more than wealthy enough to make a charitable contribution to the NMRI. One of our research teams has recently made a notable advancement and requires a much greater infusion of cash in order to conduct large-scale follow-up experiments. As low as the chance of success may be, if our research has managed to produce real results, then our return on investment will be so enormous that we can buy out our industries outright. You are insane if you think your investment can earn a profit at all. All of that money is lost as soon as you transfer it over." "I am not in it for the profit," Barrow admitted. "Whether our latest research project succeeds or fails, I can accept both outcomes. Our goal has always been a long shot. I am fully prepared to suffer a near-guaranteed loss. This is why it is a donation. Do not question my right on how to spend the funds of our family. I may not be the patriarch anymore, but I can still persuade the current one to allocate our money under my direction. That is the family's money. How can you be so brazen to spend it on a personal project that is doomed to fail, just as is the case for the ones that came before?" Barrow's expression hardened as he stared back at his wife. "I am responsible for more than 80% of the earnings of our family. I did not have to enrich the coffers of the Rakovshik family, but I did so in order to promote solidarity with our less successful family members." But now that the NMRI was in need of more funding, Barrow could only ask for solidarity with the rest of his family. If the other Rakovshik were too greedy and short-sighted to accept his proposal, then he would be willing to leave his family and help with funding the NMRI through his own efforts. Hopefully, it should not come to that. While Elena still objected to her husband's stubborn decisions, the pair no longer argued against each other. They had done so many times in the past that they just grew tired of rehashing the same. Instead, Elena decided to take this conversation elsewhere and tried to pry open his head to see what was inside. "You are nearing 150 years of life, Barrow. Why must you continue to persist in your unrealistic fantasy? Even if a mech appears that can allow norms such as yourself to pilot it, what then? Will you attend the Mech Academy and become surrounded by boisterous teenagers? Have you already made plans to enter the military of the Gensur Federation as a mech officer and accept tours that take place in far-flung locations where you can experience actual combat?" Barrow released a low chuckle. "It is too late for me to become a soldier. That does not stop me from working in the NMRI and solve the problem that has denied me the opportunities to grow stronger as a soldier. The younger generations of norms who have grown up at a later date but under the exact same regime with regards to mech piloting deserve a chance. Our cause is too important. If we do not invest our time, money and effort into these research initiatives, children who grow up 500 or 1,000 years from now may still be deprived of the chance to pilot mechs due to their lack of genetic aptitude. This is madness. Please wake up and realize what you are missing out on. You have done more than enough to contribute to the cause that has denied you all of these years. Let it rest. Enjoy the life you have actually lived rather than the life that can only exist in your fantasy." "I cannot. The life I have lived is merely a means to spend my time and help me become useful enough to the community that I am a part of. The life that exists in my fantasy is my true goal and passion. To give up this dream is to rip out my heart from my chest. I cannot live anymore if you separate me from the cause. Elena simply looked at him with incomprehension. This was an extreme degree of altruism. Was the cause so attractive to them? There were their magnates who had not hesitated to donate all of their properties and other sources of wealth to the coffers of the NMRI. Elena was even afraid that Barrow might pledge to donate a much greater share of the wealth accrued by the Rakovchik family to his centuries-long effort to deny his own inability to pilot mechs. The two had lived alongside each other long enough to read what the other was thinking. Eventually, Barrow shook his head and turned his back to his life partner. Enough. Going forward, I will be spending less time at Urad Industries and more time at the NMRI. I have already made the appropriate arrangements to cover for my reduced commitments at the company. The board of directors will not like that, Barrow. You have fought so hard to become the chief executive officer. I thought that you would continue to fight until you have been appointed as the chairman of the board. It will not make much of a difference to me anymore. I have had enough of climbing the corporate ladder. The only satisfaction that I look forward to in my life is to pilot a mech rather than watching other lucky potentates do so in my stead. Chapter 6639 Artificial Glory. How could a man like Barrow Rakovchik willingly diminish the worth of all of his accomplishments in the business sector for a dream that was not only unobtainable, but also false? A successful first-class chief executive that had managed to climb high enough on the corporate ladder to understand the truths of many matters should have known better. Mech piloting may have become a glamorous profession in this day and age, but a significant part of that was due to the unceasing propaganda efforts of the Mech Trade Association. The MTA had successfully reshaped human culture and much of its institutions to revolve around mechs. The mechers worked so hard to elevate their favored war platforms that they worked hard to suppress everything else. Infantry, too small and weak. Warships, too big and destructive. Tanks, too inflexible and easy to defeat by mechs. Aeroplanes, too one-dimensional and not cool enough. Starfighters, same as aeroplanes but in space. It only took several generations for the entire population of the human race to treat these assumptions as gospel. Yet the truth was much more nuanced. It was not always the case that mechs outperformed other war platforms. The main reason why mechs had remained so dominant was because too many economies of scale had formed around their development and production. Even if mechs became less efficient than starfighters, the former was a lot cheaper to design and mass produce due to the huge amount of existing infrastructure and trained personnel. If other combat machines such as starfighters enjoyed similar advantages, then mechs would face an uphill battle trying to dethrone the dominance of cheaper, simpler and less demanding small craft. Perhaps the people living in the lower layers of society were unable to discern these truths, but Barrow Rakovchik had to know better. Mech piloting had become a galactic obsession by design. It was only due to the will of powerful leaders at the start of the current age that mechs completely displaced the position of warships, starfighters and other war machines. Being a mech pilot was also not as glamorous and enjoyable as it sounded. Mech cadets had to forego other studies that could allow them to become a useful addition to the normal workforce. Instead, they largely had to spend their years learning how to fight and study the theory that would help them do so more effectively. Once they entered the workforce, most mech pilots would never participate in any serious combat for their entire careers. This was partially because signing up to work as a guard or other civilian duty offered little exposure to true combat. Those who joined militaries or outfits that saw combat on a more frequent basis weren't paradises either. Most people remembered the heroes who survived the battlefield and managed to thrive under the circumstances. They hardly paid any attention to the many mech pilots that suffered untimely deaths and turned into forgotten statistics. Only those who survived continuous challenges and managed to showcase special talents will have the capital to turn into true celebrated heroes. Yet how many mech pilots could earn this coveted status? Breakthroughs were few and far in between. The vast majority of ordinary mech pilots never received the opportunity to step onto the path of godhood for the first time, thereby causing them to feel increasingly inadequate over time. Becoming an expert pilot was as rare as people developing good genetic aptitude, if not rarer. A human essentially had to win the lottery twice in a row in order to be able to trigger apotheosis and become a demigod. The vast majority of mech pilots eventually recognized their own mediocrity and ceased to pursue a breakthrough that became increasingly more fleeting as they aged and started their own families. Mech piloting had lost much of its glamour by that time. The veterans who managed to persist at this point mostly recognized that their jobs were not so special anymore. They were glorified soldiers who risked their life and limb to wage war on behalf of distant leaders and politicians. They suffered all of the hardships of combat yet earned almost none of the rewards. Their higher social status granted them a bit of satisfaction, but it did not necessarily make them or their descendants rich or famous. Even if only a fraction of the human population was eligible to pilot mechs, there were still too many mech pilots for all of them to become famous enough for many people to know by name. Far more mech pilots ended their careers without the glory that they imagined back when they were optimistic youths. To sum it all up, to become a mech pilot was nothing more than to become another pawn in the conflicts of this day and age. Only the rare few possessed the strength, skill, courage and luck to promote to more powerful chess pieces. Yet it was unrealistic to invest so much of your life in a pursuit based on a low probability event. As a businessman who worked in various different positions at Urad Industries, Barrow clearly understood how to perform a rational risk-benefit analysis. He could clearly understand that it was completely stupid to devote so much of his life to a profession that wasn't even as great as everyone thought. Yet Barrow could not help himself. His obsession had rooted itself too deep into his psyche. Common sense no longer held any sway over him on this matter. His adoration and his desire for mechs had grown too strong during his youth, and had never faded over the years as was the case for many other norms. Medical professionals had already categorized this phenomenon as a mental disorder. In other words, people like Barrow were actually sick in their minds. The only reason why most people did not take it so seriously was because every other norm suffered from this mental affliction at one point in their lives. The only difference was that they recovered from it sooner or later. In the case of outliers like Barrow, that later would probably stretch on until he had breathed his last breath. Barrow did not deny that he may be suffering from a mental disorder. He just did not think that there was anything wrong with it. His compatriots over at the NMRI agreed. When the CEO commiserated with the chief scientist over his latest discussion with his wife, Idni Xenokin made a dismissive scoff. This is why you either marry a person who shares the same dream as yours, or just tolerate your spouse for a few decades before filing for divorce. It is much more pleasant and much less disruptive if you fulfill your obligations towards your parents and your family and raise your children to adulthood before ending your marital relationship. I do not understand why you continue to tolerate the presence of that woman. Barrow crossed his arms as a response. That is because I do love her, you know. She is more than a means to continue my family line to me. We merely do not see eye to eye on this subject. It is your loss. The chief scientist shrugged. Are you at least able to transfer the funds in time? We have already begun to make preparations to begin Project WR14, but we are short on liquidity. The sooner we have the cash in hand, the sooner we can begin our large-scale experiments. The monetary transfer will take place within the week. Barrow promised. I cannot speed up the process any further. Our family still has rules. Understood. Idni pressed his lips. We can use the additional days to perfect our experimental design. Even if my objective analysis indicates that the results from Project WR13 are not significant enough to prove that we can produce a better result, Project WRW14 still gives me hope. Any progress is better than no progress. If we run out of time, we can entrust the completion of our great undertaking to our successors. The NMRI must always persist so long as we have yet to complete our cause. For the cause, Barrow intoned with utter seriousness. The two proceeded to split up and handle their separate affairs. Chief Scientist Idni Xenokin had to prep the research labs for Project WR14. Treasurer Barrow Rakovchik had to handle all of the financial paperwork. By the time the evening arrived on this side of the planet, the workers and researchers either left the complex or stayed behind in order to have a drink and continue to share their fantasies about achieving a breakthrough in their research. Even though everyone understood that the probability that they would actually be able to succeed was virtually nil, none of the members of the NMRI expressed any skepticism. They literally couldn't. To deny the possibility that they could pilot mechs was no different from stabbing them in the heart. Just as Barrow was about to say goodnight to Idni and return to his estate, the chief scientist suddenly received a surprise call. Idni raised his eyebrow, but listened to the private call. Once it ended, the researcher continued to frown. Who contacted you at this hour? Barrow softly asked. An old friend, Idni replied. He used to be one of us, but he became involved with the wrong sort of people. That is all I can say about this subject. Oh, there must be an important reason why he chose to resume contact with you. What did he want? Idni shifted his gaze and took note of the emptying lounge. My old friend did not convey too many specifics. He only shared a few code words that we established many decades ago. I cannot confirm whether he is being truthful or whether he is still deserving of my trust. However, if his claims turn out to be credible, then I truly cannot afford to miss this reunion even if he hinted that we should not bring a security detail. You should come as well. I can guarantee that you will be just as interested. Do you have the guts to accompany me to a clandestine meeting? Do you have to ask? Barrow grinned as he finished his rice wine. If this is a plot to kidnap us, then we deserve it. I have enough of a life without mechs. Then stay over for the night. The night came and went without incident. The next morning, both men boarded a shuttle that flew to a smaller and less developed city. Once the vehicle entered an underground warehouse, Barrow and Idni stepped out and noticed that they had entered an isolated and shielded location. What was strange was that hardly any personnel were stationed at this facility. Only a dozen or so black-clad individuals were spread across the main storage floor. Each of them were holding scanners and used them to check the conditions of the cargo containers that were occupying a small part of the warehouse space. The only individual who moved closer to the parked shuttle was a black-clad man with a disturbingly calm bearing. Idni, you have brought a friend. I have, Radagast. Do you object? No, Mr. Rakovshik is known to us. Besides, we never intended to keep our cargo confidential for long. Your friend may be able to help us deliver our new goods to the right hands without getting intercepted in advance. Both Barrow and Idni began to frown. What have you brought to us, exactly? The chief scientist of the NRMI asked. The man known as Radagast grinned while raising his arm. You will love this, old friend. He snapped his fingers, causing a sharp noise to echo across the mostly empty warehouse. At the same time, a cloaking device shut off, exposing a mech that was positioned a dozen or so meters away from the new arrivals. Both Barrow and Idni initially did not look too impressed. They had seen thousands of mechs in their lifetimes. Many of them were much more impressive than the rather generic and cheap first-class mech that Radagast revealed. The only noteworthy distinction was the decorative third eye symbol placed on the forehead of the mech. It exuded a mysterious vibe that caused the two to suspect that there may be more to this seemingly plain mech than what was obvious on TH service. What is this mech? This, my old friend, is the Auto-Heretic version A, and you have no idea what the Chapter 6640 blood demonstration. From the moment Barrow and Idni beheld the so-called Auto-Heretic mech, they had no idea their lives would change forever on this day. Aside from the unusual vibe, the generic-looking first-class mech did not look all that special. Its uncoated gunmetal gray surface did not express any sort of message or personality aside from direct utilitarianism. Though the mech was clearly designed and built according to first-class standards, the Auto-Heretic clearly comprised fairly basic materials. It did not show off any outward displays of advanced or high-end technologies. It did not even feature any integrated weapon systems. This meant that the combat performance of this machine was far from matching the seemingly omnipotent capabilities of a first-class multi-purpose mech. The only noteworthy aspect about the machine was that it showed signs of being modular or semi-modular in nature. The mech was currently configured in a swordsman mech loadout given that it carried a shield and a sword on its back. Why did you bring us over to show off an economy mech based on outdated technologies and mech doctrines? Chief Scientist Idni Xenokin asked in a grumpy manner. I do not recognize most of the materials used to fabricate this mech, but I know enough to see that it will not hold up in a serious battle involving true first-class multi-purpose mechs. The tech that I can observe is also rather basic and outdated even though it also includes a few modern implementations. Such a chaotic and inconsistent approach makes me think the mech designers responsible for developing it are all mad. Treasurer Barrow Rakovshik agreed with his companion. I hope that this mech, if you are asking us to distribute or sell a machine that has no apparent advantages compared to what you can already buy on the market, then I can tell you that it is a waste of time and money. There is no profit to be made from selling a primitive modular mech when the market already has countless specialized as well as modular products that not only perform better, but also have access to much more extensive support structures. Neither Idni nor Barrow were mech designers, but as lifelong mech enthusiasts, their mech literacy actually ranked pretty high. Idni understood much of the science and engineering that was used to develop a mech. If he did not choose to dedicate his life to specializing in the fields of human neurology and neural interface technology, he could have become a serious mech designer. As for Barrow, It was necessary for him to understand the market dynamics of mechs since Urad Industries was involved in the production and sale of mechs. Even if it was not one of the biggest players on the market and was mostly engaged in OEM production, it was easy to suffer losses ranging in the billions of MTA credits if he made the wrong bet on a new mech line or mech designer. In short, the two knew their way around mechs. Right now, both Idni and Barrow had the impression that they were being fooled. The mysterious older man known as Radagast simply responded with a smile that conveyed his absolute confidence. If he wanted to sucker the NMRI into a scam, then he certainly possessed the confidence and demeanor to pull off such a scheme. Then why did he choose to base his scheme off a mech that was obviously characterized with inferior performance? Barrow refused to believe that this Radagast fellow was that stupid. No one in a first-rate state who managed to become an entrepreneur, even a shady one, could exhibit so many obvious flaws. The logical answer was that there had to be a selling point to this auto-heretic that likely made up for all of its obvious disadvantages. What could it be? The name of the mech model suggested that it came equipped with an advanced AL, possibly one that offered stronger performance than usual. Was this a mech that was especially designed for first-class mech pilots with substandard genetic aptitudes? Those who developed E and D grade aptitudes occupied an awkward position in first-class society. While they could technically pilot simple mechs, the reality was that most states and organizations disdained to make use of them. There were still enough C-grade mech pilots that were more than willing to pilot a relatively decent first-class combat or support mech. There were only so many job offerings for guard or support functions. Most first-raters who were determined to make a career out of mech piloting had little choice but to rely on specialized solutions or immigrate to a second-rate or even third-rate state. Do not be too quick to judge the auto-heretic, Radagast said as he turned around and moved closer to the stationary mech. The mech model is not perfect, but for people like the two of you, it is more valuable than a high-tier first-class multi-purpose mech. If you have the choice to own a mech used by the armed forces of the Terrans or a simple auto-heretic like this one, you will always choose the latter without exception. That was a bold claim. The two NMRI leaders suspected more and more that the special mech model included special features that were not seen elsewhere. What could it be? How could this simple mech that did not look like it could beat any of the standard offerings on the mech market possess value exceeding that of the top first-class standard mechs? Radagast only chose to keep his guests in suspense for so long. His expression finally turned serious as he floated up in the air and moved towards the opened cockpit entrance. At this point, seeing is believing. Nothing I say will convince you that my claims are true. Only by seeing it with your own eyes will you begin to understand that everything has already changed. Both Barrow and Idni took a few steps back and watched as Radagast entered the cockpit and began to activate the auto-heretic. As a relatively simple machine, the boot-up process happened quickly, especially if the power reactor and mech engine had been put in a standby state in advance. A projection soon appeared above the head of the auto-heretic that displayed the cockpit of the machine. Different from the relatively plain exterior, the interior of the cockpit was covered by metal molded into symbols and strange depictions of mechs undertaking different. The artwork likely conveyed multiple profound meanings and messages. The most profound and central one was an emblem that consisted of a downward-facing red drop of blood that enveloped a metallic gray mech. Although the symbol merely looked good, its size and prominence inside the cockpit meant that it may be central to the mysterious mech's identity. What did it signify? The two observers did not have to wonder for long, because what they saw when they directed their attention to the cockpit shocked them both. As that blood, Radagast had taken his place on the cockpit seat. The straps that bound him in place were fairly routine. What was anything but normal was the transparent blood channels that extended from the cockpit seat and stuck their needled ends into various points of the man's body. A distinctive red-colored liquid circulated in and out of those transparent channels, and not small amount either. It was clear that Radagast's body was not being drained, so that meant that was hooked up to a much larger external supply of blood. What was the purpose of this bizarre and seemingly useless function? Did Radagast suffer a rare medical condition that forced him to rely on circulating external blood through his body in order to stay alive? If that was the case, he could easily rely on an internal implant or an external device that he could strap on his back or the side of his body. Why must he go as far as to let an entire mech serve as his medical instrument? While Barrow was still trying to figure out the mystery behind this strange blood circulation system, Idni stood frozen in shock as soon as realization began to dawn on his eyes. Radagast, the chief scientist, struggled to make a sound. You, how, since when? What is the matter, Idni? Barrow asked. Idni turned to Barrow to convey his utter shock and bafflement. I may have lost touch with Radagast, but I am very certain that he used to be a norm like us. He wasn't a mech pilot back then. It is impossible for him to control a machine. Either we are looking at a battle bot that is controlled by an advanced piloting AL, or we are looking at a mech that is controlled by a man who was not a potentate by the time he reached 10 years old, but became one at a later date. Seriously, Barrow finally understood why Idni reacted in such a way. As Radagast, one of the few lucky norms who managed to gain an audience with the chosen human and received the blessing of a qualified genetic aptitude, a surge of jealousy sprung from his mind. If the second possibility was true, then Radagast received a boon that the NMRI struggled to replicate for decades if not centuries. So many people who were part of the same community had also sought to replicate what the chosen human could accomplish with a miracle. Alas, none of them had made any meaningful progress. Barrow himself did not really believe that the upcoming Project WR-14 would change the status quo, but what could they do? The new Mech Research Initiative could not afford to give up the collective dream of all of its members and supporters. Therefore, the sign of Radagast apparently piloting a mech did not evoke much joy, but instead caused the two guests to feel both jealousy and despair. They felt jealous because there was no way that the two of them could ever gain an audience with a god pilot as high and mighty as the chosen human. They also felt despair because the endeavor to replicate this miracle through the power of technology would probably take hundreds if not thousands of years to develop. Radagast, Idni asked as soon as he regained a bit of his composure. Who, or what, is controlling your machine at the moment? I see traces of both human and artificial movement characteristics in the motion of your auto-heretic. Are you in control, or is an AL pulling all of its strings? Despite being hooked up to a lot of blood channels, Radagast was still able to smile. Why not both? The auto-heretic does indeed possess a lot of autonomy. I will explain that later. What is important to know is that I am not riding a battle bot. I am only letting the auto-heretic control much of its own movement because I am unskilled in total manual control. How can you expect a norm such as myself to control a first-class war machine with the proficiency of an academy-trained mech pilot? Let me show you what I mean. Radagast deactivated all of the autonomous assistance from his machine, and the difference became obvious right away. The auto-heretic's previous movements became jerky and unstable. The mech's footing not only became more inconsistent, but the machine was clearly having trouble maintaining its balance. At one point, it had overstretched its foot, causing it to botch its walking motion and topple over until it fell sideways onto the warehouse floor. The air became filled with a loud crashing noise as the machine clumsily found itself in an undignified posture. If not for the fact that the mech was made out of first-class alloys, its fall might have actually dented or damaged the mech frame. Radagast attempted to use his highly flawed control over his auto-heretic to lift it up to its feet, but the jerky and clumsy movement of its arms and legs made that an impossible challenge. My sincere apologies for the display. I only bonded with it recently and did not have time yet to master its basic movement operation. Radagast. Barrow took the initiative to ask a very pertinent question. Earlier, you referred to yourself as a norm. Is that still true? It is, the mysterious man replied with a smirk. Did you think an individual like myself can ever enjoy the privilege of visiting the chosen human in person? Please, I am a nobody to His Holiness. I do not rely on any god pilot to gain the ability to pilot this auto-heretic. I am not relying on any cranial implants, genetic treatments or other weird transformations either. I am still a norm for all intents and purposes. If you do not believe me, I am ready to conduct a genetic aptitude test as soon as I exit from the, if you are not a potentate, then how? Isn't the answer clear to you now, old friend? Why do you think this auto-heretic has connected my blood circulation to its mech frame? I can assure you that none of this is for show. It is part of an amazing new control system, one that can allow a norm such as myself to pilot a mech without relying on neural interface technology. Impossible. Chapter 6641. Remember his name. Once Radagast had made his point while piloting his auto-heretic in an extremely clumsy and embarrassing manner, he finally let the auto-heretic bring itself to an upright position before shutting down his machine. When the new mech pilot finally exited the cockpit, Barrow and Idni immediately sought to verify Radagast's claims. Idni, the owner of the auto-heretic, spoke up. Did you bring the genetic aptitude tester? I have brought one myself, but I think you prefer to make use of your own device just to be certain. I do. Please wait, I will retrieve it right away. It took a few minutes for Idni Xenokin to return with a strange helmet in his possession. He had brought over a compact version of a typical genetic aptitude testing device. It lacked the spikes and other strange features, but it functioned almost just as well. Before Idni placed the tester onto Radagast's head, he first performed a quick inspection. He wanted to make sure its settings were calibrated to measure the genetic aptitude of an older adult human and that it hadn't been tampered with in secret. It is ready. Then proceed. Place it on my head and confirm the truth with your very own eyes. When Idni placed the helmet onto Radagast's head, the scientist also activated a data feed that allowed him to receive detailed data. The genetic aptitude tester started to beep and activate a few lights. This showed that it had entered into an active state. Idni deliberately chose to conduct the most thorough and time-consuming test process in order to be absolutely thorough. This made the test last for over 3 minutes as the device needed to be thorough in exploring the data transmission and processing capabilities of various parts of Radagast's brain and parts of his spine. The test process imposed quite a bit of strain on Radagast's central nervous system. He flinched and gritted his teeth at times as he felt as if his head was being rammed by a shuttle. All of this was necessary in order to generate the most precise and detailed data. As a neural interface specialist, Idni was able to effectively interpret all of the readings from the device. His expression grew more and more perplexed. By the time the test came to an end, Radagast removed the helmet from his head on his own initiative and faced his old friend. "Are you convinced now, Idni?" The chief scientist remained frozen in silence. Barrow gazed at Idni in concern. He could scarcely believe that he had come across a mech that could actually allow a norm to pilot it. The result from the genetic aptitude test was therefore of utmost importance. "What did your tester say?" "The genetic aptitude tester has confirmed without shadow of a doubt that Radagast's genetic aptitude is F grade. It is completely unqualified to pilot a first-class mech, let alone the most basic third-class mech. The data and the result are likely not falsified. I have observed the raw data readings carefully and saw nothing that indicates that any impropriety has occurred." Barrow tried his best to keep his increasingly restless heart under control. "What if the genetic aptitude tester got tampered anyway? I want this to be true as much as you do, but we cannot take this information at face value." "Do you think I am gullible, Barrow?" "Of course I know that. As a scientist, it is second nature for me to verify the validity of the results. If possible, I would truly like to bring Radagast and his auto-heretic mech back to the NMRI in order to conduct a detailed battery of tests. I am afraid that I will not be able to oblige," Radagast said. "You are not the only group of mech enthusiasts that I have to meet. The auto-heretic is a gift that must be spread to as many people as possible. Besides, you do not need my presence in order to thoroughly determine whether this mech model is the real deal." Both Barrow and Idni widened their eyes. "Are you saying that we can pilot this mech ourselves?" Barrow almost whispered his question. "Perhaps, right now." The two NMRI leaders felt hopeful until Radagast directly shot down their suggestion. Why are you tempting us with a mech that has apparently shattered the genetic aptitude tyranny, only for you to deny us the chance to experience it ourselves?" Radagast remained calm in the face of two mech enthusiasts who had already become utterly consumed by their desire to pilot their own mechs. "You misunderstand," the man calmly explained. "I am not rejecting your request because I want to. It is because it is physically impossible for you to pilot my auto-heretic. You see, the same control system that is used to allow a norm such as myself to control the mech is tied to my body and supposedly more. From the moment I piloted this mech for the first time, it has become bound to me. The blood that is circulated by the new control system has also changed to reflect my augmented physiology. Therefore, attempting to pilot it will not only cause you to fail, but also suffer a fatal case of blood poisoning unless you have implants that can handle this condition." That caused Barrow and Idni to lose their anger. They grew confused. "How does this new control system work exactly?" the chief scientist of the NRMI asked. "And what does it have to do with blood?" "The new control system that defines the auto-heretic model is called the Karman system. It is named for the medium which is used to enable a norm to form a bond with the mech that allows the two to communicate with each other. Do not ask me how it works. None of the scientists and engineers in my employ have managed to decipher anything meaningful. I eventually chalked it up to mech designer magic." That caused Idni to feel perplexed. The revelation that this so-called Karman system only managed to overcome the genetic aptitude tyranny due to mech designer magic was disappointing to say the least. As a conventional scientist who possessed a strong interest in mechs, Idni Xenokin had come into contact with mechs, mech designs and the metaphysical qualities that made them different from other manufactured goods. Idni still did not understand how the whole outperformed the sum of its physical parts in such an obvious and inexplicable manner. He had tried his best to obtain answers from many different mech designers, but they never offered any helpful information. Eventually, one of his mech designer friends warned Idni that it was a good idea for him to suspend his inquiry. If he continued to chase for answers, the Mech Trade Association might decide to pay him a not-so-friendly visit. Idni wisely decided to drop the matter. That did not mean he lost his curiosity, but he could only hold it in to prevent any undesirable consequences. Right now, his desire for answers had grown a lot more. If he knew that mech designer magic had become powerful enough to casually make the impossible come true like this, then he would have investigated this phenomenon to the end. Damn, Idni cursed. What is the matter, my friend? The auto-heretic here is not as great as I thought. I cannot deny that it is a historic mech for allowing a norm like Radagast to pilot it, but it doesn't advance our science and technology as much as I wished. Idni sighed. If this Karman system can only work because of the metaphysical support from a single person's design philosophy, then I think that reverse engineering it will be a nearly impossible challenge. This was what conventional scientists and engineers hated the most about mech designers. The latter essentially cheated their way into creating stronger and groundbreaking mechs. The worst part about it was that mech designers were so exclusive towards their chosen war platforms that they never took the initiative to share their innovations beyond their instruments of violence. This was another reason why other combat vehicles got phased out. Even if they had good qualities that were no worse than a mech frame, the latter would still perform better because of the support of mech designer nonsense. The only consolation was that the biggest and most radical innovations eventually did get figured out, usually after the responsible individuals advanced to the rank of master. While this ensured that the technological contributions of mech designers partially spread to humanity's other industries, it also meant that the development of mechs always stayed several steps ahead of the development of starships and other technological goods. What class? Idni asked the most critical question that was currently on his mind. Class 9. The scientist groaned. That makes this worse. Class 9 design philosophies are always the most difficult to decipher. It may take decades if not centuries to reverse engineer the auto-heretic and its Karman system. That is at least an improvement compared to our prior situation. Barrow commented, look on the bright side. We not only have a mech that has broken the genetic aptitude, tyranny, but also offers us clear directions to how it is able to accomplish this. So long as the NMRI and many other research institutions keep studying the Karman system, we may be able to develop our own substitutes within several decades. Class 9 design philosophies long held a notorious reputation for being difficult to impossible to replicate through purely standard technological means. In truth, many scientists simply did not bother to spend their time on deciphering them because the effort was not proportional to the reward. This only added to the mystique of Class 9 design philosophies. This was different. The Karman system meant far too much to many norms to give up so easily. It was not just the research institutions that had been looking to fulfill the cause that would be interested in this endeavor. Many other groups that previously had no interest in trying to open up mech piloting to norms would be frantically trying to figure out the working principles of the Karman system as well. The very future of mechs and its place in human society was at stake. Until the day had come when humans had completely torn down the genetic aptitude tyranny to the point where it could never make a comeback, it became crucially important to preserve the auto-heretic design and protect its mech designer as much. Who are the designers of the auto-heretic? Idni asked next. And which one of them is responsible for developing the Karman system? One of the mech designers involved is a master mech designer who has not been named. Surprisingly, he or she is not responsible for developing the Karman system. It is actually the invention of a senior mech designer by the name of Vase Larkinson. Vase Larkinson. That name will soon become famous across the galaxy. Radagast predicted with certainty. I am not surprised that you are not familiar with him. No one is. He is apparently one of the mech designers who immigrated to the Red Ocean. Despite the fact that he is no longer able to come back to the Milky Way, he has left a PP behind, so his works are still functional in this galaxy. Normally, that is of no relevance to us as his works have never spread too far beyond a star cluster in the galactic rim, but this time is different. Professor Larkinson is doing extremely well in the new frontier, so much so that he has taken advantage of the conditions to develop his Karman system. The people of the Red Ocean have access to these new mechs as well. Yes, and they are apparently called Karman mechs. They are already being sold over there. Now, Professor Larkinson and his backers have generously decided to share his marvelous gift of a mech design to us, the people of the Milky Way. Wait, Barrow said, how can this Vase Larkinson release this mech to the Milky Way when he is 50 million light-years away? Did he design this so-called Karman mech before the Great Severing? No, Idni said, that is definitely not the case. This auto-heretic uses technological principles that have been developed in the current generation. It may have been upgraded from an older design, but I do not think that is likely seeing how new and fresh it appears. Don't ask, I do not have all of the answers. Radagast simply said, I am not the developer of the auto-heretic. I am merely a broker of sorts. I can only supply you with as much information that I have received myself. If you want more answers than that, then you are welcome to conduct your own investigation. Vase Larkinson, Barrow and Idni both remembered that name. They would definitely look into him and his exploits. What sort of design philosophy did he come up with that enabled a norm like Radagast to pilot his own Karman mech? Chapter 6642. Barely entering the mech community at this point in time, Barrow and Radagast were already convinced that the auto-heretic mech was the real deal. They did not think that Radagast would attempt to hoodwink them because it did not make sense. The profits that he could earn from a possible scam was too low, and the heat he would attract would be far too high. After all, Barrow was not only the treasurer of the NMRI, but also the CEO of a major corporation of the Gensur Federation. As long as he was willing to spend enough money, there was no way that Radagast could shake off pursuit. While Barrow and Idni were frankly eager and impatient to pilot their own Karman mechs, they also wanted answers. Information may be even more important than the opportunity to pilot a Karman mech right away. The latter would only allow them to fulfill their own long-held dreams, allowing them to die with a smile on their faces. The former would give them the clues they needed to eventually allow the entire population of humans in the Milky Way to pilot their own mechs one day. The two initially became a part of the NMRI in order to fill up the gaping hole in their hearts. However, when Barrow and Idni came into continuous contact with selfless researchers who dedicated much of their lives and careers to open up mech piloting to the rest of the population, they eventually came to value the cause just as much. Information therefore became a high priority to the pair of leaders of the NMRI. Surprisingly enough, Radagast readily supplied all of the data and information in his possession. Here you go, the older man said as he transferred a series of files and documents to his guests. I have sent you the original package that you will need to fabricate your own auto-heretics. Mind you, the 3 mech designs corresponding to every tech level are only localized to the Yana star cluster in the galactic rim. If you want to produce your own copies of the auto-heretic line, you will have to design your own based on the included mech templates. That did not come as a big surprise to Barrow and Idni. The former dealt with mech templates frequently while leading Urad Industries. The latter had been involved in translating mech templates into region-specific mech designs in the past. Idni already began to study the design. The mech templates are not too bad, and the designs they are based upon are not that complicated. Our in-house mech designers over at the NMRI should be able to rush out a localized mech design within a week, maybe 2. It will take longer to develop more proper mech designs, but I do not think that anyone has enough patience to wait that long. Can you spot the Karman system? Barrow asked. I can. It is obvious how it starts at the cockpit and spreads across the internals of the Karman mech. It is not what I expected. I know my biotechnology, so I cannot see anything that is responsible for opening up a new data transmission channel between the mech pilot and Karman mech. This doesn't make any sense. Why did the mech designer go out of his way to include a human-derived vascular system scaled to a mech when it doesn't do anything except circulate blood to different parts of the frame and back to the pilot? Although Barrow was not a mech designer or a biologist, he knew enough to understand that this was nonsense as well. Are you saying that the Karman system works by blood circulation alone? Can it be that the blood cells contain data that is transferred from one party to another and back again? Absolutely not. Idni shook his head. Such a primitive means of data exchange is incredibly slow and prone to errors. The lag time between issuing a command and having a mech execute it may be several seconds long. It is impossible to pilot a mech with so many delays. Blood is being used in a different manner that somehow allows for much faster data transmissions between the two parties. Radagast nodded. You are right. According to what I know, the blood does not convey data directly, but it is not redundant either. Trust me, my men have tried. Attempting to control a Karman mech without sharing blood between the two of us is not possible. That signified that blood still played an important role, though how remained unclear. Tell us more about the mech designer, his design philosophy and how the Karman system fits into his work. I was just about to explain that. I will give you the short version. Radagast began to introduce the basics. Mechs are alive, that is impossible. Idni heatedly reacted. Class 9 design philosophies are known to be ridiculous, but this is beyond the norm. Radagast merely smiled in response. My initial reaction was not that different from yours, but you will change your mind soon enough. From the moment I first interfaced with my personal auto-heretic, I personally discovered that it is all true. In fact, it is exactly because the Karman mech is alive that I can control it without a neural interface. How? The Karman system. It forms the conditions that are necessary to form what is called a blood pact. It is exactly what it sounds like. It is some sort of metaphysical covenant that any human, even a norm, can form with a living mech. Blood serves as the connecting medium between the two of us. The Karman system is therefore especially designed to produce a form of blood that is compatible and adaptable to the physique of most humans. The auto-heretic design does include a large amount of safety warnings that this does not apply to everyone. First raters and certain second raters who have undergone more extreme or alien forms of physical augmentation, this was not a big surprise. Augmentations always came with dangers and complications. Those who committed to the pursuit of greater performance more extensively than others naturally had to pay a price for their greed. Of course, it was not impossible for them to pilot a Karman mech. They just had to hire the right biotech experts to modify the Karman system of an auto-heretic to accept the circulation of a different kind of blood. Neither Barrow nor Idni had anything to worry about. Their augmentations were not too extreme compared to the average in the Genser Federation. What is the blood pact exactly? I cannot begin to describe the science of it, but I can constantly feel its existence. Radagast replied, From the moment I formed a blood pact with my mech, I can feel as if an invisible tether has formed between myself and the machine. We are truly tied to each other. The best description that I have heard is that the blood pact is a marriage. It is a lifelong commitment that you can never back out on. The pact will exist for as long as either of us are alive. If any of us die, the pact will become invalid, and the survivor will not be able to form a similar bond with anyone else for the rest of their lives. These words conveyed a huge amount of information. Barrow and Idni quickly managed to figure out the most important implications. Does that mean we can only pilot a single Karman mech for the rest of our lives? If the Karman mech gets destroyed but the pilot survives, the Karman mech pilot has lost his only chance to pilot a machine, Radagast said in a serious voice. I know how this sounds. It completely contradicts everything you know about mechs. The manual written by Professor Vase Larkinson is very clear about the flaws and shortcomings of his third-generation Karman system. Everyone who becomes a Karman mech pilot must cherish their only machine like a treasure. You must never get involved in unnecessary battles and you must make sure to upgrade your bonded machine on a regular basis. The auto-heretic is especially designed to make that easier. Realization dawned on Idni's expression. So that is why this auto-heretic is designed as a semi-modular mech. This mech is designed with upgradability from the start. It is easier and less costly to upgrade individual auto-heretics on a piecemeal basis. Barrow meanwhile found it difficult to accept the limitations of the Karman system. I do not know whether to be happy or disappointed. I am happy that the Karman system allows norms that have been forgotten by the mech community to pilot a real mech, but the gap between us and potentates still remains wide. The latter will always enjoy an advantage as neural interfaces do not come with as many restrictions. It may be ridiculous for Barrow to complain about Karman systems when they represented a massive leap in possibilities for norms like himself, but he was already beginning to think ahead. The limitations of Karman systems all but relegated norms who were able to pilot Karman mechs to an embarrassing status within the mech community. Even if Karman mech pilots managed to get inside, they would still be seen as undesirables who would instantly become useless as long as they lost a single mech. Idni smiled and patted his friend's back. Who cares what other mech pilots think? What matters is that we can finally pilot a mech. Be grateful for that, Barrow. We need to take this step by step. It took over 4 centuries for a brilliant senior mech designer to devise an alternative control system to the neural interface. It is clearly stuck in early development, so there is definitely a considerable amount of room for improvement. It is possible that Professor Larkinson is already working on the 4th generation of his Karman system. Even if he is not, the NMRI and all of our partner institutions will definitely pick up the slack. Our descendants will be able to enjoy better options, but for now we must make do with early generation products. He was right. They might be able to pilot better Karman mechs in the future if they remained patient and waited for a number of years and decades, but how could they possibly hold themselves back for so long? Their dream was within their reach. After waiting for over a century to achieve marginal progress in their collective quest to open up mech piloting to the masses, now they found out that their main goal had already been completed by another mech designer. The two couldn't wait any longer. They only managed to maintain their composure because they were pretty sure that Radagast did not invite them here for no reason. When can we begin to pilot our own Karman mechs? Barrow asked. Now, if you want, Radagast said as he gestured to the side. A set of warehouse doors slid open, revealing 2 pristine auto-heretics that had recently been unpacked from their containers and were currently being prepared for use by a team of trusted mech technicians. These are yours as long as you agree to do us a few favors. That instantly caused Barrow to grow vigilant. He knew that there was a price for making use of the auto-heretics. A mech like this that could turn nearly any human into a mech pilot was indeed far more valuable than a high-tier first-class multi-purpose mech. What is your price? Nothing unacceptable. I can assure you of that, Mr. Rakovshik. Radagast responded with a smile. I represent a party that has a strong interest in spreading the auto-heretic across human space. In order to ensure that the Big Two and other authorities do not succeed in suppressing the proliferation of this revolutionary mech line, we must ask for the assistance of mech enthusiasts such as yourselves to help us spread the mech templates, mech designs and copies of the actual Karman mechs to as many people as possible. Is that even necessary? A product like this already sells itself. It is not as straightforward as you think. You may think that a mech that can be piloted by norms does not need heavy promotion, but that is only true in a society that is not governed by the Mech Trade Association. You see, there are several reasons why the mechers may do everything in their power to ban the sale and use of the auto-heretic models. Idney frowned. He could already deduce a few of the reasons why the MTA would seek to keep these Karman mechs out of the hands of civilians. Barrow did not understand. Shouldn't the MTA be pleased that the mech community is now able to encompass everyone? No longer is it limited to mech pilots, mech designers and all of the support personnel whose work is related to mechs. Now, many more people can enjoy the wonders of mechs. They are no longer limited by the capricious results of their genetic aptitude tests. That is true, but there are good reasons why this mech line is called the auto-heretic. This is because it flagrantly defies and makes a mockery out of many of the long-standing rules and customs enforced by the MTA. Chief among them is the prohibition on autonomous mechs. Have you noticed how well I piloted my auto-heretic at the start? That is because I let the living mech control much of the actions of the mech frame. If necessary, the living mech can even take complete control over itself. Do you know how the mechers will react to a mech that does not necessarily need humans in order to fight? Oh, that explains why you are introducing us to the auto-heretic at this location. The auto-heretic is labeled as a high-autonomy living mech. Each of the 3 mech templates and mech designs are designed from the ground up to give a large amount of leeway to the living mechs. While I am told that they are not hackable in the conventional sense due to the metaphysical basis of their living existence, they can still be turned against their own pilots and other humans under extreme circumstances. Accepting these Karman mechs will mean that you openly oppose the MTA's strong prohibition on autonomous war machines. That is disappointing to hear. In other words, the act of researching, producing or piloting the auto-heretic was considered a crime from the perspective of the mechers. The rules set by the MTA left no ambiguity on this matter. Karman system or not, so long as the machine could control its own actions independent of a human, it had turned into a potential threat to the human order. Radagast clasped his hands. Now that I have done my due diligence by warning you about how the mechers may respond, what is your decision? Idney scoffed. Do you need to ask? The MTA has never done anything to help norms such as ourselves. We had to struggle to raise our own funds and devote our own time to research on how to turn mech piloting into a common profession. As far as I am concerned, Professor Vase Larkinson has single-handedly done more for us than all of the star designers put together. My dream has always been to pilot a mech no matter the circumstances. Barrow said in a voice filled with determination. If the MTA arrives and takes me into custody by the end of the day, I will not mind at all, because to pilot a mech even once is already enough to make this experience worth it. I agree with my friend. The MTA has done nothing to earn our respect, so why must we extend ours? Nothing could stand in the way to realizing their dream and fulfilling their common cause. They were even willing to become enemies of the Big Two if that was what it took to pilot a mech. Chapter 6643. Another heretic. Barlow Rakovchik and Idni Xenokin did not fully comprehend the depth of how the auto-heretic mech line violated the most central precepts of the Mech Trade Association. Even if they did, their choices would have remained the same. This was because the significance of being able to pilot a mech was too great. Individuals who were over a century old and had labored for many years for a solution to the genetic aptitude problem were far more excited at this precious opportunity than the average mech enthusiast. The longer their dream had been denied from them, the more they yearned for it to come true. Now that they discovered that a strange mech designer who originated from the galactic rim not only managed to achieve a critical breakthrough in this research, but also translated his galaxy-shaking innovation into real reproducible mechs, how could the two leaders of the NMRI possibly resist? From the moment Radagast had brought them into this warehouse, the outcome had already been set in stone. The two mech-obsessed idiots did not even care whether they could potentially become enemies of the MTA as a consequence. Just like many other people, they initially looked up to the Mech Trade Association for becoming the holy land for all matters related to mechs. It was only after they suffered repeated setbacks and discovered that the MTA only truly looked out for its own interests that it had lost its aura of righteousness and benevolence in their eyes. Of course, that alone was not enough for Barrow and Idni to make a decision that would have made most mechers furious. In the end, it all came down to the chance to become a real mech pilot. While the two could argue about the semantics of whether a Karman mech should still be considered a mech, they frankly didn't care whether the former had left the scope of the latter. If a Karman mech not only looked like a mech, but also had to be controlled in a similar enough way, then that was good enough in their opinion. How could they possibly ask for more? It helped that the two had developed a deep and searing hatred of neural interface technology. Neural interfaces made mechs possible. No one could doubt that the tech opened up a new mode of warfare that had fascinated humans since the start of the age of mechs. However, the fact that only 3.5% of the human population could use it to pilot mechs had always served as a source of pain to the other 96.5%. Therefore, even if neural interfaces defined mechs, norms truly did not actually possess much attachment for this control system. Even so, most of the researchers over at the NMRI continued to research ways to expand the pool of eligible users because they did not know any better. All research into developing alternative control systems had yielded no better results. This led many mech enthusiasts to conclude that the only way to realistically open up mech piloting was to achieve a breakthrough in neural interface technology. Truth to be told, they just did not know any better. They also associated mechs with neural interface technology so much that their cognition was unable to separate the two from each other anymore. If a senior mech designer who was a complete unknown to the vast majority of original humanity like Vase Larkinson had not randomly developed and released the Karman system, then researchers such as chief scientist Idni Xenokin would have continued to research neural interface technology in vain. Vase Larkinson had proven to everyone in this sphere wrong. He showed through his own works that the true way to open up mech piloting was by developing an alternate control system all along. In an instant, the sacred and inviolable position that neural interface technology occupied in the hearts of Barrow and Idni had collapsed. The significance of this change in attitude was profound. For the first time in centuries, a new category of mechs had arrived that did not even include a neural interface in the cockpit. Although the extensive manual that came along the mech templates stated that Karman systems could be used concurrently alongside neural interfaces, that was of no relevance to norms such as Barrow and Idni. The pair already got over their disappointment at the many limitations of an early-generation Karman system. This was because it was a million times more benign compared to the extremely harsh requirements for using neural interfaces. With this mindset, the two leaders of the NMRI entered the cockpits of the Karman mechs that Radagast had prepared for their use. When Barrow was about to sit down on the strange and slightly intimidating cockpit scat, he took a moment to glimpse at the emblem that was proudly applied to one of the interior walls. The image of a downward-facing drop of blood enveloping a mech evoked a lot of different emotions. What did it mean? Was it a direct reference to the Karman system that essentially defined the auto-heretic line? Was it a dedication that signified that many humans had shed real blood in order for Professor Vase Larkinson to invent his radically different control system? Or was it a prophecy that foretold that Karman mechs like the auto-heretic would directly and indirectly trigger bloodshed on an unprecedented scale since the start of the age of mechs? As a CEO of a large first-class industrial enterprise, Barrow's vision was not small. Although his overwhelming desire to pilot a mech had caused him to override all other concerns, that did not mean he had blinded himself to the many implications of the release and proliferation of the auto-heretic models. He could already foresee that if many more people suddenly gained control over their own war platforms, they would inevitably gain the urge to make use of their new possessions. Since Karman mechs like the auto-heretic were mainly designed for combat, even a fool could foresee that a lot of fights would break out in the near future. This was especially the case if the auto-heretic was as autonomous as Radagast and the manual suggested. The lower the threshold to controlling a Karman mech to an acceptable degree, the faster a new owner would feel tempted to take it out for a spin and fight another mech. Without the years of training, experience and guidance that produced highly professional and disciplined mech pilots, many new users of Karman mechs would. This may be another important reason why the MTA would prefer to suppress the definitely turn into a menace to society spread of Karman mechs. Barrow sneered. So what? At this point, he was not about to let anyone stop him from piloting his own personal. The deterrence of the Big Two no longer held any significance to him anymore. He would gladly pilot a Karman mech, and he would try to make it his mission to share this opportunity to as many norms as possible. This was because he could understand other people's pain of being unable to pilot a mech as well. Barrow took one last look at the emblem of the Karman mech. The image evoked a sense of forbidden glee inside his heart. It was as if piloting this mech would damn him in the eyes of those who benefited from the status quo. If piloting this Karman mech means that I will become a heretic, then I shall accept my new identity with open arms. The man performed a solemn salute to the symbol. He would have preferred to make this gesture of respect to the inventor of the Karman system in person, but he was stuck in the wrong galaxy. Once he was ready, he took his seat and immediately felt as if his machine was trying to analyze his body. Before you can interface with your auto-heretic for the first time, it will first scan your physiology and blood type before changing its own organic makeup to increase its compatibility. Radagast explained over a transmission. This process can take 5 to 10 minutes for most people. There is not much need to worry. One of the differences between an auto-heretic version A and the lesser editions is that the Karman system is much more capable of replicating many of the common augmented blood configurations that are popular today. It can't reproduce every variation, but it is designed in a way that knowledgeable experts can easily modify the Karman system to accommodate more exotic and unusual blood variations. The designers of the auto-heretic did not have to worry about this problem as much when they developed Karman mechs for the third-class and second-class mech markets, but the first-class market was a different story. The more prosperous the state, the more common a multitude of genetic treatments became for humans to benefit from. Finally, the initial adaptation process came to an end. Just as expected, neither Barrow nor Idney had augmented themselves to an extreme, so the first-class Karman system was easily able to adapt to their physiques. The two auto-heretics that still remained mostly dormant had begun to produce a faint noise. That was the Karman system at work. It was already synthesizing the special blood variations that should be a lot more compatible with the physiques of their respective pilots. It would do no good to anyone if the auto-heretic accidentally killed its own pilot due to blood poisoning. One of the screens inside the cockpit provided a helpful checklist. Once the last item got ticked, Barrow and Idney knew that there was nothing stopping them from activating their machines. You are clear to go and activate your new auto-heretics. Go ahead, introduce yourselves to your new partners for life. It will change you forever. When Barrow slowly pressed the button, the entire cockpit began to light up. It was as if dawn had finally arrived on a continent that had been struggling in the dark for multiple. As the main systems of the auto-heretic slowly entered a more active state, Barrow uttered a soft gasp as a multitude of needles stuck into his body and precisely connected to his blood veins. Soon enough, he could feel the forced extraction of his own blood, only for the artificial blood produced by the Karman system to fill the gap. This was a deeply uncomfortable physical experience. Barrow felt so much terror and discomfort that he even felt tempted to jump out of his cockpit seat and tear out all of the blood channels. It was a good thing that the straps kept him in place. He couldn't do anything aside from letting the Karman system exchange his blood with his mech. As human and machine began to exchange each other's blood, they gradually began to feel each other's presence. Barrow could not describe the sensation of getting into contact with a completely different but intelligent life form. He understood a lot better what a living mech actually meant. Wonderful, the contact started off shallow, but steadily grew stronger and more intimate. Both sides had already begun to introduce themselves and feel each other out. Neither of them encountered anything that could stop them from forming a permanent bond with each other. In fact, they liked each other right away. Barrow was more than willing to partner up with any Karman mech even if it performed like a third-class machine. The auto-heretic already exceeded his expectations as far as he was concerned. Though young and new, the auto-heretic already started out as a second-order living mech. That granted the Karman mech enough awareness and understanding of its own existence, purpose and mission. It was a blessing for a Karman mech to be able to partner up with a wealthy and capable man, even if he was a little too old to become a soldier. The blood pact formed without any issues or complications. The strong desire between the pair to prosper and fall together had sped up its formation and caused it to start off a lot more solid than in most cases. Shortly after the pact came into force, Barrow immediately became flooded by a wealth of data. He could feel the mech and the surrounding environment with much greater detail than his augmented human senses. So this is what it is like to pilot a mech. Although his overwhelming experience with interfacing with the Karman mech for the first time did not entirely match the descriptions on how neural interfaces worked, Barrow figured that this was by far the most superior control method. This was because the blood pact gave him much of the data that was relevant to piloting his auto-heretic, but did not exert any excessive load on his brain. Somehow, the blood pact was directly able to dump data and information into his mind without exerting excessive strain on his brain cells. How is this possible? Barrow was not a neural interface specialist like his friend, so he soon set this question aside. Instead of trying to figure out how the blood pact even worked, it was much more important for him to enjoy the actual experience of controlling a mech like it was his own body, but on a much larger scale. At least this part matches the descriptions. Chapter 6644 Illusionary Power. For the next 10 minutes, Barrow and Idni were practically having a religious moment. They could scarcely believe a day like this had come. Before they arrived at this nearly empty warehouse, the two leaders of the NMRI had no idea that they would get to skip through all of the scientific effort they thought was necessary to complete their cause and directly pilot a mech on the spot. Hey. Barrow was doing it. He was actually doing it. For the first time in his life, he finally became a real mech pilot. Ha. It was everything he expected and more. Barrow no longer felt weak and frail in his small human body anymore. Instead, after forming a mysterious pact with his living mech, he was able to borrow the other party's senses and gain the illusion that he was in control of a much larger and more powerful mechanical frame. Ha. This is all I ever wanted. The rush of power he gained from this experience was intoxicating. It was no wonder that mech pilots always regarded norms as weaker and more inferior than themselves. How could ordinary people ever measure up to mech pilots when the latter gained the power to topple structures and devastate landscapes in their artificial new bodies? There was no substitute to this kind of exhilaration. Spacers who crewed warships may arguably be in control of far greater firepower, but the reality was very different from one's imagination. The larger and more powerful the warship, the more people necessary to crew her stations. The individual power held by a single individual was ultimately split between hundreds or thousands of officers and ratings. Due to humanity's general paranoia against automation and hacking, these human crew members were essential to operating any warship. Mandatory human operation was baked into the designs of the ship classes from the onset, making it so that no single unhinged human could throw a weapon of mass destruction onto a city with the press of a button. Therefore, Barrow never thought of substituting the unique experience of piloting a mech with serving on a warship or operating other weapon platforms. What mattered the most to people like him was to gain sole control over a responsive war machine. The control system also had to allow for direct data transmission between human to mech. Trying to operate a big machine through buttons and levers just did not cut it, and letting an advanced AL do all of the hard work discredited the experience. That was rather ironic, as the only reason why the two auto-heretics were able to walk and move their arms was because they were relying heavily on the autonomous control of the living mech. Of course, Barrow and Idni attempted to pilot their Karman mechs on a fully manual basis after they got tired of letting their new battle partners do all of the hard work. They quickly found out firsthand why mech cadets needed to study for at least 10 years before they were deemed ready and able to pilot combat mechs for a living. This is really difficult. The data is overwhelming. How can I possibly keep track of so many moving parts? The differences between human and mech body structures is making me feel confused. Even the barest of motions was enough for the completely green Karman mech pilots to botch their controls and cause their machines to overextend and lose their balance. Most mechs were able to maintain their balance with the help of gyroscopes and other devices on an automatic basis, but the two overconfident fools had accidentally deactivated it when they insisted on going full manual. As a result, their mechs tripped on their feet and crashed onto the warehouse floor in an undignified manner. Ha 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 ha. Radagast laughed as he observed the clumsy Karman mechs attempting to right themselves. Now you have a taste of what I felt when I tried to operate my Karman mech manually. We are still a couple of years too early to be able to move and fight with our new partners without relying so much on autonomous assistance. I understand now why the mech designers granted so many control rights to the living mech. Idni spoke with realization. A living mech is not comparable to an AI at all. I know how artificial intelligences operate. I have participated in the programming of a few of them myself. A living mech is greater than an AL because it is sentient to the point of being able to feel and understand emotions. This has always been the forbidden realm of ALs. When all of those AL-oriented research institutions discover that living mechs have already exceeded their cutting-edge experiments on this front, they will eagerly purchase as many auto-heretics as possible just to decipher Professor Larkinson's proprietary tech. It did not matter that Larkinson had developed a Class 9 design philosophy. Those who had been working towards the holy grail of AI technology could not resist the urge to study real examples of machines gaining enough sentience to become as smart as animals. However, that was not the extent of what the auto-heretics could become. Radagast smiled as he explained the essence of living mechs. If you have studied Professor Larkinson's works in design philosophy, then you should know that living mechs are a means to a goal for him. The point of their existence is to grow alongside mech pilots such as yourselves, thereby helping you grow faster in turn. From the moment you formed a blood pact with your personal auto-heretic, it will grow stronger, smarter and more capable in many ways. They are sort of like the familiars that frequently show up in all of those magic and wizard dramas. According to the old and horribly outdated record of Professor Larkinson within the MTA's database, his design philosophy was officially classified as mutual growth. Many people did not fully understand what that meant, but once they piloted any of his living mechs, they understood. The living mech that Barrow had partnered with was like a juvenile that was constantly soaking up information from his mind. He felt as if he was a parent all over again. However, instead of taking years to carefully raise a child to a competent adult, he was able to accelerate this process many times over merely by relying on the blood pact as a direct transmission channel. Each time Barrow piloted his living mech in the future, it would definitely absorb and digest much of what it learned. This should not only make the mech stronger, but also understand its mech pilot a lot better. The only point he was unclear about was how Barrow exactly benefited from this relationship. He suspected that mutual growth pointed towards a more profound form of progress. Was it called that way because mech pilots who made use of living mechs broke through more frequently than others? That shouldn't be true. If this was the case, then Professor Vase Larkinson would have become a lot more famous. As Barrow and Idni continued to try out their mech with heavy assistance from their living mechs, they eventually had their fill and reluctantly disengaged their machines. If they had their way, they would have preferred to keep piloting their machines all day, but they could not ignore the greater implications that this subversive mech would have on the rest of human society. Once they exited the cockpits and left their new partners behind for the time being, the pair of guests found themselves inside an office that was more heavily shielded and jammed than the rest of the warehouse. Radagast. Idni spoke to his old friend who he hadn't contacted for a long time. Let me thank you for giving us the opportunity to acquire and pilot these Karman mechs so soon. How much time has passed since they have been released? I am not clear about this, the host said while shaking his head. I only received them more than a week ago from another source that you are better off not knowing. Your NMRI is among the first priority customers that I thought of introducing you to the auto-heretic mech line. I used to consider you all fools for wasting so much of your lives on mechs that could not possibly exist. Now, even if none of your work is responsible for the successful development of the auto-heretic, I have changed my stance. You are the people who appreciate this opportunity the best. I believe I can entrust you to help spread the new Karman mechs without doing anything that can impede their spread. Barrow looked skeptical. The Auto-Heretic is obviously a mech that flagrantly violates several of the most important rules of mech design and human technological development in general. I do not believe the MTA is blind to the point of missing the existence or the spread of these mechs. You are correct. Radagast nodded. There are many agents like myself, and more true believers such as the two of you who have pledged their full support towards our common goals. The mechers may have already identified many of us, but they have yet to take action on a widespread scale because they still need to form a new policy around this emerging issue. However, once the MTA has decided on its policy, you should be aware that your good days are over. If you still reside in a prosperous and highly developed star system, the mechers and any authorities they hire will be able to find you with case. You will have to relocate to more remote locations if you want to work with Karman mechs in the future. Is that the plan of our ultimate benefactor? Barrow wondered. You seek to overwhelm the MTA's response forces by recruiting us across the galaxy and splitting us up and having us hide on so many obscure planets that the cost does not outweigh the benefits. Exactly. Radagast never intended to hide such details in front of a pair of smart leaders. This is not a flawless plan. The mechers have already taken people into custody, though their numbers are small for the time being. Sooner or later they will come to you. Piloting the Auto-Heretic makes you a heretic. Unless you find a way to join one of the forbidden organizations that openly resist the Big Two but still manage to eke out their living, your time will come to a faster end. Barrow simply smiled as a response. I am not unwilling to end it all if that point has arrived. I have already completed my initial life's mission. Any additional piloting sessions that I can fit into my schedule are icing on the cake. What a fatalistic mindset. He truly felt this way, though. This is not about the two of you, but all of the other norms across the galaxy. Radagast said, every norm deserves to experience sound on a different level. I will leave the strategizing to the professionals. I alone cannot defeat the pervasive influence of the MTA, but the two of you are different. You have the research capabilities, the production facilities, an enormous relationship workshop and other favorable conditions to do what is right for everyone. We will localize the Karman mech templates and develop mech designs that we will spread to everyone free of charge. Barrow decided, hoarding the mech templates and mech designs is completely counterproductive. We should spread it and encourage those with starships to leave for other destinations before spilling the word. We cannot settle for using mech templates and mech designs, my friend. Idni warned. We need to produce large quantities of Auto-Heretics. Only by giving all of the skeptics access to real Karman mechs will it gain credibility. While several trustees have decided to start their own factories in their corner of the galaxy, the delays are too long. It is better to use existing mech factories for this purpose. The two greatest issues related to production is that the biotech components Karman system can only be grown, and that living mechs cannot be made with the use of materialization technology. Idni looked mildly surprised when he heard that. That will make it harder for large companies to produce Auto-Heretics en masse. It may actually be the smaller and independent workshops and mech companies that can proficiently produce mechs through more conventional methods. If this was the case, then they were better off spreading the localized mech designs of the Auto-Heretic to a large number of messy and chaotic workshops and other small-scale production facilities. Chapter 6645 The heresy spreads. Days passed since that fateful meeting with Radagast. While the mysterious broker left the planet in order to deliver his other batches of Auto-Heretics to other groups, Barrow and Idni returned straight to the NMRI with their new Karman mechs. They not only brought along their personal Karman mechs, but also transported an additional 8 Auto-Heretics that were ready to bond with any willing norm. Suffice to say, each and every executive that received an exclusive offer from Barrow and Idni agreed to form a lifelong pact with a mech that they would have looked down upon in normal cases. Just like everyone else who formed a blood pact with an Auto-Heretic, they did not care about its lackluster performance or the many limitations of the Karman system. They already got sold from the moment they heard that they could control the mech through an experience that resembled the use of a neural interface, but conveniently omitted the excessively high wear and tear on the brain. This is impossible. How can you control a mech with your brain when there is no direct interface? Is this the power of a Class 9 design philosophy? Although the leading members of the NMRI all reacted with shock and confusion at the bizarre qualities of the Auto-Heretic, that did not stop them from praising how well it substituted the function of the neural interface. If not for the extremely inconvenient rule that they could only form a single blood pact with a single Karman mech, they would have definitely regarded the Karman system as the most perfect invention in the history of mech development. Once the 8 remaining Karman mechs found their new owners, Barrow and Idney subsequently called every member who was present at the NMRI facility for a general meeting and introduced the auto-heretic. The reactions from the hundreds of researchers and other personnel were initially skeptical, but that soon changed when all 10 leading members of the NRMI hopped into the cockpits and piloted their Karman mechs as a demonstration. Even though this display could easily be faked by turning the so-called Karman mechs into battle bots, people's trust in their leaders was too high. There was no way that ardent mech enthusiasts like Treasurer Barrow Rakovchik would try to deceive them all like this. At most, the Karman system may indeed be able to deliver on its astonishing promises, but do so at an unimaginably high price. Nobody really paid much attention to the latter, though. All they thought about was how long they would have to wait until they could pilot their own Karman mech. Barrow smiled as he addressed the most pressing concerns of his fellow friends and like-minded mech fanatics. Quiet down. Be patient. While our off-world supplier has only been able to deliver 10 Karman mechs to us, he has also supplied us with the mech templates and the original mech designs for all 3 versions of the Auto-Heretic line. It is fully within our capability to derive a localized mech design based on the first-class version of the Auto-Heretic mech template. The Karman mechs that you see before you now are copies from a different mech design. While they can be used for reference value and other research purposes, we will not be able to reproduce their exact design due to differences in material supply. The Genser Federation was not only rich in valuable ore deposits, but also engaged in extensive trade and commerce. Even so, it would be troublesome and unreasonably expensive to start producing mechs that required the NMRI and its partners to import uncommon exotics 3-star clusters away. Most members of the NMRI understood the logistical constraints of trying to reproduce an unlocalized mech design. From today onwards, the NMRI will formally suspend all ongoing R&D projects. Barrow announced in his more officious posture that he regularly used it in his main job. The existence of the Karman system, the Auto-Heretic mech line and the mech templates has given us all we need to start producing mechs that can enable all of us to pilot our own mechs. Since the Karman system is leagues ahead of our own research projects, it is not worth the time and effort to try to expand the eligibility of users of neural interface technology. Many researchers such as Idney Xenokin looked upset, but also resigned. They had already given up on the notion that their research could redeem neural interface technology. However, there were also several other specialists who had become so invested in their research projects that they could not stand the thought that they had essentially wasted all of their years on an intellectual effort that ultimately contributed little to no value to their self-worth was at stake. The lead researcher of Project WR13 raised the strongest objection. Just because a strange senior mech designer who scurried off to the lost red ocean managed to give us all a way to pilot mechs does not mean that our work has become a wasted effort. Every failure or disappointing result we attain is another step towards progress. The more we learn through our repeated failures, the greater our chance of producing a successful result. We would be doing ourselves and our many predecessors an enormous insult for abandoning our current line of research when we are only halfway to our destination. Another researcher voiced his own objection. I will not deny the historic advances made by Professor Larkinson. The distinguished woman spoke with an eloquent voice. His Karman system has solved the most urgent problem that has plagued all of us. Yet what if his Karman system cannot be improved past this point? What if we are forever stuck with pairing a single human to a single mech if we favor the Karman system to the exclusion of all other options? What if the Karman system contains hidden dangers that cause any bonded Karman mech pilot to age prematurely and die within a decade? Another researcher concurred. We cannot grow overdependent on a single solution. The Karman system comes with too many flaws. Not only that, but the only reason it works in the first place is because it relies entirely on metaphysical phenomena as opposed to more tangible and physical phenomena. The fact that there is no direct interface between the mech and the brain is proof of that. How are we supposed to study and imitate a channel as inscrutable as this, blood pact? None of us possess the right expertise to begin to understand its principles. We would be better off if we stick to our current fields. Perhaps we can learn a number of valuable lessons from the Karman system and apply our gains to neural interface research. The voices in support of neural interface research started to gain more momentum, but Barrow remained unmoved. I am not claiming that it is a dead end or that no innovation is possible in this field. I am merely being realistic about our capabilities, and so are others, including your very own chief scientist who is one of our foremost experts in the field of neural interface technology. The fact of the matter is that the NMRI does not have the funds and talents to study the Karman system and Karman mechs while at the same time sustaining your current research projects. Instead of chasing after a mirage that may or may not come true in the far future, I would rather have our institute devote our budget and energy to the subjects that truly matter. That was not good news to many of the researchers. It was clear to them that the Karman system had little in common with neural interfaces. Idni Xenokin actually grew angry at the reluctance of his fellow researchers. "Neural interface technology is dead to us," he shouted, causing many of his fellow researchers to look aghast. "It is not obsolete, as potentates can still make excellent use of them, but what does it matter to us? Remember what the NMRI stands for. The new Mech Research Initiative was founded to complete the mission of developing a new kind of mech that can allow norms such as ourselves to enjoy the same power and privileges as potentates. Now that one such a new mech has arrived at our doorstep that happens to replace the cursed and narrow-minded neural interfaces entirely, why are you not welcoming it with open arms? Even if the existence of the Karman system had directly made us all redundant, I would gladly welcome this development because the opportunity to pilot a Karman mech is more important than conducting research that has never produced any serious results in centuries." His rebuke successfully caused most researchers to reflect on themselves and recognize that they too preferred to pilot a real mech than to waste their time on tech that had become irrelevant to them all. Now that a far better alternative had arrived, there was not strong reason anymore for them to stick to neural interfaces. Barrow grinned at his audience. "The NMRI will shortly begin to restructure. We will devote ourselves entirely to the research and development of Karman mechs and the Karman system for the benefit of the Gensur Federation and human civilization as a whole. Our immediate priority is to develop a localized mech design from one of the mech templates in the fastest possible time frame. I cannot state the importance of completing this priority project within a week or preferably sooner. After we have completed a reasonable design, we will use our workshop and our closest partner companies to fabricate the first batches of Karman mechs. Who will get to pilot those Karman mechs first?" a manager asked. "You," Barrow directly pointed at the man before sweeping his hand across the gathered people. "All of you will receive the offer to take possession of a Karman mech and pilot it first. We have made the special decision to buy an auto heretic from us at a discount of up to 80%. This discount will be applied to the estimated production cost of 800,000 MTA credits per copy. I am aware that this is still a considerable sum for many of you, but our institution is willing to extend low-interest loans to any of you whose finances are tight." That was great news to most of them. The volunteers worked for the NMRI out of love for mechs and a desire to contribute to the cause. Their incomes weren't entirely competitive, mostly because the institute did not wish to squander its donation money. For the NMRI to still go out of its way to supply the first batches of auto heretics to them was an incredibly valuable privilege, especially when many of them could foresee that demand would become so high that everyone else would have to wait much longer. Barrow's expression suddenly turned serious. "However, if you agree to receive one of our Karman mechs and pilot it, you must also be prepared to face hostility and retaliation from those who oppose what the auto heretic line stands for and how its availability may change our society. The MTA may decide to initiate a crackdown in as little as a day. We will never give up in our attempt to fulfill the cause, so we may become wanted criminals in a month. If you are not ready to sacrifice your life and well-being to open up mech piloting to every human, then you can submit your resignation letters after the conclusion of this assembly." A tense atmosphere had fallen over the previously jubilant members of the NMRI. Many of them had just begun to realize that their work at this institute had become a lot graver than before. They could suffer real adverse consequences if they continued to devote their work on a variation of a mech that contained multiple forbidden features. The treasurer of the NMRI summed up their new reality if they chose to stay and fight. "We are no longer engaged in a hopeless technological goose chase. We are turning from researchers who explored the limits of neural interfaces to fighters and agitators who must do everything in our power to help the auto heretic mechs spread across the Gensur Federation and beyond, even if it costs us our life. Only then shall we be able to repay our gratitude towards Professor Larkinson for gifting us this miracle without expecting any remuneration." Though the members of the NMRI weren't soldiers, they gradually got caught up in the excitement of the moment. Compared to everything else in their lives, nothing mattered more than to pilot a mech themselves, and share this precious opportunity to others. Barrow abruptly raised his fist in a martial manner. The Karman Revolution has begun. Chapter 6646. The calm before the storm. Events accelerated quickly after the NMRI got introduced to the auto-heretic line. Many neural interface specialists and related researchers reluctantly or decisively abandoned their ongoing research projects. As much as they hated to admit it, if their entire discipline failed to improve the usability and accessibility of neural interface technology in the last 4 centuries in a meaningful way, then how probable was it that they could attain a breakthrough in the next 4 centuries? A few scientists argued that they had accumulated so many theories and experimental data over the years that they were on the cusp of a major breakthrough. If they just kept mining dirt in the same direction, they would definitely stumble upon a rich ore vein within the next decade. Of course, these voices held little credibility. They were clearly trying to preserve their own jobs and importance within the organization. They had also become too attached to neural interface technology to refuse that it had utterly failed the population of norms throughout human society. Compared to this incredibly fussy and sensitive old tech that had been explored to death, many members of the NMRI had quickly developed a fascination for Karman technology. When the researchers began to examine the 10 copies of the auto-heretic that was currently in the NMRI's possession, they found far more questions than answers. They did not have a single clue how living mechs worked. They did not possess the expertise to understand the phenomenon and lacked the instruments to collect any relevant data about them. What was worse was that they found it difficult to find any relevant academic literature. The only useful references they could find on the galactic net were old articles and interviews related to Professor Vase Larkinson and his works. The problem was that much of his own words only offered surface-level knowledge on living mechs. Even if he had been quite frank about his own mindset when he worked on his living mech designs, his guidance was devoid of specific instructions. A more serious problem was that the galactic net of the Milky Way also lacked any publications related to the father of Karman mechs after the Great Severing had occurred. This was an even greater problem. Since the auto-heretic line had clearly been devised within the last year, Professor Larkinson must have made a major breakthrough during the period that the Red Ocean got cut off from humanity's home galaxy. Certain circles soon found out that Professor Larkinson actually taught an introductory course on mech design at a Terran university. Unfortunately, there was no way to obtain his lesson material. He advanced to senior shortly before the Great Severing. Any students he taught were all humans stuck in the Red Ocean. If any of his lesson material ended up on the galactic net or in the possession of certain groups, then it was virtually impossible to obtain any of it due to the separation of communication networks between the two galaxies. Although there were persistent rumors that certain parties, such as the Big Two, still maintained secret lines of communication with their Red Ocean cousins, the NMRI did not have access to such exclusive information channels. They could only start to research the operation of Karman mechs from the basics. While they could not physically detect the presence of the Blood Pact and directly observe its operation, they could still measure the activity on both the Karman system as well as the brain of the Karman mech pilot. Their initial studies confirmed that the Karman system was truly responsible for allowing a human to control a machine in a similar nature to what could be accomplished with neural interface technology. However, there were definitely differences between the two control systems. We should have reserved at least one of the auto-heretics for a potentate. Chief Scientist Idni Xenokin complained. It would have been great if we could obtain the input of a genuine mech pilot on how exactly his piloting experience differs. Can professional mech pilots make use of Karman mechs as well? Barrow raised his eyebrow and asked. They can. The other man smiled. The Karman system does not care about genetic aptitude and neural interface technology. It is an independent control system that operates through an entirely different set of principles. There is a mention in the manual that the Karman system actually complements a neural interface when used at the same time. This has massive implications for mech pilots who suffer from brain damage or possesses a low genetic aptitude. Using the two control systems at the same time is ostensibly an excellent means to raise the effective genetic aptitude of a mech pilot by varying degrees. A C-grade mech pilot may be able to perform as a B-grade mech pilot, therefore earning the qualifications to pilot first-class multipurpose mechs. These were huge implications that had enormous value to potentates with genetic aptitudes ranging from E to B. It was a pity that Barrow Rakovchik was no such individual. He was just a norm, so he had little sympathy for the difficulties that mech pilots who lacked the coveted A-grade genetic aptitude endured. Is it possible to design a variant of the auto-heretic that includes a neural interface? The businessman asked. It is, though the variant should only be of interest to disabled veterans and so on. Idni responded, "It is not worth our time and effort to cater to this special segment. We should stick to serving the customers we know the best, which is the citizens of the Gensur Federation and our neighboring states. I have already made contact with other partner institutions. Only a third of them have received copies of the Auto Heretic, but they have already obtained the virtual data packages containing the most crucial Mech templates and accompanying documentation. We are all working to serve our own populations by giving them access to localized variants of the Auto Heretic version A and version B. It might sound strange for first-class institutions to devote manpower and resources to developing localized variants of the first-class as well as second-class versions of the Auto Heretic line, but it was quite a shrewd choice. Most ordinary citizens of a first-rate state did not have the income to pay for 800,000 MTA credit Karman Mech. They weren't even able to obtain enough credit to pay for a first-class Mech that cost as much as an apartment in a decent city district. The version B therefore became a much more attractive choice. Even if the second-class Auto Heretic was completely useless in first-class combat situations, it didn't matter so long as ordinary civilians only wanted to obtain the experience of piloting a Mech. It was also a lot cheaper for Mech factories to produce and distribute Auto Heretic B Mechs on a massive scale. Since everyone who signed up to the Karman Revolution already gained the awareness that the MTA was looking to crack down on the new machines, it became more important than ever to make the jobs of the Mechers as difficult as possible. By making the Auto Heretic B Mechs so cheap and easy to produce, the revolutionaries could sell a second-class Karman Mech to any first-class citizen. Of course, the elevated price levels of a first-rate state like the Gensur Federation meant that the production cost of a single copy of the Auto Heretic B was at least twice as much as the estimated default cost of 1.5 MTA credits. Other costs came into the picture as well. Barrow estimated that distribution, insurance, sales and so on would all cause the final sales price to hover at around 8 to 10 MTA credits. Even so, most citizens were still able to scrounge up 10 MTA credits with relative ease. They might not be able to last a second when confronting a genuine first-class Mech, but if they truly wanted to make a career out of Mech piloting, they could choose to emigrate to a second-rate state if they wanted. "How soon will our designs be ready?" Barrow asked. Idni raised 3 fingers. 3 days. This is longer than our initial estimate because we wanted to put our own stamp onto the localized Mech designs. Our Mech designers found that there is enough leeway for the lead designers of the projects to apply their own design philosophies to their variants without compromising the functioning of the Karman system. They are not quite certain about the threshold, so they are keeping their own contributions modest for the time being. This will help to differentiate our early Mech designs from others, and also prove that the Auto Heretic Mech line is inherently open to change. Didn't the unnamed master Mech designer who assisted in the design of the original Auto Heretics apply wild modularity to the Mech templates? Every customer should be able to request their own upgrades on an incremental basis. That is true, Barrow, but we do not think every customer will make use of this service. It is costly and it takes time. There is a market for variants that are a little more different from the more authentic variants of the Auto Heretic. In our case, we are making sure that we implement changes and tweaks to the modular systems and standards to conform to what is popular in our region. This way, customers will be able to slot existing compatible Mech parts to their personal Auto Heretics. The two talked a bit more about their efforts to bring more Karman Mechs to norms. Though time was of the essence, the NMRI still had an obligation to release proper products. While news about the Auto Heretics had already begun to spread among certain circles, human civilization had remained mostly quiet for the time being. Tension built up every day. The calm before the storm could only last for so long. Neither the Mechers nor the Fleeters had taken any overt actions, though they were most certainly aware of what was taking place. It was not until one day was left before the NMRI completed its localized variants of the Auto Heretic line that the secret had been shattered. A pre-recorded announcement made by a god pilot known as the Beast of Fear had spread across human space. This was no ordinary transmission. While the short but incredibly significant video file had initially spread through the galactic net at breakneck speed, the COM consortium rapidly clamped down on this activity. The organization that controlled the galactic net of the Milky Way had been ready to intervene from the start. Since the COM consortium danced to the tune of the Big Two, it was almost certain that it had done this at the direction of the MTA or CFA. It didn't matter. Many mysterious agents such as Radagast had already traveled to numerous different star systems and set up the arrangements to spread and broadcast the announcement among the local populations. With the use of data chips, encryption and local collaborators, a vast conspiracy had sprung forth to spread the message of the God Pilot as extensively as possible. Even if only 10 to 20% of human-occupied planets managed to hear the announcement, its contents would most definitely spread to the rest of human society. There was no way to stop all humans from traveling to other destinations and spreading the news by themselves. The galactic net also became filled with talk about this hot subject. There was no way to stop so many people from spreading the message. The COM consortium would practically have to shut down the galactic net in its entirety if it wanted to block the news. The major players understood that the Big Two had clearly been caught off guard. If a random nobody made this announcement, then it would have been a lot easier to suppress the news, at least on a temporary basis. However, the Mechers apparently failed to anticipate that one of their vaunted God pilots was a part of this conspiracy. Even if the Beast of Fear was one of the most notorious and least respected God pilots in the Milky Way, a huge amount of people still possessed a high desire to hear anything related to such an incredibly powerful figure. The fact that his announcement was being suppressed by the Big Two only egged people on. They became more and more enticed by the latest taboo. They wanted to know what the fuss was about. Chapter 6647 Spreading Wildfire. The public announcement made by the Beast of Fear was pretty easy to obtain for most people. Even if they did not actively try to seek it out, some of their family, friends and coworkers would definitely try to secure the video file in one way or another. Sales of data chips and other cheap data storage devices had skyrocketed. In fact, people could still download the file across the galactic net as long as they explored its darker corners and were willing to put up with convoluted encryption and other safety measures. Once they received the file, they could easily play the video by themselves. The Beast of Fear did not appear by showing off his monstrous, tentacled and wolf-shaped biomech frame. He instead used his god kingdom to display a more photogenic human avatar. Of course, the silhouette of his god mech still loomed in the background. Humans of the Milky Way, I bring you both good tidings and bad tidings. In the past year, the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance has learned of a new development in the Red Ocean. Those of you who believe we no longer maintain any communications with our displaced brothers and sisters are mistaken. All of the press statements released by the MTA on this subject are filled with lies. What is important is the development in question. A famous senior mech designer called Vase Larkinson has released the first Karman mech to the public of the Red Ocean. Some of you may already know what a Karman mech does. A Karman mech is equipped with Professor Larkinson's innovative Karman system. This is an alternative control system that works completely differently from traditional neural interfaces. Karman systems come with their own limitations, but are free of other limitations as well. One of the most important implications is that norms, humans who do not possess adequate genetic aptitudes that are suitable for piloting mechs, can also pilot a Karman mech. You should understand how much Karman mechs can change our entire society forever. I, the Beast of Fear, have come to admire Larkinson's Karman mechs. I have contributed what little aid I can to import his unique take on mechs and spread our own version of a Karman mech in the Milky Way galaxy. I have done so knowing that the resulting auto-heretic line will exist in defiance against the MTA and the CFA. The initial responses from the Big Two have only vindicated my assumptions of their attitudes. Copies of all three versions of the auto-heretic appeared by his side. The mechs did not look impressive when placed alongside a god pilot, but they still held a lot more meaning to all of the norms that dreamt about piloting their own machines. The human avatar of the Beast of Fear shook his head in disappointment. The initial groups of people who received the copies as well as the files necessary to reproduce the auto-heretic line welcomed the chance to make a difference by making mech piloting available to norms. However, the same cannot be said for the god pilots, star designers and galactic mech counselors of the MTA. The admirals of the CFA are likewise dismissive of the notion to allow common humans without special brain conditions access to mechs. As a formerly proud member and leader of the Mech Trade Association myself, I am sickened by the elitist attitudes of my supposed peers. This is why they regard me as a pariah and seek to belittle me every chance they have. They regard the auto-heretic mechs as threats to public safety and order because it would give more than 3.5% of our population access to mechs that can be used to fight. The Big Two prefers that you remain civilians and victims because you are easier to control that way. The mechers and fleeters have never been interested in letting space peasants such as yourselves pilot your own war machines. As far as they are concerned, their perfect order will remain pristine and unchanged as long as only potentates are allowed to pilot mechs. How slanderous. His words would definitely shock a lot of people. Since he was a god pilot, many listeners would definitely assume that he was being completely truthful in his characterization of the MTA. Are you content with the Big Two's policies towards your state? Are you willing to let the Mechers and Fleeters deprive your state of its sovereignty, its independence and even the right to choose its own arms? Then do not let the MTA and CFA force you into their web of stifling and overly restrictive rules. Break your shackles and take control over your own future. Do not let the Mechers and the Fleeters succeed in their attempts to erase the auto-heretic and all other Karman Mechs from the public domain. Rise up, brothers and sisters. Take control over your own destiny and fight to retain the right to pilot your own mech. Only when every human can pilot his or her own mech will we be able to unleash the true potential of our race. Let the Karman revolution sweep across our galaxy. As the recordings of the Beast of Fear continued to spread like wildfire, everyone knew that the cat was out of the bag. News of the auto-heretic mech line and its Karman system could no longer be hidden from the masses anymore. Perhaps the Big Two recognized the reality that no secret could be kept forever, but they certainly would have appreciated more time to adapt to the immense changes that this epical invention could unleash upon a severely unprepared society. An additional week of preparation would have made a huge difference. The sector headquarters spread throughout human space had already begun to mobilize their forces and other personnel in order to undertake large actions. However, it still took a lot of time for those forces to get into place and make the right preparations. Relying on the planetary branches alone was not enough to suppress a much larger population, of which many of them were in favor of embracing Karman mechs. Although the Big Two anticipated various different possibilities, they never judged that a god pilot of all people was not only directly involved in this scheme, but also chose to step out of the shadows and make a public stand. The Beast of Fear has gone too far. I always warned you that we should have never tolerated the MTA Unbound Humanity faction. They are all rebels who want nothing less than to tear down our association and other institutions. Your misguided strategy of appeasing them and pretending that we are listening to their concerns has cost us our only chance to nip this crisis in the bud. You are a genetic degenerate if you think the Fleeters and us can suppress the spread of this auto-heretic. Human space is too big, and our numbers are too few. No matter how many monitoring systems we use and no matter how much personnel we send, there will always be space peasants that slip through the cracks and spread the data on the mech templates, mech designs and other files necessary to reproduce their own Karman mechs. I agree. If we mobilize all of the forces that we can spare and activate all of the forces under the control of our associates, we may be able to keep the auto-heretics from appearing inside first-rate and second-rate states. As for third-rate states, impossible. There are too many of them that are spread out across vast regions of space. We do not have the first-class multi-purpose mechs and starships to dispatch forces to every dirtball with a human settlement on it. The planetary branches that we have established on them may be able to handle the local situation without requiring reinforcements, but do you know how many people will begin to hate us for it? Those branches are not as impregnable as you think. They have much better hardware at their disposal, but they cannot resist the might of a planetary uprising. The third-class space peasants may have the numbers, but they do not have the wealth and resources to threaten our reign. At most, we can retreat from their space and let them fend for themselves. Then they shall discover how much they have taken their peace and stability for granted. That will completely destroy our legitimacy. You are paying attention to the wrong states. The real threat lies within the Greater Terran United Confederation and the New Rubarth Empire. The existence of the auto-heretic line has different implications for them. We must pay closer attention to their actions. If my calculations are correct, then they will certainly do their best to spread the auto-heretics and fan the flames in the shadows. In fact, they may have already begun to do so. If the Terrans and the Rubarthans make widespread use of Karman mechs, then other first-raters will make the same demands. Then what do we do? Are you suggesting that we must admit our defeat and allow the auto-heretic to spread completely out of our control? Anarchy will quickly follow, especially considering that Professor Larkinson has helpfully turned his works into high-autonomy living mechs. We prioritize stability and security over other priorities. Forget about banning the auto-heretics. We should merely ensure that any use of these Karman mechs should take place well outside of populated locations. The owners of auto-heretics will never agree to relinquish their machines, but they will reluctantly agree to any reasonable request to practice and fight at locations where collateral damage can be reduced to the minimum. That will make us look weak in a period where we must show strength. We have already lost our image of strength when a senior mech designer and a young one at that has made mech piloting available to norms. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, our reputation which we have built and maintained over the course of centuries is about to experience its first historical plunge. If we do not engage in actions that generate positive PR right away, the public may soon crucify us. I shouldn't have to warn you of the consequences of losing our legitimacy. For the first time since the start of the age of mechs, the hegemony of the Mech Trade Association was at stake. There were plenty of star designers and other extremely clever people within the association. As soon as they gained access to the data and information about the auto-heretic, they quickly realized the magnitude of the threat it posed. The fact that Professor Vase Larkinson, who was doing extremely well in the Red Ocean, had deliberately designed a Karman mech for the Milky Way and used vast networks of shady brokers and scummy smugglers to spread the mech templates everywhere was a strong indication of a vast conspiracy against the MTA. The star designers whose comprehension of mechs had reached the ceiling in this galaxy set aside their critical work and devoted all of their time to investigating the mech that solved a problem that even they couldn't solve. This is a mech designed with ill intentions. The Lord of the Skies concluded. From the moment of conception, the auto-heretic was designed to not only violate the taboos of our industry, but break them so thoroughly that it will change our industry forever, and not for the better. Apollo voiced his own opinion. As much as I admire the ingenuity of this Karman system and the bold decision to make the living mech autonomous, the mech designers responsible have flagrantly ignored the very real risks that their works can backfire on the humans they are meant to serve. If our tools are able to outgrow their dependence on us, then it is only a matter of time before they break out of our control and seek their own independence. The only reason that may restrain them for a time is if they have formed a blood pact with a human mech pilot. What happens if the auto-heretic survives but the mech pilot has perished? The Lady of Motion looked irritated. It is regrettable that Professor Larkinson has already anticipated the possibility that we could shut down his auto-heretic mechs through the Kingdom of Mechs. I am surprised that the Red Kingdom has recovered and grown so quickly after being cast away. Red humanity is doing better in their dangerous dwarf galaxy than we initially expected. Red humanity, or at least a small group of red humans, have also launched a deliberate attack onto the present order that we are safeguarding. The auto-heretic mech templates may appear as a magnificent gift to our branch of humanity, but we know that it is nothing less than a Trojan horse. We are under attack. The humans that have become isolated from us in only 3 years have already begun to plot against us, and I may have discovered their true purpose. What have you discovered? Demonic cultivation. Every star designer gathered in the meeting went still at that mention. There was hardly a greater taboo within the upper levels of the MTA than cultivation. Demonic cultivation especially evoked alarm among the leaders of an organization that previously dethroned their cultivator masters. If this is the case, then the threat level of this line of mechs must immediately be raised. What is the Five Scrolls Compact doing at this time? Chapter 6648. The Big Two strikes back. When everyone and their mother had seen the Beast of Fear's announcement, the Karman Revolution had begun in earnest. While the Red Ocean had already kicked off its own Karman Revolution, the biggest difference with the revolution in the Milky Way was that it commenced in spite of the opposition from the Big Two. As the dominant rulers and hegemons of human space, the MTA and CFA experienced their first true challenge to their reign since the start of the Age of Mechs. The Big Two had been on guard against potential threats and challenges from the first-rate superstates and the surviving alien empires that had been licking their wounds on the other side of the galaxy. They never expected that their first and potentially fatal challenge would come from a red human of all possibilities. Perhaps a number of far-sighted thinkers may have predicted that as red humanity continues to diverge from original humanity, the two would eventually grow so far apart that they would constitute two separate species and civilizations. In the long term, that might cause the two branches of humanity to come into conflict with each other, but that was supposed to happen many years later, not a few years after the Great Severing. This meant that the Karman Revolution unfolded in two completely different ways. The Karman Revolution of the Red Ocean was bloodless among humans as the Red Three fully supported the rollout of the Yellow Jackets. The Karman Revolution of the Milky Way had not yet led to large-scale outbreaks, but hidden fights and conflicts had already broken out behind the scenes. If the fighting among the warring groups and factions continued to escalate, then it was only a matter of time before the revolution turned bloody. Shortly after the spread of the Beast of Fear's message had spread too wide for there to be any hope of suppressing it further, the MTA and the CFA moved unusually quickly and began to take more overt actions. One of them was to order the COM consortium to tighten communications across the stars. Long considered a mostly free and unrestrained communications network, the galactic net began to experience an unprecedented degree of crackdowns, blockades and service denials. Due to the highly centralized nature of the quantum entanglement nodes that make the galactic net possible, the COM consortium was able to exert widespread control over remote communications. Many people found that it had become a lot harder to talk about the new auto-heretics and the implications of the Karman system. Of course, the more tech and computer-savvy individuals could always find clever ways to circumvent the censure on this subject, but the COM consortium was not incompetent. The organization became a lot more aggressive in its enforcement of the new rules. It expanded its workforce and employed more proactive ALs to keep the galactic net relatively clean of any talk about the latest taboos. It was especially forbidden to spread around any Mech templates or Mech designs based on the auto-heretic line. The sudden and overt repression from the COM consortium did not go unnoticed. Many people grew dissatisfied and outright angry at the organization. For the first time in centuries, the people felt as if the galactic net had lost its purpose as a free information source. While it was not unusual for the COM consortium to scrub freely available information about confidential secrets, restricted technology and other forms of paid and exclusive content, many people disagreed with the decision to treat Karman mechs in the same way. A lot of those individuals began to circumvent the galactic net entirely and focused on more primitive means of information transmission. They held more in-person meetings. They traveled around across the surface of a planet, or to an entirely different star system. The Milky Way Galactic Gate Network ironically promoted this sort of activity to a huge extent. For the first time in recent times, people were able to travel from one end of human space to the other end without wasting decades on travel time. In fact, the existence of lesser Beyonder gates made it possible for the auto-heretic mechs to spread from the Yana star cluster to practically every other star cluster in a matter of weeks or months. Now, the same network that was responsible for revitalizing commerce and tourism across human space now began to be used to smuggle all kinds of people, data chips and other matters related to Karman mechs. Even if the Gate Consortium quickly responded by banning the transportation of auto-heretics and imposing mandatory checks on all data-carrying devices, there was no way the inspection methods could stop the transmission of all forms of data and information. For example, there was nothing the Gate Consortium could do to stop people who literally memorized the Mech designs or other forms of information of the auto-heretics. It was such a hopeless endeavor that the inspectors responsible for fulfilling this burden did not even try anymore. For one, the delays imposed by all of the strict inspections could easily grind all of the Gate transfers to a virtual standstill. That would massively reduce the Gate Consortium's revenue and make it unsustainable to fund the entire Gate network and surrounding infrastructure. Another problem was that the people who worked at the Gate Consortium did not necessarily agree with the stance taken by the Big Two. Even though the MTA made vague promises that it needed a lot of time to thoroughly inspect the auto-heretic design and either improve it so that it became a lot more harmless, or design their own version of a Karman mech that was supposedly safer, nobody believed in the MTA. The beast of fear had already instilled a huge amount of distrust and suspicion towards the mechers. The human population was no longer willing to take them at their word. The era in which the MTA could publish practically any information and assume that the space peasants would eat it all up without complaint was gone. As a result, a large number of ordinary workers at many different organizations actually started to resist the measures taken to stop the proliferation of Karman mechs. The workers of the Gate Consortium only made a token effort to scan for any contraband. The employees of the COM consortium did not work too hard to check whether people were secretly transmitting forbidden data across the galactic net. There were even people within the Mech Trade Association itself that openly or secretly opposed the measures taken against Karman mechs. We are making the wrong decisions. We should embrace Mech innovation, not stifle it. The arguments you have made against the potential dangers of Karman mechs are valid, but I am not hearing any solutions from you. The best way to deal with an innovative but flawed mech such as the auto-heretic is to go all out to design a superior version of it. No matter what, the norms of our galaxy should not be denied. They have a right to pilot mechs, and we have a right to protect them from their own short-sightedness and lack of discipline. Do you understand how quickly these highly inexperienced pilots will enter into conflict? Without the necessary training, how can you expect them to show any discipline? We are part of the Mech Trade Association. One of its mandates is to protect our civilization from the threats and abuses posed by mechs. This is why we set standards and enforce them to the strictest degree. As soon as we begin to slip even once, all hell will break loose. Debates continued to rage within the halls of the MTA as many different factions and individuals became divided from each other. Naturally, the old guard was generally a lot more hesitant towards allowing the auto-heretics to proliferate. The new guard comprising the younger generations were a lot more open-minded about it, though they still had their fair share of contrarians. As the supporters of the so-called Carmen Revolution became more ardent in their stance, so did their detractors. The Big Two and especially the MTA might have lost a lot of respect all of a sudden, but there were still a lot of people who continued to hold it in high esteem. The proponents of the MTA's stance towards Carmen mechs truly believed that letting more humans gain access to mechs was a recipe for disaster, especially if it happened at a fast pace. They began to organize themselves and generate more effective opposition. They had even begun to call themselves the Guardians of Peace, as their mission was to protect the current stable order. One of the consequences of keeping states in a permanently modest state of militarization was that wars never escalated. Beyond a point, this was the brilliance of the Big Two's policies towards mechs and warfare. The proliferation of the auto-heretic and possibly other Carmen mech models threatened to completely upend this order. This was not just because states could become a lot more militarized, but also because the people's diminishing respect towards the MTA and its overly restrictive rules threatened to turn human space into a more lawless society. The Guardians of Peace actually began to gain a lot of support. The active support from the Big Two played a large role in this, but there were genuinely a lot of people who preferred to remain in a society where dangerous mechs that could kill hundreds of minute could be found everywhere. People within not everyone adored mechs. The more proactive among the Guardians of Peace had even begun to infiltrate the inner circles of the so-called Carmen revolutionaries for the purpose of feeding information back to the MTA. The crackdowns intensified, and so did the animosity between the two sides. As the Carmen Revolution continued to burn across human space, the auto-heretics quickly became available to a lot of people. While nobody dared to sell them in places where the Big Two, the Guardians of Peace and their many lackeys held sway, there were still a lot of places where they could not exert effective control. Rural planets, underground tunnel complexes, barren moons, asteroid belts and so on all offered suitable places for the Carmen revolutionaries to come together and share their enthusiasm towards the auto-heretic mechs. We have just received a batch of 16 auto-heretic mechs of the Ice Hunter version 1.2 variant. Come pick them up while our stock still lasts. The Ice Hunters are optimized for ranged warfare and feature a more effective heat management system that pairs well with energy weapons. Our design studio seeks 3 journeyman mech designers to assist us in designing a new variant of the auto-heretic. We are looking to take on mech designers with Class 2 design philosophies with a special focus on armor systems, preferably of the heavier variety. Our new arena tournament starts tomorrow. The deadline to sign up ends in 4 hours. Be aware that the fights will be brutal. If you want to earn our extravagant prize pool, then you will need to overcome 7 successive Carmen mechs. Each fight will not end unless one Carmen mech has become combat ineffective. If you fail to surrender before your blood pact breaks, then is over for you, so make sure you have what it takes before you participate. A huge amount of norms suddenly entered a parallel mech community and immediately became flooded by experiences that were previously reserved for true mech pilots. It was too much for many of them, but there were still plenty of Carmen revolutionaries that embraced all of the fun and excitement. Yet the joy occasionally did not last long as the Guardians of Peace came to break up the new communities. Alert! Hostile fleet incoming. 60 first-class multipurpose mechs have deployed from their respective carriers. It's the slaves of the Big Two. It is too late to run away. Once the Guardians of Peace gain control of our base, they will destroy each and every auto-heretic, thereby ruining our only chance of piloting a mech. Rather than let them take away one of our fundamental rights, we should make our stand and fight to the end. Let us fight to the end. Chapter 6649 Herzog Kaden vs. Mackie Incorporated. While the Carmen revolutionaries and the Guardians of Peace began to clash against each other at an increasing frequency, the truth was that their scale of conflict was still relatively contained. Most fights involving auto-heretics were actually conflicts that pitted one group of Carmen mech pilots against another group of Carmen mech pilots. The Big Two's fears towards the potential damage and chaos caused by the uncontrolled proliferation of auto-heretic mechs were not unfounded. Many of their predictions came true. On a rural third-class planet in the galactic rim, a conflict had broken out between 2 rivaling companies. Both of them maintained a range of commercial interests on the surface, ranging from banking services to groceries. Herzog Kaden was an old and established tyrant. The company was founded on the planet and managed to gain dominance over multiple sectors due to its explicitly local focus. By prioritizing the hiring of local employees and constantly emphasizing the pride that customers gained by actively supporting their planetary champion, Herzog Kaden had long been able to repel off-world competitors that sought to chip away at its market share. However, all of that changed over 20 years ago when Mech Incorporated arrived and exploded onto the scene. Different from other off-world competitors, Mech Incorporated was founded by a group of entrepreneurs who originated from the planet but moved to more developed star systems in order to receive more advanced education. Now, a bunch of these young but successful graduates had decided to team up and return to their home planet in order to introduce the local population to more advanced and modern goods and services. Relying on the identity of the founders, Mech Incorporated managed to overcome the typical xenophobia that local consumers expressed towards foreign companies. Even though Mech Incorporated still employed a large proportion of foreign workers, their superior education and qualifications elevated the fresh new company and enabled them to win over a customer base that was tired of the lack of competitiveness of the Herzog Kaden. Naturally, both companies soon began to generate friction. Even if the profits that could be earned from a rural planet was only a fraction of that on an industrial planet, the latter typically featured a lot more competition. As long as Mech Incorporated could successfully diminish Herzog Kaden, the former would be able to earn a steady stream of profits for multiple generations. Unfortunately, Mech Incorporated failed to make enough progress in their plan to conquer the local markets. While the upstart company managed to gain superiority in certain sectors, it lost out in other sectors. In the end, Herzog Kaden's home ground advantage proved to be too strong to overcome in a short amount of time. Due to the intense and growing rivalry between the two companies, there were times when they came to blows against each other. Incidents ranging from escort forces bumping into each other and covert raids onto facilities took place from time to time. As mechs clashed against each other, the damage they inflicted on each other and their surroundings was considerable. Transportation vehicles, factories and even public infrastructure suffered from the constant fighting. While the planetary government was fairly weak, its leaders had managed to negotiate a secret agreement between the two sides. It was impossible to prevent either companies from ceasing to resort to violence. It was an inherent part of the arsenal of any firm with ambitions. However, both sides at least agreed that it would be better if they limited the scope of engagements in more populated areas. They also agreed to limit the quantity of mechs and other military hardware used in an engagement. If they kept bringing more mechs to a fight, the cost of engagements would continue to escalate to unsustainable levels. There was no way both companies would be able to remain profitable after diverting so much income to violent activities. Years passed by in relative peace and stability. Neither Herzog Kaden nor Mech Incorporated were stupid enough to assume that his gentleman's agreement would last forever. Both sides secretly prepared for the big fight that could cripple one of the sides and cause their business war to decide a victor. It just so happened that the time had finally come. Mech Incorporated surprised everyone on the planet by launching an all-out attack on Herzog Kaden's headquarters, main manufacturing complexes and other strategic sites. Though the defenses of those sites were not light, they already incurred significant damage due to the surprise factor. What surprised Herzog Kaden was that Mech Incorporated not only employed all of the hidden reserve units that it had built up over the years, but also hired a mercenary outfit that arrived from afar and immediately began its operations upon landfall. Herzog Kaden may have anticipated the former, but had not been able to plan for the latter. The cost of hiring mercenaries for this kind of raiding operation was high due to the risks and the potential to suffer significant losses. Mech Incorporated definitely had to go deeper into debt to afford all of the expenses. It would all be worth it so long as Mech Incorporated won this war. What was even more remarkable was that Mech Incorporated also fielded a dozen or so of the newfangled auto-heretic version Cs. While the third-class version of the infamous Carmen Mech was by far the weakest one, that didn't matter to the third raters who couldn't afford anything better. Since the auto-heretic version C was designed to be affordable to third raters, Mech Incorporated could still squeeze out the budget to purchase a batch of them from the rapidly growing gray market. One of the benefits of deploying auto-heretics was that practically anyone could pilot them and immediately become combat effective. There was no need to hire skilled mech pilots that were typically expensive to hire and troublesome to keep happy. The good ones knew how much they were worth, and typically charged quite a sum for jobs that required them to initiate hostilities against other parties. In contrast, norms would be happy to pilot a Karman mech for free. Since auto-heretics were high-autonomy living mechs, there was no need for norms to train their piloting and combat skills over a long period of time. As long as they could follow orders and possess enough battle sense to know what they were doing on the battlefield, the Karman mech pilots could still make contributions. Most of the burden of piloting the mech frame could be passed on to the living mech itself. Even though the skill and precision of the autonomous machines was anything but remarkable, it was at least serviceable. The appearance of auto-heretics on the side of Mech Incorporated did not shake the battle all that much. The norms may be enthused about piloting their helms, but not all of them possessed the guts to confront genuine mechs controlled by professional mech pilots. For this reason, the modular Karman mechs mostly assumed ranged loadouts, allowing the machines to take potshots at enemy positions from afar. So long as they weren't careless enough to fire their weapons onto the backs of friendly mechs, they could still add a bit more pressure to the fight. Yet when the counterattack from Herzog Kaden commenced, the leaders and soldiers of Mech Incorporated were taken completely by surprise. That was because Herzog Kaden not only deployed the modest amount of mechs they still held in reserve, but also sent out over 200 copies of the Auto-Heretic. How could they have acquired so many Auto-Heretics? Mech Incorporated clearly made a major intelligence blunder as it had failed to detect the clues related to Herzog Kaden's secret buildup of Karman mechs. Given how many Auto-Heretic version Cs the old tyrant deployed at once, it was clear that the company had been planning to take Mech Incorporated by surprise. It was a pity that this plan fell through when their arch-rival commenced its attack first, but Herzog Kaden still saw an opportunity to turn the ongoing battle around. The conflict took place at night when there was less chance of causing civilian casualties. The lack of light did not bother the mechs too much as each of them were able to observe their opponents well enough by employing their sensor suites. Even so, the complete lack of real combat experience from all of the Karman mech pilots led to a lot of messy situations. Whenever a Karman mech confronted a conventional mech, the latter won out at least 9 out of 10 times due to the huge disparity in skills, tactics and decision-making. This disparity became even worse when the numbers on both sides increased. Although Herzog Kaden made sure to pair their new Auto-Heretics with amateur players of virtual mech simulation games in order to make sure they understood the fundamentals of mech combat, real combat was much scarier. The realization that they could die or at least lose their qualifications to pilot their bonded mech forever caused them to exhibit a lot of fear and hesitation at first. What are you dallying around for? Remember who gave you those mechs and what we are fighting for. Are you going to let these off-worlders take over our planet and drain the wealth from our economy? Besides, Herzog Kaden goes down, you and your newfangled Auto-Heretics will go down as well. Fight. Fight for your home planet. Fight for your right to pilot a mech. With that encouragement, the inexperienced Karman mech pilots quickly got their act together and started to fight more vigorously. After initially getting their butts kicked by the much more experienced and disciplined mercenaries and retainers of Mech Incorporated, the Karman mech pilots of Herzog Kaden soon discovered the correct approaches. One tactic that worked was to accompany a bunch of conventional mechs piloted by professionals who knew what they were doing. The latter not only provided direction and leadership to the Karman mech pilots, but also took away the pressure from the most dangerous enemy units. Another tactic that proved useful was to simply rely on their numbers to heavily outnumber the enemy troops. One of the consequences to Mech Incorporated's blitz attack was that it had to spread its combat assets across multiple different locations. Even the addition of a mercenary force did not alleviate this problem all that much. This meant that before the mechs of Mech Incorporated could converge again, Herzog Kaden was able to outnumber some of the isolated enemy troops with its Auto-Heretics. If the numbers on both sides were equal, then the Karman mechs would definitely suffer a horrendous loss. This was not just due to their inferior mech pilots, but also due to their weak and outdated tech and materials. However, the Auto-Heretic was never designed to fight in equal numbers against the enemy. Herzog Kaden discovered this firsthand as their Karman mechs easily began to overrun troops of conventional mechs by relying on their vastly greater numbers. For example, a swordsman mech piloted by a skilled mech officer got mobbed by 5 Auto-Heretics attacking from different directions. While the swordsman mech managed to hack down 2 of the annoying Karman mechs in quick succession by relying on his superior weapon skills and clever maneuvering, it was unable to fend off the repeated strikes coming from behind and the flanks. The mech went down just after the mech pilot decisively chose to eject his cockpit. This is a travesty. How can I get beaten by a handful of amateurs who rely on their ALs to fight? Fight me fairly next time if you dare. Ha, fat chance. We're not stupid enough to accept your challenge, mercenary. If you want a rematch, then you are welcome to fight 10 of us next time. Compared to the professional mech pilots who took honor and discipline seriously, the Carmen mech pilots distinctly lacked these qualities. From their perspective, there was nothing wrong with relying on their helms to do most of the fighting and ganging up on outnumbered enemy mech units. We can win this battle if we keep going. Let us eliminate as many of these raiding forces while they are still spread across the planet. Chapter 6650 Carmen Mech and Conventional Mech Cooperation, ha ha ha. This is so much fun. So this is what it is like to be a mech pilot. It is so much fun. It is as if I am fighting with a supersized version of my body. There is no comparison between piloting a mech and piloting a shuttle. My auto-heretic has truly become my second body. Damn, these mercenaries are too good. They can take down 2 or 3 of our own before they finally go down. We are losing Carmen mechs left and right. Will we have any left by the time this battle is over? Don't get cold feet. If we lose, you will lose your auto-heretics anyway, so we might as well go all out. The losses suffered by the haphazardly organized and poorly coordinated auto-heretics were considerable. Nonetheless, the locals enlisted by Herzog Kaden possessed a lot of enthusiasm, and enjoyed the process of piloting an actual mech in an actual battle. Their performance was terrible when they were fighting on even numbers. What was worse was that they outright collapsed within a minute if they were ever caught outnumbered by their opponents. However, as long as they concentrated their numbers, the mob of Carmen mechs seemed to gain courage from each other's presence. The greater the amount of mechs, the more encouragement the amateurs gained. Greater numbers placed much less attention on the qualities of each individual mech. The rookie Carmen mech pilots felt much less embarrassed about their bad to mediocre performance if it was hardly noticeable among a crowd of similar mechs. The Carmen mech pilots also derived more confidence from each other when there were many friendly mechs by their side. The chances that the enemy forces would focus any individual down had become much smaller, thereby giving the Carmen mech pilots the reasonable belief that they wouldn't be targeted first. All in all, the Carmen mech pilots fighting for Herzog Kaden were so new at this that they were forced to invent a range of new mech doctrines on the fly. After the mob of auto-heretics had mopped up a number of isolated enemy troops, the mech pilots fighting for Mech Incorporated wised up quickly. They no longer focused on attacking many dispersed targets at once and rapidly congregated together in order to hold a decisive battle. The ensuing fighting no longer took place in any populated areas, but this only caused both sides to become a lot more unscrupulous when fighting against each other. The mercenaries hired by Mech Incorporated performed much better during this final engagement. Having been taken by surprise by the large quantity of auto-heretics, Theft quickly adjusted their formations and tactics to prevent themselves from getting swarmed by a mass of inferior mechs. That did not deter the auto-heretics too much. The ones with ranged configurations simply maintained their distances and took potshots at their distant end foes while hoping they would not get attacked in turn. As for the ones with melee weapon configurations, they did not fight by themselves but gathered together around squads of conventional mechs piloted by the employees and retainers of Herzog Kaden. Many of the latter weren't even full-time employees of the established company. They were private mech pilots who only agreed to answer the call and fight when Herzog Kaden truly needed their services. Though these contractors were reluctant to commit their lives to such a serious battle, they still had an obligation to abide by their contracts. Besides, they didn't like the upstarts of Mech Incorporated at all. There were many retainers that fought in order to keep their planet devoid from too much off-world influence. The problem was that all of these local mech pilots were inferior in skill and real combat experience compared to the high-priced mercenaries hired by Mech Incorporated. Not only that, the mechs used by the off-world soldiers of fortune were also better. If we can't win by quality, then we can only win by quantity. The forces fighting for Herzog Kaden ultimately decided to take a bold risk and go on the offensive. If they maintained a defensive posture, they might be able to entrench themselves, but they would also cede all of the initiative to their much more experienced opponents. Staying in a single place and letting the enemy dictate the timing of its attacks was a good way to wear down the morale of low-quality mech pilots. The mental fortitude and the willingness to fight off complete amateurs who used to be civilians a few weeks ago were very questionable. Instead of letting them stew in place and lose their fighting spirit when the enemy sought to pressure them, it was better to whip the Karman mech pilots into a frenzy and dispatch them in an all-out attack. Charge, you sorry excuses for mech pilots. Conquer your fears and fight for your right to pilot your own mech. Herzog Kaden promises to you now that as long as we win this battle, we shall transfer ownership of the auto heretics to their bonded Karman mech pilots. If you have lost your Karman mech in battle, then we will deposit 50% of what your machine is worth directly into your account, but only if we win. If you want to earn your auto heretics, then you better fight like your life depends on it. Victory or death. Though the amateurs lost confidence quickly as soon as they realized that they were at a disadvantage, they were also remarkably easy to drive mad as long as they were given the right words and incentives. A large amount of auto heretics strode forth without much of a semblance for formations. The only sign that proved that they were at least somewhat able to coordinate with each other was that many of the cannon fodder machines actually held up large slabs of cheaply fabricated alloy in front of their mech frames. These were makeshift shields repurposed from spare materials and industrial scrap. While their quality left anything to be desired, they were still somewhat useful in soaking up enemy fire. As makeshift shield after makeshift shield shattered, the exposed Karman mechs rapidly backed off and used other mechs as cover. While this was a rather shameless and desperate tactic, it actually worked to stem the losses and prevent Karman mech pilots from turning back into powerless norms. Due to the heroic effort of these Karman mechs, the stronger and more well-equipped conventional mechs of Herzog Kaden were able to advance to the enemy positions with minimal exposure. Aside from intermittent artillery fire, the enemy failed to handle the real threat. The fighters of Herzog Kaden did not know it at the time, but they had become part of a much greater movement to formulate entirely new mech doctrines surrounding the use of Karman mechs. By relying on the superior numbers of Karman mechs to provide cover and support to a smaller core of conventional mechs, the two types of mechs generated an incredibly degree of synergy. They were able to cover for each other's weaknesses to an extent while also amplifying their strengths. This became evident on this seemingly inconsequential battlefield as the two sides began to meet each other at close range. While the off-world mercenaries hired by Mackie Incorporated still retained their superiority in individual martial might, the mechs fighting for Herzog Kaden exerted a huge amount of pressure. Part of that was because the surviving Karman mech pilots were still hyped by the latest pep talk. Both fear and excitement warred in their minds, but so long as there were enough friendly mechs by their side, they still possessed just enough courage to commit to their attacks. Different from before, the amateurs cooperated a bit better with their professional colleagues. Having learned plenty of lessons from the initial clashes, the auto heretics no longer took the lead and confronted the mercenary mechs. Instead, several auto heretics had been attached to a single friendly conventional mech. The latter took the lead and issued instructions to the amateurs when necessary. The latter only really needed to do two things. First, they needed to follow their assigned leader unit. Second, they should spread out and assist in attacking any enemy mech attacked by their leader unit. While it was possible to make better use of the Karman mechs if they employed more sophisticated formations or engaged in more convoluted flanking maneuvers, there was no way a bunch of amateurs, even ones that had played a lot of mech piloting simulation games, to be able to follow such complex instructions. Issuing simple orders to them had been the right decision. While their actions and decision-making were distressingly inconsistent, they still managed to help out their leader unit by removing pressure and launching opportunistic attacks that always inflicted at least a decent amount of damage. Many of the melee Karman mechs wielded spears as opposed to swords. Spears were much simpler to operate and execute as the Karman mechs only really needed to stab their weapons forward. The extended range was also nice as it kept the flightful amateur mech pilots out of trouble for the most part. One Herzog Kaden mech resolutely marched forward and confronted a pair of mercenary mechs. While the former stood no chance against the latter, the story was different when the Herzog Kaden mech was accompanied by 4 additional auto heretics. The mech pilots of the Karman mechs might not really know what they were doing, but they were already doing more than enough by repeatedly stabbing their spears forward. By relying on the basic skills of their own living mechs, each spear strike posed a considerable threat that could not be ignored. The hounds may not be able to outfight any conventional mech anytime soon, but they at least did not make any egregious mistakes that a clever enemy could exploit. By repeatedly stabbing their spears while avoiding any obvious mistakes, the Karman mechs successfully kept the 2 enemy melee mechs busy while the Herzog Kaden was finally able to gain the upper hand. With several spears striking out at one of the mercenary mechs, the latter was unable to fend off all of the attacks from the local mech pilot. Once a sword managed to cut off one of the arms of the mercenary mech, it found itself unable to fend off much of the follow-up attacks. The two adjacent Karman mechs took advantage of the damaged enemy mech's weakness and rapidly stabbed their spears forward. Even though none of the attacks inflicted any heavy damage, they nonetheless managed to pierce through the armor and damage nearby internals. What was worse was that the Herzog Kaden mech took advantage of the pressure exerted by the Karman mechs and went in for the kill. With a single stab through the chest and into the cockpit, the swordsman mech pilot managed to inflict a fatal blow. Die, you mercenary scum. Serves you right for trying to invade our planet. Other teams of Karman mechs following a single conventional mech employed much of the same tactics across the battlefield. Though the Karman mechs eventually suffered elevated losses due to their inability to cope with flanking and enemy mech pilots who were skilled enough to outplay the Helms, ultimately the numbers were against the mechs fighting on behalf of Mech Incorporated. This proved decisive. Many Norms who were lucky enough to be among the first Karman mech pilots on their planet had already lost their precious opportunities as their living machines got crushed. However, there were still enough surviving Karman mechs left to provide adequate support to the regular units of Herzog Kaden. Ultimately, the battle reached a tipping point. The mercenaries, they are pulling out. They are fleeing back to their combat carriers. They don't think this battle is worth fighting for anymore. Now let's finish off the mechs owned by Mech Incorporated and teach these upstarts the consequences of consorting with off-worlders. We've won, hurrah! The war between Herzog Kaden versus Mech Incorporated had come to an explosive end. Mech Incorporated held most of the advantages and should have won the battle for economic dominance on the rural planet. However, because the former made a much larger bet on Karman mechs, Herzog Kaden ultimately defended its throne and completely managed to drive Mech Incorporated away from its planet. These auto-heretics are much more useful than I thought. Sure, they are individually awful, but the best part about them is that a mech pilot needs virtually no training to become useful on the battlefield. As long as there are professionals around who can give them direction, their threat level becomes much greater. Chapter 6651 Retreating Order. Just as the mech pilots fighting for Herzog Kaden had discovered, Karman mechs generally functioned a lot better if they had solid direction. This was why Vase designed the Jacket Commander to accompany the Yellow Jackets back in the Red Ocean. While not everyone took the Jacket Commander model seriously, those that did saw great value in using them to keep the undertrained and poorly disciplined Karman mech pilots in line. Unless the pilots assigned to the Yellow Jacket mechs were former veterans who had been forced to retire due to age or injury, the ones that just started out were not soldier material in the slightest. Whether it was their piloting skills or their ability to understand what to do on the battlefield, they were largely rookies despite whatever gaming skills they possessed. The virtual mech simulation games did a pretty decent job of giving Norms the fantasy of piloting a mech, but the reality was that the simulation degree of those games were far lower than the professional simulations used by actual mech pilots. After all, the inability for Norms to interface with mechs through the neural interface was the biggest obstacle. Without overcoming this hurdle, there was no point in trying to go for realism. Along with other limitations between games and actual battles in reality, a lot of gamers found out the hard way that dominating their opponents across the galactic net did not mean they turned into expert pilot material as soon as they entered the cockpit of an auto-heretic. Of course, perhaps these gamers might be able to translate their game sense into much more valuable mech piloting competences after they received proper training. It was too bad that virtually no Karman mech pilot was patient enough to go through the full 10, 12 or 15-year Mech Academy experience. They also did not express much interest in going through a shortened 5-year training program just to be able to learn the basics of controlling their machine without Helm assistance. These Karman mech pilots are too pampered and lazy. This is exactly why the MTA prohibited or heavily discouraged high degrees of automation in legitimate mech designs. As soon as mech pilots no longer need to work so hard to become a competent fighter, they will always take the lazy option 9 out of 10 times. The critics had a point. If these Norms had no choice but to receive professional instruction to adequately pilot their machines, then they would reluctantly do what was necessary, as was the case in the Red Ocean. However, because such an easy option was already available from the start, many Karman mech pilots had already taken for granted that real mech piloting should be a more equitable form of cooperation between man and machine. The mere mention of this idea was sacrilege in the halls of the MTA. Even though they were rather heavy-handed in their enforcement of their principles, there were good reasons why they insisted on imposing their own order. The auto-heretics are poisoning the space peasants by giving them all of the wrong ideas about mechs. We should have been more forceful in punishing the people who produce and make use of them. Now look at what has happened. Only a month has passed and already the norms are taking it for granted that they are supposed to control their Karman mechs as if they are the captains of their own ship, while the living mechs serve as the crews that executes the commands. This was indeed what was taking place. While there were still Karman mech pilots that was willing to go through the effort of learning manual operation in the hopes of being able to become equals to professional mech pilots, there was a growing majority that was too lazy to go through all of that effort and simply trusted their battle partners to do all of the hard work. You don't understand, Charles. The old model of man unilaterally controlling the machine is outdated and will soon be relegated to the dustbin of history as far as I am concerned. The new model of man cooperating and sharing responsibilities with the living machine is the future of mech piloting. How can you say such a thing, Josie? Do you know what kind of disaster you are setting yourself up to? If you continue to let an artificial intelligence maintain control over your own weapon, it can always turn it against you and the people you care about. Have you forgotten your history lessons already? There were many attempts in the past where people stupidly trusted in their automation to make their lives more convenient. They're all dead now because their own systems went out of control and ruined their lives. This is only the latest repeat of that horror story. Mark my words, your auto-heretic can never be trusted. That is a lie. You don't understand at all. If you would just lower your resistance and try out an auto-heretic yourself, you would know that your fears are overblown. These Karman mechs are not controlled by those stupid and exploitable ALs. They aren't integrated with any advanced AI processors as far as we know. They are living mechs. They possess their own souls. They have to, because without this quality, they wouldn't be able to form blood pacts with humans such as ourselves. It is the bond between our souls that tells me that I can utterly trust my battle partner to have my back at all times. The pact will break before he ever betrays my trust. Wait a second. Did you refer to your Karman mech as he? You have gone mad. You have gone utterly mad. From the moment you think of your machine as a person, it is already too late for you to return to sanity. Discussions like this took place in both third-rate states and first-rate states. It couldn't be helped. The suppression from the Big Two and the so-called Guardians of Peace was anything but airtight. The auto-heretic mechs and any information about them kept slipping through one of the many different gaps. Meanwhile, shady and underground mech manufacturers kept producing them as if there was no tomorrow. It only took a relatively short time for the rapid proliferation of Karman mechs to stir up trouble in every corner of human space. They especially became a more common sight on more rural and less developed planets where the Big Two's footprint was not that great. The auto-heretics also became popular in private asteroid bases and grungy space stations where honest folk usually tried to stay away. They even began to show up on planets that were used as hunting preserves. Many different hunters who used to be unable to hunt huge exo-beasts due to their lack of genetic aptitude had embraced the new Karman mechs with great joy. Even though they lacked the skill to operate their machines skillfully, they were able to skip the learning curve and go straight into the hunt by relying on their hounds to perform all of the complicated mech operations. Of course, these hunters usually overestimated how effective they became and how much their young and inexperienced living mechs could actually defeat deadly exo-beasts, but at least they had a chance to make their dreams come true. The people who opposed the rise of Karman mechs were way over their heads on this matter. There was no way to put the cat back into the bag once it got out, especially when there were many third parties that secretly did their best to support the naughty feline in the shadows. To their credit, the established powers adjusted their general strategy once they found it was a lost cause to prevent the rise of the auto-heretics and the increasing number of variants released at a rapid rate by other mech designers. The Big Two and the Guardians of Peace showed signs of no longer wanting to bother with trying to keep auto-heretics away from rural planets and more obscure space habitats. They simply did not have the numbers or support to enforce their own order. Doing this allowed them to concentrate their manpower and assets in more prosperous, developed and centralized locations. Port systems, most industrial systems and particularly large and important space stations all received much more extensive patrols and monitoring. Public support for the Guardians of Order was also a bit higher in these places because many citizens increasingly began to hate the violence and destruction that followed every time Karman mechs became a common sight in a neighborhood. This unfortunately led to a rapid rise in incidents that only spread misery to everyone. On one ordinary day on a relatively modest and out-of-the-way planet in a third-rate state, a large estate suddenly started to get attacked by huge lasers that were powerful enough to melt through alloy walls. The estate was owned by a local realtor that was earning well in a nearby city. However, that wealth was not enough to beef up the security of his country estate by much, and it certainly was not enough to hire mechs for security. The security guards on foot initially attempted to make a stand by relying on the turrets to fend off the mech, but the auto-heretic was able to deal with these inflexible defenses before they could inflict too much damage. When the guards had nothing left that could be used to harm a mech aside from heavy one-use missile launchers, they took one more look at the tall and intimidating mech and promptly ran away. Not that it helped, because the mech mercilessly aimed its energy rifle at the fleeing ants and continued to shoot in their general direction. Ha 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 ha, this is so easy. The Karman mech pilot did not even have to put in the effort to aim because his living mech would automatically correct, every time. This was like playing a game with an auto-aim cheat, but better because he was destroying the enemies he once vowed to kill to the last man. The mech continued its rampage and began to shoot at every employee or family member of the man that the Karman mech pilot loathed beyond anyone else. Kill, kill, kill. The Karman mech pilot showed no hesitation and felt no remorse about killing so many people that was not responsible for bringing him to ruin. It was only after he managed to enter the back garden and found the realtor who forced him from his home that the Karman mech pilot finally paused. WW, who are you? Why did you do this? Have you forgotten my name already? Figures. It was because of you that I lost my home, my job and my dignity. Did you ever think that I would come back with an auto-heretic and pay you back for all of the pain I have suffered? You are mad. Even if you want to take revenge on me, why kill all of the people who have nothing to do with your grudge? I may be guilty of what you accuse me of, but my wife and daughters are completely innocent. Lies. You are all guilty. They have taken the money you earned from taking away my home, so that makes them guilty. Each and every parasite must die. The Karman mech pilot did not deign to kill the culprit who was responsible for making him homeless with the energy rifle of his auto-heretic. Instead, his machine slowly strode forward even as his target scrambled to his feet and attempted to run away into the nearby woods. There was no way a tiny human could outrun a massive mech. It only took a short amount of time before red splattered all underneath the foot of the auto-heretic. The Karman mech pilot felt lost after he had completed his revenge. What have I done? Power was not always a blessing. Chapter 6652 The introduction of security zones. Human civilization in the Milky Way galaxy occupied a vast amount of territory. Half the galaxy encompassed a huge amount of star systems, of which only a fraction was occupied by humans. Even so, this still amounted to an astronomical amount of planets that were populated by millions if not billions of people each. The enormous territories occupied by humans made it so that central authorities such as the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance lacked the numbers to properly enforce their authority on every single star system and planet. Space was too big. If people truly wanted to avoid the Big Two's enforcers, they could simply travel to an out-of-the-way star system that was devoid of any permanent human occupation and play with auto-heretics all of the time. In fact, most people did not really bother to uproot their entire lives so that they could travel to a star system where the mechers and the fleeters were unlikely to show up one day. They just stayed on their home planets and piloted their auto-heretics in places such as underground mech arenas, remote lands and many other forms of private property. As long as the Big Two, the guardians of peace and any local authorities that cooperated with them did not hold much sway on a planet, then the locals were pretty much free to purchase and pilot their auto-heretics without much fear of getting punished. Even though most people still believed in the power of the MTA and CFA, they no longer respected them as much as before. This loss of respect was extremely damaging to the Big Two because they could no longer dictate the rules anymore. While the Big Two still held a lot of sway in most developed states and star systems, their influence continued to degrade in the poorer and more remote regions. It couldn't be helped. Karman mechs had become so desirable that trying to prohibit their use directly went against the will of most people. Third raters especially embraced them due to their long-term alienation towards the distant first raters and their overwhelming desire to uplift themselves by any means possible. For the first time in centuries, third-class norms were able to slightly rise above their space peasant origins and gain the power to fight and protect themselves. The rush of power of piloting an auto-heretic version C might not amount to much in an absolute sense, but it caused many third-raters to gain an inflated sense of a cause strength and confidence. While there were usually MTA branches on each of the planets where these violations occurred, the mechers who worked over there knew better than to act high-handed. There were already examples where the regional managers tried to confiscate the illegal auto-heretics from their owners. In most cases, these attempts provoked violent reactions as the Karman Mech pilots always refused to become separated from their bonded partners. The blood pact almost always caused the humans to develop unreasonably close relationships with their machines. From the perspective of the MTA, it was perverse to see so many individuals succumb to the fallacy that the huge lump of metal was their friend, relative and maybe even another part of themselves. As such, taking away their Karman Mechs was just as bad as taking away their spouses or their children. Not only did the ensuing scuffles result in a lot of tragedies, but they also incensed the rest of the population of a planet. MTA branches had already fallen, either as a direct consequence of overly repressive actions, or due to the preemptive measures taken by multiple conspirators who decided to combine their forces. The rapid loss of control and reputation of the Mech Trade Association subsequently produced a lot of ripple effects that rapidly changed society in many parts of human space. The new Karman Mech pilots gained more courage because of this. They became more daring in their defiance towards the Big Two, thereby causing the old order to crumble even faster. While that did not mean they all became criminals who gleefully began to employ weapons of mass destruction against each other, it was clear that their willingness to abide by the order of the Big Two had dropped to the lowest point in centuries. Fueled by both eager Karman Mech pilots and many different interest groups that had a bone to pick with the Big Two, a negative feedback loop had formed. It was clear that the MTA and the CFA needed to change their approach, or else the current situation across the Milky Way would continue to spiral down to an unacceptable degree. A lot of contentious discussions within the halls of the MTA, the CFA and the Guardians of Peace. We cannot let this stand. We must hire more personnel and expand our forces in order to properly enforce our rules onto the regions of space that are flagrantly making a mockery of us and our rules. Don't these space peasants understand that we are trying our best to protect them from their own mistakes? We must reinvigorate our efforts to educate these ignorant fools and make sure to strengthen our control over all of the states. Peef, you drones from the Guidance faction have always wanted to take control over all of the states. Do you even recognize how impossible it is to realize your fantasies? We do not have the funds, manpower and assets to control every single region of space claimed by our race. Besides, even if we do, your heavy-handed approach will only be met with greater resistance. Why did you think we allowed the states to exist? It is because our association must maintain a layer of separation between ourselves and the space peasants. As soon as we take over the states, there is no one for the citizens to blame for their own suffering and misfortunes than us. If your goal is to turn us into tyrants, then congratulations, your plan will surely make that come true. It will only be a matter of time before a coalition that claims to fight for justice will rise up and try to overthrow our benevolent rule. Then let us form a compromise and formalize our current approach. There are regions of space where we can enforce our rule without problem. There are also other regions of space where we cannot fully guarantee the safety and protection of every space peasant against the dangers of Karman Mechs. Then there are regions of space where we have already given up on enforcing our rules concerning the use of the auto-heretics and their many variants. What are you suggesting? We must retrench ourselves in the first region, seek to build up our infrastructure and defenses in the second region and leave the third region alone until we are ready to bring it back into the fold. My ultimate proposal is to formally divide human space into safe zones where the safety of most humans can be guaranteed, risk zones where humans must be more on guard against the threat of violators, and free zones where we have graciously allowed the space peasants to make their own bed so that they can lie on it. If all goes well, the latter will descend into widespread anarchy, but we can afford this loss. Are you mad? That will only encourage all of the rebels and criminals. If we do anything to confirm that we have lost control over the so-called free zones, then our legitimacy will suffer a permanent blow. We will never be able to retake these lost territories because the population rightfully believe that we have abandoned them and left them to fend for themselves. Then what would you have us do instead? We are incurring far more damage to our reputation and prestige by maintaining the fiction that we are still in control over our entire society. Wake up. Maintaining my partition will allow us to contain most of the violence and instability to the free zones, which are the least valuable territories to us. People who desire to go against our will and become Karman Mech pilots will leave the safe zones and risk zones to emigrate to the free zones, thereby improving the security levels of the former two. At the same time, the free zones will become so dangerous that they shall serve as proof that our rules and regulations have merit. The proposal to partition human space into different security zones provoked a lot of controversy, but also attracted a lot of supporters. The Galactic Mech Council and the Grand Admiralty debated over this contentious subject for more than a week behind closed doors before they finally published a joint statement. The proposal had passed. From today onwards, the territories of human civilization in this galaxy shall be partitioned into safe zones, risk zones and free zones. Each may encompass parts of the regions claimed by first-rate states, second-rate states and third-rate states. The institution of security zones is not a purely administrative measure. It has real consequences to the rule of law, the degree of enforcement and the amount of leeway we grant to the people who reside in them. We strongly advise those who believe that they live in the wrong security zones to relocate to other security zones where they can enjoy all of the protection or freedom they desire. Many people throughout the galaxy reacted with shock, happiness as well as dismay when the Big Two unveiled a new galactic map that divided all of the human territories in different security zones. The Big Two had made very few mistakes when drawing this map. They had largely translated the actual situation in those star systems into an officially recognized set of boundaries. Many people still thought it was strange for the Big Two to refer to the most dangerous and risk-prone regions as free zones. Do not think that you will be able to live in a paradise if you live in free zones. They are called this way because we recognize that a part of our galactic population desires to live without rules they consider excessive or undesirable. Freedom is a double-edged sword at best, and a euphemism for anarchy at worst. You may not believe us at first, but it will soon become obvious that we are correct when your homes are being crushed by the feet of unrestrained Karman mechs and when piracy and barbarism has taken precedence over the rule of law. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance is of the opinion that people without restraint will ultimately cause disasters for themselves and the people around them, but we recognize that many of you are not convinced of this. We are therefore willing to give the largely unconvinced people of the free zones the opportunity to live in their desired freedom. Do not forget that you are responsible for your own decisions. If a number of you end up developing and deploying weapons of mass destruction against each other, then do not expect us to save you and offer our aid. This is the consequence of rejecting our well-intentioned rules. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. We are convinced that this will take place in every free zone. If you wish to avoid the mass murders, the 0755 reckless deployment of illegal weapons and the other abuses that are about to occur, then you should do your best to move to the safe zones where you can return to a society where order and peace is being preserved. Thank you for listening. The creation of security zones stabilized the rapidly changing situation across human space. They increased the security levels of all safe zones, caused the risk zones to become the next battlegrounds between the Karman revolutionaries and the Guardians of Peace, and also turned the free zones into magnets for wannabe Karman mech pilots. While the Big Two succeeded in stabilizing their own areas of control, they also showed a lot of weakness by acknowledging their widespread loss of influence. Their enemies became emboldened as a result. They took advantage of the changes and accelerated their plans to plot the demise of the faltering hegemons of human civilization. Chapter 6653 Mixed Reception. The establishment of security zones immediately divided human civilization in the Milky Way. Of course, people were no stranger to division. They had a long history of dividing people by placing labels onto them. First raiders and space peasants. Big Two and the subjugated. People from the galactic center and the folk from the galactic rim. Potentate and norm. Karman mech pilot and professional mech pilot. Now, the Big Two introduced the humans of the Milky Way to a new category of division. This one divided people by the area in which they lived. Many people discovered to their dismay or satisfaction that they suddenly lived in a safe zone, risk zone or free zone. What stood out to many people was that safe zones weren't as large as many people thought. The regions of space that the Big Two was able to ensure a high degree of control mostly amounted to numerous first-rate states and second-rate states in the galactic center. Further away in the galactic rim, the Big Two could only guarantee their protection in the safe zones centered around capital star systems, port systems and highly industrialized star systems. As for the galactic rim, the Big Two could hardly protect anyone aside from their own strongholds. The MTA had taken the initiative to shut down many branches and withdraw to the sector headquarters located in every star sector. There, they no longer did anything but observe the chaos unfolding around them while defending their only remaining presence in far-flung star sectors. Even with the help of the Galactic Gate Network, it was too difficult for the mechers and the fleeters to send reinforcements to many places. Therefore, the isolated enclaves left in the free zones that were under the control of the Big Two maintained a complete defensive and isolationist posture. The forces stationed over there not only had to learn to become more self-sufficient, but also refrain from going on expeditions unless the need was too great. In other words, unless the alien empires, the cosmopolitan movement, the Five Scrolls Compact or any other powerful enemy force overtly tried to take over and establish their own dominion, the Mechers and the Fleeters would not make a move. The consequences were massive and countless. Many people, especially the ones who lived on a planet that fell under a risk zone or free zone, grew a lot more uncertain about the future. Everyone felt the economic consequences. The long-term stability and the limited scope of warfare and other incidents throughout human space had long fostered a prosperous business environment. Now that many companies concluded that doing business in the riskier markets was no longer as easy as before, they all adjusted their strategies. They soon began to cease their expansion plans, lower their commitment to every business venture that came under risk, and in a few cases outright pulled out of dangerous regions of space entirely. The mass readjustments caused many markets to grow unstable. The stock markets went deep into the red while many people lost their jobs. This exacerbated the loss of stability in the free zones and certain risk zones, as a lot of unemployed people blamed their recent misfortunes on the actions of the Big Two as opposed to the introduction of the auto-heretic. The MTA and CFA became incredibly maligned by the people who felt abandoned by the snooty first-raters. Public opinion on the Big Two dropped even further. It became so bad that insulting the Mechers and the Fleeters had become a new norm. As the weeks passed by, many people quickly adjusted to the new status quo. The changes happened the fastest in the galactic rim. The Big Two had retreated from much of it, only maintaining their enclaves as safe zones and the biggest and most developed star systems as risk zones. This meant that the galactic rim had effectively devolved into frontiers where law and order had taken a huge backseat. Many residents of the free zones felt very mixed about their new designations. A lot of people, mostly those with the money and the connections to acquire their own auto-heretics, welcomed the newly gained freedom to pilot their Karman mechs in the open. No longer did they have to fear that the Mechers or the Guardians of Peace would swoop in and confiscate their Karman mechs by force. Other people began to miss the stability guaranteed by the Big Two. They might not think this way at first, but after the very obvious withdrawal of the MTA and the CFA, people began to grow a lot more fearful about their future and the future of their state. One of the free zones where the mood was especially tense and mixed was the xianxia star cluster. Professor Vase Larkinson had become a household name in this region of space once again. Even though he had already departed to the Red Ocean, many of his living mechs still persisted in the hands of old customers. Due to the xianxia star cluster's remote location, historic low importance and the lingering influence of Professor Larkinson and the Living Mech Corporation, many of the states in this region had been among the most enthusiastic adopters of the auto-heretic mech line. Even if living mechs had been relegated to curiosities, display models and collection pieces, many people still thought fondly of the products designed by Vase Larkinson. When they learned that Professor Larkinson not only introduced a brand new living mech, but also happened to upstage all of the Mechers and arrogant first-raters by smashing the genetic aptitude tyranny, the people of the xianxia star cluster embraced Karman mechs with great enthusiasm. The Komodo star sector was no exception to this rule. The Friday Coalition had won the Komodo War and largely eradicated the influence of the Hexadric hegemony and Professor Larkinson. Due to the strong influence of the Fredaman, the Komodo star sector had initially become one of the rare places within the xianxia star clusters where the local and regional authorities strongly repelled the use of auto-heretic mechs. The Fredaman did not trust any living mech designed by Professor Larkinson and tried to stamp them out whenever possible. However, the Fredaman underestimated the effectiveness of their enforcement measures. The Friday Coalition may have won the war, but they had lost a huge amount of manpower and resources in the process. The Fredaman had already begun to rebuild, but much of their manpower and assets were tied up in the reconstruction and reorganization of the vast territories that used to be governed by the Hexadric hegemony. What was worse was that the Fredaman also lost much of their investments in the Red Ocean after the Great Severing. The Friday Coalition's economy took an enormous hit and was still trying to recover before the Karman Revolution took everyone by surprise. As a result, the Fredaman were unable to patrol all of the star systems claimed by third-rate states in the rest of the star sector. Karman mechs popped up like weeds in the periphery of the Komodo star sector and many other low-populated star systems. Even if the Fredaman organized many patrol fleets and tried to roam around and crack down on the auto-heretics in an attempt to deter others from adopting the latest living mechs, they suffered the same problems as the MTA. Not only did they fail to lower the insanely high demand for Karman mechs, but they also made themselves incredibly unpopular by attempting to take away the toys from all of those mech enthusiasts. The problem became so bad that even the Fredamen themselves began to get their hands on auto-heretics in defiance of the coalition partners that opposed their existence. With the Big Two having ceased all attempts to enforce their rules and remove the annoying Karman mechs from people's hands in the free zones, many Fredamen secretly did whatever they could to become Karman mech pilots and take pleasure in their new machines. These events and more had caused a lot of consternation among the leaders of the different coalition partners. Groups such as the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group advocated for a more conciliatory stance towards the existence of Karman mechs. Other groups such as the Gage Dynasty and the Kansu clan opposed the use of any living mechs within the Komodo star sector. What complicated the matter even further was that opinions became divided within the coalition partners themselves. One of the many people who became troubled by the latest events was a former friend of the now legendary senior mech designer who had become recognized as the father of living mechs. Daddy, was Larkinson as amazing as he was in the past? He was, Priscilla. I never really appreciated it back then, but he already managed to stand out as a mech designer who made a habit of challenging the status quo. If I remained loyal to him, then I would have benefited much more from his rise to greatness. Do you regret leaving him, Father? I don't. We all make good choices and bad choices in our lifetimes. Letting hindsight determine whether we have made the right choices is a short-sighted way to look back on ourselves. We are all defined by our choices. No matter whether they are good or bad, they have shaped us who we are today. I made my lot in life by defecting to the Friday Coalition. Perhaps I would have become a better mech designer if I remained at the side of my old friend Vase, but I wouldn't have met your mother and have a pair of lovely girls like you if that was the case. My love for you all trumps my desire to leech off my old friend. Carlos Shaw had made peace with his past. He had already spent enough years looking back and agonizing over all of the right or wrong choices he had made. He eventually realized that his successes and failures defined him. Every experience was a learning opportunity. So long as he accepted this truth, he came confident he could become a better person going forward. His life became much better after he changed to a more positive and accepting mindset. He had done his best to forget about his life as a brighter and embrace his new life as a Fredaman. For whatever reason, he began to hook up and marry with Alejandra Gage, a branch member of the powerful Gage dynasty. While Carlos suspected that Alejandra only took interest in him due to his value as a former friend and employee of the infamous Vase Larkinson, he liked to believe that this was only one of the reasons why she took an interest in himself. Whatever the case, the two became happily married and had 2 kids. Owing to his promotion to a journeyman mech designer and the support of the Gage dynasty, both of his children enjoyed a good start on life as designer babies. Right now, his lovely Priscilla was eagerly finishing her breakfast while his wife Alejandra made sure to feed their baby Muriel with a bottle filled with a special nutrient solution. I will be staying late at work, Carlos mentioned to his wife. My mentor wants to keep me there in order to continue our study of the auto-heretic mechs and to question me about my time with Vase. The woman furrowed her brows. You have already made repeated accounts about your past with him. The MTA and the Friday Coalition have extracted everything you know about your former friend. I know, but I still have to go through the process just to satisfy the curiosity of newcomers who have taken an interest in my case. Besides, it is not all that bad. My relationship with Master Huron has gotten closer due to my old friend's revenge plan. Every time something related to Vase takes place, the Master becomes obsessed with my old friend and his works. I happen to benefit from his habit. Yep, that was right. Due to their common association with Vase Larkinson, Carlos had managed to get hired by Master Huron. Right now, Carlos had become a proud employee of Huron Interworks in the Warsaw Giant system. Exler Chapter 6654 Old friend is an upstanding member of the Friday Coalition. Carlos Shaw held resemblance to his past self. He went through several medical treatments to heal the old war wounds that hadn't been fully healed after he lived through the last Bright Vesia War. He also forgot about his former life as a brighter and tried his best to integrate into the Friday Coalition. He embraced his identity as a second-rater. He tried to become a successful mech designer in his own way. With the support he received over the years, he managed to become a qualified second-class journeyman mech designer, though he struggled to keep up with the competition. Carlos would definitely be the first one to admit that he was no Vase Larkinson. He was not even particularly excellent compared to the journeymen of the same generation within the Friday Coalition. However, Carlos knew firsthand what it took to stand out in the mech market. This was why he had devoted his life to promoting a vision for mechs that was at least somewhat original and uncommon. He succeeded by developing a Class 1 design philosophy revolving around triple combination mech design. It was basically an approach towards designing 3 separate mechs meant to operate in groups of 3. What was special was that all 3 mechs should be able to combine with each other and form a combination mech that was controlled by all 3 mech pilots. Under certain circumstances, the power of this single large combined mech should allow it to produce results exceeding what it could have done if the mechs remained separate. However, the conditions to realize this improvement turned out to be hard. The mech pilots either had to be siblings who lived together with each other for a long time, or they had to be veteran soldiers who were close friends with each other and served in the same unit for multiple years. Without a great degree of understanding and camaraderie, any attempts to combine forces and form a single combined mech was bound to end up in disaster, as the left hand contradicted the right hand. It was pretty clear that Carlos Shaw clearly took a lot of inspiration from the works of Vase and Master Huron. He did not deny the fact he got inspired by their works. Carlos took pride in his own mech designs and did not feel ashamed that he was borrowing the concepts and best practices of better and more superior mech designers in order to accomplish his goal. It was too bad that it was hard for Carlos to gain traction in the mech market. His products mostly remained theoretical exercises as they generated little interest on the mech market. Aside from small groups of oddball mech pilots who wanted to gain the upper hand in mech competitions by betting on his triple combination mechs, Carlos failed to establish a strong brand in the Friday Coalition and other states. It did not really help that he used to be a third-class mech designer until recently, and that he used to be associated with the infamous Devil Tongue. This was why Carlos remained a dependent mech designer all of the time. He did not have the capital to start his own mech business and achieve rapid growth like his old friend. Carlos did not feel jealous about this, or blame his own incompetence for failing to do the same. One of the lessons he learned when working with Vase was that designing mechs should always be the primary occupation of a mech designer. It sounded obvious, but way too many mech designers got distracted by business affairs or wasted a lot of time by playing politics. This was why Carlos tried his best to keep his head down and continued to remain productive during his work hours. He did so by studying the textbooks of the Clarion University of Mech Design and working on his assigned mech design projects under the leadership of Master Huron. Becoming a dependent mech designer meant working for others. Carlos did not have the luxury to devote all of his time to design his own mechs. Instead, he had to use his growing expertise to solve problems for the mech design projects led by Master Huron or one of his trusted subordinates. Carlos did not find anything wrong with this practice. He might not be able to realize his own vision, but he continued to learn much about what it took to design a good mech by studying the good points about Master Huron's design philosophy. When Master Huron was in a good mood, he would even set a bit of time aside to teach Carlos a few tricks of the trade. Today was not a good day, however. Master Huron looked troubled when Carlos arrived to start another work day. "Is that another auto heretic?" the newcomer asked as he entered one of the master mech designer's well-equipped workshops. "It is, but this one is different from the ones we have seen before." The bald older man spoke even as he continued to work on studying the lone Carmen mech. This is not one of the many variants where third parties attempt to differentiate their own works by blending Professor Larkinson's design philosophy by adding in their own specialization. When Carlos stepped closer, he looked up at the Auto Heretic version B and could spot many different design quirks that he immediately recognized as Ves's work. It was definitely him who was partially responsible for designing this mech. He may have convinced a master mech designer to share the burden with him, but he dictated most of the design choices and design direction for this historic project. To be honest, Carlos only had admiration for his old friend by being the first to solve one of the biggest problems in modern mech design. If Vase did not mysteriously align himself with human traitors and rebels and seek to sow chaos and division within the entirety of human space of the Milky Way, Carlos would have been more open about his admiration for his old friend's work. He still did not understand what was happening, to be honest. How could a Red Ocean mech designer release a line of mech models in the Milky Way? More importantly, why did Vase become hostile towards the Big Two, and what great purpose did he try to accomplish? Carlos was unable to answer these questions, much to the disappointment of his past interrogators. Vase had grown too quickly. He had already made a lot of progress in forging his own legend after leaving the old galaxy behind. Carlos understood his old friend less and less with each passing year. This was one of the reasons why he failed to figure out the auto-heretic design. Carlos let out a sigh and pushed this personal failure aside. "Are you still trying to decipher the blood pact, Master?" he asked as he floated up to the cockpit where he found Huron studying the cockpit seat. As the interface that was responsible for physically connecting the mech pilot to the mysterious organic components of the Karman system, the cockpit seat with its many blood channels had been the subject of a huge amount of studies. Many mech designers wanted to know the secret behind blood pacts and how it enabled a norm to control a mech. While most never achieved anything useful, Master Huron was one of the rare exceptions. "I am getting closer," Master Huron said. "The latest and most disruptive work of your old friend is becoming more and more familiar to me. I think I am getting closer to understanding his mindset and attitude. I can see more and more parallels between his Karman system and my lifelong experience with working on neural interface technology to achieve interconnectivity. I do not consider him to be my unofficial disciple for nothing. I think you should be more careful about your statements. The MTA and the leaders of the Gage dynasty won't be happy with you for expressing so much support to a mech designer who inflicted a lot of damage to their interests." Master Huron nonchalantly shrugged as he continued to pick apart the cockpit seat with his manual tools. "It doesn't matter. None of them will punish me for saying so. We are living in a free zone now, remember. The only safe zone in this star sector is the Centerpoint system. Every other star system is no longer under the regime of the Big Two. It is only a matter of time before auto-heretics become more ubiquitous than normal mechs in this region of space. My fellow Fredamen do not care at all about how my unofficial disciple used to be their enemy and only want to pilot their own mechs." He was right. The auto-heretics could not be stopped. The demand for them was so high that they even managed to inflict the most damaging blow to the Big Two since the start of the Age of Mechs. Even if you are correct, our leaders still need time to adjust their mentalities. You should refrain from making too many statements in support of Vase before the Gage dynasty and the other coalition partners finally change their policies towards living mechs. They're too slow, Carlos. Ever since they won the Komodo War, they have lost their competitive drive. The Hexers always made sure to keep our leaders sharp and focused. Now that we have solved this threat, the Friday coalition is becoming more and more muddled. The setbacks we have suffered only reinforces this impression. We are not handling the problems resulting from losing access to the Friday colonies and the uncontrolled proliferation of Karman mechs well. Our current leaders are too prideful to admit defeat and reverse their ban on living mechs. The ban was turning into a joke. More and more people including other Fredamen violated this rule just so that they could become Karman mech pilots. The Friday coalition was pretty much the only holdout in the Yana star cluster. Pretty much every other third-rate and second-rate state in the neighborhood had already embraced their new reality as occupants of a free zone and allowed their citizens to make use of Karman mechs. Of course, the states did not want these new Karman mech pilots to use their powerful machines to pick fights with others. They were all trying to experiment with policies aimed at limiting the abuse of these powerful war machines. Some policies were more successful than others. The ones that saw more success were usually the ones that did not outright ban conflicts involving Karman mechs, but instead sought to divert the fighting away from populated areas to minimize collateral damage. The competitive mech scene suddenly experienced a huge resurgence as a result. Many Karman mech pilots wanted to test their skills against each other. A huge demand had emerged for relatively safe and controlled ways for Karman mechs to clash against each other without going for the kill. Rather than risk their lives in blood pacts in real wars, the Karman mech pilots strongly preferred to become mech athletes and earn fame and fortune in the mech games. Whether the states succeeded in diverting the energies of a lot of enthusiastic Karman mech pilots by organizing a lot of new mech competitions remained unclear. Carlos had a feeling that these efforts might not be as successful as most people hoped. As one of the people who used to know Vase on a personal basis, Carlos had always known that he could bear a grudge. Vase also had an awful habit of resorting to extremes if he ever had a chance to retaliate. Though Carlos had already broken off with his old friend at this point, he still paid close attention when Vase appeared in the Smiling Samuel star sector one day and used his works to trigger the collapse of the Vulcan Empire. Somehow, Carlos had a strong suspicion that Vase repeated his old playbook, but at a much larger scale than before. Chapter 6655 The Existential Threat to Neural Interface Technology. Professor Vase Larkinson was playing at a completely different level from most mech designers. While the Devil Tongue's work single-handedly reshaped the existing order in the Milky Way galaxy in a matter of months, Carlos Shaw was still struggling to gain traction in the Friday Coalition's mech market. The gap between the two mech designers from the Bright Republic was too fast. There was no possible way that Carlos dared to compare himself against his former friend and employer. Fortunately, he had grown older and wiser by this time. He no longer felt any strong surge of jealousy or envy. It was silly for him to even think that he could become as brilliant as Vase. That did not necessarily mean Carlos was always content to remain inferior to him. No one doubted that Vase was a prodigy who ramped up quickly and grew at an insane rate not seen since the explosive rise of the polymath. No, Carlos made the same decision as many other mech designers who found themselves bereft of early opportunities and successes. He planned for the long game. As long as he worked diligently and never gave up no matter what setbacks he suffered, he would surely make steady progress. There was no need for him to plan for becoming a master mech designer so soon. He should take this step by step. He should first worry about becoming a senior mech designer. It didn't matter if it took a century or 2 centuries for him to become a master mech designer. So long as he could afford the life-prolonging treatments, he should be able to do okay. Carlos threw most of his concerns related to the enormous changes taking place across the galaxy. He recognized that he was far different from Vase in that he possessed virtually no agency in these affairs. He should just work like an honest journeyman mech designer and focus on improving his own work and design philosophy. Right now, the auto-heretic design offered plenty of insights to mech designers like Carlos. Though there were signs that the design was a bit rushed, the application of tech and components was exquisite. The mech industry had already deduced that Vase had partnered up with one highly skilled rational master mech designer. The latter was so precise and calculated in her work that it seemed as if she was already getting rather close to bridging the mythical gap to the next and ultimate rank. Of course, the unspoken implication of this analysis was that the master in question likely hailed from the Mech Trade Association. Only the mechers themselves trained rational mech designers in large numbers. Carlos. Yes, master. Come here and study this cockpit seat for me. Do you recognize anything that may be responsible for producing a metaphysical bond between man and machine? I am not sure, but I do not think so. Nothing about these parts suggests that they are doing anything aside from what they are supposed to do on the surface. The seat is designed to comfortably hold a pilot and cushion him when exposed to other forces. The straps are designed to hold the pilot in place. The parts related to this strange blood interface doesn't have much electronics or other systems at all. At the very least, I have not identified anything that remotely resembles a neural interface. It is clear that whatever mechanisms Vase uses to establish the blood pact, it does not rely on a direct physical vessel. The pair had actually established this before when they first got their hands on a recovered auto-heretic version B mech. The lack of a direct physical interface of any kind perplexed not only Master Huron, but pretty much every other mech designer in the Milky Way. The Fredaman master should have known he wouldn't find anything different in this machine, but his obsession drove him to deny the reality before his eyes. For the first time in his life and career, he encountered a mech that did not bother to include a neural interface. It was possible for auto-heretics to add neural interfaces. Many enterprising mech designers had already developed their own variants where they slotted one in, and as far as their experiments showed, the Karman mechs performed even better when paired with potentates. Of course, norms had no use for the neural interfaces. They would only burn out their brains if they forced themselves to use this old tech. Perhaps that was why Master Huron couldn't stop himself from spending his valuable time on picking the auto-heretic mechs apart. As a neural interface specialist, he felt as if he and all of the other mech designers in the same sub-community failed in their jobs. While neural interfaces were still safe due to their superior benefits to potentates, they had undoubtedly been upstaged by the brand new Karman system introduced by the auto-heretic designs. The reason why Master Huron had dropped or suspended a lot of projects in order to spend more time with these Karman mechs was because he felt an existential threat. Neural interface technology was old and extremely mature. It had existed long before the use of mechs, but it was only after the start of the age of mechs that its potential was truly being tapped. While the MTA imposed many restrictions on the development of neural interface technology, many specialists had developed incremental upgrades and improvements over the years. However, No matter how hard they tried, they failed to make any serious breakthroughs, the most important of which was to make them compatible with norms. With each passing generation, the upgrades became more and more marginal. Nowadays, the neural interfaces developed by most specialists such as Master Huron amounted to centigrades rather than upgrades. It basically meant that their tech performed better in a few areas at the cost of decreasing their performance in other areas. Every neural interface specialist knew what this meant. If they failed to develop any major breakthroughs or created a new technological paradigm, it was likely that neural interface technology would reach the substitution phase of the technology life cycle. What this meant was that the persistent weaknesses and lack of innovation in neural interface technology opened it up for a superior replacement. Of course, the Karman system was nowhere close to threatening the dominance of neural interface among regular mech pilots, but this was just the start. Contrary to the tried and true neural interfaces, Karman systems were brand new. There were rumors on the galactic net that Professor Larkinson, accidentally, developed his very first Karman system when he designed and fabricated the Bastion. The expert Heavy Space Knight sounded like the perfect prototype for a Karman mech. If this was the case, then the Karman system had been invented just before the Great Severing. Nobody possessed any depth of understanding of Karman systems, but even a novice mech designer could guess that Professor Larkinson had only scratched the surface of this amazing new branch of technology. Even if it was mostly based on metaphysics as opposed to conventional technology, the Karman system was just beginning to be commercialized, which meant that there was definitely a lot of untapped potential within this research direction. Professor Larkinson and many scientists in both galaxies were probably working hard to improve and optimize the implementation of the Karman system in any way they could. While the bizarre nature of the Karman system and the Blood Pact prevented most third parties from developing major upgrades, they should at least be able to develop indirect improvements, such as improving the compatibility and reducing the rejection rate of the blood production and transfusion instruments. The greater threat was when Professor Larkinson released more modern Karman mech designs that featured a new generation of Karman systems. The moment he solved the critical shortcoming that limited a single Karman mech pilot to a single Karman mech, it was over for the neural interface industry. Rather than keep using an old and stale piece of tech that only 3.5% of the population could use, most people would rather turn to a substitute that was applicable to nearly 100% of the population. This was why Master Tokman Huron could never rest. The only way to prevent his specialization from fading away into irrelevance was to develop a design application that broke the current limitations of this tech. Several hours went by as Master Huron continued to obsess over a brand new control system that he could not figure out. Even though he was able to make a few more clever observations due to the few similarities between the two different techs, he still failed to understand the essence of Karman technology. Carlos was not as optimistic as Master Huron, but then again, his specialization was not at stake. While it would be inconvenient for Carlos to learn how to integrate a new control system that had to be organic for whatever reason, his design philosophy should still be compatible with Karman mechs. As their work session came to an end, Master Huron and Carlos carefully put the disassembled parts back together in a better state than when the auto-heretic left the mech factory. The older of the two actually looked optimistic. "I am making progress." "In what way, Master?" Carlos carefully asked. "It is not what you think. I am no closer to deciphering the working principles of the Karman system. It is clear that I lack the essential new theories that must have been developed in the Red Ocean after its displacement to another galactic supercluster. I, along with many other mech designers, initially suspected that these theories only apply in the new environment, but the fact that the Karman system is able to work well in our current galaxy suggests that the new theories are not as exclusive as we thought." "What does that mean?" "It means that we are missing a vital branch of metaphysics in our overall understanding of science and technology," Master Huron said. "I have a good idea of what that might be. When you promote to the rank of Senior Mech Designer and subsequently Master Mech Designer, you are privileged to learn a number of remarkable secrets about certain truths, many of which are related to metaphysics. I believe that the MTA knows far more about it than ordinary galactic citizens such as ourselves. If the Mechers insist on denying the secrets that may be able to help us understand the essence of the Karman system, then they are doing us all a great disservice." Carlos was reluctant to talk about any subject that maligned the MTA, but he wanted to know what the Mechers were hiding as well. "Isn't that good, in a way? The MTA are the masters of technology. Even if they keep expertise on metaphysics to themselves, they should surely be able to improve neural interfaces on the basis of the unconventional tech used in Karman systems." Master Huron sneered in response. You are putting too much trust in a group of first-class incompetents. Just look at how much effective territory they lost in a short amount of time. Rather than putting our faith in an institution that has egregiously failed us multiple times, it is better to take matters into our own hands. What are you talking about, Master? I am talking about seeking out contacts that may hold the secrets we desire. The Fredaman Master grinned. Before the start of the Carmen Revolution, any attempt to do so will invite sanction from the MTA. Now that nearly the entire Komodo Star sector has been designated as a free zone, we no longer have to abide by the Big Two's patronizing taboos and restrictions. We can seek any knowledge we desire and develop any technology we want. Carlos took a few steps back. He had a feeling that Master Huron might not be so restrained in his own research anymore from this point onwards. Do you even know who to contact to borrow the expertise you need to advance your research? Master Huron briefly frowned. I do not, but perhaps others in the Gage dynasty might have a better idea. If not, then I still have a last resort. And what is that? We may have to enter the Nixian Gap. What do you mean? We, Master. Chapter 6656 Gains and Losses in the Carmen Revolution. Many historians and other experts predicted that the Carmen Revolution may be the crisis that may put an end to the age of mechs in the Milky Way. The Big Two would definitely be the first ones to refute this theory. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance may have been caught off guard by a crisis nobody saw coming, but they managed to stabilize the situation in the galaxy and prevent their reach and authority from crumbling even further. When people looked at a map of the Milky Way galaxy, they would see that the Big Two had lost a huge amount of territory. If the galaxy was shaped like a pizza, then human space encompassed half of it. Of that half, the crust and much of the outer ring had been cut away from the direct control of the MTA and CFA. At most, minuscule pieces of sauce and toppings had been left behind that somewhat proved that the Big Two still maintained a light and mostly nominal presence in the star sectors that they had left behind. However, the wealth and resources of the Milky Way galaxy was not evenly distributed like a proper pizza. Much of the delicious toppings were sprinkled at and around the center of the pizza. Cutting away the outer ring might look like the Big Two lost a huge amount of territories, but they all happened to be largely devoid of toppings anyway, so it was not as if the MTA and CFA lost a lot of wealth and power. In fact, there were those among the Mechers and Fleeters that actually preferred the new status quo. They always thought of the galactic rim and the more remote parts of the galactic heartland to be a burden. They were not entirely wrong, as it usually cost significantly more funding and resources to keep the vast and sparse regions of the outer half of the galaxy under control. Now that the Big Two had gotten rid of this useless burden, they not only shed the obligation to patrol and pacify all of those low-value regions of space, but they could also concentrate their armed forces. Logistics became a lot simpler for them and they were able to significantly increase the security levels in the territory they still held under their grip. The Big Two were already taking advantage of their tactical withdrawal from the outer half of the Milky Way galaxy and relied on the concentration of force to pacify several risk zones at a time. The Carmen revolutionaries were steadily losing ground that they did not have time to properly secure. While they had managed to earn a huge initial victory by making the MTA and CFA look weak and forcing them to give up a huge chunk of territory, that did not necessarily translate into a big strategic advantage. The Big Two possessed immense forces at its disposal. The MTA's mighty god pilots and most of the CFA's uncountable battleships had not yet even mobilized to put down the Carmen Revolution. The Mechers and Fleeters still cared for their reputation. It would not look or sound good if they used their most powerful military assets that were meant to crush alien opposition to terrorize human citizens instead. If not for that, the MTA and CFA would have been able to speed up their reconquest of the risk zones and ultimately the free zones several times faster. Perhaps it was not bad for the Mechers and Fleeters to take their time. Too much had changed in a short amount of time. Many of its leaders were still stuck in the past. Their insistence on returning everything to pre-Carmen Revolution conditions was causing a lot of arguments within their ranks. They needed to clarify their new direction and unite most of their members before they were ready to launch a full counterattack. In the meantime, the Carmen revolutionaries were gearing up to defend their gains and make sure the Big Two did not regain what they lost. This was easier said than done because most of the so-called revolutionaries consisted of disorganized rabble and opportunistic troublemakers. All sorts of messy people had taken up the mantle of a revolutionary for a variety of ulterior motives. While there were definitely a lot of strong believers in Carmen mechs among them, it could not be denied that plenty of other folk had sought to take advantage of their momentum. Already, the galactic net was rife with rumors and sightings of unwelcome visitors from the cosmopolitan movement and other known terrorist organizations. Plenty of other threatening people and groups had mixed in as well. They were just a lot better at hiding their nefarious origins. The empowerment of gangs, criminals, anarchists, would-be warlords and other unsavory groups led to a deterioration of prosperity and happiness throughout the outer galaxy. The free zones weren't wealthy in the first place. Now that a lot of groups felt unconstrained enough to act on their darker impulses, the lives of many common citizens took a turn for the worse. Those who lived in weaker states suffered a lot more from this than those who lived in stronger states. Fortunately, the common folk were not as defenseless as before. So long as they could acquire auto-heretic mechs, they were quickly able to organize basic militias and defense forces that allowed them to fight against many adversaries that sought to exploit the population of a city or a planet. Naturally, all of this fighting inevitably led to a lot of collateral damage. The words of the Big Two appeared prescient as the dramatic uptick in mech-scaled violence led to a lot more killing than had ever taken place in recent times. The Komodo Star Sector was no exception to this rule. As the star sector where the father of Karman mechs originated, it was home to the strongest Karman mech fanatics in the Milky Way. No matter how much the Fredaman tried to suppress the proliferation of auto-heretic mechs, the Third Raiders secretly produced them in great numbers and distributed them everywhere they could. The auto-heretic version C was originally designed with the use of materials that were commonly available in the Yana star cluster, so production of this dirt-cheap model had begun several weeks sooner than in other parts of the Milky Way. This meant that the Fredaman were already behind the curve once they noticed the Karman mechs popping up here and there. The rapid spread of auto-heretic version Cs had done what the hexadric hegemony could never accomplish. The attraction of the Karman mechs had caused much of the third-class population of the Komodo Star Sector to turn against the Friday Coalition. While it was still too soon for any major uprisings to occur, a lot of people purposefully ignored the Friday Coalition's prohibition against living mechs and the auto-heretic mechs in particular. So many Third Raiders had become Karman mech pilots in a short amount of time that they were already beginning to harbor greater ambitions. One region of space where the common folk were gearing up for a fight is the Bright Republic. The third-rate state would have been forgotten by nearly everyone if not for the fact that it was the birthplace of Professor Vase Larkinson. It had received vastly greater attention with many Karman mech pilots and other assorted fans choosing to go on a pilgrimage to the humble planet of Cloudy Curtain. Cloudy Curtain had already changed beyond recognition. The sand war that had devastated many third-rate states more than a decade ago had culminated in the scouring of Bentime. Once the Bright Republic had been savaged by the Sandmen to the point where it lost its main economic engine, the Friday Coalition had reduced it to a client state under the joint management of the Ilvain Protectorate and the Vessia Kingdom. This essentially meant that the Bright Republic had become a puppet state to the two third-class lackeys of the Fredaman. While the state still existed on paper, everyone knew that the Ilvainans and the Visians were slowly gobbling up more and more star systems that should have belonged to the Bright Republic. It was a slow-motion conquest that none of the Brighters believed could be stopped. After all, the Fredaman were negatively disposed towards the Bright Republic due to all of the losses caused by Vase Larkinson and the Larkinson clan. The Brighters were not willing to lose the state that they and their predecessors had fought to defend for many generations. However, the losses they suffered during the Sand War and the lack of recovery due to the deliberate manipulations by the Ilvainans and the Visians had left them with little recourse. The diaspora of Brighters that had moved to other states were doing their best to make a comeback, but there was only so much they could do with the limited number of people that were forced to uproot their lives and move elsewhere. They lacked the capital and manpower to build up a powerful mech force that could take back their besides, even if they did succeed in their unlikely rebellion. The Friday Coalition had many ways to sabotage the effort to restore the independence of the Bright Republic. The Karman Revolution changed everything. The Friday Coalition had become distracted and overwhelmed by the uncontrolled proliferation of auto-heretic mechs. The Bright Republic had become famous throughout the Milky Way. Every fan of the newly introduced concept of Karman mechs had taken the time to learn where Vase came from, thereby causing the state to attract a lot of attention. When people learned of the effort to restore the Bright Republic, a small proportion of them grew sympathetic enough to lend their aid. The Bright Liberation Movement, which used to be known as the Bentime Liberation Movement, suddenly received a lot of donations and other forms of support from all kinds of random third parties across the galaxy. With the help of the Galactic Gate Network, These benefactors were not only able to donate hard cash which the BLM could use to fund the acquisition of more conventional mechs as well as auto-heretics, but they were also able to supply serious hardware. This included surplus starships, heavy industrial equipment and a huge amount of supplies, enough to fight 10 wars. This not only allowed the BLM to rapidly expand its expatriate mech forces by adding in a large amount of auto-heretics, but the rebel organization also welcomed the arrival of a lot of sympathetic foreigners. While the influx of cash, war materiel and tourists also caused the Bright Liberation movement to become a lot more disorganized, the huge increase in strength and other forms of support had given the rebels a lot of confidence. We need to strike while the iron is hot, a former senior military officer of the Mech Corps argued. Just say the word, and my men and I will return to the Bright Republic with raised flags. If can blitz the protectors of the faith in the Mech Legion, they will be forced to give up a huge amount of ground, thereby allowing us to gain an immediate foothold into our state. Just say the word, Senator, and we can commence our operation right away. Former Senator Camden Tovar shook his head in disapproval. Patience. It is not time yet. Time is on our side. Our people have waited years for liberation. They can wait a couple of months longer. The longer we wait, the more support we receive. Senator Tovar had come a long way since the last time the Tovar family and the other founding families held the reins of power in the Bright Republic. After the Ilvain Protectorate and the Vesia Kingdom took over, the founding families suffered greatly as the foreign occupants sought to dismantle the old power structures. Senator for Life Camden Tovar found himself stripped of his position and was forced to flee lest he got arrested for trumped-up charges. Not everyone from the Tovar family managed to get away before they got swept up. This had always been one of the senator's regrets. This was part of the reason why he agreed to become one of the leaders of the BLM and work towards liberating the Bright Republic from its current state of occupation. Chapter 6657 Bright Liberation Movement. The Bright Liberation Movement possessed a checkered past in its previous incarnation. Back when the Bentheim Liberation Movement fought for the independence of the state's only port system, it had largely been regarded as a band of terrorists. The BLM never managed to gain traction across much of the population because few people thought it was a good idea to separate Bentheim from the Bright Republic. If the port system and possibly a number of surrounding star systems declared independence, then the neighboring Vesia Kingdom would just swoop in and swallow up the much more vulnerable port system in an instant. However, the one good thing about the Bentheim Liberation Movement was that its deplorable actions at least restrained the actions of the central government. The government officials who resided in Rittersburg did not dare to divert too much wealth from the port system to many of the other provinces of the Bright Republic for fear of boosting the support of the rebels. This proved that the BLM's leadership actually possessed a degree of shrewdness and pragmatism that Senator Tovar could respect. Now that he became one of the leading figures of its direct successor, he truly found that the BLM certainly knew how to keep its act together. The only problem that Tovar had with the past and current incarnation of the rebel organization was that its lower ranks were severely lacking in discipline. They were a far cry from the professional soldiers of the Mech Corps. If not for the fact that a lot of deserters from the Mech Corps had left the Bright Republic and hooked up with the Bright Liberation Movement, Senator Tovar would have doubted whether it was worth it for him to spend his years trying to wrangle the rabble. Fortunately for him and many other Brighters, the Carmen Revolution vastly improved the BLM's prospects. The discussion on the strategic steps that the BLM needed to take continued to rage on. There were multiple leaders who advocated for immediate action. We cannot waste too much of our time on troop building. We are losing momentum the longer we sit on our thumbs. If we take too long to begin our offensive, many of the tourists will get bored and leave. Most of them are not that useful to us to begin with in their current state. Metcalf, Senator Tovar calmly retorted. Many of them are Carmen Mech pilots with more false bravado than skill. They need more training in order to fight more effectively. They don't need to fight. Metcalf Larkinson contemptuously said, they are already making themselves useful by volunteering to serve as our cannon fodder. If they survive the initial battles, then we may decide to train them more seriously, but first they need to prove they have the guts to fight in a real war. Metcalf Larkinson was not a Mech officer. He was just a resentful 60-year-old veteran Mech pilot who managed to escape the Bright Republic when the Larkinsons suddenly became wanted. Unlike most of the relatives that managed to get away, Metcalf Larkinson did not answer the rallying call of Ark Larkinson and refused to join the Larkinson family or Larkinson clan. He was one of the few who wanted to continue to do his duty to the Bright Republic even if it had turned hostile to him and the Larkinsons. He was not really a qualified leader, but he managed to gain more prominence by making use of his Larkinson name. These days, his influence had grown by a considerable extent, especially since he was a blood relative to the legendary father of Carmen Mech. Senator Tovar would not be able to dismiss the aggressive suggestions of Metcalf Larkinson as easily as he wished. He needed to engage the stubborn soldier with proper arguments. You should not treat our foreign volunteers in such a callous manner. They are our guests. They have shown their goodwill to us, so we must show them the respect they deserve. We need to pay more attention to our reputation. All of our actions and decisions will reflect onto Professor Larkinson one way or another. As a Larkinson yourself, you should know that his name and your name has always stood for honor and duty. Do you truly wish to forsake the reputation that your predecessors had fought with their lives by throwing away the lives and ruining the piloting careers of so many foreign Carmen Mech pilots? We still need their support and the support of their backers to keep the bright republic after we have taken it back. Let us not disgrace our war heroes by painting our state and its citizens in a negative light. The BLM was in the public spotlight now. These short-sighted rebel leaders had always suffered from myopia. They were unable to understand the greater diplomatic context that they were operating under. Our movement is not a platform for an old man like you to springboard your way into galactic politics. Metcalf Larkinson complained in lieu of a better counter-argument. Senator Tovar rapped his knuckles against the table. I wouldn't be here if I did not love the bright republic. My family was one of its original founders. We have a duty to restore what is ours. I am merely cautioning you to pay attention to diplomacy. You may not like it, but we need outside support to retake the bright republic and keep it out of the hands of our enemies. Do you not realize that the Friday Coalition can resort to any measure up to and including direct military intervention to erase all of our gains? That caught numerous leaders by surprise. Not all of them had thought far enough. The old man shook his head in disappointment. We are living in a free zone now. The Big Two's rules no longer apply anymore. Aside from the common consensus that we should not try to acquire and make use of warships and superweapons, we are allowed to do almost everything else. That includes second-rate states directly intervening in third-rate states. Now that the Mechers and the Fleeters no longer impose any invisible restraints, the Fredamen will no longer face sanction if they directly deploy their vastly superior second-class mechs on a third-class battlefield. This scenario sounded a lot more realistic now that the leaders processed the greater implications of living in a free zone. Shouldn't the Fredamen have their hands full with the Hexers? Perhaps in the future, but not to the same extent. Senator Tovar replied, unlike our BLM, the Hexer cause is much more extreme. Too extreme for most people, in fact. They also require vastly greater funding and support in order to reclaim their former territories in the Komodo Star sector. While the Hexer expatriates may still be able to muster several powerful armored forces in the next year, their poor diplomacy will continue to hamper their attempts to build a coalition. In summary, do not expect the Hexers to keep the Fredamen busy in the short term. We must find a way to deter the Fredamen from invading our fragile and recovering third-rate state with overwhelming force. The only viable way to do so is to borrow a page from their book. What do you mean by that, Senator? Have you forgotten how the Friday Coalition won the Komodo War? The Fredamen leveraged their diplomacy to invite a large amount of foreign military support to help them in the war against the Hexers. The Fredamen also borrowed the expert pilots of third-rate states in our star sector to stack the deck against their archenemies. Their strategy worked, simply because the Hexers were not able to match the Fredamen's efforts. Never ignore the power of making friends with other states. That caused a lot of other leaders in the meeting to rethink their own approaches. They never really appealed to foreign aid in the past, but that was mostly because no one really cared about the Bright Republic. It was different now that the historic deeds of one of its former citizens had put a galactic spotlight on the state. The Friday Coalition is not in a good place as far as diplomacy goes. Another BLM leader said, it is the only major state in the Yana Star cluster that is continuing to prohibit the production and use of Carmen Mechs. Everyone and their mother knows that Professor Larkinson used to be enemies with the Fredamen. That has definitely caused many Carmen Mech pilots and the people around them to develop a bad impression of the second-rate state. The Fredamen tried to kidnap or kill him multiple times. If they succeeded, every Carmen Mech pilot right now would still be stuck as powerless norms who would never be able to pilot a machine in their lifetime. That was also a good argument. It was difficult to gauge how much the Friday Coalition lost support and whether it would lead to more serious retaliatory actions, but for now no one was willing to offer any military aid. Part of that was because many states were too concerned about the deteriorating security situation to spare much forces elsewhere. Senator Tovar possessed a much better picture of what the Friday Coalition might be going through in the future, but he doubted the others were interested at the moment. It is true that the Friday Coalition is in a weak position at the moment. That makes the second-rate state dangerous. Its leaders may decide that they need a show of strength in order to repair the confidence of its citizens and demonstrate to everyone else that they are still in charge of the Komodo Star sector. If we start our operation to take back the Bright Republic too soon, we will become the nail that the Fredaman will seek to hammer down. The faces of many BLM leaders turned ugly after hearing that. They were not stupid enough to reject this possibility. If that is the case, how long do we need to wait? Metcalf Larkinson asked in a more subdued tone. Half a year to a year. Senator Tovar estimated. Events are still developing quickly, so you do not need to wait longer than that. The Friday Coalition will continue to grow more and more unstable as it is struggling with an unsolvable dilemma. In the meantime, foreign donations and volunteers keep coming in from the other parts of human space. Many may feel discouraged and decide to leave, but I believe that you can compensate for their absence with other newcomers. What is important is that you must give them enough time to learn how to fight as a unit in an organized mech force. Karman mech pilots are not soldiers, so you must work to correct that shortcoming so that they have a good chance of surviving the coming battles. The meeting continued as the leaders of the Bright Liberation Movement continued to address a range of other topics. The former senator mostly took a backseat on these discussions. He was not directly involved in matters relating to officer promotions, logistics and so on. He also attracted enough of the limelight for himself. If he kept attracting so much attention, then he would eventually come across as a usurper rather than a contributor. There were already too many rebels who harbored a lot of suspicion about Camden Tovar's motives within the BLM. He was not the sort of person who was traditionally associated with the previous incarnation of the rebel movement. In truth, some of their accusations were correct. Senator Tovar was already thinking about the next step of his career. He did not intend to dedicate the rest of his life to the Bright Republic. It was too small and inconsequential for his current appetite. As long as he wrangled the BLM into a successful reconquest of the Bright Republic and managed to earn a good reputation while doing so, he was confident he could insert himself into a larger political organization. After all, since Vase Larkinson and his fellow soldiers of the Flagrant Vandals had fought so hard to extend his lifespan by a century, he may as well make better use of his additional years. Chapter 6658 Pariahs. The Yana star cluster was undergoing a huge amount of change. It had already been subject to a lot of changes. The Komodo War completely reshaped the relevant star sector, while the short-lasting but incredibly disruptive Crown Uprising seemed to have a certain relationship with the mysterious Xianxia Gap. Now, the Karman Revolution had put the hazardous region in the spotlight once again. Master Huron was not the only mech designer who thought about entering the Xianxia Gap. As suicidal as it sounded, those in the know learned that a brand new power was on the rise. The existence of the Oblivion Empire was not publicly known, but it was pretty much an open secret among high society. Very few people knew that the Oblivion Empress was actually a woman called Cynthia Larkinson. Those that did generally tried to avoid any mention of it for various reasons. It was doubtful whether this secret could be kept for long, but for now the Oblivion Empress remained a mysterious figure who already held sway over her own warlord state before the start of the Karman Revolution. One reason why many people began to pay a lot of attention was due to a secret that was better known. Those in the know learned that the Oblivion Empire was the origin of the Auto-Heretic mech line. The clues were already obvious. Not only was it located particularly close to the star sector that Professor Vase Larkinson originated from, but the original mech designs of the version B and version C variants were also based on exotics that were commonly available in the Yana star cluster. What truly added more credence to this suspicion was that the Oblivion Empire not only fielded actual Auto-Heretic mechs before anyone else, but also began to distribute and sell them at a rapid pace. The Oblivion Empire was the main reason why the Yana star cluster already featured the highest density of Karman mechs in human space. Although the more productive and developed star clusters located in the free zones in the galactic heartland were about to overtake the Yana star cluster, this was still an impressive feat considering its remoteness. The population's extensive familiarity and brand awareness of LMC mechs and living mechs also contributed to the extraordinarily fast adoption of the Auto-Heretic mechs. This caused many observers to develop the assumption that if they wanted to seek the origin of Karman mechs, they needed to flock to the hazardous region known as the Xianxia Gap. Despite the many dangers and warnings associated with this asteroid-filled anomalous space, visitors kept pouring in with increasing frequency. Few of them returned. Whether this was because they ran into an accident, got killed by pirates or successfully joined the Oblivion Empire, nobody knew for certain. The likely truth was a mix of the three possibilities. Entering the Xianxia Gap without guidance was perilous, but as long as the daring newcomers managed to survive the natural hazards produced by the anomalous region, they usually had an opportunity to encounter one of the Oblivion Empire's patrols. Who knows what kind of treatment they received? Despite the lack of information coming out of the Xianxia Gap, that did not deter people from seeking out the Oblivion Empire. Even before the start of the Karman Revolution, rumors had already spread that it offered unique benefits to people who desired to become stronger. Mech pilots who had no hope of attaining a breakthrough in regular space fearlessly ventured into the Xianxia Gap in pursuit of a promotion through less conventional means. Those who grew bored with the mundane qualities of their boring lives sought out the Oblivion Empire for a chance to get in touch with forbidden magic. The multiple taboos surrounding the Oblivion Empire most certainly deterred a lot of people from casually seeking it out, but the ones with the greatest desire for change and enough courage to go through with it were excellent recruits. People such as Master Huron did not think the Oblivion Empire would reject them. They were smart, clever and highly productive workers that could contribute to the rogue state in many different ways. While Master Tokman Huron was still hesitating whether he should go ahead and pull the trigger before the Friday Coalition changed for the worse, another Fredaman mech designer had already made the decision to take a chance. "Are you sure about this, Master Olson? Not everyone who goes inside makes it out alive. Nothing can save us when an unexplainable anomaly swallows up our starship." The charming woman wearing a multi-layered midnight blue dress smirked at her direct disciple. "That is where you are wrong. I have already made a secret arrangement with an old acquaintance who has already joined the Oblivion Empire. With her assistance, we can rendezvous with a patrol dispatched by the Oblivion Mech army and safely journey deeper inside." "You already have a way in." Oleg Vorn reacted with surprise. "I do. I know the master who designed the auto-heretic designs. You may have met her once. It is difficult to maintain contact with each other under the current circumstances, but I am glad that she still paid attention to a few communication channels." Oleg began to frown. "Even if you have managed to secure safe passage to the Oblivion Empire, is this truly the right course of action for us? We are doing better than ever. Many people have begun to know you and your work due to being Vess's nominal master. Our sales has quadrupled and many people have begun to request commissions from you. Not only that, but the Grand Loxic Republic has relaxed a few of its policies towards foreign master mech designers such as you. We may finally be able to construct a large manufacturing complex in the capital star system like you always wanted." Life had not been great for Master Carmen Olsen and her direct disciple. Despite her contributions to the Komodo War, the stigma of being the first for Damon to notice Vess's talents and accept him as a nominal disciple proved too much. She could no longer stay in the Friday Coalition, especially after the state continued to deteriorate in several ways. Setbacks such as the catastrophic Battle of Pima Prime that led to the death of Saint Jeremiah Gage had caused a lot of Fredaman to channel their anger towards Vase Larkinson to the nearest available scapegoat. Master Olsen became that scapegoat. By giving Vase Larkinson a chance to rise up in society and receive the support he needed to quickly grow out of the early stage of his career, the master mech designer bore the undeniable responsibility of enabling one of the single most damaging enemies the Friday Coalition had fought against. The problem became so bad that Fredaman were even blaming much of the losses incurred by the Great Severing to her name. Though Master Olsen had weathered multiple storms in the past, her deteriorating situation in the Friday Coalition made her continued presence untenable. Neither the Vermeer group where she hailed from or the Carnegie group where she worked for a long time offered any support in a time where she needed it the most. Her allies deserted her over time. Her friends no longer accepted her calls. Her commercial ventures were going bust. Her access to confidential databases got revoked. She was no longer able to use special procurement channels to acquire rare materials that she needed to conduct her research. Master Olsen did not consider herself to be an ungrateful mech designer. She still felt she owed her loyalty to the Friday Coalition, or at least the Vermeer group for giving her the opportunities she needed to become a master when she became a century old. Though she used to hate the grueling training and competition that broke many of her fellow candidates, she now understood that this was one of the few ways to set herself up for enduring success. Yet as she became more and more isolated, Master Olsen eventually reached a point where she had to conclude that she no longer had a future in the Friday Coalition. Her status in her previous contributions at least ensured that she would not get arrested in a short amount of time, but she feared that lingering goodwill would run out sooner than later. She left before any ugly incidents could pass. Unfortunately, in order to remain discreet and prevent the Fredamen from tracking her down and taking her back so that she could continue to serve as their scapegoat to blame all of their misfortunes on, Master Olsen had to sacrifice much of her business empire and her fixed assets. She abandoned the expensive titanium garden that she used to take pride in. She abandoned all of her remaining employees without giving them a proper farewell speech. She was also unable to clue in her remaining friends who still expressed their support for her, such as Master Meredith Katzenberg. Master Olsen only took away her direct disciple Oleg and enough luggage and assets that could fit aboard a small and speedy stealth courier vessel. She had made the right decision to prepare this emergency evacuation plan ahead of Master Katzenberg informed Master Olsen later on that the Fredamen and especially the Gaugers had grown quite upset that she managed to slip the noose just as they had gathered enough evidence to bring her to trial. Losing the foundation that she built up in the Friday Coalition over the course of multiple decades caused her to lose a lot of wealth and business opportunities. She was only able to retain her most valued treasures and her liquid assets. Master Olsen decided to settle in the Winged Serenade star sector. It was located in the center of the Yana star cluster and boasted considerably higher economic activity. Of course, the mech industry was already saturated with many different competitors. It was difficult for Master Olsen to start from scratch and build a new foothold in the local mech market. Things were looking up, though. Oleg was right that her past association with the father of Carmen Mechs revived her fortunes. So why did she decide to abandon her efforts to get herself established in the Grand Loxic Republic and uproot her life yet again? My old friend inside the Oblivion Empire encouraged me to join her side. She did not dare to convey anything concrete, but she dropped certain hints and code words that stimulated my imagination. Master Olsen cryptically said, "And that was enough for you to decide to leave? There are more factors at play, Oleg. To be honest, I do not welcome the renewed attention. People are paying attention to us for the wrong reason. Just as is the case in the Friday Coalition, certain parties may decide that the best way they can strike at Vase and his works is by targeting his former master instead. There are other reasons why I have decided to leave." Master Olsen calmly said, "I cannot share them with you. If you follow me into the Nixian Gap, then I will let you know at that time. You may choose to remain here or depart to another destination if you want. You have spent enough time under my wing. It is time for you to become more independent and start your own ventures. Your relationship with Vase is much vaguer and less well-known, so you will not receive too much attention." Oleg was also still a journeyman mech designer, which automatically made him inconsequential to all of the big shots. The man paused for a few seconds before making up his mind. "If you choose to leave, then I choose to go with you. I agree with you that it may be better for me to go independent, but I can do that while also becoming a part of the Oblivion Empire. I think the rogue state is big enough to accommodate the both of us as we are working on separate research and design projects." Master Olsen looked slightly disapproving. "Do not be in a hurry to make a decision. Take your time to consider the pros and cons. I am not ready to depart right away, so think about your goals and how you can best fulfill them. The mech industry in a free zone is undergoing rapid changes. The rules are being rewritten as we speak. Even so, your work conditions will likely be much different if you decide to become a part of the Oblivion Empire." This was a life-changing decision that could have far-reaching consequences for their career progression. Chapter 6659 The Importance of Restraint. The Carmen Revolution in the Milky Way led to enormous disruptions. The lives of virtually every human had been impacted by it one way or another. While the lives of many people had become brighter and more colorful now that they had an opportunity to become Carmen mech pilots and wield greater personal power than ever before, the lives of many others came to a premature end. Original humanity therefore became awfully divided over whether Vase deserved to be praised or condemned. The Carmen revolutionaries and other supporters praised him to the heavens. They respectfully called him the father of Carmen mechs and already looked forward to the release of his next Carmen mech line. The Big Two and the Guardians of Peace predictably maligned him as the Devil Tongue. Vase, Larkinson had become the model of a mech designer who possessed no ethics and recklessly broke the rules for his selfish desires. Even if his Karman system granted norms a benefit that no one had ever managed to provide in the past, there were much better ways to introduce it than to dump it onto the galactic mech market all at once. Supporters and haters argued against each other nearly every day. This led to a lot of breakups in families and friendships as people who used to be close to each other found themselves at opposite ends. Those living in safe zones tended to respond a lot better to Big Two propaganda and gradually started to fall in line. There were many of them that were no doubt secretly eager to pilot auto-heretics, but they understood that uncontrolled access to them would make it much more likely that their homes would get destroyed. Those living in the free zones held no goodwill towards the Big Two anymore. The space peasants believed that the mechers and fleeters abandoned them. Now that they had become a lot more vulnerable than in the past, they eagerly sought protection, and piloting one of the auto-heretics sounded like a good way to improve their security in a new and more uncertain period of time. This turned the so-called risk zones into the most acute battlegrounds of the Karman Revolution. These were areas of relative stability where Karman mechs made an advance, but had yet to trigger enough changes to shake off the yoke of the Big Two. The mechers and the fleeters made a more concerted effort to maintain an active presence in the risk zones. The Guardians of Peace organized their own efforts to preserve as much of the old order as possible. However, the Karman revolutionaries were not content with staying in the periphery of the galaxy. They sought to increase their footprint in the galactic heartland and pry away the more prosperous territories from the established powers. Their success was mixed. As long as they did not face highly organized opposition from the Big Two, they were usually able to use the allure of the auto-heretic mechs to convert lots of people into supporters or even volunteer fighters. The biggest reason why the Karman revolutionaries had not been able to make as much progress as they wished was because of their inherent disorganization. There was no single organization leading the uprising fueled by the availability of auto-heretics. Anyone who was willing to make a stand and publicly oppose the Big Two's regime could claim the identity of a Karman revolutionary. This meant that a lot of messy people with diverse and occasionally murky origins were able to ride the wave and gain power for other purposes than just fighting for Karman mechs. The lack of coordination and the absence of a central authority made it difficult for the Karman revolutionaries to organize effective defenses or counterattacks against the Guardians of Peace. However, their passion and enthusiasm amplified their fighting spirit and allowed them to fight a lot harder than their opponents. This alone was not enough to overcome the problems related to coordination, but certain parties were already beginning to rectify this particular problem. While it was nearly impossible to completely centralize all operations conducted by the Karman revolutionaries, certain parties in the dark were already beginning to rectify the problem. So it's true. The first-rate superstates are taking our side, a rebel leader said. Which one do you come from, sir? The impeccably well-dressed man entering the isolated chamber with a pair of armored guards in tow. The first-rater did not answer immediately. He instead strode towards the center and took a seat at the plain metal table. He did not show any disgust or irritation at the lack of furnishings or the slight onset of rust due to lack of maintenance. Only after he had taken his seat did he begin to respond. I represent the interests of one of the numerous ancient clans of the Greater Terran United Confederation. That is all you need to know for the time being. That was informative, but not as much as the rebel leader wanted. It was all he could expect to get from this mysterious Terran envoy. Are you Terrans still trying to pretend you support the Big Two even though everyone knows that you would be the first ones to cheer their downfall? All in good time, Commander Arton. The time is not right, and the consequences of taking action are much greater for our superstate. Think for a moment what will happen if the Greater Terran United Confederation and most probably the new Rubarth Empire publicly announce their withdrawal from the treaties imposed on them by the MTA and the CFA. Unlike small and scattered rebel movements such as yours, our defection and open defiance cannot possibly be allowed to take place without an immediate counterreaction from the Big Two. Declining to retaliate will truly prove to everyone that they have grown too weak and are no longer fit to reign over human civilization. Wait, are you truly suggesting that? The Terran envoy steepled his hands and nodded with a grim expression. The MTA and the CFA will send out their warfleets. It is anyone's guess how many they will send. No matter whether their response is light or heavy, we cannot stand by and allow the mechers and fleeters intimidate us into backtracking. We will send out our own armed forces, but we expect them to be at a significant disadvantage. That will necessitate us to mobilize our strongest assets. The rebel commander immediately understood what the Terrans and the Rubarthans had to rely upon to defend their border regions against a retaliatory attack by the Big Two. God pilots. Not entirely, but it is an adequate answer. The envoy responded. No one can predict what might happen at that time. The MTA alone is able to mobilize enough God pilots to outnumber the God pilots that have pledged to protect our superstate and the Rubarthan superstate. However, we believe the actual number of God pilots that the Mechers can mobilize is substantially less. There are those at the top of your profession that disapprove of repressive measures, belong to a faction that is ideologically opposed to the MTA's recent policy decisions, or hold sympathy for star nations that long to be free. That made the numbers game a lot murkier. It may be possible that very few God pilots would choose to mobilize in order to bring the first-rate superstates back into compliance. Many theorists believe that this may be one of the driving reasons why the MTA had yet to mobilize its God pilots. So long as it remained unclear how many of them supported the old order to the point where they were willing to fight to preserve it, the Carmen revolutionaries and other opponents wouldn't be able to anticipate how much opposition they would face. Holding the God pilots back also gave the Mechers who wanted to protect the old order more time to convince the less reliable powerhouses to take their side. What if the Big Two fails to gain enough support among the God pilots? The rebel leader curiously asked. Then that will not reduce the danger too much. You have to know that the CFA can deploy an abundance of battleships. These ships may be inferior to God pilots in every way, but they can be deployed alongside friendly God pilots. So long as they enjoy enough protection from a God kingdom, they can still play a role in a fight of this level. Other than that, the CFA can completely overwhelm our border fleets and raise our planets with brutal bombardment campaigns. Our territories are vast, so it is impossible for our limited number of God pilots to cover every border. Many lives will be lost depending on how many enemy God pilots participate and how ruthless they can be towards their fellow humans. That sounds far too extreme, sir. The Terran envoy shook his head. The Big Two are desperate. They will pay less attention to their image and put greater emphasis on results. The fleeters will eventually turn into hypocrites and have come to resemble the enemies they once rebelled against, but their brutal campaign will effectively deter other states from declaring their own return to nationhood. Shouldn't your state be strong enough to defend most of your star systems against such an offensive? The rebel leader doubtfully asked. There have always been rumors that you and the Rubarthans have secretly amassed a large number of warships of your own. This would be a good time to unveil them and show that the Big Two are not the only ones who have them anymore. Even if we did build a secret armada of armed starships, we will never expose them so easily. As I have said, there are many complicated political considerations that we need to take into account. The wrong decisions can easily plunge this entire galaxy into all-out warfare and ultimately lead to the downfall of humanity as the dominant race. We cannot allow ourselves to be weakened to the point that the aliens will begin to take back the territories they once claimed as their own. That sounded as if this standoff would continue to remain stuck in stalemate for long. The Big Two did not want to mobilize all its God pilots, fearing that much fewer than would choose to answer the call. The God pilots of the first-rate superstates were generally a lot more united. They would definitely fight for the independence of their Terran or Rubarthan polities. Even so, there were far too few of them to cover enough border regions to prevent widespread raids and incursions. The Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire would definitely burn as a result. This may incense the Terran and Rubarthan God pilots and push them into fighting harder. Perhaps they may go on a destruction spree on their own in order to take revenge. The humans on both sides wanted to avoid triggering such a spiral, so they were not above making implicit agreements with their enemies. For now, the conflicts between the two sides were mostly confined in the risk zones. The combatants also only made use of mechs. The fleeters may have begun to deploy a few warships here and there, but most of them amounted to armed scout and courier vessels. The CFA had kept most of their cruisers and battleships at the border of human space where they could do more good. This was especially the case when it became more important than ever for the fleeters to patrol the borders and prevent alien infiltrators from slipping inside. The rebel leader roughly understood the reason for all of the hesitation by this time. He never thought that the Carmen Revolution would have brought the Big Two and the first-rate superstates so close to the brink of total annihilation. As long as either side made the wrong move, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Lots of people would die and a huge amount of assets would get destroyed. Warships would make a rapid return across human space as many people demanded protection against the CFA's unbridled use of its own battleships to sow death and destruction upon populated planets. The worst consequence of all was that God pilots may end up fighting against other God pilots. The death of a single one already represented a massive loss to the human race. If multiple of them died, then that would directly weaken the overall strength of human civilization, thereby emboldening external enemies. Faced with these disastrous consequences, the best decision the top players could make was to maintain restraint and allow lesser forces to wage war in their stead. The rebel leader suddenly understood his own place in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 6660 The arrival of the Amaranto Mark III. The Carmen Revolution had two completely different meanings to different people. To the humans of the Milky Way, the Carmen Revolution evoked a mixed response. The very topic of Carmen mechs provoked a lot of controversy and polarized a lot of opinionated individuals. The Carmen Revolution was responsible for fulfilling the dreams of billions if not trillions of people, but it also amplified the existing fault lines in human society and created new ones in record time. Compared to the intensive division caused by the sudden introduction of Carmen mechs in the Milky Way, the people of the Red Ocean remained remarkably well behaved when faced with the prospect of allowing norms to pilot mechs. The much smaller size of human-occupied space in the Red Ocean, the extensive cooperation between VAs and several factions of the Red Association, the differences between the Yellow Jackets, the auto-heretics and the institution of martial law and the alternative means of self-empowerment through systematic cultivation all contributed to a remarkably low incident rate among Red humanity. However, the biggest reason why Carmen mechs hadn't resulted in so much chaos and instability was because the Red War loomed over everyone's heads. Every norm that decided to bond with a Yellow Jacket would automatically get drafted. There was no way that states would allow these civilians to play around with Carmen mechs in their backyards when they could make a material difference in the war effort after a few years of rushed training. Therefore, those who wanted to fulfill their childhood dreams of becoming a mech pilot would be able to do so, but only with the realization that they would soon get marched into a training camp and be forced to become a soldier if they wanted to keep piloting their Carmen mechs. These reasons and more were why the Yellow Jackets generated much less of a buzz among Red humans. Still, people's attitudes towards Vess's invention was a lot more uniformly positive. He had torn down the genetic aptitude tyranny and given everyone the option to become a dignified soldier. The only question now was whether the native aliens would give them enough time to complete their basic training. That appeared less and less likely as the 4th defensive band was on the verge of collapsing. It only took a short amount of time for the situation in the Viola Magnifica system to become much more dire than before. The native aliens had already overrun other adjacent strategic locations across the Torald Middle Zone. The recent departure of ace pilots across every middle zone had caused gaps to form in the defenses of many fortified star systems. Despite the efforts of the Red 3 to compensate for these defensive loopholes, it was too late to stop the native aliens from launching concerted attacks led by formidable phase lords. In the face of the native gods of the Red Ocean, massed firepower and the desperate resistance of expert mechs could only do so much to slow them down. As the fortified star systems around Viola Magnifica crumbled within a matter of weeks, the mood within the fortified star system where the expeditionary fleet as well as the 77th Warborn were stationed had turned grim. Preliminary evacuations had already begun. The Red 3 along with many other forces transferred away much of their non-essential personnel that they could spare. This had a significant effect on the recovery rates of damaged mechs and hardware. The departure of many mech technicians, engineers, electricians and so on meant that the mechs and defensive installations would not be able to get back into fighting condition in a short amount of time. Not that it mattered all that much. The alien presence in the Viola Magnifica system was constantly growing with every passing day. Now that many other points on the 4th defensive band had fallen into enemy hands, the aliens were able to divert spare assault fleets to this location in order to remove the final obstacle before they could safely begin their attack on the 5th and final defensive band. There was no question anymore that Red humanity would lose control over Viola Magnifica. The only question was how much the defenders who remained at the key planet and stronghold were willing to make the invading aliens bleed before they finally beat a retreat. Both sides already had plenty of experience of how bloody these takeover battles could become. As the defending side, the Red humans enjoyed an inherent advantage, but they were bound to suffer a lot of losses while getting beaten back time and time again. The native aliens had to be more proactive and purposefully send their phase fighters and warships into killboxes where they would have to endure massed firepower from multiple angles at a time. However, as long as their accompanying phase lords were willing to lead the charge, they could rapidly destroy a lot of vulnerable hardware, thereby creating gaps in the human defensive lines which they could use to create more space for subsequent attack runs. This was one of the reasons why the adjacent fortified star systems collapsed so quickly in the past few weeks. The remaining defenders all knew what they had to do. It was impossible to defend Viola Magnifica to the death, so they did not even bother to aim for this result. Instead, they needed to stall the native alien advances long enough for all of the defensive guns to do their work and demolish a lot of alien hardware. The more phase fighters and starships they managed to destroy, the fewer the enemy would have left to assault the 5th defensive band, at least for a time. Killing lots of native aliens also helped to slow down the Red Tide offensive. While most of the aliens drafted into the war possessed very little individual agency and power, major setbacks and losses always caused their fleets to become more reluctant to engage in further attacks. The alien commanders could not treat their subordinates like emotionless pawns. They had to pay attention to morale and give the troops enough time to recover. With that in mind, the Larkinsons along with many other soldiers geared themselves up for a grueling fight. They would most definitely get pressured in the decisive battle that everyone knew was coming. Many of their comrades and fellow clansmen may end up dead by the time the expeditionary fleet withdrew from this doomed star system, but at least their sacrifice had made a difference, however small. Very few soldiers who were still stationed in Viola Magnifica had lost their nerve. Most of the mech pilots and other servicemen had gone through enough fighting to adopt a veteran mindset towards the conflict. They all knew what they were fighting for. They risked their lives and exposed themselves to the attacks of phase lords and warships so that their families and their fellow humans in the rear could remain protected against these threats. As the remaining forces made their final preparations, the champions that were left to put up a final stand against their alien counterparts geared themselves up for their greatest challenge since the start of the Red Tide. Offensive. Welcome back, Davia. The woman who many people expected to experience a breakthrough in the near future made a curt nod towards Joshua and Kedis. I came back just in time, I see. The guest pilot of the Larkinson clan remarked. What is the progress of the alien buildup? You're better off asking Commander Casella Ingvar or one of the many other senior officers. Joshua shrugged. I don't pay attention to the intelligence reports anymore. Knowing how many alien warships and phase lords have arrived from afar is unsettling. I am better off if I am focusing on my own game. I need to work towards my breakthrough. My wife here has offered a huge amount of help with that, though I wonder whether she has gifted me a blessing or a course. Venerable Davia Stark slightly smirked in amusement. I heard, you have gained an unruly new sword, or shall I say scimitar. An expensive one as well. That's an understatement. Joshua let out an exasperated sigh. Did you know that if I want to charge up the blade, the bitter scimitar burns through at least 100 grams per activation? You don't know how many people complained when I got so excited about cutting through transphasic alloys like a hot knife through butter that I activated it 3 times in a row. Kedis dramatically shook her head in disapproval. We did not choose to augment the bitter scimitar with phase water charged technology just so that you can single-handedly drain all of our phase water reserves within a matter of days. Though Joshua had definitely become convinced by the power of the new bitter scimitar to the point where he was willing to put up with its evil and hostile personality, he still suffered regular complaints about his profligate resource wastage. At least he and his battle partner learned firsthand how easy they could cut through obstacles that they normally considered impregnable or difficult to assail. Can I take a look at your new weapon? Sure, but it is currently stored in a safe container. I will show it to you next time I deploy into the field. I want to take a look at your newly upgraded expert mech. So this is the Amaranto Mark III, huh? Yes, she has definitely undergone a metamorphosis. I always knew that my decision to serve your clan and its patriarch would pay off. I do not think a finer expert marksman mech exists that can complement my lethality even further. Venerable Davia Stark smiled with pride. The Amaranto still retained her slender dark red-coated mech frame, but received a lot of obvious improvements, from the switch to a special combination of archimetal to the huge reinvention of the Instrument of Vengeance. Compared to the first iteration of the iconic marksman rifle, the current iteration looked like a much bigger and more formidable crystalline beast. It was larger, thicker, and most importantly featured a considerably longer barrel than the original Instrument of Vengeance. The application of luminaire crystal technology reached greater heights as Vase and Harry Kikonen utilized their combined expertise to elevate the tangible and intangible qualities of the formidable weapon. I heard that your new weapon received an ultimate module in the form of an internal chamber. Joshua said with evident curiosity in his voice. That is correct. The two-step execution crystal is amazing, but I have yet to test it out in a serious capacity. I want to keep its true capabilities a secret against the native aliens. Their lack of preparation against its capabilities may give me a large advantage in the upcoming battle. I will make sure to use it to strike a decisive blow when the aliens think they are safe from my sights. The grin on her face suggested that she intended to make a very loud statement with her newly upgraded expert. Mech. As Joshua and Kedis admired the much more powerful rendition of the extreme firepower concept, the former asked another question. I don't see the instrument of doom around here. Did it get upgraded as well? Sadly, that is not the case. Stark responded. The design department didn't have time or something. I am fine with that. The instrument of doom may be more suited against our current foes, but the instrument of vengeance is the original firearm that Vase has paired with my Amaranto. The two are designed to work perfectly in tune with each other. I do not believe my performance will be any inferior if I only make use of this rifle. The upgrades have improved firepower so much that I do not think there is any need to bring out the outdated instrument of doom. While Venerable Joshua certainly admired the instrument of vengeance, he was pretty sure about one thing. The bitter scimitar that his wife had mysteriously forged and presented to him all of a sudden was probably a lot more lethal than the instrument of vengeance. How could he tell? Joshua couldn't feel a strong but intensely hostile life inside the extreme luminaire crystal rifle. Chapter 6661 High Burdens. With Venerable Davia Stark's permission, Joshua and Kedis got to take a closer look at the Amaranto Mark III. The machine was currently the latest completed high-ranking mech designed by the impressive Miracle couple. The combination between Ves's creative genius and Gloriana's meticulous technical mastery resulted in a work that nearly perfectly combined their respective strengths. However, it was undeniable that Gloriana claimed a significantly greater share of ownership of the high-tier, expert, mech than before. This material is all kinds of weird, Kedis observed with a notable degree of perplexity. I can tell that it is blended with soulless gas, as it is partially resisting my examinations. I can also tell that it is almost entirely made up of hyper-materials, with only a small proportion of exotic materials mixed in to make it tougher and stabler. The internal structure should be especially more fragile than what the designers could have developed if they used more conventional first-class materials. What does that all mean? Joshua asked. Let me put it like this. Every conventional mech is designed like a hard-boiled egg. It has a hard shell and a fairly soft interior. One of the excellent advantages of Architect is that it introduces a technological paradigm where the differences between the two becomes less. The architecture is so different that it is possible to homogenize the exterior defenses and the internal defenses to a much greater degree than was possible in the past. Oh, so that is the reason why the Dark Zephyr Mark III is a lot tougher and more able to take risks than before. That is right, Joshua. The Archi race has strange notions about what technology should look like. There are definitely advantages to their approach, but it is hard for engineers of other races to understand the convoluted and sometimes counterintuitive mindset needed to work with Architect. The normal choice to make with this tech is to apply the same scheme onto the Amaranto Mark III. It would allow this expert mech to maintain a light and fast mech frame while also enhancing her defensive buffer by a large extent. The defensive upgrade would have been a game changer compared to the Mark I iteration. Instead of doing that, Vase and Gloriana instead opted to use Solarium as a form of external plating and Divernus alloy as the main material for the internal structure. And that matters because it's like turning back to the clock, Kedis explained with an exasperated voice. Gloriana purposefully used Architect in a different way than the alien race intended. She used the alien architecture as a means to apply hyper-materials throughout the entire mech frame at a much greater proportion than she would normally be able to get away with. Do you know how amazing it is for her to successfully pull this off from an engineering standpoint? All of the activity generated by Divernus alloy will produce a huge amount of emissions, mostly in the form of light, but also in the form of heat and other forms of radiation. That would have wreaked havoc in a conventional mech frame, but one of the advantages of Architect is that its internal mechanisms are so much more well shielded against interference that the Amaranto Mark III should still be able to operate close to her peak condition even when she is glowing like a lightbulb. Joshua could only scratch his head in response. He wasn't stupid. He roughly understood the gist of his explanation. He just didn't know what the big deal was all about. His wife evidently saw that in him, so she stopped trying to make him understand. Forget it. You will only begin to appreciate how much of an offensive upgrade this is for the Amaranto Mark III when you finally see her in action. Davia is right, she doesn't need the Instrument of Doom in order to inflict damage at a level that surpasses that of a typical high-tier expert mech. The Instrument of Vengeance that is designed to effectively tap into the excess power produced by the mech frame effectively turns this oversized luminaire crystal rifle into an incredibly powerful cannon. The vision behind it is amazing, and Vase and Gloriana do deserve lots of credit for being able to realize such a demanding technical concept. As the only mech designer among the three, only Kedis possessed the eyesight to better appreciate the profound technical accomplishment of the Amaranto Mark III. Her offensive prowess had been raised to an extreme, all without making too many compromises in terms of defense, mobility and other factors. This meant that while the Amaranto Mark III excelled at long-range target elimination, she could also put up a mean fight if confronted up close. The only problem was that the Instrument of Vengeance was not the best weapon to wield in close-quarters combat. It has a plasma blade bayonet. Venerable Davia Stark mentioned, "It is not as if my battle partner is completely defenseless at close range. However, I probably won't be able to rely on it to fend off the Dark Zephyr Mark III and so on. Vase and Gloriana have made it abundantly clear to me that resorting to the bayonet is purely a last resort. The Amaranto should rely on other melee mechs to defend herself against enemies up close. The Bastion was the perfect complement for this role," Kedis mentioned. "The expert heavy space knight can directly shield your Amaranto against ranged attacks, thereby allowing her to stay put for longer periods of time. The Bastion is also great at fending off most close-ranged attackers as long as they are not too powerful or numerous. If a martial-oriented Phase Lord ever gets close, the Bastion will be in much greater danger than your Amaranto due to the differences in mobility. That was one of the disadvantages of piloting a heavy mech with a strong defensive focus. It didn't help that the Bastion was falling increasingly behind the times. It was not as old as the First Sword Mark II, the Riot Mark II, the Everchanger Mark II, but she was very clearly not designed to confront the enemy types deployed by the native aliens. Venerable Janzi was one of the high-tier expert pilots of the Larkinson clan that was most at risk of dying in the upcoming operation. Her awfully slow Bastion was not as capable of retreating as the other high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. She might actually have to eject her cockpit if she wanted to escape the clutches of a Phase Lord that was hell-bent on killing her and her machine. Whether she was willing to do so was another question. Janzi and the Bastion formed the very first blood pact of its kind. It was pretty much the role model for all subsequent blood pacts. The bond between pilot and mech was so much more intimate than the ones formed between complete strangers. Would Janzi ever permit herself to leave the Bastion to her lot if the machine was on the verge of getting torn to pieces? Joshua could not imagine it, and was the same for the others. This was why giving her enough cover to retreat was one of their secondary objectives for the upcoming fight. The Viola Magnifica system was not a location worth dying for. It was important to make the aliens bleed for every fortification they destroyed, but the troops had to keep the big picture into account. They needed to survive so that they could fight the aliens again in another day. Venerable Stark and Venerable Joshua began to speak about potential forms of cooperation between the two. The massive upgrades to the expert marksman mech had huge implications on the battlefield. If my new Amaranto performs as well as I hoped, we will attract an enormous amount of attention from the enemy Phase Lords. They will seek to prioritize our destruction once they realize how much danger they are in if they leave me unopposed. Davia Stark said, "I have already spoken with Saint Linda Cross about how to handle this scenario. She promised me that she can only hold back one enemy Phase Lord at most, and not for long if she is confronting a greater Phase Lord. It is good news that we still have Casella with us due to the fact that her future Ace Mech upgrade is already in the works." Kedis mentioned, "She can relieve your burden as well by providing massed fire support with the help of her command field. She can't actually halt any Phase Lords in their tracks, though. She is much more suited to counter the massed warships. She doesn't have any assets that are strong enough to duel against Phase Lords up close." Saint Commander Casella was an excellent asset for the upcoming battle. As one of the few ace pilots who remained behind in the Viola Magnifica system, she could empower lots of ranged living mechs and amplify their firepower to the point where she could effectively wear down the spatial barriers of Phase Lords over a distance. However, it was not viable to rely on melee mechs to physically fight these phase lords to a standstill. The gap in absolute power was simply too great even with the benefit of infeffing mechs so that they performed similar to low-tier expert mechs. In a way, both the Amaranto and the Minerva Mark I suffered from the same problem. They were backline combat assets that preferred to focus more on damage output than impeding the advances of incredibly powerful opponents. Kedis began to frown. Both of you are in an awkward situation now that I think about it. Casella is an ace pilot that is limited by her expert mech. She cannot fully utilize her full power due to the technical constraints of her own machine. As for you, Davia, you are still a high-tier expert pilot that is currently paired with what could credibly be called an ace mech. The fact that Gloriana installed ace mech grade resonating exotics into the mech frame in advance is a risky decision. The Amaranto will hold you back if you fail to break through and continue to remain stuck as a high-tier expert pilot. However, so long as you are able to attain your sainthood during the upcoming battle, you will be in a much better condition than our Saint Commander. Your Amaranto Mark III already fits you perfectly at your new rank, so you can unleash your full potential. And inflict much more damage onto the enemies in the field without worrying about damaging your machine. Her message was clear. Many of the problems that hung over their heads would become a lot easier to deal with as long as Davia Stark broke through. Kedis may be able to help. Joshua spoke up. You must have heard the stories already. She has published a new theory that has taken the swordsmanship community by storm. She has also given me and many other expert pilots advice on what they need to focus on in order to break through. The swordsmaster in question smiled in response. I can consult you if you are open to my advice. As one warrior to another, I think that you are already on the right track, especially now that you are piloting an upgraded machine. However, if you don't want to end up like General Ark Larkinson and Venerable Benjamin Larkinson and fail to break through in the past few months despite receiving new machines of their own, you need to reflect deeper on the power that you wish to rely upon. I think I will take you up on your offer. I am not arrogant enough to assume that I have all of the answers. The other expert pilots have already given you praise on how extensively you have broadened their perspectives. Though Kutiz's heaven-earth-man trifecta sounded simple, the value in this new theoretical model lay in its ability to contextualize the power system of high-ranking mech pilots. In other words, her new theories gave them a logical explanation on how to systematically increase their breakthrough chances. Chapter 6662 New Synergies. The Bitter Scimitar and the Amaranto Mark III were not the only new combat assets that the mech designers of the Larkinson clan had introduced to the expeditionary fleet. Kedis had already released a corrective update to the recently released Stormblade Samurai Mark II that offered significant advancements related to her new school of reformed swordsmanship. This was especially relevant to the Larkinsons as the Swordmaiden Mech Legion already fielded a small but formidable core of quasi-first-class versions of the Stormblade Samurai Mark II. The good news was that the older version did not have to be scrapped. Kedis and other competent mech designers or mech technicians could apply relatively quick and easy modifications in order to update them to the latest iteration of the design. That allowed them to be fully ready and prepared to fight at their best in the upcoming confrontation. Another new addition to the lineup was the mysterious Karma Cutter mech line. Absolutely no one aside from Kedis knew how Vase was able to design and complete this solo project without exposing any news. Just like the Stormblade Samurai Mark II and many other releases from the design department, the Karma Cutter came in two different editions. The commercial edition was a fairly mid-range hyper-mech that attempted to find a balance between functionality and affordability. So far, the regular second-class version of the Karma Cutter failed to make an impression. People did not understand the point of this rifleman mech in the current day and age. It sounded like an effective counter against many forms of hyper-technology. It also promised to be highly effective against cultivators. However, most ranged mech pilots worried more about shooting down agile phase fighters and wearing down the formidable defenses of enemy warships more than anything. They had no need for a mech that sounded like it was more effective at countering human forces. The Larkinsons reacted more positively to the introduction of the Larkinson edition of the Karma Cutter. The quasi-first-class rifleman mech packed a mean punch, and while it lacked the luminaire crystal weapons of other machines such as the Fei Fianna, that didn't matter when firing at huge and not too mobile targets such as phase lords and warships. Vase had been quite clear that he designed the Karma Cutter specifically for the Battle Crier Mech Legion. The Battle Criers in turn welcomed this mech model with open arms. They had always felt neglected due to their lack of signature mechs that could allow them to differentiate themselves from the other mech legions and develop their own iconic mech doctrines and battle tactics. However, there was one other mech legion in particular that objected to the exclusivity of the Larkinson edition of the Karma Cutter. "Why do oafs like you get to enjoy the Karma Cutter by yourself?" A penitent sister mech pilot marched up to a group of battle criers and complained. "This is a mech blessed by the superior mother herself. It is only through the power of her damnation phase that this Karma Cutter can strip away the power of hyper-technology and isolate its enemies. This should be our signature mech model, as we are the people who can best channel the superior mother's power." "Well, though luck, woman, because the Karma Cutter is all ours. The Patriarch himself designed it for us. We are the only mech legion that is equipped to fight against extraordinary threats, whether they come in the form of high-ranking mechs, chi cultivators or alien phase lords. We need a mech like this in order to do our jobs properly. Stick to what you are good at and we will stick to ours. Just because the superior mother is a designed spirit to the Karma Cutter does not mean that you can take it away from our mech legion. If you have a problem with that, take it up with the Patriarch." While the penitent sisters continued to complain about the fact that the brutes of the battle criers could not properly appreciate a mech that was blessed by the superior mother, that did not stop the latter from acclimating to their new machines and their interesting new weapon. The Null Rifle was an unconventional mech rifle that forced the battle criers to adopt a completely different approach from what they were accustomed to when piloting the Nullifier mech model. The latter was equipped with the iconic but aging Godkiller heavy luminaire crystal rifles. Previously, the Nullifier Battalion had made a name for themselves when employing the enhanced versions of normal transphasic luminaire crystal rifles. They were the most effective standard weapons to employ against phase lords outside of certain artillery. This made the nullifiers equipped with the limited amount of Godkillers a favorite target for commandeering or enfeoffment for Saint Commander Casella Ingvar. Now, she had gained another powerful option in the form of the new quasi-first-class Karma Cutter mechs. The only problem was that Vase released them so recently that the Larkinson clan could only produce and ship out a limited quantity of them. The spirit of Bentheim had to stay behind rather than joining the preemptive evacuation just so that her fabrication halls could churn out as many Karma Cutters as possible. "It is worth it," Legion Commander Hugin Cinnabar told the Saint Commander when she paid a visit to the battle criers in order to examine the new mechs in person. "The nullifiers are not weak by any means. Their Godkillers are still amazing. It is just that they were designed to allow standard mech pilots to suppress and maybe even take out enemy expert mechs. They were mechs designed for the conflicts of the past. The best thing about the Karma Cutters is that they are designed for the conflicts of the future. While they are admittedly not as valuable in the present, their value will only increase once more and more human as well as alien threats make more extensive use of E-energy to empower all of their combat measures." Casella Ingvar studied the copies of the Karma Cutters that were currently on standby in one of the hangar bays. As an ace pilot, she and her companion Spirit could always obtain a good impression of what another living mech was good at by relying on her command field and other senses. Right now, she could feel that the Karma Cutter was designed around the concept of severing something mysterious and intangible. Its physical damage output was not the highest by any means, but its true lethality rested in its ability to disrupt the enemy's connection to E-energy radiation and potentially other factors. Legion Commander Cinnabar and Saint Commander Casella directed much of their attention to the specially designed weapon of the Karma Cutter. "The Null Rifle is a low-tech ballistic rifle," the Battle Crier Commander said. "But that is an oversimplified explanation. It is best characterized as a delivery vehicle for null rounds. The hyper bullets are designed to cut the karma bonds of anything it hits, whatever that means. We have only briefly tested out this feature and found that it actually does what it is supposed to do. The only issue is that since the null rounds need to be fabricated in large numbers, they are only made up of low-grade or occasionally medium-grade exotics and hypers. They are not laced with phase water either, which means that a single round cannot produce much of a difference. Getting struck by a single energy beam from the Godkiller Heavy Luminaire crystal rifle is much more painful. Ballistic rifles generally inflicted much less damage on impact than Gauss rifles. The firing rate of the latter was generally low, but they were much more favored in mech combat because each projectile flew much faster and had an easier time punching through armor. "I see what you mean," Casella said with greater interest. "The Null Rifle is a polar opposite of the Godkiller. It is a weapon that relies on spraying lots of low-grade bullets, hoping that piling up on quantity can produce a qualitative change. It is an interesting concept. There is an exception, though. Two exceptions, to be precise. First, the null rifle is equipped with an underbarrel grenade launcher. The Karma Cutter can choose to launch a null round grenade. It works similar to a fragmentation grenade in that it is designed to launch null rounds in every direction upon detonation. I am told that the Patriarch designed it to let the null rounds cut the karma bonds of targets that are poorly protected from behind and to more effectively take out highly maneuverable small craft. The grenade significantly enhanced the Karma Cutter's ability to fend off alien phase fighters and other mechs. The new mechs only had to be careful not to throw them near other friendly mechs. What about the ultimate module? I am told that this is the crowning feature of your Karma Cutter model. The Legion commander grinned. That is right, it is a rather strange device. We haven't been able to test it because it relies on a specific condition in order to work. Supposedly, the D chamber can capture a strong soul of one of enemies that are killed in the vicinity of the mech. After the D chamber imbues that soul into a null round, the projectile will undergo a powerful transformation over time that makes it much deadlier than before. After that, we can choose to fire it, allowing it to cause much more damage than what the null rifle is ordinarily capable of. The Patriarch isn't able to give us any more details than that, but he swears it is worth it. He did warn us that we need to be careful about handling the D round. If we don't fire it in a short amount of time, then we need to transfer it to containment in order to prevent it from wrecking our null rifles. Saint. Commander Casella frowned. The functionality of the new ultimate module sounded a bit too convoluted. The time it took to create a D round was especially concerning. A decisive battle was about to take place, so she was afraid that the Karma Cutters wouldn't have time to produce a single decent D round. She inwardly shrugged. There was no need for her to pine over this unreliable gimmick. She already understood what the Karma Cutter was capable of, and she could see many ways she could make them more useful in the upcoming battle. I have heard enough, Cinnabar. Patriarch Vase designed the Karma Cutter for good reasons, and I believe I may be able to leverage them to our advantage in the upcoming fight. Please tell your men to take into account that I may commandeer or even infect them, especially in the latter phases of the battle. Will you begin by empowering the heavy artillery mechs in our fleet? Commander Cinnabar asked in a knowing tone. That is correct. My current plan is to begin the fight by empowering the Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs in our fleet. Their long-range damage output is excellent, and I can use them to soften up the defenses of any incoming phase lords and warships. I will not be able to do this forever, because the Eye of Ilvain mechs are essentially stationary. It would not do me good to remain in a single position, especially if I am being pursued by one or more phase lords. I will need faster and much more mobile mechs by my side to inflict massed resonance-empowered ranged attacks. I am reluctant to throw melee mechs against phase lords, but now that the Karma Cutter model has entered into service, I have a better alternative available. I will rely on your nullifier mechs for long-range damage output. I will make use of the new Karma Cutter mechs to rapidly debilitate enemy phase lords at mid-range or closer. Both commanders could see the synergy between Casella's command field and the Karma Cutters. A single null round was weak. Firing lots of them in a short amount of time could produce better results, but there was a limit to this improvement. What if Casella suddenly infect a Karma Cutter into a Baron, thereby temporarily boosting its offensive performance to the level of a low-tier expert mech? Its null rifle would hit much harder, and its extraordinary effects may become amplified as well. If Casella repeated this trick with 30 more Karma Cutters, then nobody could imagine how much more dramatic their damage output and offensive utility would become. This was the power of a good high-ranking mech commander. Chapter 6663 The Power of Arc. As the defenders of Viola Magnifica made their final preparations, the native aliens were wrapping up their own efforts. Scouts had observed that the native aliens had stopped receiving any further reinforcements a day ago. The alien commanders were now busy with trying to organize their many fleets and agree on a common attack plan. This would probably take a bit of time, but not too much. The only reason why the aliens had yet to start their offensive was because the attacking side consisted of fleets that belonged to multiple different alien races. Interspecies coordination had always been a problem for the native races. They generally did not like each other. While the circumstances forced them to set aside their animosity towards each other, that did not mean that all of their hostility had disappeared. Entire battles had been won or lost depending on how extensively the fleets of different races were willing to coordinate their maneuvers with each other. Bad teamwork could occasionally lose them a battle that they should have won in theory due to their superior numbers. Such problems occurred quite frequently in the beginning of the Red Tide. Offensive. The aliens were learning, though. They were not inflexible enough to let this problem persist. They discovered the hard way that it was better to delay an attack and reserve an additional day just to sort out the coordination problems in advance. A big attack like the one that was about to take place may cause the aliens to sit around for 2 more days, but not any longer than that. They were eager to produce results, because the longer they lingered, the greater the chance a random god pilot might drop into the star system and wipe them all out en masse. As the specter of a decisive battle loomed over everyone's heads, the remaining high-ranking mech pilots in the Viola Magnifica system were doing their best to improve their chances to make a difference during the imminent battle. With the departure of many powerful ace mechs such as the Mars and the Royal Gem, the burden largely shifted to the remaining expert mechs. This was hard because according to the latest scouts, there were as many as 6 phase lords gearing up to lead the upcoming attack. Saint Linda Cross and Saint Commander Casella could not fend off 6 phase lords at once, of whom several happened to be greater phase lords that possessed rich experience with fighting against ace mechs. Unlike the Battle of Mazepin where Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson managed to slay a powerful greater phase lord while driving away another, support from the Red 3 was meager to say the least. While their fixed combat assets remained in the star systems, they had withdrawn part of their mobile assets. There were less first-class multi-purpose mechs and warships left to provide fire support and help with wearing down the defenses of the formidable phase lords. This meant that the burden shifted to the remaining ace pilots and expert pilots. When they compared their strength to the estimations of the enemy's strength, it was clear that the former fell short by a huge extent. There was only one surefire way to even the odds. We need to break through. If we don't have at least 3 or more breakthroughs, the enemy phase lords will be able to overpower us by relying on a combination of numbers and hard power. Every expert pilot knew what needed to be done. Expectations were high, causing many of the ace pilot candidates to bear a lot of pressure. General Ark and Venerable Benjamin were among the ones that felt a lot of responsibility over their continued failure to break through. Kedis had met with the two in order to provide her consultation to the pair of expert pilots that had remained stuck despite being paired with 2 near-modern high-tier expert mechs. "Have you thought about what I shared with you last time, Ark?" The general of the 77th Warborn slowly nodded. I have spent hours musing over your theories. To be honest, I did not want to admit that a younger woman such as yourself possesses a greater grasp on the nature of our power to the point of developing a logical theory on how we can work towards our breakthroughs. However, it is childish of me to reject your advice because of our generational gap. I have talked to several other expert pilots about your heaven-earth-man trifecta, and they all agree that your theory is the best one they heard, even though it is short on specifics. It at least gives us a more reliable means to evaluate our development and figure out what we need to work upon as expert pilots. And do you recognize which of the 3 aspects you can work on in a short amount of time? I do. The general spoke. The heaven component is most likely holding me back the most. I admit that my man component is not as good as that of Venerable Dice before her deserved breakthrough, but I have been working on that for months. According to your theory, the reason why I still failed to trigger my breakthrough was that I was directing too much attention on repairing my willpower. I completely neglected the necessity of building up the foundation of what will become my domain. Privately, Kedis believed that General Ark's weakest aspect was actually his man score as opposed to his heaven score. She did not think it was wise to share that particular opinion with him. His pride had been repeatedly bruised over the years as younger and more talented Larkinson expert pilots successively broke through. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, Saint Isabel Coden and Saint Commander Casella Ingvar were all young enough to be his children. The matter became a little more questionable in the case of the more older Saint Dice Larkinson, but she still belonged to a younger generation than Ark. It must have been hard for the prodigy and rising war hero from a past age to see himself get overtaken by these youngsters all of the time. General Ark must regularly be questioning his own competence, why he couldn't become an ace pilot despite piloting the Lionheart, a still fairly recent 5th-generation living mech and a masterwork no less. This made it all the more delicate for Kedis to bring up this topic. She had already done her best by giving him a theoretical framework that he could use to analyze his own shortcomings. She only feared that his blind spot regarding his own qualities may be too big for him to come to the correct conclusion. That wasn't her theoretical model's fault. It would merely be another case of garbage in, garbage out. Instead of trying to solve General Ark's true shortcomings, Kedis believed it was much more realistic to help him improve his heaven score instead. At least that should be an attainable goal in the short term. Given your unorthodox approach as a high-ranking mech commander, have you figured out what element, or concept, defines you best? She asked instead. I have thought about it. The initial answer I came up with was light. I have always seen myself as the savior and protector of my troops and my state. I always feel obliged to stand up and become the brightest presence on the battlefield so that the enemy focuses their attacks on myself rather than the troops under my command. The Lionheart was also designed with this concept. With the help of Lumosium, it literally shines brighter when my willpower grows stronger and my warborn places their faith in me and my machine. I like to see myself as a paladin who is sworn to use the light to protect the weak and the incapable. Kedis looked intrigued. Is that what you truly think you are? Do you see yourself as an incarnation of light that is compelled to protect the weak? Ark slowly shook his head. I used to think that, but light is more of a tool to me than a quality that defines my being. I like to shine bright because of practical considerations, not because I am a vain attention seeker who wants everyone to stare at me. I think that there is a better concept out there that can encapsulate my philosophy towards combat. In order to figure it out, I have been spending my time on rewatching archival footage of all of my previous battles. And did you manage to find it while reviewing the highlights of your mech piloting career? I think so, General Ark said with a confident expression. It clicked with me when I thought about it. While I have not been able to manifest it particularly well like Saint Dice had done just before her breakthrough, I know in my heart that I have found the right direction for myself. Would you like to share this concept that you think represents you best? Kedis curiously asked. Idol. The Swordmaster blinked. What? Perhaps I should use the term idolatry instead, General Ark said with a smile. I greatly identify myself with the ideas behind this term. Idolatry stands for showing extreme admiration or reverence to another. For much of my life, I have served as a role model and an example to others. From my classmates at the Mech Academy to the soldiers of the Mech Corps, I have always felt the need to step up and give the masses the encouragement they demanded of me. At times, I even felt as if I had become a god. Perhaps I should have used the concept of belief or worship instead, but as a brighter that makes me feel uncomfortable. I am fine if others regard me as their idol, because that is what I am. Their faith in me literally fuels my power. The stronger they think I am, the stronger I become in reality. Now that I have recognized this core component of my power, I am confident that I will succeed in breaking through in the next battle. That sounds marvelous, Ark. You agree, right? It is so obvious, yet I have never consciously thought about it in all of the years I have been fighting as a high-tier expert pilot. Now that you have helped me discover my true power, I am preparing myself to commit as fully to the upcoming battle as possible. I have already made the arrangements to spread my name to the troops outside of the 77th Warborn. The more people I am able to inspire, the more I will be able to reward them by fighting harder than I have ever done before. Kedis had to admit that this was definitely an answer that only Ark could come up with. She suspected that the main reason why he identified so much with this concept was because he was his own biggest worshipper. Still, whether he was right or not, at least he had broadened his perspective and was working on improving his strength from another angle. Since this is the case, you don't need my guidance anymore. My only remaining advice to you is that if you are truly convinced that idolatry is the basis of your power, then you should be careful to fight on your own battlefield. If you stay too close to other high-profile champions, you will have to share the limelight with them. They are also idols to the troops, you know. I am aware of this problem. Ark seriously responded. My chances of breaking through are much greater if I am the only high-ranking expert pilot on the battlefield, but I can work with this situation. The enemy will never allow us to fight our ideal battles. As long as I can persevere and stand out on my own, I will never fail. This is what I believe. Well, at least Ark was not lacking in confidence anymore. Chapter 6664 Final Skirmishes. The final battle of Viola Magnifica had begun just before the start of the 4th year of the Age of Dawn. The native aliens had completed their preparations and began to advance on the planet that had frustrated them for so long. The human defenders had done their best to prepare, but the fighting that took place in the months preceding to this momentous day had continually worn down a portion of the orbital defense network in the mech forces that sought to hold the native aliens back. Although every offensive push made by the aliens caused them to lose a lot more hardware and lives than their human adversaries, the calculus was still in their favor due to their heavy numerical advantage. Now that numerous powerful ace pilots abided by the orders of high human command and transferred to the much more strategically important upper zones, the native alien commanders behind in the middle zones recognized an excellent opportunity to make a lot of inroads into the middle zones. The aliens remained patient for the time being. They did not launch all of their forces all at once, but instead began to send out their scouts and skirmishing forces to gather more intelligence and confirm that the human defenders had not secretly called in reinforcements in order to lay an ambush. Space was big and largely empty, so it was very hard to hide a large concentration of troops. However, there were still numerous planets, moons and asteroid belts that could be used to hide a number of surprises. The aliens were concerned whether the humans had hidden any secret bases or fleets in these locations, so they sent out huge swarms of phase fighters and occasionally a few fast and light warships to investigate their current situations. At the same time, the human defenders were also suspicious whether their adversaries had brought in additional warships or an extra phase lord or two. It wouldn't be the first time the native alien commanders tried to be clever and try to take the humans by surprise. Both sides therefore had a strong interest in deploying enough scouts and skirmishers to all of these satellites and fight an information war. The goal of both sides was to collect as much intelligence of their enemies as possible while denying them the opportunity to gather their own information. Hundreds of small fights ensued across the star system. The fights surrounding the empty and undeveloped planets generally lasted an hour or so before the human defenders took the initiative to withdraw. Enough time had passed for the formidable industrial machine of the native aliens to pump them out by the millions. The only reason why the native aliens couldn't deploy more phase fighters to the front lines was the lack of trained pilots and the limited amount of transportation capacity. If not for these problems holding the aliens back, they would have chosen to deploy at least 3 times more phase fighters. Even so, the intelligence reports indicated that the aliens already deployed at least 50% more phase fighters than all of the mechs in the star system. The ratio may even be higher. This made the fight to gather intelligence a lot more dangerous to the participating mech units. Each of them had to face the prospect of getting outnumbered whenever they made contact with the enemy. Due to the fact that every phase fighter was equipped with a small transphasic energy shield or the more advanced Azure energy shield, each of them took effort to disable and destroy. The numerical and material advantage of the native aliens did much to compensate for the inherent lack of flexibility of the alien strike craft and the utter lack of skill and experience of their pilots. Aside from the more elite phase fighter units that were better geared and piloted by real soldiers, the most of the craft were piloted by alien conscripts or alien soldiers who used to serve in other capacities. While they were able to understand the basics of operating the simplified control scheme of a typical phase fighter relatively quickly, they were still very far behind their professional human mech pilot counterparts. This caused the two sides to adopt different doctrines when it came to deploying their small craft and what sort of tactics they should employ when they were locked in combat. The human mechs tried to avoid fighting in the open whenever possible. It was best to take advantage of nearby hard cover, whether that was a moon, an asteroid field or the hull of a friendly starship. Since they were almost always outnumbered, the mechs needed to make use of complex maneuvers and impeccable teamwork to grind down their tough opponents. What was even more important for the mech pilots was that they needed to be ready to disengage at all times. They couldn't afford to suffer an even greater disadvantage in the numbers game. If the mech could not be saved, then the mech pilot should at least be given a chance to flee to safety. Even if the Viola Magnifica system was doomed to fall in the hands of the aliens, the mech pilots could still recover and fight in other contested star systems. The native aliens on the other hand were a lot more straightforward. They were generally much less capable of complex maneuvering. They also lacked the training and awareness to follow complicated orders. Most alien races found it best to just point at a target and tell the alien fighter pilots to pounce. While the direct approach caused the aliens to yield mixed results, they didn't care so long as the alien phase fighters took down at least one mech before they went down themselves. Certain alien races did not even bother to put much effort into picking up their fighter pilots after they ejected from their cockpits. The Nuncers, for example, nearly always tried to recover their lost brethren that were floating around in space. The Orvans did not even bother to include ejection seats in the cockpits of their weakest phase fighters at all, as their high caste masters held great contempt towards the low caste members of their race. Given how easily the native aliens were able to replenish their phase fighters and fighter pilots, the human mech pilots bore great pressure. They constantly had to fight at their best. Any victory only inflicted a temporary setback to the enemy forces. The mech pilots still chose to persevere. They had no other choice. They weren't about to give up and allow the aliens to roll over human space without opposition. Most of the mech units that participated in the skirmishes consisted of light and medium mechs. Out of the Larkinson army, the flagrant Vandals excelled in this mode of combat the most. Their tried-and-true ferocious Piranha Mark IIIs might not be as new and equipped with the latest technologies as the newer mech releases, but each of them had received light upgrades and modifications by one of the many low-ranking mech designers in the past few years. They hadn't developed any official variants of the ferocious Piranha Mark III design, but instead provided customization services for Vandal pilots that were willing to spend their merits. These upgrades ranged from stronger armor plating, sharper weapons, upgraded sensor systems and maybe even a compact external Azure shield generator. This was one of several ways the flagrant Vandal mech pilots were able to cope with the period before the design department released the much-anticipated ferocious Piranha Mark IV. Director Gloriana had already allocated update projects of many staple Larkinson mech designs to numerous different design teams, and shouldn't take much longer for them to present their initial batch. However, it was too late for the mech pilots stationed in Viola Magnifica as they all had to make do with Laskin mechs. "I'm under heavy fire," a ferocious Piranha mech pilot shouted as his Mark III weaved through the asteroids in the way. "I've got 3 Orvan phase fighters on my tail, and they have already blown away one of my mech's arms." The flagrant Vandal pilot already considered himself a veteran, but he should have been more vigilant before a trio of phase fighters ambushed his machine while they had huddled behind an asteroid with their power shut down. As the light skirmisher continued to maneuver around asteroids, incoming laser beams took a lot of effort from the mech pilot to evade as pelted at the rear of the machine, many of these beams as possible. He did not always succeed, but whenever a laser beam was about to strike a more delicate section such as the flight system, the ferocious Piranha automatically took action and forcibly juked it to the side. The ferocious Piranha had become a third-order living mech a long time ago. It had grown rapidly during the Red War and could be considered a veteran among its kind. The Vandal mech pilot did not show any irritation whenever his battle partner overruled his piloting decisions and performed a different action. The two had developed a lot of trust over the years. They also refined their teamwork to the point where the living mech knew exactly what he was allowed to do at specific times. Right now, the Vandal mech pilot entrusted his ferocious Piranha to help dodge attacks that launched far too fast for any reasonable human being to evade an incoming laser beam attack in time. A more skilled mech pilot would have been able to rely on his or her intuition to evade such attacks, but the ferocious Piranha mech pilot was not demigod material. This made it viable to rely on the mech to evade the most difficult attacks instead. Even so, the light skirmisher was suffering more and more damage to its rear plating as well as a few internals. It would not last long if it failed to shake off its pursuers. Fortunately, after passing a certain asteroid, 2 additional light mechs emerged from the cover of nearby space rocks and began to chase and open fire at the enemy phase fighters. The Stingripper Mark IIs were ranged light mechs armed with Luminaire crystal submachine guns. These light and compact weapons did not pack much a punch, but they were able to spit out energy beams at a fairly high firing rate, thereby making them perfect for harassment as well as gunning down fast and maneuverable targets. The 2 Stingrippers concentrated their fire on one phase fighter, seeking to overwhelm its Azure energy shield and rip apart its vulnerable body. However, this took quite a lot of attacks due to the lack of space suppressors weakening the enemy Azure energy shield up close. "Come on, attack us, we are right here." Damn, the Orvan pilots aren't falling for it anymore. They've learned. The phase fighters doggedly pursued the ferocious Piranha Mark III even though it had already been half crippled. The Orvan mech pilots had apparently been instructed to ignore the Stingrippers. They had made the right decision. The Stingripper Mark II, while only a bit less outdated than the ferocious Piranha Mark III, had turned out to be one of the best and most cost-effective counters against alien phase fighters. The highly evasive properties of the Stingripper model made it a nightmare for alien strike craft to land their shots on the light mech. They became especially more difficult to target if they fought in unison with ferocious piranhas as their glows synergized very well with each other. Therefore, if the Orvan pilots wanted to avoid getting disturbed by the ferocious piranha's suppressive glow while at the same time getting deceived by the Stingripper's own glow, it was best if they could take out one of them first. The Stingripper pilots felt angry at being ignored, but they took advantage of the situation to finally pop the energy shield of their target and disable it with a torrent of energy beams. However, the remaining 2 phase fighters were ultimately able to finish the job. The ferocious piranha lost propulsion as its flight system had suffered too much damage to remain operational. The Vandal mech pilot only hesitated briefly about evacuating from his machine. However, the third-order living mech did not want both of them to perish. Go. Don't try to save me. Leave so that you can take revenge with a better living mech. I have lived a short but good life already. As a mech, I have fulfilled my purpose throughout all of these years. Let me do my duty one last time. Though the mech pilot still felt unwilling, he couldn't allow himself to abandon his fellow. Ejecting, the ferocious piranha rapidly turned around before ejecting its cockpit away from the pursuing phase fighters. This left the two remaining phase fighters in a confrontation against two stinggrippers piloted by angry Vandal mech pilots. Finish them off. Don't let the pair get away. The mech pilots did not forget that they needed to down more phase fighters if they wanted to make the final fight more bearable. The more strike craft they eliminated in the asteroid field, the less the aliens were able to deploy in the main battle. Chapter 6665 Asteroid Belt Skirmishes. The flagrant Vandals fought hard to prevent the aliens from advancing with ease and collecting more information. The ferocious piranhas, the stinggrippers and the light hunters formed a classic combination that allowed the flagrant Vandal mechs to fare extremely well against other enemy small craft. They made the aliens fight for every scrap of data. Their increasingly more experienced and veteran mech pilots as well as living mechs frequently outmaneuvered and outfought the clumsy phase fighters. Yet it did not seem to matter. The ferocious piranhas could dive close and use their space suppressors add-ons to weaken and disrupt the enemy craft in multiple ways. Yet the light skirmishers had attracted so much notoriety among the alien fighter pilots that the ferocious piranhas usually got focused down first. The stinggrippers were able to evade ranged attacks much better than other mechs by relying on a combination of ECM and the perception distortion effect produced by Kalo, but the value of these capabilities were severely discounted when the native aliens left the light harasser mechs for last. The light hunters possessed excellent sensor and scanning capabilities, allowing them to detect enemy craft through the dense environment of asteroids and space dust with their powerful Samasul orbs. Unfortunately, the advance warnings granted by these scout mechs did not help friendly mech units all that much when the aliens deployed so many phase fighters in a wave that pretty much anyone could see them coming. While the flagrant Vandals did make use of other mech models to add more throwing weight to their mech legion, most of their machines were still predominantly lightly armored. They could not evade every attack, nor fight the enemy phase fighter formations with favorable numbers. Even if they pulled off several successive ambushes, more phase fighters arrived that were fresh and fully capable of gunning down mechs that had already spent half their resources or more. The aliens are deploying more phase fighters in the asteroid belts than expected. Is the intelligence wrong? Did the aliens bring more phase fighters than we thought? We need more help if we want to slow the enemy down further. Help is already coming. The avatars of Myth, the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters have all dispatched their mech units to the asteroid belt. There is a good opportunity to eliminate a large amount of alien phase fighters without the interference of warships and phase lords. Fight them hard and try to take down at least 3 of the enemy before your mech goes down. For the clan, for humanity, the native alien forces committed a surprising number of phase fighters to clear out the asteroid belt. The human commanders saw an opportunity to allow their mech forces to fight the enemy phase fighters on much fairer terms than was possible under other circumstances. Most warships couldn't fly into the asteroid belt without crashing against several space rocks. The phase lords that led the alien armada were so arrogant that they disdained the thought of participating in these small skirmishes. For these reasons and more, the Larkinson army dispatched additional forces that were already in reserve. Bright warriors, red axes, lucid rages, buzzy bees, fey fiannas, Valkyrie redeemers. Maidens of adversity, second swords, storm swords as well as the new Stormblade samurais all entered the asteroid belt at different points and fought against the advancing alien phase fighters. The medium mechs weren't as fast and maneuverable as the light mechs fielded by the flagrant Vandals, but the mechs of the avatars, Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters made up for these shortcomings in other ways. For one, they were much more suited to collide head-on against the alien phase fighters and brawl against them until they broke and scattered. These medium mechs did not confront the alien phase fighters by themselves. They joined forces with the light mechs of the flagrant Vandals in order to increase their detection envelope and prevent the alien craft from running away without penalty. The Larkinsons had fought alongside each other enough times to refine their cooperation. Come on, sisters, take these phase fighters down while we are still drawing their attention. Three maidens of adversity flew together and joined forces to share their modular armor plating with each other. Their iconic battle skirt system not only allowed them to dynamically form physical barriers that could block quite a few attacks, but they also allowed the mechs who possessed the same armor system to share their modular armor plating with identical machines on the same side. These were not the original modular armor plates that were derived from an outdated mech design. These were improved transphasic hyper armor plating that could more effectively resist enemy attacks, especially those launched by most phase fighters. The three maidens of adversity hailed from the same squad of penitent sisters and were able to tightly coordinate with each other. Not only did the hero mechs dynamically switch their formations to present the least amount of surface area to their most threatening opponents, but they also concentrated their fire against the same targets. As the defense-oriented hero mechs did their job of attracting the attention of the enemy phase fighters, a pair of Valkyrie Redeemers swooped in from behind another asteroid and charged straight at two enemy phase fighters each, not even bothering to use their upgraded Luminaire crystal submachine guns to lay down harassing fire. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark III was a classic among the Penitent Sisters, the Glory Seekers and the Hex Army. Updated for the Hyper generation, the Valkyrie Redeemer had proven to be one of the most effective mech models fielded by the Larkinsons and Hexers for one reason. When they channeled their glows, Helena's gaze seemed to pierce across space and directly pin the alien fighter pilots with a gaze that foretold their own impending deaths. Although persistent exposure to E-energy radiation had passively spurred the growth of all alien spiritualities in the Red Ocean, Helena had grown a lot stronger as well, so the pilots of the phase fighters were still vulnerable to this effect. The gap between Helena and these mortal alien fighter pilots was too big. Since the alien soldiers had not yet engaged in systematic cultivation, their untrained spiritualities were not strong enough to withstand an attack on this level. Their lack of experience and tempering put them at an even greater disadvantage. Even if they heard about mechs that were able to fill their heads with illusions about their impending demise, learning about it and experiencing this frightening effect for themselves was still different. The alien fighter pilots targeted by marked for death ability froze for varying amounts of seconds. This made their craft a lot more vulnerable. Not only did they get hit by more energy beams from the Maidens of Adversity, they also failed to evade when the Valkyrie Redeemers finally closed the distance and thrust their spears straight into the azure energy shields that protected them from damage. Though the spears deformed upon collision, they had successfully completed their jobs. The weakened energy shields failed to withstand the kinetic impact damage and bursts like bubbles. The two phase fighters suddenly became exposed, causing them to get torn to shreds by the Valkyrie Redeemers with the help of supporting fire from the Maidens of Adversity. The mechs subsequently teamed up to eliminate the remainder of the alien fighter craft. They went down much easier due to the prior losses and due to the intimidation factor of the two Hexer mechs. Good work, sisters. We have eliminated another batch of alien scum, and without suffering losses this time. Do not become complacent. According to the latest transmission, the aliens have already begun to adjust their strategy. They are no longer trying to sweep everything at once. They are beginning to concentrate their phase fighters to make them much harder to defeat. That will just give us all a fixed target to fight against. Let us rendezvous with our other sisters and introduce these poor aliens to the power of hexism. Though the penitent sister mechs performed well against their alien foes, their machines wore down after encounter. The Maidens of Adversity could only use up so much modular armor plating before their battle skirt system became bare. The Valkyrie Redeemers were inherently offensive mechs that inevitably sustained damage over the course of fights. Their round shields provided them with a little bit of physical protection, but they weren't as big or thick as the tower shields of typical knight. The Sword Maidens fared a little better. Kedis had taken such good care of them that they possessed the highest proportion of quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-mechs. Aside from the Laskin but still fairly capable second swords, the Storm Swords and the brand new Stormblade Samurai Mark IIs proved their worth whenever they closed in on alien phase fighters. Unlike most other mechs that had to attack many times in order to break the azure energy shields that protected the physically fragile phase fighters from harm, the transphasic hyper swordsman mechs equipped with Stormblade technology were especially designed to counter their defenses. The Sword Maiden mech pilots employed no trickery or deception. They simply charged directly towards a squadron of phase fighters. If the phase fighters flew in empty space, then they may actually be able to outpace their pursuers. However, the mechs were considerably better at lateral movements. Although the aliens tried to be clever by employing the basic tactic of weaving around so that they could always target a mech from the flanks, the Sword Maiden mechs mostly ignored the incoming attacks and closed in just to deliver one or more good hits. Every strike was accompanied by a soundless but violent electrical discharge. The transphasic hyper version of Stormblade technology was much stronger than the original version. The Azure energy shields destabilized much faster than normal, causing the shield generators of the phase fighters to work at full capacity to maintain the active defenses. Though both the Storm Swords and the Stormblade Samurai Mark II made use of the same tech, their applications were different. The Storm Sword was designed with the classic Sword Maiden fighting approach in mind. They were armed with electrified versions of great swords that not only possessed greater reach and power, but were also able to contain much higher charges than most other weapons. This meant that a Storm Sword typically only had to land 2 or 3 good hits to completely overwhelm an enemy fighter craft's Azure energy shield. The Stormblade Samurai wielded a pair of one-handed Stormblades instead. What they lacked in power and reach, they made up for it with faster attacks, and slightly better, the two mech models did not have to rely on fancy glows or strange gimmicks to defeat their alien adversaries. They only had to rely on the power of their space suppressors, their physical attacks and the Stormblade effect to quickly scramble the enemy's Azure energy shield and cut the phase fighters to shreds. Unfortunately, their biggest problem was that they too suffered in terms of defense. While the quasi-first-class mechs were still able to withstand a number of hits, none of the Sword Maiden mechs were designed to withstand repeated attacks. Combined with relatively average mobility compared to light mechs, the alien phase fighter pilots learned to keep their distance and wait until they amassed larger numbers before confronting the native aliens. The aliens are wising up. If we keep this up, these skirmishes will turn into full-blown battles. Then what would you have us do? If we keep evading their larger units, we will just give up ground and allow them to clear out the entire asteroid belt. We need to consolidate our forces and fight harder. The avatars of Myth have already transmitted a rallying call. Commander Melkor apparently wants to launch at least one big push in order to give the aliens a bloody nose. That sounds interesting. He is being bolder than usual. As the fighting all along the asteroid belt intensified, more and more mechs and phase fighters began to gather together. All of this culminated in a series of battles where both sides fought against each other more directly. Chapter 6666 Willpower Mirage. Commander Melkor Larkinson waited as the scattered mechs of the Larkinson army withdrew from their forward positions and arrived at the rallying point that he had set. Dozens of mechs trickled in over the course of half an hour. He expected around 1,000 mechs to arrive by the time he was ready to commence his plan. This was not a large amount of mechs compared to all of the small craft that had been committed in this star system alone. Melkor, along with many other mech pilots, had become more and more accustomed to fighting battles involving tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of mechs. The native aliens fielded even more phase fighters so long as they were able to transport them all to the front lines. All of these battles tested Melkor in ways he had never been challenged. He had to maintain a clear head, pay attention to the strategic disposition of both the defenders and the attackers, predict the next actions of the enemy forces and figure out what he and his avatars could do to attain a better outcome. The battles were exhilarating and terrifying. Even quasi-first-class mechs such as his customized and upgraded Larkinson edition of the Fey Fianna turned into nothing more than slightly better cannon fodder. There were many times where he felt so utterly small and weak on the battlefield that his presence or absence ultimately wouldn't make a difference. There were plenty of other Larkinsons that could do so much more to influence the course of a major battle. There were the expert pilots and ace pilots who could defeat powerful enemy champions or wipe out hundreds of weaker units with their high-ranking mechs alone. There were much more brilliant mech commanders who could inspire greater courage and duty among their men, or possessed excellent tactical acumen that enabled them to defeat enemy forces that were thrice or quadruple the number of mechs under their command. There were also visionaries like Vase whose works and ideas changed red humanity for the better without needing to step foot on the battlefield. Melkor was none of those Larkinsons. He was pretty average, to say the least. The only reasons why he was still held in high esteem was because he was a trueblood Larkinson and supported Vase since the beginning. The fact that his leadership also did not cause the avatars of Myth to go downhill also helped a lot. Even so, Melkor still felt unfulfilled. He was being outshone by many others, and his efforts to break through had consistently failed. Practicing an auxiliary chi cultivation method had caused him to become better and smarter, but it was not as if other mech pilots ignored systematic cultivation. When everyone improved with the help of systematic cultivation, Melkor ultimately ended up in the same relative position as before. He had been struggling for a long time on what to do with his future. He had ultimately decided to give up on becoming an expert pilot and try his hand at becoming a chi cultivator instead, but just when he was about to switch from the commanding controller auxiliary chi cultivation method to a more serious chi cultivation method that would permanently transform his spirit. Doing this was a serious matter, as the Red Collective had warned that once a human began to practice chi cultivation in earnest, he would no longer be eligible to become an expert pilot anymore. Well, there is an exception for companion spirits. You are already practicing a method of your own, right, Jonas? Melkor's companion spirit briefly poked his head out and nodded. The companion spirit that spawned from his companion spirit seed ended up as a fairly mundane-looking gray short-haired cat. Jonas was still fairly young, but he had already begun to develop his power as a spotter and detector by practicing the perceptive assistant chi cultivation method of the assistant series. The cultivation method department of the Red Collective originally developed the assistant series for chi cultivators that sought to provide greater help in less direct ways. Even though the assistant series lacked any direct combat enhancements, the extreme specialization in specific kinds of utility made it easy to become very powerful in a single capability over time. The different variations of chi cultivation methods of the assistant series ranged from turning the human brain into an organic supercomputer to operating multiple high-tech instruments with great proficiency at the same time. People eventually discovered that the assistant series also happened to be highly compatible with companion spirits. Most of the people who gained companion spirits did not harbor any crazy ambitions to pursue two different main careers at once. People like Kedis pursued two careers with relatively little overlap at the same time were the exception rather than the rule. Many people who obtained companion spirits would rather have them complement their existing strengths. That way, they would be able to achieve much more success in their chosen careers. Melkor was still determined to be a mech pilot, and he would also like to retain a leadership role. Having Jonas practice the perceptive assistant chi cultivation method seemed like an excellent idea. For now, Jonas was not able to detect the approach of massed alien phase fighters due to his shallow cultivation, but he would probably be able to extend his detection range by numerous kilometers once he had more time to grow and cultivate. In any case, ever since he saw how well Jonas was able to begin his practice in his chi cultivation method, Melkor came close to pulling the trigger himself. The only reason why he held off on trying to become a double chi cultivator was because he had yet to make up his mind on which method he wanted to practice. The Larkinson clan offered a few good ones, but the selection was rather limited. The premium offerings available in the repository were not necessarily worse, and their catalog was much larger and more varied. He had just begun to narrow his choices to 5 different chi cultivation methods when Kedis suddenly published her Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship. Melkor had no interest in swordsmanship. He specialized in piloting rifleman mechs, so why did he need to read a book on how to wield a sword? It turned out that the new publication contained a lot of profound theories about the nature of willpower cultivators, of which mech pilots were included as well. Heaven, Earth, Man. The Visored Legion commander whispered. Interesting. It has a ring of mysticism to it. Does it apply to everyone, or is it only valid for willpower cultivators? He was more inclined to believe in the former. If a person wanted to become stronger as a chi cultivator, he could not do so by relying on heaven alone. Many chi cultivation methods emphasize the importance of developing a specific mindset, constructing an elaborate artistic conception in one's head, or becoming more disciplined in behavior. These were all rules and instructions meant to raise the man score of a chi cultivator. Those with talent probably possessed inherently high scores when came to practicing certain cultivation methods, but Melkor did not think he was blessed in that way. The Earth score became a lot more important for that reason. Aside from talents that could make a huge amount of progress, others needed to rely on cultivation aids such as elixirs, pills, and in a few cases specific kinds of artifacts. Each of these resources were produced from planets, asteroids and such, so they all fell under the category of Earth, to keep everything simple and organized. As the Avatar commander, Melkor should not be weak in this aspect. He used to pilot the Golden Beacon but had switched over to the much more powerful and much more suitable Fae Fianna. However, just like many other mech pilots, having a good mech did not necessarily increase his chances to break through as a mech pilot. Unlike before, Melkor not possessed a more detailed understanding why he had remained stuck as a standard mech pilot all of this time. According to theory espoused by Kedis, if his Earth score was more than sufficient, then his Heaven and Man scores were too deficient. The answer should be simple, right? He just needed to raise his heaven and man scores. He had already been doing the former by practicing an auxiliary chi cultivation method while Jonas practiced a more serious chi cultivation method. It was his man score that was dragging him down. He did not think he could obtain a convenient elixir or artifact that would help him pierce the extraordinary threshold as a mech pilot. He had performed enough evaluations on himself to conclude that he was not expert pilot material. He was also growing older, if not in body then in mind. Responsibility had a way of making him more thoughtful and less impulsive. Granted, he had always been rather reserved in the past, so his changes only reinforced his existing tendencies. Try as he might, he just couldn't replicate the stupidly confident or irrationally driven mindsets that characterized the expert pilots that he had met in person. Each of them were defined by their overpoweringly strong personalities. It was as if they were humans dialed up to 11 or even higher. Melkor could never imagine himself undergoing such a change. He might not even welcome it if he had to become a different person like Janzi. Maybe I should stop thinking about a future that will never come to pass. He sighed. At his age, Melkor found it increasingly less realistic and rational to continue to pine for a breakthrough that would most likely never come. Rather than waste any further years on chasing after an illusionary dream, he could do himself a much greater favor by pursuing the much steadier path to becoming a chi-cultivating mech pilot. Examples of that had already started to show up across human space. They were particularly loved by older mech pilots who had already grown old and weaker. Since they were no longer in peak condition, their breakthrough chances were minimal. They might as well turn to chi cultivation instead, which was much more systematic and transparent. The mech pilots all appreciated that they not only received clear instructions on what they should do to reach the next cultivation stage, but that they could also sense their progress in real time by sensing the growth and development of their chi cultivation. Melkor was twice as young as the average age of mech pilots who went down the path of chi cultivation, but he was already thinking about starting ahead of time. The Larkinson clan constantly faced greater threats. The avatars of myth also deserved to be led by a stronger and more capable leader. I am not going to spend the next 40 years flailing around while trying to test my courage in stupid challenges or whatever. The Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship briefly revived his hopes of a better future, but it was ultimately a mirage in his opinion. Melkor did not think he was destined to become a powerful expert pilot, let alone an ace pilot or god pilot. All of this willpower business frustrated him, never gave him a clear indication of how much progress he made or what he needed to do to trigger a breakthrough. Perhaps that was the point. The uncertainty surrounding willpower cultivation made it so that only the most confident, disciplined, strong-willed and resilient of warriors would be rewarded for their superhuman efforts. Melkor most definitely did not think any of those words could be attributed to himself. This was why he reluctantly set aside any further thoughts about pursuing willpower cultivation and reaffirmed his decision to become a chi cultivator. The only question is what cultivation method I should practice. This was an important choice, because if he wanted to get started on a few of them, he would have to perform a ritual on the battlefield. Chapter 6667 Larkinson Exclusive Contract Cultivation Method. Contingents of the avatars of myth, the flagrant vandals, the sword maidens and the penitent sisters came together. Much of the gathered mechs consisted of melee mechs. Ranged mechs tended to suffer from a disadvantage in the current battlefield, though they could still be useful in certain situations. Nonetheless, Legion Commander Melkor was happy with what he got. The mixture of premium second-class mechs and considerably more powerful quasi-first-class mechs should be enough to close the gap in equipment. Captain Cultiv, which alien leader unit is leading the phase fighters allocated to this area? We have identified dozens of elite phase fighters of Puelmer design that are coated in dark yellow and bear purple markings. Typical of the Puelmer race, each phase fighter is made out of highly saturated transphasic materials and possesses different pieces of advanced technologies. Our light hunters have only been able to collect enough readings to identify a portion of them. The only confirmation we have is that the Puelmer phase fighters are definitely equipped with imitations of modern human hyper-technology. Great. Melkor frowned. What is your judgment on their combat power, Captain? I would say that they are tougher and more difficult to take down compared to our quasi-first-class mechs. Their power reactors are definitely more powerful than ours as we are still restricted by the limitations imposed on second-class mechs. This was not the first time Melkor cursed the artificial rules and restrictions that ensured a strict separation between tech levels. All of the quasi-first-class mechs fielded by the Larkinson clan could have easily become at least twice as powerful if only they were able to upgrade their power reactors to proper first-class machines. However, unlike ordinary grunts, Commander Melkor understood the reasons why the Red Three had never rescinded this restrictive policy. The Red Ocean was already suffering from a shortage of resources, especially first-class materials that were strong enough to withstand the rigors of high-end warfare. Letting second raters make use of first-class exotic materials would instantly cause their prices to skyrocket. Many first-class mech forces would instantly experience a lot more difficulties in replenishing their losses as their mechs cost 50 or even 100% as much. To the clear demarcation of tech levels also had a guiding function to the native aliens. While the Red Cabal and the major alien races never divided their own heterogeneous tech development into numerous distinct classes, they quickly learned from their hated enemies and adjusted their own troop deployments accordingly. Both sides developed a tacit agreement where they only sent their best units to the upper zones, their more disposable cannon fodder to the middle zones and their trash to the lower zones. Even the aliens struggled to deploy enough high-end warships and phase fighters to the front in a short amount of time. Their production was gradually ramping up, but the losses inflicted by Red humanity was also considerable. Just the hardware being lost to rampaging god pilots alone had reached an astronomical figure. This made it so that the native aliens preferred to concentrate their best assets and distribute their lesser units to war theaters with lower strategic value. That did not mean that all of the alien units sent to the middle zones were garbage. Just like how every significant human troop concentration hosted champions and elites, the native aliens also made sure to do the same. These powerful combatants were not necessarily meant to carry the entire fight. They instead acted as force multipliers that could easily amplify the combat power of regular units due to their special characteristics. Quelmer phase fighters are rare, but they are definitely among the most troublesome to fight against. Commander Melkor frowned. The yellow ones that showed up this time look like their alien pilots are trying to prove themselves. Captain Koltov commented, "Our scouts haven't made enough observations to provide enough proof, but when I look at the images, I can't help but suspect that they are trying to lure us into a trap so that they can annihilate us in one fell swoop. Call it a gut feeling." That was an interesting opinion to share. Captain Sarah Koltov was a veteran flagrant Vandal pilot that had managed to keep up with the growth of the Larkinson clan. She began with piloting the old Hellcat model of the original 6th Flagrant Vandals. Over the course of numerous years, she switched over to specializing in the ferocious Piranha while working her way up to the rank of Mech Captain. As a former Brighter and Third Rater, that was quite impressive, as she constantly had to improve and learn in order to keep up with the rising standards of the clan. Second Raters and First Raters that were born as designer babies and received further. Although former Third Raters such as Melkor and Sarah Koltov still managed to maintain their current positions by virtue of their dedication and contributions, they still had to work hard in order to meet the minimum standards required to do their jobs. For now, they were doing fine, but what about the future? Systematic cultivation allowed the people of different classes to close the gap between each other, at least on the surface. The argument was that chi cultivation methods provided the exact same benefits to first raters, second raters and third raters. They should therefore benefit first raters the least and third raters the most. However, the availability and affordability of cultivation resources could easily cause these people to grow apart from each other. First raters earned more and had much more money and resources at their disposal. It was much easier for them to acquire powerful elixirs and helpful artifacts that could speed up their cultivation progress. They also had easier access to high-end cultivation methods and could easily afford the expensive resources to get started in these advanced scriptures. Third raters could only make do by relying on their own talent and efforts. Melkor was glad that he was no longer in the latter position anymore. As the Avatar commander, he had earned enough salary and merits to afford many expensive cultivation resources. In fact, he already ordered a bunch of them in order to get a better feel and understanding of their associated chi cultivation methods. He already acquired access to 3 different methods that had caught his interest. One of them had been developed by the Tea Institute while he redeemed the remaining 2 from the repository. Each of them made large promises. They were especially designed for military commanders that were looking to make a greater impact on the battlefield. He actually considered 2 more promising chi cultivation methods, but he ultimately kept them as reserve options. The reason for that was because they promised to help him empower his subordinates in a similar way to Saint Commander Casella's famous command field. Melkor instinctively rejected the decision to imitate Casella. It was not that he thought that he placed a lower value on the direct empowerment of subordinates, but he simply did not want to be known as an imitation of the Saint Commander. It might not be much, but Melkor was determined to make it grow, and to do that, he needed to become stronger in his own way. He briefly went over his options so that he could make up his mind. The most obvious cultivation method for a Larkinson in his position was the Larkinson Design Spirit Contract method. Developed by the Tea Institute with input from the Patriarch himself, it was a cultivation method that made the practitioner powerful by forming a mutually agreed contract with a more powerful entity, which in this case happened to be one of the design spirits of the Larkinson clan. The Tea Institute actually told him that it was primarily a form of contract cultivation, due to the fact that Melkor would mainly be able to develop his strength by absorbing the strength of another entity. It actually had a lot in common with the blood pacts that became more prevalent these days. Both cases involved two different parties signing a metaphysical contract with each other that imposed certain rights and restrictions. The design spirit could not unscrupulously try to manipulate the contract cultivator. The practitioner also had to abide by any specific demands or requirements the design spirit might impose in exchange for donating a portion of his or her power. Both parties had the right to unilaterally dissolve the contract at any time. If that ever happened, the practitioner would get to keep his cultivation progress, but would not be able to form a new contract with another design spirit for around half a year due to mental stability considerations. There were several pros and cons associated with this new contract cultivation. The obvious advantage was that it imposed very low requirements on the part of the practitioner. It did not require any talent to get started, though having it would certainly make it easier to absorb and digest the strength of compatible design spirits. The practitioner also did not have to spend much of his time on meditation, mental exercises, or constructing an extremely complicated artistic conception. The design spirit already did the heavy lifting. Melkor only had to focus on assimilating the foreign energy. Depending on how quickly he was able to absorb the strength of a design spirit, Melkor could grow powerful at a rapid speed. Personally, one of the reasons why he liked the Larkinson Design Spirit Contract method was because it fit the theme of the avatars of myth extremely well. As long as Melkor absorbed enough power from a design spirit such as Titania to the point that his domain was nearly identical to her own, he could one day have her descend into his body or maybe his companion spirit, thereby turning one of them into her avatar. Titania would subsequently be able to channel her strength and fight against enemies like a real chi cultivator for as long as Melkor was able to sustain her presence. This ability promised to become more powerful as his own cultivation advanced. Perhaps one day, he would be able to replicate the effect of a battle formation, but allowing it to last a lot longer without requiring the assistance of others. However, as much as Melkor found this method to be attractive, it also came with obvious downsides. For example, there was no way to avoid contamination. The more Melkor absorbed the strength of a design spirit such as Titania or xianxia, the more he would come to resemble them. His personality, his behavior and his perspective would all come to resemble his contracted design spirit. Melkor was not very willing to sacrifice his humanity in exchange for power. Another disadvantage was that the lack of personal effort required to progress in this method caused him to lack self-sufficiency. The only reason for his power was because he begged another design spirit to donate a few scraps. If the contract ever expired, Melkor would lose much of his capabilities. He would just degenerate into a chi cultivator that was lacking in personal abilities. What also bothered Melkor was that the hard limit of this contract cultivation method was that his strength would always be limited by the strength of a design spirit. If the latter was no longer able to grow, then he would remain limited as well. Perhaps he could mitigate this problem by forming a contract with a different entity, but that came with a lot of compatibility problems that would set him back for long. Despite all of these factors weighing the design spirit contract method down, Melkor still liked it because it was by far the least difficult cultivation method in his consideration. As long as he made a deal with the right design spirit, there should be no chance for him to fail in his contract cultivation. After spending several decades fruitlessly trying to advance to the rank of expert candidate, Melkor deeply appreciated the certainty and ease of this Larkinson exclusive method. Do I take the easy way out, or should I take a chance on a more challenging cultivation method? That was because it was centered around the use of chi formations on the battlefield. Chapter 6668 Formation Master Series Chi cultivation came in many different forms. The Red Collective's cultivation method department recovered many old texts and figured out a lot of different means of power expression. When Melkor sought out a chi cultivation method that could expand his capabilities in a way that was helpful to a mech commander, he quickly became attracted by the mention of formations. It turned out that formations were a big deal in chi cultivation. The way he understood it was that it was a purposeful way to leverage massive amounts of E-energy radiation to produce powerful outcomes, often far beyond the actual cultivation level of the practitioner who set up the formations in the first place. This immediately attracted his attention due to the promise of being able to produce significant results without needing to be strong himself. However, when Melkor dove into this subject, he found that it was a lot more complicated than he expected. There were at least two recognized categories of chi formations. There were the highly familiar battle formations, which were usually practiced by groups of mech pilots in order to gain strength that exceeded the sum of their parts. Every Larkinson already had a good impression of battle formations. However, there were still differences between the classic battle formations taught by the Red Collective and the bastardized battle formations utilized by numerous Larkinson mech legions. The former generally did not rely on borrowing power from a design spirit or other specific entity. Originally, battle formations were supposed to be pure applications of chi. They relied on taking control over large amounts of E-energy from the environment in order to form a powerful energy structure. They could potentially allow a group of weaker practitioners to summon a large energy construct that could fight head-on against a powerful enemy such as a Phase Lord. However, the demands on the mech pilots were hard. They needed to possess a certain combination of talent, comprehension, analytical ability, trust and teamwork in order to pull it off correctly. The trump cards invented by the Larkinson clan were like the contract cultivation version of battle formations. T formation than a Larkinson battle formation. The former did have its advantages, though. They were not exclusive to specific mech legions or those who were in the good books of the design spirit they borrowed power from. Anyone could practice them so long as they met fairly reasonable requirements. The practitioners of classic battle formations could also leverage them more flexibly and exert greater control over them as their cultivation and mastery increased. They were combination techniques that possessed very high ceilings. There were other ways to play with chi formations. The Red Collective defined spell arrays as employing specialized material formation anchors to temporarily or permanently direct the behavior of E-energy in the environment to produce a powerful effect. These formation anchors usually came in the form of flags, totem poles and stones, but could take other shapes as well. What was important was that the formation anchors had to be carefully designed in order to work. They had to be made out of hyper materials and had to be integrated with runes, patterns or other mysterious markings that effectively played the role of a programming language. Making the formation anchors was only half the job. The next challenge was to deploy them in a specific location, and that demanded deep insight into formations, the flow of E-energy radiation and terrain knowledge. Depending on how they were designed, the formation anchors had to be placed at specific locations and at very specific distances and angles from each other. There were so many different variables that the formation master had to calculate and take into account that it was impossible for general chi cultivators to set up most of these incredibly complicated spell arrays. These spell arrays could produce nifty effects, many of which were difficult to replicate with technology. The most straightforward spell arrays were those with offensive and defensive purposes. The former could turn a region of space into a killing ground where half-material swords stabbed everyone inside an area. The latter could channel lots of E-energy to form an energy shield that could cover an entire space station like a Titan shield. A more exotic category of spell arrays were illusory ones. They could project all kinds of illusions to deceive the enemy and conceal what was truly located in a certain area, certain aspects of their strength, such as their access to E-energy. Then there was the utility category of spell arrays, which contained everything else that could not be placed under the previous categories. There were amazing spell arrays that could accelerate healing, perform remote scrying on a distant area and even protect against enemy scrying attempts. In short, spell arrays alone possessed a lot of depth and variety. It was already amazing that the Red Collective managed to recover, decipher and modernize an entire set of them in a short amount of time. This was the most classic form of formations. In theory, only one formation master was necessary to design, deploy and potentially control active spell arrays, though nothing stopped them from working together. When Melkor learned about the sub-profession of formation master, he felt compelled to learn it, but he initially grew intimidated by the high intellectual requirements to make it far in this field. Formation masters had more in common with mech designers than mech pilots. They needed to be incredibly smart and possess deep knowledge on how the universe worked and how energy worked in order to combine the two together to produce amazing battle formations and spell arrays. Though Melkor did not believe his learning ability was bad, he was nowhere near comparable to a mech designer or an engineer. Out of the Formation Master series, there was no way he could attain great success in the General Formation Master, Battle Formation Master and Spell Formation Master of Chi cultivation methods. The Red Collective valued them a lot for this reason and specifically compiled the Formation Master series of Chi cultivation methods to help people get started in this esoteric field. Sadly, it had yet to attract a lot of interested people. Most people that had decided to become a serious Chi cultivator were much more attracted to flashy and more straightforward options, such as cultivation methods that allowed them to fling fireballs or fly in the air without the use of technology. Studying Chi formations was largely intellectual in nature, and that made many people feel as if they had to go back to school and endure the high pressure of memorizing and comprehending a lot of advanced book knowledge. The threshold to becoming a successful formation master was high. It would also take a long time for those who started in this field from scratch to gain the knowledge and understanding to design his first successful spell array. Fortunately, the Red Collective did not leave mech pilots in the dust. It turned out that the Collies also took less intellectually gifted and inclined individuals into account and expanded the Formation Master series with cultivation methods specially geared towards people like himself. One of them was the Combat Spell Array Master Chi cultivation method. All of the aspects aided designing and creating your own Chi formations. This allowed the cultivation method to focus more on deploying existing Chi formations, mostly spell arrays, and controlling them in a more proficient manner on the battlefield. This sounded much more to his liking. While Melkor still needed to learn a lot of theory about Chi formations, he only needed to understand a fraction of the knowledge this time. In fact, much of the expertise was related to calculating and identifying the places where he needed to place the formation anchors. Depending on how well he positioned the anchors, the resulting spell array could produce effects that were 20%, 50% or 100% as strong as its theoretical maximum. There was a way to cheat this process. Many of the tedious and complicated calculations were necessary in order to identify the right positions in a given terrain to place the anchors. However, a formation master with enhanced perception capabilities could not only collect more useful data to speed up the calculation work, but could even spot some if not all of the right locations to place the anchor by observation alone. This meant that Melkor could borrow his companion spirit's excellent perception to immediately deploy the more basic spell arrays that he had procured in advance. This shortcut did not work for the more powerful and advanced spell arrays, but there was no need for Melkor to think about that in the short term. Is this really what I want for myself, though? If he had a choice, then he would definitely try to achieve a breakthrough and become a glorious expert pilot. He already ruled that out due to losing his patience and lacking the confidence to succeed in this trajectory. He saw no point in becoming a pure combat-oriented Chi cultivator. All information related to the subject informed him that expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots could wipe the floor with Chi cultivators in direct combat. The unreasonable willpower of high-ranking mech pilots defied the heavens and repelled all hostile sources of energy. Since this was the case, why would Melkor try to work so hard to become an inferior version of true heroes and gods? The cultivation methods that were designed to partially imitate high-ranking mech pilots fell short because they never promised anything to compensate for what was missing. Melkor did not want to become an incomplete or inferior powerhouse. He would rather retain his pride and remain weak in a personal sense if that was the case. Becoming a formation master, or more specifically a combat spell array master, pretty much guaranteed that. Oh sure, practicing it would allow him to become smarter and become a lot more capable of performing the calculations to quickly figure out where to place the formation anchors. While that intellect boost might also allow him to pilot his Fey Fianna more proficiently, that was not the point of this Chi cultivation method. It's not flashy, but it can allow me to produce results far exceeding my own strength fairly quickly. It also had a bright future. High-ranking mech pilots would always remain the premier champions of red humanity, but there were always too few of them to go around. Formation masters could assist mech forces in many different ways that not even ace pilots or god pilots could replicate. Melkor especially liked this sub-profession because it not only complemented his role as a mech commander very well, but also did not overlap with Casella's command field. This was an important observation. If his suspicions were right, Then Melkor could potentially deploy his spell arrays alongside Casella's commandeered and Enefkoft mechs. They could synergize with each other and achieve results that were far greater than what they could accomplish on their own. The Saint Commander is strong without a doubt, but she will never be able to weave magic with spell arrays like I can do, so long as I practice the combat spell array master cultivation method. Melkor felt enormously attracted to commit to this choice, but he still found the alternatives to be compelling as well. This was a life-changing decision. He did not want to make a choice that he would regret down the line. Aside from the design spirit contract cultivation method, which was probably the easiest to progress, there was also a third chi cultivation method that he had been thinking about practicing as well. Chapter 6669 Dangerous Legacy Chi Cultivation Method. When Melkor looked for chi cultivation methods that he could use to complement his existing job as a mech commander, he sought for an alternative that did not have the intellectual requirements of a formation master. This was the main reason why he was still reluctant to commit to this path. While he had already exchanged a hefty sum of merits to gain access to the manual of the combat spell array master cultivation method, he became intimidated by the fact that he still could not escape the necessity of spending lots of time on book learning if he wanted to reach the advanced stages. The further he progressed as a formation master, the more essential higher math and comprehension became. If he did not make enough progress in these essential areas, his chi cultivation would eventually hit a bottleneck and slow his growth to a crawl. Another disadvantage related to becoming a formation master was that it required a lot of setup in order to produce results. Melkor had an advantage in this aspect because he could command his subordinates to place the formation anchors at the coordinates he specified. He did not even have to enter the battlefield in person in order to make it happen. It would be even better if he was present. A spell array master specialized in controlling active chi formations. Letting a spell array run by itself was like letting an autonomous battle bot fight. The bot could only follow its own programming and was not able to make flexible and unpredictable decisions. A spell array controlled by a formation master that knew his business belonged in a different category. Melkor would be able to use his own judgment and perception to employ more advanced tactics, make correct adjustments on the fly, and even inject his own power into the spell array in order to boost its strength and prevent it from breaking. While Melkor liked the sound of that, the requirements to control a spell array were not light either. The starter spell arrays that he had exchanged from the Red Collective were deliberately simplified to allow beginners like him to control them at a decent level. What he was worried about was that the difficulty ramped up quickly if he wanted to make use of chi formations that were powerful enough to affect phase lords. Aside from that, it is not safe to remain too close to an angry phase lord. Powerful individual combatants such as ace pilots could resist the attacks of most phase lords unless the latter wielded Saint Piercer arms. Even then, most ace mechs were fast enough to escape the reach of those deadly weapons. A spell array master lacked those conveniences. The Formation Master series might be able to make him a little stronger and extend his lifespan and such, but it would not save him if a Nunzer phase lord physically trampled his mech with his gigantic hooves. This was why he sought a chi cultivation method that could offer him a bit more self-protection ability. It was not necessary for him to become a budget high-ranking mech pilot, but he should at least be able to survive the battles to come. The native aliens continued to grow stronger, and there may be even greater threats on the horizon. This was why he delved into the more obscure sections of the repository and tried to find a way to grow powerful that may be able to do a better job at meeting his admittedly demanding requirements. Perhaps he was being too picky, because he failed to find a superior choice. The best result he came up with was a chi cultivation method that was arguably just as promising as the other two options into consideration. Different from signing a contract with a design spirit or deploying spell arrays into battle, the one he found in the least popular section of the repository was derived from an ancient cultivation method. The Kalis merely translated the ancient text into standard language and edited it so that it became more understandable to modern people. Despite its murky background and mysterious elements, it promised amazing benefits to a practitioner that possessed the talent, perception and perseverance to practice it over the long term. Since tea was an ancient cultivation method, the requirements to get started with it were much harsher. Not only that, but the translations could lead to misinterpretations that could cause Melkor to make a mistake in his progression. Since few people had begun to practice this expensive and obscure chi cultivation method, there was no one around who could teach him. There wasn't any mature community of practitioners and cultivation scientists that were working together to figure out its secrets and demystify its more abstruse instructions. To put it in another way, Melkor would have to rely on his own efforts in order to master this ancient chi cultivation method. If he encountered a problem that he could not overcome, then he could either remain stuck and make no further progress, or improvise in hope that would allow him to go forward. This was an exceedingly dangerous decision that could lead to cultivation deviation. Once that happened, Melkor would become compromised and suffer from a range of maladies, ranging from violent mood swings to complete changes in personality. Despite all of these well-deserved warnings, Melkor could not help but consider it anyway due to the promises it made. This was because practicing the Clockwork Hollow Sect Timestream Magistrate Chi cultivation method might ultimately allow him to manipulate the property of time. Yes, time. According to the extensive analysis by the cultivation scientists of the Red Collective, the Chi cultivation method was originally created to form mid-level, Timestream Magistrates, for the Clockwork Hollow Sect. Timestream Magistrates were essentially Chi cultivators that specialized in the concept of time. More specifically, they were trained to manipulate how time affected themselves at first and subsequently everything within their range. This had many different uses and applications. A Timestream Magistrate could speed up the passage of time on himself, thereby allowing him to move faster and spend more time on thinking and working. He could also slow down the passage of time on projectiles or even enemies so long as they were not strong enough to resist the effect. Naturally, Melkor did not need to think about accomplishing the latter in the short term. It took serious attainments in the refurbished cultivation method before he could attempt such a magical feat onto others. While Timestream Magistrates weren't powerful by themselves, their ability to manipulate time to this degree could allow them to produce a lot of favorable results, especially if they were mech commanders. That was not even the main highlight of this legacy chi cultivation method. One of their most powerful and costly abilities was to turn back the clock. By winding back their clockwork artifact, Timestream Magistrates could effectively travel back in time. Even if they could only go back a number of seconds or minutes, this was already enough for Melkor to change the course of a battle. What he found odd was that Timestream Magistrates were actually not meant to wield all of these abilities. The Clockwork Hollow Sect apparently developed much more powerful chi cultivation methods that could allow practitioners to mess with time to a much stronger and more dramatic degree, the cultivation method. Department claimed. In any case, the aforementioned abilities were actually supplemental to their main purpose, which was to monitor the passage of time and ensure that was not being manipulated by unauthorized parties. Timestream Magistrates were equipped with a number of effective techniques that allowed them to track down and counter any time manipulation shenanigans performed by third parties. It made sense for an ancient organization like the Clockwork Hollow Sect to raise their own version of law enforcers in order to prevent abuse of the same techniques they taught. When Melkor grew curious enough about the chi cultivation method that he decided to exchange it outright, he encountered several explicit warnings about the consequences of abusing time manipulation. Different from what he expected, the Clockwork Hollow Sect did not put so much effort into regulating the passage of time because they were afraid that spinning time into a messy yarn would cause the universe to collapse or whatever. The real danger came in changing time to the point of attracting the unwelcome attention of mysterious but exceedingly powerful god-like entities. These were beings who surpassed time and space to varying degrees. It was never a good idea to become known by them, because many of them were utterly alien and unpredictable. Another danger associated with abusing time manipulation was adversely affecting the futures of those who would eventually become one of those very same unfathomably powerful god-like entities. While these terrible gods could not manipulate their own past to undo their own natural fate, they were still able to protect themselves against unnatural changes. There was no way that Melkor would be able to withstand the wrath of such a powerful god-like powerhouse. This meant that even if Melkor did everything correctly and turned into a perfectly normal Timestream Magistrate, he would still be playing with fire every time he manipulated time and affected the lives of a lot of people. Small changes to the timeline were relatively safe as they were too weak and lasted too short to get detected. It was only when a Timestream Magistrate ceased to guard the timeline and started to resemble the criminal that he was supposed to watch out for that the risks would begin to rise. Practicing the Clockwork Hollow Sect Timestream Magistrate chi cultivation method right away. He couldn't let it go, however. Even if he chose to turn his back on it, he couldn't help but recall it and read through its descriptions in his own notes. The Larkinson clan might have more use for a Timestream Magistrate than a spell or a master. The latter was awesome and all, but the former could guard him and his fellow clan against threats of a much more hidden and nefarious nature. The only question was whether any time cultivators would show up in the future that might pose a credible threat against the Larkinsons and the rest of red humanity. If not, then a timestream magistrate became partially redundant. Another problem associated with this chi cultivation method was that it was not easy to get started with it. Any cultivator of the Clockwork Hollow sect had to possess the very rare affinity of time. This was actually a nearly impossible condition to meet. Even during ancient times, the Clockwork Hollow sect struggled to recruit naturally talented seeds. This was why the sect came up with numerous ways to bypass or substitute for these harsh requirements. Melkor managed to negotiate a deal with the cultivation method department about this subject. He borrowed special cultivation resources from the Red Collective that could theoretically allow any human to meet the starting requirements of the Chi cultivation method and become a timestream magistrate. Straight away, the caveat was that he could not complete this transformation at his leisure. The unorthodox method involved stealing the time of others, which meant that he had to conduct a ritual centered around his enemies in order to properly practice this method. Suffice to say, the Legion commander was not sure if he could get his enemies to cooperate. Perhaps it was better to consider the other two options instead. It's too difficult to make up my mind. Melkor did not intend to procrastinate any longer. The time for battle had almost come, and he could not keep himself from holding back while the war progressed. One way or another, Melkor intended to start a new chapter in his life. Chapter 6670 Initiation Ritual. Melkor struggled to make a single choice out of 3 promising and powerful chi cultivation methods. Each of them would have massive implications for his career as well as the Larkinson clan if he could make a huge difference in a battle. The homebrew design spirit contract chi cultivation method pretty much guaranteed that Melkor would become powerful enough in his own way. He could channel the power of a contracted design spirit for a longer period of time and gradually become able to perform similar abilities by relying on his own strength. The combat spell array master chi cultivation method would cause him to miss out on gaining more direct combat power, but he would gain the capability to affect the battlefield on a large scale, thereby allowing him to boost friendly units and debilitate enemy units en masse. The most mysterious Clockwork Hollow sect timestream magistrate chi cultivation method promised to turn Melkor into a unique timeline guardian of sorts. It not only had great potential in manipulating the course of battles, but also enabled him to protect the clan from temporal assaults. The first method developed by the Tea Institute was by far the most economical one. The second one was demanding in terms of study load and hard work. The third was the riskiest one as it was derived from an ancient legacy text. If Melkor was anything like his far more successful cousin Vase, then he would have felt inclined to take a bet on becoming a timestream magistrate. As long as he was able to overcome the many risks and perils associated with practicing a method that could hide all kinds of traps and variables that did not fit the current environment, he would be able to play with time in all sorts of useful ways. Most notably, he saw enormous value in the ability to wind back the dial of a clockwork artifact, effectively allowing him to travel seconds or even minutes into the past. He also felt that the Larkinson clan could use a guardian who especially monitored the timelines related to the Larkinson clan or at least its most promising members. However, the latter might not be that relevant considering that it was incredibly difficult to comprehend time. Outside of the rare few that possessed an inherent talent in this E-energy attribute, everyone else who attempted to cultivate the Clockwork Hollow sect timestream magistrate chi cultivation method would have to rely on insanely expensive resources that were aspected towards the time attribute, than space hyper materials. The Red 3 and a few other major groups were able to produce the latter in reliable quantities by combining hyper technology with phase water technology. If he committed to the latter, then he would have to compensate for his lack of talent in the time attribute by ingesting expensive elixirs and procuring rare time hyper materials to produce the signature artifacts of Clockwork Hollow. The latter was rumored to cost as much as a first-class expert mech, and that was just the minimum price estimate. Could Melkor truly impose these cost burdens on the Larkinson clan? Perhaps. The clan was earning quite well these days, and Melkor should still have enough personal funds and merits left to afford a few nice goods. Yet what about later? Melkor did not want to become an enormous resource drain to the clan. He also did not want to end up stuck if the clan's income ever declined. Compared to the troublesome time-related chi cultivation method, any option from the Formation Master series was a lot more affordable. The more powerful spell arrays could only be realized by constructing high-end formation anchors that were entirely comprised of high-grade hypers, but most of them were still a lot more affordable than any hyper-material related to the time attribute. A classic formation master could even become a powerful earner for the clan. The ability to design custom spell arrays and produce the necessary formation anchors to deploy them on or off the battlefield all demanded specialized skills, knowledge and extraordinary capabilities that other cultivators could not replicate. Unfortunately, Melkor had no hope of earning money by doing this because he did not have the time, interest and brainpower to do all of this intellectually demanding work. Becoming a pure combat spell array master meant that he had to source his spell arrays from other formation masters. For the time being, the only existing formation masters were those raised by the Red Collective and several other major groups. The spell arrays they developed and released so far were fairly basic but also expensive due to their scarcity. What made Melkor more optimistic about becoming a spell array master was that the market for these new and exotic products would probably drop over time. As more and more formation masters emerged, the market for spell arrays would probably develop in a similar way to the market for mechs. The spell arrays would get more reasonable ranges. Having learned all of the amazing effects that spell arrays could produce, Melkor was incredibly optimistic about this market. He believed that formation masters would become a profession that possessed prestige similar to mech designers. Meanwhile, combat spell array masters that were able to quickly and proficiently deploy spell arrays would become high-value combat assets similar to high-ranking. Their methods and capabilities may be completely different, but their impact on the battlefield were probably on the same level. Wasn't this what Melkor wanted all along? Even if he was not able to become an expert pilot, he at least wanted to become recognized as a powerful combatant. At this point, Melkor did not care too much whether he became a supportive asset rather than a direct combat asset. The clan already had plenty of expert pilots and was gaining more ace pilots over time. What the Larkinsons did not have was a combat spell formation master. While other Larkinsons could become one as long as they had enough money and merits to spare, Melkor believed he could do a better job than most. As Melkor began to lean more and more towards becoming a formation master, he hesitated one last time. Was he willing to miss out on embodying the power of design spirits and becoming a timestream magistrate in order to deploy chi formations? What do you think, Goldie? Naya, the golden cat manifested inside the cockpit and bathed Melkor in her warm and pleasant glow. Naya, he smiled. It is reassuring to hear that you are okay with each of my choices. If this is the case, then I will go ahead and try to become a combat spell formation master. You know, if I chose to practice the design spirit contract chi cultivation method, I strongly thought about forming a contract with you. As a Larkinson, I can think of no better choice. The golden cat tilted her head. Oh, I am sure that forming a contract with the likes of Gaia, the superior mother, the phase king, Lufa and so on will allow me to borrow and channel their powerful and useful capabilities, but I am not that close with any of them. They are all allies of the Larkinson clan, but they are not bound to us in the same way. You on the other hand are the literal embodiment of the Larkinsons. You are the last spirit to abandon us. So even if you aren't the most powerful among your kind, I still trust you over anyone else. Naya, Goldie could feel the sincerity in his words. She leaned in and rubbed her body against his head. The two would probably become great contract partners if Melkor practiced the most suitable method. Alas, the Legion commander had already made a different choice. He would leave this responsibility to other Larkinson mech pilots that had given up on willpower. When Goldie left the cockpit, Melkor already began to adjust his mindset. He recalled the mantras and instructions that were necessary to become a combat spell array master. They were fairly simple as the Red Collective compiled the Formation Master series from a clean slate. Several minutes passed by as Melkor underwent a partial transformation in spirit. The first step is done. As a premium cultivation method, it took far more effort than this to become a formal chi cultivator. Getting started was one of the challenges of chi cultivation. The threshold of the more advanced methods were always high. The Red Collective had thought about that and was prepared to conduct a special ritual that should allow him to get started with greater ease than usual. He began to load a special software program into the operating system of his Faithiana. His mech soon gained a new function that benefited Melkor right away. It's much easier for me to crunch the numbers this time. Different from ancient formation masters, a modern combat spell array master could also be a mech pilot. This meant that as long as Melkor connected his mind to his mech, he could borrow the latter's incredibly formidable processing power. Drone mechs happened to possess more processing power than normal, so Melkor could offload a lot of tedious calculation and simulation work to his xianxia in order to obtain results a lot faster than usual. Of course, a computer was not able to substitute a combat spell array master, and the more mysterious processes could only be performed by a cultivator that changed his spirit in a way that allowed them to do stuff that was otherwise impossible. Melkor did not understand the science behind it, but that was not important. He only knew that if he wanted to employ spell arrays the fullest, he needed to undergo a permanent transformation. That is why I need to conduct a ritual. Similar to the ritual that would allow him to become a timestream magistrate, Melkor could also employ a similar shortcut to quickly become a combat spell array master. The so-called initiation ritual entailed personally deploying and controlling a simple debilitating spell array while remaining stationary. He also had to swallow an expensive elixir that was made out of ingredients that he couldn't understand while repeating a strange mantra. The more enemies affected by his spell array, the greater the feedback. There were several ways that this could go wrong. If the spell array and the mechs he brought to the upcoming fight were unable to contain the enemy phase fighters, then Melkor's xianxia may be forced to move. Doing so would invalidate the ritual and waste the elixir that took a lot of effort for the Red Collective to make. If the native aliens also managed to capture or destroy the formation anchors, then Melkor would suffer an even greater loss. Aside from that, interrupting the ritual at a critical point might botch his transformation into a combat spell array master, resulting in cultivation deviation or worse outcomes. In other words, Melkor had to be completely confident in his battle plan. He also had to do a good job of anticipating the enemy's strength and moves. This test was part of the ritual. The more thorough his preparations, the more positive his mood became, which would subsequently affect his transformation in beneficial ways. Let's make sure the enemy won't be able to outmaneuver my forces. He began to take another look at the gathered intelligence and began to make many different guesses and predictions. The fact that the enemy phase fighter force was led by an elite unit of Puelmer phase fighters added a lot of complications. Every Puelmer phase fighter was a technologically advanced black box. Human mech pilots always hated it when they had to fight against one because no one could ever predict what they might encounter. Chapter 6671. Setting a trap. Given the circumstances of the upcoming confrontation, Melkor decided to lay an ambush. After all, why try to set up a spell array in the middle of a battle while phase fighters were shooting the mechs that carried the crucial formation anchors? The chance that something would go wrong was too great. One of the first lessons that a formation master needed to learn was that when one wanted to employ a spell array proactively against an enemy, it was best to employ them as traps. By setting a trap in advance, the formation master would be able to take the time to calculate the right placements without any urgent time pressure. Another factor that played in his favor was that the absence of fighting meant that the chosen battlefield remained relatively static. If energies started to spew in every direction while asteroids were blowing up, Melkor may be forced to redo his calculations as his previous ones were no longer accurate anymore. While Melkor learned that more advanced formation masters would be able to compensate for these changes on the fly, right now he was still just an auxiliary chi cultivator. His prior practice up until now only made him a little smarter and allowed him to multitask better. These improvements were far from enough for him to perform dynamic calculations in the middle of a battle. I have just sent out the coordinates along with instructions on where you need to place the formation anchors. Do your best to get close to them as possible and place the objects as precisely as you can relative to my mech's position. Do you understand? What if there is an asteroid in the way? There won't be. If you look at the locations corresponding to the coordinates, the anchors should be buried just below the surface of different asteroids. Make sure to cover up the digging as best as possible. It is unlikely that the alien craft will be able to detect anything unusual when our mechs will attract all of their attention, but let's not make this easy for our enemies. The mechs carrying the formation anchors proceeded to split up so that they could bury the metal pillars into each of the designated asteroids. Melkor had selected them carefully according to the calculations performed with the help of his mech's formidable processors. Normally, it was beyond his ability to plant formation anchors in a three-dimensional space that was filled with asteroids. Melkor had to make use of the enhanced eyesight of his companion spirit Jonas to scout for asteroids that possessed the right traits to hold a formation anchor and subsequently narrow down the coordinates by performing follow-up calculations. This is quite convenient. A suitable companion spirit could easily lower the difficulty of becoming a formation master. While Melkor's decision to specialize in deploying and controlling spell arrays meant that he now became a supportive chi cultivator twice over, he did not regret his decisions. Support mech pilots were able to do just fine while they did everything they could to boost other mechs. They performed a noble function that was just as honorable as fighting more directly. Time passed by as his subordinates obediently planted the formation anchors at the designated coordinates. While it may seem as if these pillars that were predominantly made out of hyper materials could be knocked out of position at the slightest disturbance to the asteroid they were hiding on, Melkor was not too worried. Most spell arrays were able to tolerate minor deviations. The efficacy of the resulting chi formation might drop, but it shouldn't disappear so easily. As long as Melkor activated the spell array before the ensuing battle could mess up the environment further, everything should be okay, as the empowered chi formation should automatically lock itself into place. It would become far more difficult to mess up the spell array once it came into power, especially from attacks from the inside. Melkor's only concern now was that it was theoretically possible to break apart any spell array by relying on brute force. Excessively powerful attacks could break any barrier. If Melkor could increase the flow of E-energy into an active spell array, it could withstand more attacks before reaching its breaking point, but he currently did not have many ways to make that happen. This made him feel concerned about whether the ritual may fail because the enemy phase fighters were strong enough to break the effect by force. If the enemy craft consisted entirely of cannon fodder small craft, then the chance that this would happen was small, but not zero. Transphasic weapons hit harder and inflicted more effective damage than Det. 1. The Puelmer phase fighters were worse. Many of them mounted additional high-tech weapons that enabled them to inflict massive damage to their targets. If the strike craft also happened to mount missiles with fairly potent payloads, then the spell array might shatter in an instant. Change of plans, he decided. Sir, the capacity of my new trap isn't high, Melkor determined. We shouldn't entrap too many mechs, or else they will try to blast out of the border and succeed this time. Let's do this. Let us wait until half of the expected enemies will enter the chi formation before I activate it. The remaining mech units should focus on eliminating the enemy phase fighters that are trapped outside of the spell array. That is a big change of plans, sir. We can alter the assignments quickly, but many of us will still get caught off guard. This measure is too important for us. This ritual has to succeed. Dividing the enemy so that they are cut off from each other is a good way to sow more division and create coordination problems. That should hopefully distract them enough for them to avoid doing the obvious. Melkor along with a few mech officers began to formulate a revised plan for the upcoming battle. He actually liked his new plan better. It became a little more complicated, but it was also better proofed against unexpected or undesired outcomes. Oh, I also shouldn't forget about swapping my Fae. Doing this was fairly easy as there were numerous other Fae Fiannas among the gathering of Larkinson mechs. He soon contacted the mech pilots of two other quasi-first-class Fae Fiannas and called them over. I need to exchange my offensive Fae with your Azure Energy Shield Phase. Melkor said, if you do not urgently need the additional defenses and could use the extra firepower, you can have my Luminous Fire Fae and Infinite Coil Fae. They are both transphasic, so they pack a mean punch. Sure, I can adapt. Melkor had grown more proficient in piloting a drone mech while at the same time controlling a multitude of Fae at the same time. He spent the last months participating in battles where he could deploy 6 Fae at a time, which was more than the starting point for the living mech. It was not until very recently that he was able to expand his living Fae entourage to 8 Fae at a time. This was a pretty major boost in power and flexibility. A typical Fae was considerably larger and more powerful than most spurs attached to the back of the mech. It was thanks to the help of the commanding controller auxiliary chi cultivation method that he quickly became a qualified drone mech pilot. Much of the gains he made with this auxiliary coup cultivation method would get subsumed by a more superior chi cultivation method as long as there was enough overlap. As time passed by, the scouts of the flagrant vandals successfully encountered and had begun to lure them over to their chosen ambush site. The flagrant vandals tried not to make it too obvious. While the native aliens had neglected the importance of scouting ahead for their main forces, Melkor did not want to underestimate his opponents too much. If one of the Puelmer phase fighters possessed an extremely powerful high-tech scanning system, then they could probably detect a large amount of mechs hiding behind asteroids. If these mechs wanted to do a better job of hiding themselves, their pilots could shut down their power reactors and let the machines cool to nearly the same temperature as the space rocks. Melkor had declined to do so. He did not mind it if the aliens detected his mechs in advance. It would make this even better as the native aliens were obviously tasked with clearing the asteroid belt of human enemies. They are about to arrive. The waiting mechs began to heat up a bit more in anticipation of moving into action. The Fae Fianna piloted by Melkor meanwhile began to deploy all 8 Azure Energy Shield Fae around the mech frame. The Legion commander would leave the responsibility of attacking the enemy to other mechs. He needed to focus all of his concentration on conducting the initiation ritual while simultaneously controlling the spell array. The flagrant Vandal mechs soon flew into sight. The light mechs nimbly weaved around the asteroids while presenting themselves as enticing targets to the vanguard of the main enemy force. As dozens more phase fighters came close, hundreds of mechs started to emerge from behind their asteroids. The melee mechs began to charge forward in order to intercept the leading. The ranged mechs began to attack the alien craft while using the asteroids as cover. Energy beams, Gauss rounds and missiles began to fill the kill box as the light phase fighters desperately tried to use their superior mobility to evade the attacks. Many of them suffered hits onto their Azure Energy shields. The defenses held up only for a moment before they began to collapse in quick succession. The volume of fire proved too much for the phase fighters to evade or withstand all of the enemy the hits. Even as 16 or so phase fighters fell from the initial barrage, the main phase fighters had finally arrived to reinforce their heavily bruised vanguard. The fighting rapidly grew more and more intense. The native aliens did not seem to pay too much attention to whether they were being lured to an ambush. Multiple phase fighters had tried to disengage from the thick of the fighting and began to scout the periphery in order to detect any nasty surprises. Whatever scanning methods these craft used, they apparently did not detect anything suspicious about the buried formation anchors. Since the Larkinson mech force truly did not install any bombs or other suspicious devices into the surrounding asteroids, the alien fighter pilots became more certain the enemy did not prepare anything special. The mixed native alien force began to commit harder to the fight. They flew forward to strafe the human mechs and fired their missiles whenever they saw an opportunity to inflict serious damage to their targets. Melkor smirked at the sight. Despite the losses that had begun to occur, the native aliens did not notice that their phase fighters were gradually getting pulled within the range of his soon-to-be activated spell array. He had a feeling that his plan was slowly coming together. The only concern was that the Puelmer elite phase fighters had yet to commit to the fight themselves. They maintained their distance from the main fight and stayed in reserve for the time being as their alien fighter pilots ruthlessly analyzed the unfolding battle. Melkor felt uncomfortable about them, especially now that he was approaching a critical moment. Sword Maidens, go send a unit of Storm Swords and Stormblade Samurais to circle around and engage the elite Puelmer phase fighters in battle. We need to know what they are capable of and how well they can fight. Vandals, send out your light mechs to, acknowledged. Dozens of mechs that had yet to go deep began to disengage from the main fight and flew their way past other phase fighters in order to confront the most powerful enemies on the battlefield. The Puemers definitely noticed that their craft were being targeted. Now that the humans had sought to challenge their tech, they no longer remained passive and began to unveil their technological gifts. Right before their eyes, 7 of the enemy phase fighters suddenly flew into each other and linked up, causing them to form a combination gunship that was much larger than a typical phase fighter. A large muzzle extended from the center and suddenly began to generate a relatively massive energy signature. Careful, evade. The charging Sword Maiden mechs hastily aborted their attack run and began to split away from each other, but it was too late. A massive transphasic positron beam erupted from the muzzle of the combination craft and whipped it from left to right, causing a large handful of mechs to sustain heavy damage or outright get cut in 2 pieces. Even the defenses of quasi-first-class mechs failed to withstand the might of this energy discharge. Chapter 6672 Evolving Alien Strike Craft Doctrines. Unlike Red Humanity, the native aliens never really developed an obsession with their own small craft. While they did use them to varying degrees in the past, they never placed much emphasis on these craft. They were mostly used as patrols and occasionally screening units for their home ships. They were mainly useful for doing the jobs that were too small for ships to bother with most of the time. That changed when Red Humanity won their battles one after another by relying on mechs alone. Compared to warships, mechs were far smaller and possessed only a fraction of the power. Yet it was precisely because they were small and maneuverable that they were able to evade a large amount of warship attacks and concentrate their power in ways that allowed them to achieve maximum results with minimum investment. Even if human mechs won as many battles as they lost, the native aliens actually lost out in a material sense as warships were much more expensive and took much more resources to build. The native aliens may have their pride, but most of them could not ignore the reality in front of them. They had begun to imitate their human foes in order to shore up their weaknesses and close the gap. The problem with their behavior was that they could never surpass red humanity through imitation alone. No matter whether it was the Orvans, the Puelmers or the Xianxia, none of them had been able to replicate a mech that could work for their race. Even the active collusion of the cosmopolitan movement could not overcome the fundamental technological obstacles that stood in the way of this ambitious endeavor. Neural interface technology was solely developed with human brains in mind. Alien species that looked close to humans actually possessed very different biologies and brain structures. It was impossible for the same neural interface that was solely designed with humans in mind to work perfectly with an alien. This caused the native aliens to remain stuck with phase fighters. To be fair, the alien scientists and engineers had actually done an excellent job of modernizing their old starfighters with human-derived technologies. Now that the higher-ups were willing to invest serious money, resources and manpower into them, the speed of development of phase fighters had skyrocketed. The phase fighters developed in the current year were much better than the ones while this rapid improvement phase would eventually reach a plateau, this was probably years away. For now, the native aliens had only spent a few years on focused development of their phase fighter concept. The weapon platform was still relatively fresh and new to them, which meant that they were just beginning to think about making more impactful changes than simply arming them with upgraded weapons and shield generators. What the Puelmers had just unveiled was deeply concerning to red humanity. They had moved beyond imitation and had begun to innovate their own solutions on how to make use of phase fighters. An analyst began to share his key observations with the command group over a separate communication channel. The Puelmer elite phase fighters are equipped with different tech and modules, but their frames are nearly identical in shape and dimensions. It appears that this unit has adopted this common form factor to allow them to combine together into a combination gunship. Once 6 of the craft have attached themselves to a 7th Puelmer phase fighter, they automatically begin to fuse their energy generation, their Azure energy shields, their computing systems and sensor systems. This will not only make them tougher and more resistant against our attacks, but it can also enable them to fire transphasic energy weapons at a power level that far exceeds the damage output of a quasi-first-class mech. The mechs that had been struck by the super energy beam attack were actually struck down by a strike that even first-class multipurpose mechs would struggle to resist. All Melkor knew when he heard that was that none of the mechs under his command could withstand such a powerful strike. He briefly checked the conditions of the mechs and mech pilots affected by the devastating enemy strike. The second-class mechs had been severed apart to the point where the cockpits outright vaporized with their mech pilots still inside. The quasi-first-class mechs managed to fare a lot better, but they sustained so much damage that they were no longer able to participate in the ongoing battle. The ones equipped with stronger Azure energy shields and thicker armor were able to limp away under their own power. The other quasi-first-class mechs that were too heavily slanted towards offensive clearly suffered a lot more crippling damage due to their inadequate defenses. Fortunately, many of the mech pilots still managed to survive thanks to their well-shielded cockpits. They were able to eject without a problem as their rear side had not suffered as much thermal damage as the front side, to intercept and down our clansmen. Whether the cockpits would make it back was uncertain, but Melkor was forced to shift his attention to the elite Puelmer phase fighters. The quirky alien race had brought 21 in total. They had already formed into 3 combination gunships, with each of them outputting elevated energy emissions that far surpassed that of any individual mech or phase fighter. The good news was that the combination gunship that just launched a huge attack did not appear to be capable of discharging such a powerful attack in a short amount of it had retracted its super positron cannon and instead began to use a multitude of regular phase fighter cannons to launch a multiple of weaker and more manageable. The gunship still remained dangerous and difficult to deal with, but as long as it was not able to eliminate a lot of quasi-first-class mechs in a single sweep, then its threat level had dropped to a more reasonable level. There were 2 other combination gunships. They both shared similar aesthetics, but were mounted with different modules developed and installed by the Puelmer fighter pilots themselves. Melkor could not underestimate their power. He distinctly gained the impression that the Puelmers had purposefully tried to develop a solution that relied on a greater scale in order to more effectively resist expert mechs. It's so obvious, but none of us ever thought about it before because our thinking has always been constrained by the MTA and RA's rules and limitations on the sizes of mechs. Melkor figured out, The native aliens aren't subject to those rules, and they don't have a strong bias to the current size range for mechs. It is pretty logical for them to explore the concept of slightly larger craft such as gunships in order to develop a more convenient anti-mech solution. The aliens are evolving their strike craft doctrines. Even though there were merely 3 of the combination gunships on the battlefield at the moment, their impact was nothing less than a low-tier expert mech due to their much stronger attack and defenses. Their mobility had taken a big hit, though. Their forward acceleration had improved by a notable extent, but their turning radius and responsiveness had deteriorated by a large extent, causing them to become vulnerable to flanking attacks. The aliens were not stupid, though. Soon enough, the 3 combination gunships became surrounded by a large escort of regular phase fighters. This made it much harder for the mechs of the Larkinson clan to storm them with melee mechs or wear them down from a distance with ranged mechs. Although Melkor had already issued a set of new orders, the mechs tasked with trying to get past the screen and disable the combination gunships struggled to produce results. While the Fey Fiannas, Valkyrie Redeemers, Red Axes, Second Swords, Storm Swords and so on were able to chew through regular phase fighters at a decent pace, they were all bogged down by the cannon fodder. While there were ranged mechs that were able to gain an unobstructed angle towards one of the 3 combination gunships, their attacks were akin to drops in an ocean as the combined energy defenses of 7 Quelmer phase fighters easily resisted these incidental strikes. This put the combination gunships in a perfect position to strike back. Equipped with the latest stolen human and alien technologies, the combination gunships strafed every mech in their sights with a diverse combination of laser beams, positron beams, grazer beams, plasma bolts, electrical bolts, gauze projectiles, micro-missiles and even more exotic weapons. Not only were most of these weapons as powerful as the ones used by real first-class multi-purpose mechs, but the Quelmer combination gunships were scarily accurate in their weapons fire. The Quelmers had always been infamous for possessing better targeting systems and fire control systems than the other alien races. Their warships were able to track and predict the movements of mechs better than every race, including red humans. The gunships had not reached that exaggerated level, but they came pretty close. These gunships are shredding our mechs apart. It's like we're fighting against 3 expert mechs. Their power reactors are much better than ours. They won't run out of energy anytime soon. If we do not eliminate them right away, most of us will die. Melkor grimaced. He and the rest of the Larkinsons had severely underestimated their enemies. They based the strength of this alien strike force on past encounters, which was a mistake due to the fact that the native aliens were rapidly improving their phase fighters. He could not see a way to overcome this acute problem through regular solutions. Anytime he ordered his mech units to circle around and strike at the combination gunships from another angle, the aliens would react right away and make sure to send enough phase fighters to block this flanking attempt from succeeding. If Melkor had more mechs at his disposal, then he could have overwhelmed the enemy. Unfortunately, he neither had the numbers nor the champions to turn this situation around. At best, his mech force would be able to attain a Pyrrhic victory for a battle that was ultimately not worth all of the losses. At worst, the alien phase fighters could annihilate everyone, especially considering that the human skirmishing forces were so dispersed from each other that reinforcements would take at least half an hour or longer to arrive. I can't delay this any longer, he concluded. The only way he could think of that could turn the battle around was to deploy his spell array. The formation anchors corresponding to a relatively simple confinement array had already been placed in the correct coordinates. The ensuing battle had only slightly caused them to drift away from their most optimal positions. What should I attempt to seal with this spell array? If he could temporarily confine the bulk of enemy phase fighters in a sealed space generated by the spell array, then the Quelmer gunships would suddenly lose much of their protective screen, making them a lot easier to attack and take down. However, if the Quelmer gunships turned all of their guns onto the spell array, they could potentially overwhelm it and cause it to break down a lot sooner than intended. The same would happen if they happened to be trapped inside. It would just take longer for them to get free, as the spell array was inherently designed to prevent the people inside from breaking out of their cages. However, trapping fewer aliens inside the confinement array will cause the ritual to take a lot longer to complete. Can I afford to remain stuck here for so long? Melkor tried his best to think of a good way to employ his sealing spell array. There were no perfect solutions available, so he had to choose between 2 risky and suboptimal courses of action. Should he attempt to confine a large quantity of cannon fodder craft, or should he attempt to trap the much more powerful combination gunships? Chapter 6673 Larkinson's outmatched alien phase fighters used to be considered a joke. At the start, the aliens trotted them out in order to stop mechs from surrounding and whacking their homeships with impunity. The alien craft performed badly because the humans were not used to fighting with strike craft to such a refined degree. The primitive alien strike craft doctrines were adequate for the low-level conflicts that they fought between themselves, but proved completely inadequate when fighting against a race that spent 4 centuries perfecting the use of mechs in multiple levels of warfare. No one considered alien phase fighters to be a joke now. While they still possessed similar characteristics as before, their designs had improved considerably. Their transphasic energy shields turned into more superior Azure energy shields. The native aliens finally began to put more emphasis into training their fighter pilots. The many hard lessons they learned on the front lines caused them to evolve their strike craft doctrines at a rapid pace. The relatively small battle taking place in a specific section of an asteroid belt in the Viola Magnifica system taught Red humanity that alien phase fighters had moved on from being a joke to becoming a real threat. Even though only 21 elite phase fighters demonstrated traits that were powerful enough to overwhelm ordinary mechs, that was already more than what this contingent of the Larkinson army could handle. Melkor cursed under his breath. If he had been careful enough to bring an expert pilot along, then the Puelmer combination gunships wouldn't have been able to down so many mechs and end the lives of so many clansmen. However, the expert pilots had their own responsibilities to deal with. There was no good reason to divert them to the asteroid belt where only skirmishes were supposed to take place. The planners did not anticipate that both sides would consolidate their scattered units in order to conduct a proper fight. Melkor partially regretted his decision to take this action. He was able to accept the destruction of living mechs. As precious as they were, the machines were generally okay with dying so long as they fulfilled their functions to the end. What he could not accept was that his greed to strengthen his cultivation and gain the Larkinson mech pilots. 11 around 1,000 Avatar, Vandal, Sword Maiden and Penitent Sister mech pilots entrusted their lives and futures to Melkor, but he had failed to lead them properly. He underestimated the threat posed by the Puelmer elite phase fighters. Their state-of-the-art hybrid human and alien tech was far beyond what a good second-class mech force could handle. Melkor did not remain idle. He continued to issue orders and attempted to reposition the forces in an attempt to open up a chink in the alien armor, but to no avail. The aliens not only had plenty of well-shielded cannon fodder to throw at the mechs, but the Puelmer combination gunships always seemed to know which mech units posed the greatest and most acute threat. Their scarily accurate and powerful cannon barrages regularly shattered quasi-first-class mechs or at least managed to drive them away. The difference in firepower between the two sides was so great that it may end up deciding the outcome of this battle by itself. This was an amazing prediction given the strength of the Larkinson mechs. The Larkinson mechs attempted to make use of their trump cards. The avatars invoked numerous design spirits to give them an edge against their opponents. While their mechs did become stronger as a result, the boost was not enough to make them last longer in the face of the absolute firepower advantage by the Puelmer combination gunships. Dozens of Sword Maiden mechs came together in order to perform a battle formation, yet they had to scatter in advance as the prepared Puelmer craft launched extremely potent transphasic missiles at the rigid formation of swordsman mechs. The Puelmers had proven with their tech and responses that they were not only familiar with the Larkinson army's battle tactics, but also prepared counters to neutralize them as effectively as possible. The Energy Weaver mech ecosystem that Vase frequently touted as a trump card of the Larkinson clan was having an effect. Mech units that had cooperated and fought alongside each other for months tried to coordinate their maneuvers so that they were able to combine their forces and assert control over a large amount of E-energy radiation around their formations. They were generating pseudo-domains around themselves. With the conscious efforts of the living mechs as well as their mech pilots, they began to produce metaphysical phenomena that no other machines could generate at this time. Most authoritative mech officers in a unit took charge of the formation and tried to leverage all of the E-energy into amplifying the attacks or the defenses of mechs so that they could put up a better fight. Mechs that previously struggled to overwhelm the defenses of phase fighters began to produce results a bit faster as their attacks destabilized the enemy Azure energy shields significantly better than before. The more creative among the mech officers tried to shape E-energy into other forms, such as decoys that could attract firepower or create a translucent cat construct that was able to frighten the less experienced alien fighter pilots. While these measures made a difference, the use of the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem only allowed the Larkinsons to narrow the gap instead of closing it. This isn't working. As long as those Puelmer combination gunships keep making use of their advanced tech and guns, our measures aren't enough to take them down. The feeling of getting countered at every turn made the Larkinson mech pilots lose their confidence even faster than before. If they weren't able to properly leverage their strengths, then how were they supposed to win this battle? Loss of confidence was a fatal outcome in any battle. As Commander Melkor saw that his forces were becoming increasingly more disarrayed, he realized that his soldiers were not taking this situation well. They had rarely ended up in situations where they had lost so much initiative and control. They also weren't used to fighting without the cover of allied units or powerful champions. This should actually be a situation that could best stimulate the breakthrough of a desperate mech pilot, but unfortunately for the Larkinsons, no such event had occurred by this time. It was quite logical for their morale to drop. Melkor felt as if he was out of his league. He not only made mistakes before the start of this battle, but he also failed to make the right responses. He couldn't help but suspect that if a more competent and impressive mech commander such as Saint Commander Casella Ingvar was in charge, the Larkinsons would have been able to gain the upper hand by this time. Was Melkor even cut out for this job? He was just an ordinary Larkinson who rose up from his third-class roots, but never fully managed to keep up with the brightest talents of the clan, troops in battle more than ever he had done in the past. I am letting my imposter syndrome fill my head with doubts again. He was aware that this was detrimental behavior, but he couldn't help it. Melkor was intimately familiar with this mental condition as he never felt he fully measured up compared to much more successful mech pilots and mech commanders. In a clan that was filled with a multitude of talents who had managed to realize their potential, it was hard for relatively ordinary and mediocre Larkinsons to feel strong and capable enough to matter. Right now, Melkor felt frozen by indecision. The only other way he could change the situation besides ordering a retreat was to activate the spell array that his mechs deployed in advance. The problem was that he felt a lot less confident about being able to contain the enemy and complete the ritual. The firepower of the enemy elite phase fighters exceeded his estimations. While Melkor did not understand spell arrays to a great degree, he roughly understood that the basic one that he procured from the Red Collective was not designed to resist so much firepower. With no good choices available to him, Melkor felt paralyzed and helpless to stop his forces from suffering a defeat at the hands of the aliens. Getting beaten by alien phase fighters was not that uncommon nowadays. There was not much shame in getting defeated by them. Many mech forces that were active in the front lines had suffered losses in the past. The Larkinson army was different. The premier armed forces of the Larkinson clan boasted excellent talents, superior living mechs and equipment, excellent maintenance and abundant high-level support. The Larkinson mech pilots had rarely suffered any true defeats since the start of the Red War. Melkor did not want to contribute to the first truly catastrophic loss of the Larkinson army. As the pressure of the deteriorating situation continued to weigh down on his shoulders, he suddenly froze as he made a realization. What am I doing? Instead of trying to figure out a proper response to the disadvantageous situation his troops had fallen into, he was procrastinating like an incompetent idiot. This was not what a proper mech commander should engage in at this time. Even if he harbored doubts about his qualifications to command a mech force, he needed to compartmentalize all of his distractions and deal with them. After the battle, he remembered that he was not an ordinary red human. He was a Larkinson. He was a member of the best clan in the Red Ocean. There was no way he and his fellow clansmen would allow the native aliens to drive them away like ragged beggars. An angry fire lit inside Melkor's heart. He immediately activated a communication channel and began to broadcast his words to every mech under his command. Larkin sons, stand fast and do not give up. The native aliens have caught us by surprise with their amazing tech, but our mechs are not weak either. We are the vanquishers of gods. Our mech forces have managed to slay dark gods as well as native gods over the course of multiple battles in the past. Are we going to allow these ball-shaped alien losers to trample over our dignity and tear down our pride? Not a chance. Remember who you are. We are Larkinsons. We belong to the strongest and most successful clan in the Red Ocean. Our living mechs are the envy of red humanity. Trust in your battle partners and they shall reward you with their performance. Trust in my command and I shall lead you to victory. For the clan, for the clan, for the golden cat, for the golden cat, for victory, for victory. Yelling a few slogans might sound trivial, but had a marvelous effect of reversing the decline in morale and boosting everyone's spirits. However, Melkor was well aware that the effects of his speech would only remain temporary if he did not capitalize on this momentary advantage. This was why he was ready to turn the tables on the native aliens. Do not lose hope, men. There is still a pathway towards victory. Be prepared to follow my commands as best as possible. We need to position our forces and the enemy forces precisely according to my new plan if we want to make our Larkinson name proud. Melkor did not bother to use his voice to issue verbal commands as it was too slow for his needs. He directly used his neural interface to upload a set of orders and movement commands to the different mech units that were still active on the Soon. Hundreds of mechs and phase fighters began to shift across the asteroid-filled battlefield like moving chess pieces. Almost every element was moving exactly as Melkor envisioned. Chapter 6674 Costly Endeavor Avatar Commander Melkor no longer thought about failure. He needed to win. He had to win. As a Larkinson, Melkor bore the responsibility of upholding the honor and prestige of the clan. No alien was going to kill his men and get away with it. So what if the Puelmers were known as the smartest and most technologically advanced race in the Red Ocean? Melkor was not about to let them defeat his mech force. His brain began to heat up as he started to make a lot more calculations. He used the processing power of his advanced Fey Fianna to help him simulate the movements of different mechs and phase fighters. He used his intuition and gut feeling to issue orders that would hopefully nudge the different elements to the locations he wanted. The placements of every piece on the chessboard needed to close to perfect in order to produce the effect that Melkor wanted. The most important variables that he needed to control were the 3 Puelmer gunships. They were in the wrong locations at the moment. If he wanted his new plan to produce the best possible effect, then they needed to move forward and take a small turn in order to enter the range of the spell array. In order to lure them forward, the Larkinson mechs under his command began to perform dangerous maneuvers. As the dogfights intensified, the battle lines began to blur, causing many mechs to move back and forth around the asteroids. The Puelmer combination gunships were the exception. They only flew at a relatively low pace as they did not need to engage in any maneuvering. The surrounding phase fighter escorts blocked the vast majority of mechs trying to attack the key assets. Any ranged attacks that did manage to get past simply crashed against their powerful Azure energy shields. Melkor was not looking to defeat the combination gunships at the moment. He only wanted them to advance, and that was what they did. The battlefield was not a static box that remained completely fixed until the battle had run its course. Battle space constantly shifted back and forth. Melkor had to make sure the fight drifted to the area that was most favorable to his plan. At the same time, he had to make sure that specific friendly and enemy units ended up in the right place at the right time. It was extremely difficult to make this all happen by issuing orders alone. There were many occasions where mech units suffered losses and had to flee backwards, thereby messing up one of his arrangements. He would be forced to issue another series of orders in order to compensate for the disruptions. The old Melkor could have never kept track of so many different units and knew what to do in order to advance his demanding plan. This time was different. Cultivating the commanding controller auxiliary chi cultivation method for a number of months had vastly increased his raw cognitive capabilities. Now that he had gained more confidence in his abilities, he became more efficient and adept at ordering his subordinates around. It also helped to have more confidence in himself. He regularly beat himself up in the past, causing him to place himself at a lower position relative to other prominent Larkinsons. This was not a healthy mindset. Melkor was much better off if he recognized his current strengths and relied on them to work his way towards victory. It did not take long for the situation to move towards his ideal state. If he wanted to trap a portion of the enemy phase fighters without thinking any further, then he could have activated the spell array a lot sooner. Instead, he purposely delayed this step and waited for his mech forces to subtly position the enemy phase fighters without making the native aliens suspicious about his true intentions. All of these demands added to the delay, causing dozens of mechs to get destroyed and more to sustain serious damage. The longer he waited, the greater the balance of power would shift towards the enemy. Wait too long, and the battle became unsalvageable. Though Melkor wanted to wait longer in order to improve the variables even further, time was running out. He could not let the current situation drag on for too long. Commander Melkor took a deep breath before he retrieved a special artifact. The small disc looked like a strange black dining plate, but it was actually the standard shape of a formation control artifact. Not only activated the artifact, but also allowed it to sync up with the formation anchors and trigger them online. At the same time, he began to close his eyes and began to repeat a mantra whose meaning he did not fully understand. The surroundings began to change as lots of E-energy began to alter their behavior due to external stimuli. The space that encompassed a part of the current battlefield immediately began to change. Much of the space had already become less visible due to the spread of debris, the discharge of energy beams and all of the dust and pebbles that exploded from the nearby asteroids whenever they got struck. However, as soon as the spell array went to work, visibility dropped even further as a strange white mist began to develop numerous mechs and phase fighters. They were all pulled into the confinement array, which had taken on the shape of a giant cube. Everything that happened to fall inside this giant cube of white mist had lost complete contact with friends that had been left outside of the confinement spell array. With just a single move and a lot of preparations, Melkor successfully sowed confusion while also splitting the enemy force in half. The alien fighter pilots did not understand what they were dealing with. The ones caught outside of the mysterious spell array quickly disengaged from the human mechs and tried to make sense of the area that had become engulfed in white mists. They soon found out that the mists was a byproduct generated by especially high concentrations of E-energy. What was also interesting was the units that became engulfed by the mysteriously impenetrate white mists. Over 2/3 of the standard alien phase fighters had disappeared. That was not all. A more serious consequence was that one of the combination gunships had also been swallowed up by the mists. As for the humans, only a quarter of the mechs in the field had disappeared into the strange white mist, and nearly all of them consisted of Avatar and Sword Maiden. They were the strongest and most formidable mechs when fighting at close range. The Redaxes, Second Swords, Storm Swords and Stormblade Samurais and so on would clearly fare a lot better in a tighter and more confined space than any range. This suggested that the white mists was not a natural phenomenon, but was instead generated by the humans. The aliens began to open fire on the mists. They made sure to shoot the edges and the far sides of their targets for fear of causing friendly fire, but these disruptions were beginning to make it a lot more difficult for Melkor to control and sustain the spell array. Intercept the phase fighters that have remained behind. Melkor barked. You don't have to go for the kill, but just keep them occupied so that they don't shoot at the spell array from the outside. The one that is currently deployed is not that great and is known to be vulnerable to external shocks. Do not let the Puelmer combination gunships fire all of their guns at this active array. It would be hard to force the deadly alien gunships from focusing their multitude of weapon barrels at the obvious target. The only way to force them to aim their guns in another direction was for the remaining mechs to fly forward and threaten to hack their way past the Azure energy shields. That was what the Larkinsons were doing. The penitent sisters jumped at this opportunity to serve their penance. Their origins and traditions compelled them to do the jobs that required the greatest sacrifice. Their Valkyrie redeemers and maidens of adversity were no longer in the best conditions anymore, but they still tried to force their way past the phase fighter screen and threaten the two remaining Puelmer combination warships. Although their assignments were extremely risky, they managed to pressure the alien phase fighters without suffering too many losses at this time. The alien phase fighters that were left outside of the confinement array were unable to repel their opponents with as much ease as before. This profoundly changed the dynamic of the battlefield. The remaining two combination gunships had lost a significant portion of firepower. It no longer became as unbearable for human mechs to approach their positions, as what was also impactful was that many of the escort phase fighters disappeared, as by locking away 2/3 of the enemy phase fighters, the remaining third were much less numerous than before. Since their numbers had dropped by such a large extent, they were unable to provide effective screening for the two remaining gunships as before. The ranged mechs of the Larkinson army were able to focus their fire onto the priority targets much easier this time, and tried to occupy the enemy screening elements as much as possible. While the battle outside of the confinement spell array had yet to swing decisively towards the Larkinsons, they had definitely gained an advantage this time. It's working. There's not as much cannon fodder in the way this time. We need to take out a combination gunship as soon as possible. Even if two of them are left, their damage output is still too great. More and more mechs tried to bypass the diminished number of phase fighters and attack the Clyte Puelmer craft directly. Now that the Larkinson melee mechs were finally able to get close, they were able to subject the alien gunships to space suppressors. This had a very noticeable effect on the layered Azure energy shields of the two combination craft. Their defenses weakened significantly, causing every sword strike and energy beam attack to inflict much more effective damage than before. Even though the melee mechs came under heavy attack as they circled around the two alien gunships, their mech pilots chose to persist as long as possible in order to make the greatest possible contributions. Even if their living mechs shattered into pieces and their lives came under threat, the Larkinson mech pilots gritted their teeth and drew out all of their potential just to keep them active for a few seconds longer. The desperate and costly measures were taking effect. Since the mechs focused all of their efforts on just one of the gunships, its defenses deteriorated at an alarming speed to the Pwelmers. Eventually, its energy defenses broke, causing the high-tech frames to become exposed. The Pwelmer fighter pilots apparently panicked, because they hastily split up from each other and fled in different directions. Hunt them down. Do not let a single of those craft escape. Although the high-quality materials used by the Pwelmers caused their phase fighters to resist attacks a lot better than usual, their relatively thin armor ultimately doomed them to a quick demise. We did it. Our pressure has instantly dropped by half. We need to finish off the other one as well. The Larkinsons outside of the spell array finally felt relief now that they had tilted the balance further in their favor. Revenge on the remaining combination gunship that was left outside. Melkor no longer paid much attention to what was taking place around the spell array. This was because he became much more concerned about the conditions inside. The melee mechs that had been trapped alongside the alien phase fighters initially gained an advantage, but the confined aliens quickly made adjustments and had begun to fight back with all of their power. Chapter 6675 Confinement Spell Array. The humans and alien craft that got caught in the spell array found themselves in a very different space than before. Somehow, the E-energy radiation around them exhibited completely different behavior. Instead of flowing passively from Messier 87 to outward directions, it had instead begun to form into complicated loops that caused them to change the surrounding space and produce all kinds of unclear effects. While the humans had been warned in advance of what they should expect, the aliens enjoyed no such luxury. The pilots initially became confused by how they ended up in a space filled with mist. While the density of this strange and insubstantial fog was not as severe inside the spell array, it reduced the range and effectiveness of all of their sensors. Of more concern was the total cutoff of communications with the alien units located outside of this strange area. When the phase fighters attempted to fly away in order to escape the confusing mist, they found that they weren't actually getting away. Their sensors and positioning systems started to make all kinds of illogical observations. Despite traveling in somewhat straight trajectories, the craft somehow ended up looping around so that they passed by the same asteroids as before. This was impossible. Had a phase lord arrived and contorted this area of space into a closed loop? That shouldn't be possible given that no obvious spatial activity had occurred. The aliens were highly familiar with this series of phenomena and would have known if they were being affected by the power of a native god. The humans must have employed a powerful trick. That quickly became the consensus among the alien fighter pilots. The Pwelmer fighter pilots of the sole combination gunship that got pulled into the strange space gathered the most data and conducted a rapid analysis. They were the first aliens to conclude that if they wanted to break out of this human trap, they should open fire at their surroundings and attempt to overwhelm the effect that trapped them in the same volume of space. It was best if they concentrated their attacks in a single direction of coordinates so that they could quickly overwhelm whatever invisible barrier kept them contained. Although the theories formed by the Pwelmer fighter pilots were not completely correct, their solution happened to be the second best choice they could make. The key nodes are weak points of the active spell array, then they should be able to cause enough disruptions at critical junctions to produce a cascade of failures, thereby unraveling the entire spell array with minimal effort. However, the native aliens shouldn't have brought such an expert along. The best they could do was to rely on brute force and fire lots of hyper weapons to disturb the flow of E-energy radiation. This process took a lot longer and wasted a lot more resources, but it would still be effective in this case due to the rudimentary quality and properties of the spell array. It couldn't be helped. The Red Collective had only begun to develop spell arrays relatively recently. None of its formation masters were any better than apprentices in their new and unfathomable craft. In fact, it was not as if Melkor could make use of stronger spell arrays anyway. The entire point of deploying the confinement spell array was to conduct a ritual that would allow him to become a proper combat spell array master. With that in mind, Melkor had to do two things at the same time. He had to devote a significant portion of his concentration to verbally repeating a mantra while constructing a specific artistic conception in his mind. The Legion commander also had to actively control the active spell array. The experience was rather weird and disorientating, but not as much as he expected. If he had to describe it, his control over the spell array was probably similar to that of piloting a Karman mech, though he had never done that in person. The descriptions vaguely matched. With that in mind, Melkor quickly tried to leverage his decades-long experience as a mech pilot to get past the novelty and try to operate the spell array as quickly as possible. He was beginning to make progress. He found that he could obtain a vague panoramic view of the three-dimension space that encompassed the confinement array. He then found out that he could perform basic operations, such as reinforcing the containment barrier in a specific direction so that it could resist more violent and disruptive attacks. What he found more useful was the ability to increase the density of the disorienting fog. This decreased the detection range of the enemy phase fighters even further, causing them to miss the mechs that were not all that far away from their positions. This confinement array is a lot more useful than I thought. The ability to blind the perception of the enemy to this extent was quite powerful, though he knew it wouldn't work against more powerful entities that possessed proper defenses against these kinds of effects. Quelmer phase fighters might be great at detecting enemies in conventional space, but they were not equipped to counter an effect that the ball-shaped aliens had never encountered in the past. Melkor found that he could do more with the array, but he lacked the proficiency, knowledge and cultivation to be able to make use of them at this time. For example, if he was better able to master the operation of the array, he could selectively kick a friendly or hostile unit out of the spell array. He could also allow for friendlies to pass by unobstructed while leaving any designated enemies trapped in the same space. However, Melkor was still far from reaching that point. He also needed to get his hands on a more powerful and advanced spell array to be able to do a lot of nifty stuff such as isolating every enemy phase fighter in their own isolated cages so that they could be defeated in sequence. All in all, the world of Chi formations had a lot of potential. While Melkor believed that the native aliens would eventually wise up and develop their own countermeasures against them, Red humanity should always remain several steps ahead. Instead of fantasizing about how he would be able to manipulate the battlefield once he became a stronger combat spell array master, Melkor needed to focus on his current priorities. He largely disregarded what was taking place outside of the spell array and focused on continuing the ritual while directing the mechs inside to attack the confused phase fighters. While he was straining to exert more control over the spell array, he suddenly thought about using his companion spirit to enhance his connection. The Jonas exited his head and entered the formation control artifact. The idea actually worked. As an energy-based lifeform, the feline companion spirit was able to interface with the active spell array much easier. Melkor found that Jonas was able to exert a bit more control over the spell array due to his inherent advantages. It was like Melkor was struggling to see in the dark, only for a cat to be able to look at his surroundings as if he was in daylight. The Legion commander took advantage of this convenience and began to direct the trapped Avatar and Sword Maiden mechs to attack the phase fighters. At this time, the spell array was already beginning to expose a few faults. The sustained attacks from all of the trapped phase fighters as well as the combination a spell array wouldn't be able to fare much better. It was only due to its unconventional nature and properties that its containment was not fully susceptible to material attacks. This was why the mechs couldn't arrive too soon. When the powerful melee mechs came close enough for the aliens to detect their approach, it was already too late for the targeted craft to evade. The mechs did not attempt to attack all of the enemy phase fighters at once. Instead, they grouped up and charged at only a fraction of the enemy craft at a time. By ganging up on their chosen targets, the defenses of the latter quickly succumbed due to a combination of powerful transphasic attacks as well as the effect of multiple overlapping space suppression fields. The cannon fodder phase fighters did not last more than a few seconds. Once their azure energy shields popped, their metallic frames quickly got torn to pieces. Get out! The mechs did not turn their weapons against the other phase fighters, but instead turned around and disengaged. The alien fighter pilots instinctively attempted to pursue, but the disorienting environment of the confinement array made it difficult to keep track of the fleeing. Melkor tried his best to intervene. He and Jonas tried to manipulate the internal space so that not all of the phase fighters would be able to maintain pursuit. As a few seconds passed, a few phase fighters found themselves flying off course. They suddenly became separated from the main elements and lost sight of the fleeing mechs as well. As the phase fighters attempted to turn around and fly back in order to seek refuge in numbers, a contingent of Avatar mechs suddenly charged in from the flanks and overwhelmed the phase fighters. Though the phase fighters tried to put up a good fight, the mechs held the initiative and their pilots were more than experienced enough to capitalize on this advantage. Melkor repeated this trick multiple times. This wouldn't have worked if the veteran Avatar and Sword Maiden mech pilots hadn't been instructed on what to do in advance. All of the prior planning and preparations paid off big time. The trapped phase fighters were beginning to lose more and more of their numbers while the Larkinson mechs managed to minimize their own losses. This was all because of the fact that the spell array had trapped the phase fighters in an environment that was under his effective control. This is rather fun. Melkor fell in love with chi formations. If he could repeat these kinds of feats on a larger scale in the future, then he would dedicate his remaining life towards his chosen chi cultivation method and become a master at deploying and controlling these wonderful spell arrays. Damn, the aliens aren't taking the bait anymore. After repeated cycles of hit-and-run attacks, the Larkinson mech units found that their enemies no longer dared to pursue the annoying machines. It was clear that doing so would only cause them to get split up and defeated in detail. The Puelmer fighter pilots most likely deduced that rather than play into the hands of their human enemies, it was better to turn their remaining guns against the spell array and break it as quickly as possible. Melkor could not allow this to come to pass. The ritual had made a lot of progress. He could feel that he had repeatedly jumped closer to getting started in his new chi cultivation method every time a bunch of aliens died. Change of plans. The Avatar and Sword Maiden mechs no longer tried to defeat the trapped enemy strike craft by chipping away at their numbers. They understood the urgency of the situation and boldly committed to a full assault, causing them to charge at the phase fighters with the intent to draw their weapons away from their breaching attempt and direct their firepower elsewhere. It's working. We're getting hammered, though. We've managed to kill plenty of phase fighters, but they still outnumber us. They also have the support of their powerful combination gunship. Both sides began to suffer a lot of casualties. Melkor winced whenever he sensed the death of a Larkinson mech pilot, but he persevered, knowing that this was an unavoidable aspect of warfare. Though Melkor did not intend for this to happen, the demise of those clansmen boosted the progress of his ritual even further. It was working its way towards completion at a much faster rate than he expected. Before he knew it, the ritual had finally reached its apex. It's coming. The entire spell array shuddered as Melkor suddenly felt as if he was able to chapter 6676 Melkor the Sealing Master. From the moment Melkor's ritual succeeded, his mind and spirit exploded. He immediately felt as if a hidden part of himself had accumulated so much energy that it opened itself up to the universe. He immediately began to attract a large amount of E-energy radiation, thereby generating an energy vortex that visibly affected the surrounding space. That was not all. His ongoing connection with the confinement spell array allowed him to use it as an additional source of E-energy. At the cost of reducing its strength, Melkor was able to speed up his breakthrough process and strengthen his new foundation as a combat spell array master considerably faster than usual. This was the benefit of using a shortcut to get started in the combat spell array master chi cultivation method. The Red Collective definitely knew its business when it came to optimizing this kind of stuff. As Melkor's essence changed on a fundamental level due to the absorption of so much E-energy, his artistic conception quickly became more powerful and real. The artistic conception was based around the image of a spell array. In fact, it shared a great resemblance to the confinement spell array that he used to promote his breakthrough into a formal chi cultivator. This had massive implications for Melkor. His artistic conception became the focal point of his chi cultivation and would have a great influence on his affinities, abilities and inclinations. One of the consequences of forming an artistic conception around a sealing spell array was that his affinity for this type of chi formation rose massively. This was why he could immediately feel a much greater sense of closeness and compatibility with the confinement spell array. He was already beginning to take advantage of this by strengthening its effect, making it harder for the distressed alien phase fighters to break out of the cage by attacking the mists in a single direction. If Melkor had not broken through, then the probability was high that they could have broken out by now, but because his control of the array improved so much, he was able to fortify its defenses past its normal performance. He was even able to exceed the standard control options and perform changes that were outside of the normal bounds of the spell array. This allowed him to strengthen the containment in one direction at the cost of weakening the other directions. 111 single direction might break the confinement spell array, but it was too bad that Melkor was able to respond much better to this measure than before. This is amazing, he sighed as he continued to marvel at his increase in strength and capabilities. His improvement in cultivation also expanded his mind by a considerably larger degree than he expected. He felt as if his mind suddenly expanded in a nearly physical sense as he could recall many more memories, keep track of 10 times more variables and speed up his calculation speed by who knew how many times. It was as if he had truly turned into an organic processor, all without relying on artificial implants and augmentations. Is this what it is like to be a mech designer or an engineer? His sudden expansion in cognitive capabilities caused him to view reality from a much different perspective than before. He found that he became more analytical and data-driven. His perception improved as well, allowing him to more intuitively estimate the dimensions, mass and density of different objects. He was even able to perceive the flow of E-energy radiation a lot better than before. Melkor could also feel that he could manipulate it with the help of his newly established foundation as a combat spell array master. He had read about this in the extensive notes about the ritual and the chi cultivation method. Combat spell array masters could be divided into further categories. There were general array masters that could work equally with every type of chi formation. Then there were specialists who purposefully chose to specialize in using one classification of spell array. Melkor had chosen to become the latter because he would rather excel in one area than become mediocre in all areas. He was done with staying unexceptional. Having spent so much time in the Larkinson clan, he had long figured out that the most successful talents tended to dedicate themselves towards a single pursuit above all else. They were quite clever and self-aware about their strengths and weaknesses. They knew not to be too greedy and purposefully narrowed the scope of their progression in order to make sure they could make the greatest contributions to the clan. Even Kedis was an example of this. Despite pursuing two non-overlapping careers, maximized the synergies between her two professions to the greatest possible extent. Melkor did not regret the decision to specialize in scaling-type spell arrays. The ritual demanded the use of a spell array, so he could not become a general spell array master from the onset. The only way to become this was to follow the normal process, but that took way too long and demanded too much book learning. In contrast, upon breaking through, Melkor understood so much more about sealing spell arrays than a few minutes prior. He not only mastered the existing theories that he studied beforehand, but also understood truths and concepts that he had not formally studied. This was amazing, and was a testament to the power and efficacy of the ritual. It appeared that Melkor had pulled it off at a high standard. Not only did he manage to confine hundreds of trained soldiers, but a proportion of them also died inside. This included the living mechs. Though Melkor should have felt guilty about taking advantage of the deaths of his own clansmen to fuel his cultivation, he was way too ecstatic about gaining true power to let this inconvenient fact ruin his mood. I have just become a sealing master. From today onwards, Melkor felt confident in his ability to deploy and operate all of the sealing arrays that the Red Collective managed to develop up to this point. There were ones that could encompass a much greater volume of space, potentially allowing him to entrap an entire alien warfleet. There were also ones that were much stronger than the basic spell array that he was limited to using at the start. Then there were spell arrays that provided much finer and more precise control. They may even include features that were characteristic of other types of spell arrays. However, he was unable to leverage the latter effects as well as sealing. This was the price he paid for committing to a specialization. He was aware that there were many other nifty spell arrays that could launch attacks, resist attacks, generate convincing illusions and even heal wounded people. He was not prohibited from making use of them, but he wouldn't be able to deploy them as quickly and use them as smoothly as other types of spell array masters. If there was no one else available than Melkor, then letting him make use of an attack or defense chi formation was better than nothing. Melkor could focus on what he was good at while leaving other types of spell arrays to other chi cultivators. He was perfectly fine with committing to sealing-type spell arrays. In his opinion, the ones that focused on attack were redundant because mechs and warships could already output much more damage than all but the most extravagant attack spell arrays. The ones that focused on defense were probably perfect for protecting structures, towns and warships. Melkor actually felt tempted to specialize in them instead, but he ultimately concluded that a function that could easily be replicated with technology was not worth investing in, at least for the time being. Perhaps formation masters may be able to develop more unique and innovative defensive spell arrays that could guard against enemies in more effective ways, but Melkor did not want to rely on such a passive means of chi manipulation. The spell arrays that focused on illusions could produce many strange and weird effects. The confinement spell array had minor illusionary properties by generating mists that could scramble most sensors, but they could easily be negated with the right techniques or equipment. More powerful and advanced illusory spell arrays were not so easy to defeat. They were among the most difficult to detect and guard against. Most targets probably wouldn't even notice that they had entered into the wrong area. From what Melkor learned from the Red Collective, illusory spell arrays could employ many devious tricks onto their victims. They ranged from hiding entire structures or warships out of any form of observation, mistaking allies for enemies, distort the perception of time so that much more of it passed in reality than they thought, and hypnotize targets into committing actions that they would never do if they were sober. Though Melkor felt incredibly attracted to these effects, he ultimately felt a little put off by their evil vibe. Only those who possessed a compatible mindset would be able to make the most out of illusory spell arrays. Melkor could easily see an individual like Vase make use of illusions to fool his opponents, but a more rigid and straightforward personality like Xianxia was completely unsuitable for this approach. According to his own sensibilities, he felt that he might actually have a high compatibility towards utility spell arrays. These were generally helpful and relatively harmless chi formations that could provide a myriad of positive effects. The ability to promote physical recovery or observe a meeting between alien commander multiple light hours or even light years away could be incredibly valuable over the course of the Red War. Yet Melkor ultimately felt it was better for a non-combatant to take up this specialization. He wanted to become a combat spell array master in order to gain more agency on this. Ultimately led him to specialize in sealing spell arrays. The ability to confine the movements of enemies was an invaluable capability. It was also very hard for modern human technology to replicate these effects on a wider scale. Melkor also felt more attracted by the other possible functions of sealing spell arrays. He had already learned that the Red Collective's own formation masters were working hard to develop spell arrays that could seal space, thereby weakening every form of phase water technology and spatial manipulation. The formation masters were also working on spell arrays that could remove alien spacers from their warships, prohibit the use of energy weapons, disable flight and more. Best of all, once Melkor became a domain shaper, he could use his artistic conception to deploy a weaker version of a sealing spell array into reality by using his inherent powers alone. This was one of the benefits of specializing in this type of array. There was no need for him to deploy any formation anchors beforehand. Of course, the range and power of this innate spell array was only a fraction as powerful as the real deal. Melkor could only gain enough power to protect himself, and only if his enemies weren't too strong. A true formation master ultimately had to rely on preparation and planning in order to make the most out of his capabilities. He was never meant to fight against enemies on the spot. Melkor was completely okay with that. He already experienced the power of a sealing master today, and he had become completely enthusiastic about what he could do in the future. First, I need to finish off these enemies, he reminded himself. Once he pulled himself out of the high of his own breakthrough, he became more aggressive in controlling the active confinement spell array. Enough Larkinsons had died today. Melkor was not about to let any more of his Clanamon Norwich during Thesi Nethi Kermike. Chapter 6677. The cost of spell arrays. After Melkor broke through and became the only combatant of the first major cultivation rank on the battlefield, the entire dynamic of the skirmish had taken a decisive turn. The native aliens had already fallen into a disadvantage after getting split into two without warning and losing much of their cannon fodder phase fighters. The destruction of one of their Puelmer combination gunships had caused the enemies to lose one of their trump cards, while the other two combination craft were currently under heavy siege. Although their powerful first-class armaments devastated many of the melee mechs that attempted to wear down their overlapping Azure energy shields, the gunships were not able to cope with so many quasi-first-class mechs at once. Slaughter these Puelmer bastards. Vengeance for the fallen. Teach these aliens that our clan never loses. No matter whether it was the combination gunship that was located inside or outside of the active spell array, the Larkinson mechs swooped in on them with righteous fury and prevented them from escaping. From the moment they became affected by over a dozen space suppression fields at once, much of their attacks and defenses became a lot feebler. In the end, both combination warships chose to split apart from each other, causing them to splinter into 7 smaller vessels that subsequently fled in multiple directions. There was no way the Larkinson mechs were willing to let these Puelmer's bastards get back alive after all of the mechs and clansmen they killed. Pursue. Wait. Melkor sent out a priority transmission. Back off. Their power reactors are heating up. Their safeties have been overridden. They are about to explode. The warning could not come too soon. Many of the melee mechs had already begun to fly away before 14 elite Puelmer craft simultaneously self-destructed. This was the most correct decision that their fighter pilots had made. There was no way any of the craft would be able to overcome the blockade of all of the mechs that surrounded them from every angle. Since the Puelmer fighter pilots were about to die, they may as well take as many enemies down with them as possible, and there was no better moment than now when there were so many mechs in their vicinity. The early warning helped, but the power reactors used to feed all of the advanced energy-hungry systems along with the remaining energy reserves of the elite phase fighters were akin to energy bombs by themselves. When the Pwelmers deliberately induced all of these parts to blow up in the most violent way possible, their final gestures shattered the armor of many melee mechs that failed to get away in time. A handful of machines suffered so much damage that there was nothing intact in their highly deformed mech frames. Their cockpits automatically ejected their mech pilots at the highest possible speed in order to prevent the pilots from suffering the same fate. Melkor winced a bit when he saw how much damage just 21 Pwelmer elite phase fighters had inflicted on his forces. While the Pwelmers had the backing of cannon fodder from other native alien races, the fact remained that this skirmish had pressed the Larkinson forces under his command a lot harder than they should have been capable of doing. It appeared that the latest wave of reinforcements consisted of much stronger assets than usual. Though costly, the decision to confront the native alien phase fighters head-on in this asteroid belt was ultimately the right decision. The Avatar commander and his forces had gathered detailed up-to-date intelligence about the latest technological advancements that the Pwelmer race managed to realize. If the Pwelmers had brought more of their sophisticated elite phase fighters, or if the elite phase fighters developed by other races possessed similar advantages, then the decisive battle that was on the horizon would probably be a lot more hard-fought than everyone expected. This was a concern for later. For now, Melkor needed to consolidate his gains and clean up the battlefield. Though both sides had suffered severe losses, the native aliens had lost the only reason why they remained competitive in the battle. Without the oppressive combination gunships, the remaining phase fighters lacked the strength and the numbers to overcome the battered but vengeful Larkinson mechs. There was no need for Melkor to keep the confinement spell array active anymore. He chose to deactivate it in order to prevent it from suffering any further strain. He already knew that the formation anchors had suffered damage as they struggled to resist the earlier attacks. They had paid the price to contain so many powerful attacks. He did not look forward to retrieving them and inspecting the damage. He developed an attachment to the very first spell array that he deployed in battle. While the mysterious white mist quickly cleared up, the additional clarity did not provide much relief to the alien fighter pilots. Their leaders had perished. Without the strength and the leadership of the Pwelmer fighter pilots, the REM aliens lacked the authority, rank and gravitas to command the remaining alien. It was situations like these where the quality of soldiers became most pronounced. If the Larkinsons ended up in this situation, then they would have appointed one of their own as a temporary commander without a problem. Letting anyone take charge was better than letting everyone run like headless chickens. The clansmen also shouldn't have too many problems with following orders due to their strong trust and camaraderie towards each other. No matter what, even if a battle had taken a turn for the worse, it would take much more extreme conditions for the Larkinson mech pilots to lose all semblance of order. Commander Melkor temporarily set aside most of his thoughts related to becoming a combat spell array master and focused on his more immediate leadership duties. He made sure to dismantle the resistance of the enemy phase fighters as much as possible while keeping any further losses to a minimum. Once the eager Avatar, Sword Maiden, Penitent Sister mechs managed to break apart most of the phase fighters, the battle was all but over. Melkor instructed the Vandal mechs to pursue the remaining stragglers that were desperately fleeing away before instructing the remaining intact mech units to set up patrols and perform search and rescue operations. It was only after the Light Hunter mechs of the flagrant Vandal mech legion reported that no other enemy phase fighters were present in the surroundings that he relaxed for a bit. He did not dare to lower his guard entirely in case there were secret stealthed archships lurking around, but it was unlikely that those ships would bother to enter the asteroid belt. "We've won, sir," Captain Sarah Koltiv of the flagrant Vandal transmitted. "We annihilated the alien phase fighters, but we're down to less than half our mechs. This is not an ideal victory, but it is the best we can get in the Red War." Commander Melkor did not feel this was anything worth celebrating about. How many of our mech pilots who piloted those destroyed machines managed to preserve their lives? Too much, but it could have been worse, sir. We paid too great of a price just to take down 21 Pwelmer elite phase fighters. The Avatar commander bitterly said, "I suppose we managed to get ahead according to the calculus of war, but it doesn't feel this way. At least you managed to become a formation master. We have all seen what you have been able to do by yourself. What you have done is a feat that not even an expert pilot can do. If you can do this again but on a larger scale during the next big fight, then you can definitely teach the aliens a hard lesson. It's not that simple, Captain. Melkor corrected the Vandal Mech officer. Do you know how many merits it took to redeem the cultivation method? Do you know how much MTA credits our clan had to spend in order to commission the production of the formation anchors? I won't bore you with the specifics, but this single set of formation anchors costs millions of MTA credits. Oh, you get what you paid for. Melkor begrudgingly admitted. You have to understand that it is really amazing to be able to deploy a sealing spell array over a large volume of space. Large as in relative to human size, not strike craft size. It was also able to withstand a lot of punishment, far more than what a typical army of foot soldiers can produce. This was a spell array that overwhelmingly relied on the use of high-grade hyper-materials to perform so well. This is the only way to make it effective in a battle like this. It is too fragile and limited in scope to be won in a larger battle or in a fight involving many more first-class combat assets. Oh. That is disappointing to hear. Does that mean that your nifty spell arrays are only useful in the middle zones and the lower zones, and only in smaller engagements? Not exactly, Captain. This is just what I am capable of at the start. If I have time to progress my cultivation, learn more theories and order more advanced spell arrays, I can do the stuff that you mentioned. The latter can get very expensive, though. I am not a full formation master, so I can't make my own spell arrays. Training other Larkinsons as formation masters won't help too much because the biggest reason why the costs are so high is that it takes serious money to acquire the raw materials. So you are suffering the same problem as many other first-raters. There are too many buyers and not enough sellers. Correct. Melkor sighed. It all comes down to resources. This is why we are fighting so hard to defend the front lines. If we are getting pushed back, then we will not only lose access to the resource-rich star systems in the vicinity, but also expose the star systems further in the rear to native alien incursions. Once these new locations are turned into battlefields, it is no longer viable to mine resources or produce goods anymore. That will further exacerbate our resource problems. Promote the Formation Master series among the general population. As it was completely impossible for ordinary or even moderately wealthy civilians to become Formation Masters. Despite the obvious value and demand for spell arrays and battle formations among a growing number of far-sighted groups, it took far too much capital to raise a large number of Formation Masters. While many people may be able to justify the price given that a Formation Master was able to produce as much of an impact on the battlefield as an expert pilot, that argument was only valid for wealthy parties. 10 minutes passed as the mechs assigned to retrieve the formation anchors buried in the surrounding asteroids returned with their precious prizes. Melkor frowned as he studied the conditions of the anchors. They're almost scrapped. They can still be used, but they will probably break entirely if they are being subjected to similar strain. The good news was that even if the formation anchors broke, some of the high-grade hyper-materials could still be recycled and reused. His mech forces also managed to retrieve the largest pieces of scrap from the Puelmer elite phase fighters. The Larkinsons could have earned a much greater profit if it managed to preserve much of the integrity of these high-tech phase fighters, but the pilots had been too vengeful to hold back at the time. Melkor did not blame the pilots. He hadn't issued any orders to capture them intact. Be prepared to leave this site after we complete our S&R operations. It is meaningless for us to remain as we are no longer in a state to fight another battle. The native aliens will send a considerably stronger force of phase fighters to clear this sector. They are determined to sweep the entire asteroid belt as soon as possible. We do not want to be here when the next alien force arrives. Chapter 6678 Investing in Melkor. While the human mech forces tried to delay the advance of the native aliens as much as possible, they ultimately only produced moderate results. Many alien phase fighters went down, but the defending side also lost a higher amount of mechs than expected. It became abundantly clear that the latest wave of reinforcements from the front consisted of phase fighters of a better generation than the ones that had been widely used in the recent past. The technological progression of phase fighters was much faster than with mechs due to how little the native aliens initially cared about small craft. While that caused the aliens to begin at a lower starting point, it was very easy for them to catch up to mechs and quickly implement all kinds of nifty technological solutions. The other mech forces that had been sent to scout enemy phase fighters and skirmish them whenever possible suffered badly whenever they came across the most modern phase fighters. People began to voice a lot of concerns when the mech forces gradually returned to the main stronghold planet. They shared their observations and discussed the extent to which the aliens were making use of the more modern and advanced phase fighters. The mech pilots started to suspect that the native aliens may have more surprises in store. If their elite phase fighters had already improved to this extent, then what about their warships? The mech pilots couldn't forget about the phase lords either. Ever since the Red Tide offensive began in earnest, many phase lords engaged in direct confrontations against human expert mechs and ace mechs. They rarely gained an advantage as ace mechs proved to be too good in many areas. The biggest discrepancy between the two was the use of equipment. Ace pilots always relied on the best and most cutting-edge materials and tech to amplify their combat power. Their ace mechs were among the best and most powerful individual machines that were active in the Red War. The phase lords on the other hand usually only wore giant garments and basic weapons and raiments that were merely adequate for their exaggerated physiques. However, that also made it easy for the native aliens to improve the gear of phase, but they could still get their hands on much better designed equipment that was not so difficult to develop and produce. It was for these reasons and more that most of the defenders became convinced that the native aliens were probably planning to win the fight by leveraging their technologies. The rapid technological progression of the Red Cabal and the major alien races was making everyone feel uncomfortable. Melkor knew his history lessons, and so did most people. The history of humans during the Age of Conquest was a universal teaching subject in practically any school. It was important for people to understand where they came from and why they had grown so great. They all knew that one of the principal reasons why humans managed to grow so quickly and surprise their complacent and arrogant alien opponents time and time again was due to their rapid technological adaptation and innovation. Humans first started to imitate super alien technology. They learned more and more about how stuff worked, and used those insights to apply their own technological ideas and paradigms onto alien solutions. This usually produced a lot of new results that the alien scientists and engineers had never thought about before. Humanity took advantage of this gap to push familiar alien technologies into new ground, thereby attaining a form of superiority that they weren't supposed to possess. The explosive rise of humans in the Milky Way galaxy was the archetypical example of how weak and technologically inferior race could ultimately vanquish over its much more powerful and developed peers. Right now, most people began to feel as if they were in the position of the 7 apex races during the Age of Conquest. Though their situations were not entirely the same, the sense of discomfort of being overtaken by aliens they used to consider technological primitives was deeply disturbing. Damn cosmopolitans! Everyone blamed the human traders for giving the native aliens so much technological support. A lot of red humans would have been alive today if the native aliens did not manage to upgrade their tech so quickly and in such great leaps. While the expeditionary fleet licked its wounds and prepared for the decisive battle that was due to start tomorrow at the latest, the Avatar commander held a talk with the patriarch of the Larkinson clan over a secure communication channel, to the T Institute. The T Institute subsequently passed it on to Vase, who immediately decided to call Melkor after he became impressed by what he saw. I admit that I am frequently guilty of looking down on chi cultivation. Vase admitted, high-ranking mech pilots are simply more impressive on the battlefield. It is also well known that they are very resistant to the attacks of chi cultivators. However, that doesn't mean that people like you are ineffective against our current opponents. The ability to manipulate the battlefield to such a great extent is an amazing power and one that is well worth investing in. I have already told my personal assistant to draft a plan to set up a separate division under the T Institute that is dedicated to raising a group of formation masters. You can be a part of this division as well, Melkor. The Legion commander politely smiled at Ves's projection. I think it is a good idea for you to do that, but you should mind the cost of raising a formation master and the amount of effort it takes to become one the normal way. I would be glad to contribute to the new division once it is set up, but I can't do this on a full-time basis as I am still responsible for leading the avatars of myth. Melkor was not old or weak enough yet to hang up his cape and transfer to a desk job. He was still committed to fighting the Larkinson clan's enemies on the battlefield. That's okay. Our clan is not large enough to support a large division centered around chi formations. I have seen how expensive those material anchors can be. We can keep this division relatively small and only raise enough formation masters to develop a limited collection of spell arrays based on the unique advantages of the Larkinson clan. You can buy third-party spell arrays from the Red Collective or other groups if you need a function that our formation masters cannot provide. Does that sound like a good arrangement to you, Melkor? The Legion commander nodded. I do not have a problem with this setup. It's your money after all, So you get to decide. I just hope you don't expect me to perform miracles anytime soon. I am just starting out as a formation master. I still have much to learn and I need to spend more time on cultivating. Neither of the two are problems as long as you have enough money and resources at your disposal. Vessa's physical projection smirked back. Always remember that as long as you are useful enough, our clan would be happy to support you. It is only fair. Spell arrays can do stuff that conventional technology cannot replicate. The same goes for battle formations. Our clan is not short on cash these days, so the burden of supporting you is not that great in my eyes. Melkor felt a little uncomfortable about how his cousin placed so many expectations on his shoulders. The Legion commander was afraid that he would ultimately disappoint Vase and everyone else who expected the Larkinson clan's first combat spell array master to. Chi formations aren't as strong as you think at the moment. Most of them cannot withstand the attacks of warship gun batteries. My usefulness is severely limited during larger engagements. It is only in the smaller fights that I can make a real difference. Vase did not look too disappointed. Chi formations are too new for us at the moment. While I don't understand how they work, I can make a few inferences. The best way to improve the power of a spell array is to design them better and build its formation anchors out of the best hyper materials. Just like how an expert pilot needs a good expert mech to realize his potential, you will need a set of strong and well-developed spell arrays in order to protect our clan to the best of your ability. As for the time it takes for you to grow your power, the Red Collective is gradually ramping up the sale of elixirs and artifacts that can speed up your growth. I want you to achieve your second major breakthrough as fast as possible. Can you do that, Melkor? That will take years even if you stuff me with elixirs, Vase. If I want to become a combat spell array master that is able to deploy a chi formation with his domain Aline, I would have to study and practice for a decade if not longer, and that is when my ability to think has improved by a massive extent after my breakthrough. Melkor may have become a chi cultivator that was capable of performing genuinely powerful feats, but he still hadn't gotten rid of his imposter syndrome. He began to question his own competence again after he thought of how much he needed to work in order to reach a breakthrough that would allow him to birth his own domain. Despite his cognitive boost, Melkor still had little confidence in studying the full theories related to chi formations. The borrowed texts only made him dizzy and confused. Just because his cognitive capabilities had improved by a huge extent did not mean he obtained the qualifications to work with chi formations at a higher level. Melkor needed to study a lot of textbooks and maybe even attend virtual tutoring sessions just to make effective use of the more advanced spell arrays. Sure, he got a formidable boost in brain power, but that sounded a lot less impressive when it was an improvement based on his previous level of intellect. In other words, the smarter the person, the more suited he was to become a formation master. Mech designers who converted to formation masters would be able to progress much faster and produce much better results than Melkor. While Vase had shown great willingness to use clan resources to speed up his own progression, Melkor knew that the only reason he was able to receive this extravagant benefit was due to sentiment and familiarity. It was much less likely for Vase to be so generous to a random Larkinson. In other words, Melkor could only establish himself as a combat spell array master in the short term by relying on nepotism rather than his own talents. You don't need to spend so much if there are better ways for the clan to spend its money and resources. Those high-grade hyper materials are very rare, you know. We are talking about materials that are on the same level as mentalist crystals. Vase briefly frowned. That is indeed a problem, but that doesn't change my decision. It is easy enough to raise formation masters from a bunch of clever nerds, but they are too vulnerable to deploy in an active war zone. You are a veteran mech pilot and mech commander. You know how to handle yourself on the battlefield, as evidenced by your latest performance. Sure, you are not perfect, but I am not asking for that. Just focus on becoming good at deploying a set of useful spell arrays as quickly as possible. There are many wonderful uses for ceiling-type spell arrays in and out of combat, and there are even more great uses for other types of chi formations. I can probably make you a lot more powerful by designing a mech that is especially designed to complement your new capabilities. Really? Melkor blinked, though his visor blocked his expression. You are already piloting the right kind of mech. Don't you think it is interesting if your living Fae are replaced by spell array Fae? Who says that formation masters can only work with static and lifeless formation anchors? Vase grinned. Chapter 6679 Cultivator Mech Concept. When Vase spoke to his cousin Melkor about his breakthrough and other interesting experiences, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked a lucrative as well as impactful market. What if mech pilots chose to further their evolution by committing to chi cultivation as opposed to willpower cultivation? People who managed to become expert pilots and ace pilots would naturally be equipped with expert mechs and ace mechs appropriate to their rank and capabilities. Nobody ever believed that it was best for these powerful champions to keep piloting inferior machines that were more suited to be used by their lesser peers. An expert pilot had to be paired with an expert mech. An ace pilot had to be paired with an ace mech. This was common sense in the mech industry. These rules had become so ingrained among mech pilots and mech designers that no one questioned their validity anymore. It was true that the water was wet. He saw an opportunity that hardly any mech designer had thought about, let alone try to explore. Vase did not blame the mech industry for this. Most of them were still unfamiliar with systematic cultivation. Their grasp on cultivation science was only a fraction as extensive as his own. He was different. He possessed a much deeper grasp on both, and also happened to have plenty of experience with trying to incorporate systematic cultivation in his living mech designs. Part of the reason why his 7th generation living mechs were supposed to be better than the previous generation was due to their ability to proactively guide and assist the pilot's own cultivation efforts. Sure, Vase had only added a relatively limited auxiliary chi cultivation method to the karma cutter model that was supposed to help mech pilots become more perceptive of the bonds of karma, but this was already a game changer in his opinion. Karma was a highly advanced and abstract concept that was difficult for ordinary people to get in touch with, let alone comprehend. It was very hard for people to get started without receiving expert instruction or special resources. What made Vase proud of his karma cutter design was that it fulfilled both functions at once. It was like a tutor and cultivation artifact in one. Piloting the mech should effectively reduce the difficulty threshold of learning how to perceive and weigh karma to a minimum. Though Vase had already been thinking about expanding this nifty feature into his other mech designs, it was only now that he was thinking about using this function to benefit real chi cultivators. Unlike mech pilots who were still young, fit and way too confident for their own good, the more mature types who lost their hope of breaking through could still become fairly powerful in other ways. Chi cultivation was not that bad now that he learned how Commander Melkor managed to defeat a bunch of highly advanced Quelmer Elite Phase fighters. Vase saw immense promise in chi formations. He already concluded that the profession of formation master would one day come close to approaching the value and prestige of a mech designer. Seeing how a bunch of static formation anchors were able to cut an enemy force in half and cause the trapped phase fighters to fight under much less favorable circumstances, Vase fully acknowledged that Melkor had become an existence that could affect the battlefield to a similar degree to an expert pilot. Even though a combat spell array master affected the flow of battle in a radically different manner from an expert pilot, the magnitudes of their impact should not be too divergent from each other. The Larkinson clan effectively obtained another, expert pilot level champion. Though Melkor clearly sounded as if he understood how much more agency he obtained by gaining so much powerful capabilities, he clearly undersold his own value. The Avatar commander had been beating himself up for so long that it had practically become an instinct for him. Perhaps he had good reasons to keep his ego in check while he was still mediocre, but all of that had changed now that he had taken his first true step on the path to godhood. Melkor, what you have been able to pull off in the previous battle is only a fraction of what you are capable of when you progress your cultivation and master more advanced techniques, am I correct? The Avatar commander nodded. That is true, but it takes time and expensive gear to make that happen. Melkor, the time where humans fought against each other with their bodies and cultivation alone is long over. We are a race of tool users. Leveraging technology to amplify our own capabilities has been the standard for our civilization for multiple millennia. Our clan is not so poor that we cannot afford to invest in quality equipment for people such as you. I am already thinking about designing a new classification of mech to help you realize your full potential. I should have thought about this before. Chi cultivators can become much more powerful if they are paired with the appropriate cultivator mechs. Melkor couldn't help but look astonished. He had not considered this idea even though he spent a lot of time agonizing over his future as a chi cultivator. The classical image of a chi cultivator was a man wearing an elegant and exotic robe while performing feats akin to magic. Few people would ever think about putting a wizard-type figure into the cockpit of a modern mech. The two belong to completely different settings. Yet because red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, this conflicting idea had suddenly turned into a viable concept. Vase began to grin as his inspiration injected him with new ideas. There is no rule that states we have to stick to the classical model of qi cultivation. By merging every form of qi cultivation with artifact cultivation, we can drastically improve the survivability and potency of qi cultivators such as yourself. Is such a great idea that I cannot imagine why others have failed to realize it already. Melkor started to warm up to the idea. If he had a choice, then he would naturally welcome the possibility to amplify his combat effectiveness as a formation master by an order of magnitude or more. What you just said makes so much sense to me, Vase. I have consulted with other qi cultivators in the past, but they never thought about piloting a mech or Karman mech. They all assumed that they could best wield their powers without relying too much on conventional technology. I am not surprised, Melkor. Those cultivators have all fallen into the same trap. Expert pilots require expert mechs because they are barely stronger than a well-trained infantry soldier outside of the cockpit. A qi cultivator such as you is a lot more powerful when utilizing spell arrays by yourself. This naturally produced an attitude that assumes qi cultivators don't need to bother with mechs in order to exert their power to the fullest. I believe that this is a faulty way of thinking. At the very least, we need to test my new hypothesis and gather empirical data on whether cultivator mech can significantly boost your combat effectiveness as a qi cultivator. Melkor really wanted to work with such an experimental mech, but when he thought about the upcoming battle, his mood began to sink. I would love to cooperate with you, Vase, but I am afraid there is not enough time to explore this idea of yours. I need to focus on the upcoming battle. I have to work with the assets that I have right now. Vase snorted when he heard Melkor's words. Who do you think I am? We don't need to complete a full experimental mech design project in order to give you a powerful boost. I can whip up a short-term solution within a day or less. This should be enough to give you a leg up in the upcoming battle. I will need to think further on how to design a proper cultivator mech for your specific circumstances. I will not only need to discuss this with Gloriana, but also the people of the Tea Institute and the Red Collective. Cultivator mechs have the potential to become a big deal considering how much easier it is for people to achieve low-level breakthroughs as qi cultivators as opposed to willpower cultivators. Hearing that Vase could whip up a quick solution sounded great, but Melkor did not understand how the Patriarch would be able to make such improvements. What do you have in mind for my current situation? I have already studied the design and modification plan for your Fey Fianna. I understand its current condition quite well. I need to perform a close examination of the so-called formation anchors that you have been using and any theories about it that you can share with me. My goal is to figure out how to convert these formation anchors into living Fey. If that is not possible due to compatibility issues, it should at least be possible to mount external thruster modules onto them and allow you to control their flight. My Fey Fianna is only paired with 8 living Fey at the moment. My confinement spell array can only be activated by deploying 25 formation anchors. That is true, but I bet you can finally control way more than 8 Fey at a time. Vase guessed with a smile. You told me that your breakthrough has caused your cognitive functions to expand by a lot, right? Your multitasking ability should have improved by a lot. How many Fey do you think you can really control now that you are much stronger than before? Melkor frowned. You are right, I should be able to handle many more now. What about my Fey Fianna? I know that living Fey are special because the Fey Fianna is able to split up pieces of itself and insert them into the spurs. Can my machine handle so much splintering in a short amount of time? The previous times my Fey Fianna's capacity expanded, the people responsible for doing the work warned me that this can only be done once every few months, because we need to give the living mech time to recover and heal. Vase chuckled. This is true, but only under normal circumstances. I can think of several ways to skip this healing and adaptation process. Besides, your Fey Fianna should have grown a lot more powerful as well. I know that when mech pilots break through, they release a lot of energy. Living mechs can absorb a portion of the released energies to substantially fuel their growth. I do not think the effect will be much different when it comes to the breakthroughs of qi cultivators. Don't bother telling me what you think about this. I will remotely examine your custom Fey Fianna and attempt to upgrade it right away. Thank you, Vase. The Avatar commander felt honored that the Patriarch of the clan was willing to set aside his current work schedule to figure out how to upgrade his current machine in the short term. The eventual result might not be as promising as a proper cultivator mech as Vase envisioned, but it was better than nothing. By the way, do you have other spell arrays on hand? You told me that your formation anchors have already cracked and are close to breaking apart. If it is possible, I would rather work with the formation's anchors of an untouched and undamaged spell array. The Avatar commander shook his head. I hate to disappoint you, but I do not have anything available. I don't think I can find anything comparable in the Viola Magnifica system, as I am pretty sure that I am the only formation master in this middle zone. Damn. Well, let me take a closer look at the formation anchors, then. Maybe there is a way for us to repair these artifacts. Chapter 6680. The value of different perspectives. Vase threw himself into this side project with great interest. He would devise a more formal mech design project around the concept of a cultivator mech in the future, but for now he was content with setting up a small experiment. The mech designer first wanted to take a good look at the formation anchors that were vital to deploying a spell array. He had never gotten in touch with them before, so he was curious to see what they were like. He already formed a lot of suspicions on how they worked. They're pretty big, Vase commented as a handful of mechs brought them to the private workshop inside the Spirit of Bentime. They have to be. Commander Melkor said, many of the ancient chi formations that the Red Collective managed to recover are mostly useful at the infantry scale. Their effects typically encompass a radius of hundreds of meters or maybe several kilometers. The formation anchors are also designed to be fairly small and portable. They often come in the form of small flags or pieces of rock and metal that you can easily stuff in a rucksack. Or whatever. That makes sense. A formation master has to pull them out and be able to deploy them in the field without needing lots of helpers or equipment. Vase nodded. There are larger versions of spell arrays. They were originally designed to provide defenses to strongholds and cities. The formation anchors are much larger and more complex, but they are able to attract much more E-energy and shape them into much larger protective barriers. In fact, most of them aren't able to sustain their exaggerated effects by absorbing E-energy radiation alone. Their energy demands have to be supplemented by other sources of E-energy. There are references to special stones or crystals that are highly concentrated with E-energy that were commonly used at the time. I take it that these city-grade formation anchors have formed the basis for the modern formation anchors like the one you have used. Melkor nodded. That is correct. They are different in multiple different ways, but they share the same root. This is because only the formation anchors that work at the scale of a city are strong enough to be useful in this age of warfare. Even then, they are still not quite up to strength in my opinion. Spell arrays are largely useless in the upper zones because they are too fragile. The overwhelming firepower of alien warships can break every spell array by relying on brute force alone. If Melkor dared to use the same confinement spell array on a phase lord or a couple of powerful alien warships, then it would be no different to trying to cover a person up with a large paper bag. The individual could easily tear apart the bag in order to get rid of its effects. Vase frowned. When I watched the battle footage, I didn't see any sign that you needed to rely on another source of E-energy in order to power the spell array. How is it able to function so well? Just because ancient cultivators used to possess a rich tradition in chi formations doesn't mean they did everything perfectly. Melkor calmly replied, according to the Red Collective, the design and fabrication of most spell arrays left much to be desired. The formation anchors had to be handmade by the formation master and possibly his apprentices and assistants. They worked over most materials by hand. Even if their perception, precision and craftsmanship has received massive improvements due to their growing cultivation, how can they beat the precision, consistency and sophistication of modern superfabs, materializers and other production tech? That makes sense. Vase nodded as he possessed a much better understanding of how modern fabrication technology can make a great difference on the quality of the output. Our craftsmanship is much better. The materials are also a lot better as well. Our civilization's grasp in metallurgy and materials science is much stronger. Combined with using advanced processing machines to produce hyper-alloys that are otherwise impossible to produce through other ways, the formation anchors that we can produce in the modern day are much better than the ones used in the distant past. To put it in simpler terms, the efficiency of modern manufactured formation anchors is probably much higher than what people made in the distant past. The tools used to extract ores, refine minerals and shape them into formation anchors were all worse. Even if cultivators could use special abilities to mitigate these shortcomings, there had to be limits to what they could do to improve the quality and consistency of their works. The only reason why our spell arrays aren't stronger at the moment is because our theory and our ability to design more sophisticated chi formations is not as good. Melkor added, This will improve over time as formation masters figure out more stuff. Once they do, they can use the same set of high-grade hyper materials to build the formation anchors of much more powerful spell arrays. This would naturally improve over time. Vase could not do much about it. As he examined the formation anchors by remote, he winced when he looked at the very visible cracks and other signs of damage. It is quite impressive that the spell array can still work despite the anchors being damaged to this degree. How are they supposed to be repaired? I don't know. Melkor shrugged. I chose to specialize in deploying and controlling spell arrays. I completely skipped out on all of the lessons related to designing the spell arrays and producing the necessary formation anchors. These are completely different subjects that I don't necessarily need to know in order to do my job. Vase wondered whether it was possible to extend the lifespan of these damaged formation anchors merely by restoring their physical damage. It sounded a bit too simple for it to be true. If he had more time, Vase would have loved to contact the formation masters of the Red Collective and hear their advice on how to restore the damaged formation anchors as best as possible. Every hour counted. Vase decided not to waste his time on this endeavor and focus on attaining more immediate results. Forget it, we'll just use them as is. Right now, the simplest way to turn them into living fae that you can control with a greater degree of control is to build a protective shell around them and slap thrusters onto the exterior. This should allow you to control and move all 25 of them by yourself. Melkor frowned when he heard that. He looked rather underwhelmed by the proposal. Are you sure that the results will be worth it, Vase? I mean, I already managed to move the formation anchors to their places by using other mechs as porters. Our mech forces are not so small that we cannot afford to assign 25 machines for this assignment. Vase shook his head. You are not thinking big enough. There is a huge difference between moving the formation anchors with mechs controlled by other people and letting them move directly under your direction by converting them into fae. With the latter, you are able to form a much closer bond with them through the neural interface of your fae Fianna. Your living mech and its many subordinate spirits will effectively serve as a much better bridge to them than your dinky little disc-shaped control artifact. That may actually be possible. Melkor had never thought about it before, but if Vase could really make this happen, then his ability to control the formation anchors would massively improve. That in turn would massively boost his ability to control the active spell array. I never thought about that. I am beginning to understand much better why you have become so good at inventing new stuff. The idea you proposed sounds really simple and logical in hindsight, but formation masters such as myself never thought about it because we never bothered to consider how living mechs can be combined with spell arrays. Vase chuckled in response. I am not arrogant enough to claim that only I can come up with such an idea. A clever mech designer or scientist should be able to connect the dots and propose a similar concept sooner or later. The difference is that there is still a massive gap between a formation anchor that has been turned into a regular spur and one that is turned into a living fae. The latter makes it so that the formation anchors possess life. I wonder if that also means that you can infuse life into spell arrays. What would it be like if they came to life and started to take actions by themselves? Can chi formations even be alive in the first place? All of these ideas and speculations sounded way too crazy. For Melkor, he had no interest in finding the answers to all of these convoluted and difficult questions. He just wanted to pilot a good mech that would hopefully help him deploy his spell array a lot better than last time. Will the attempt to turn the formation anchors into fae even work? Melkor skeptically asked. When I procured the set from the Red Collective, one of their people warned me that it is best not to bring them close to other hyper materials. The formation anchors contain a large amount of hyper materials and need to be able to interact with the energy radiation without any nearby disturbances. That was a serious warning and one that Vase needed to think through. I think that this may be sound advice. He conceded. If I had more time, I could have performed experiments on how the proximity of other hyper materials may affect the functioning of the hyper totems. I don't believe that they will malfunction or produce glitches just because of this reason. Just to be safe, I will design the fae shell of a formation anchor so that it is only made out of stable exotic materials. That should allow the flow of E-energy radiation to remain unimpeded. That would limit the performance of the new formation anchor fae. The silver lining was that it saved Vase a bit of work and effort. What about the living mech itself? Melkor asked another important question. The Larkinson edition of the fae Fianna is a transphasic hyper mech after all. If you turn the formation anchors into living fae, some of the fae Fianna stuff will get passed on to the new fae. Wouldn't that comprise a disturbance in itself? You need to clarify that, Vase. I know what the formation masters are worried about when they issued that warning. The thing is that living Fae works differently. If my theories are correct, turning the formation anchors into Fae will not add a disruptive variable to the total package. It will instead fill up a gap that was missing all this time. What are my formation anchors missing? Artifact spirits, or rather just one artifact spirit that is spread over multiple different anchors. If this is the case, then what I am about to do will not cause the spell array to malfunction or collapse entirely, but it will instead enhance them to a higher level. If their quality and conditions were much better, then I suspect that the end product may actually be powerful enough to trigger a lightning tribulation event. That risk still existed, but Vase did not think the heavens would be picky enough to respond to his upcoming work. The spell anchors were in terrible condition and the design of the confinement spell array was too basic and rudimentary. Vase was very interested to see what would happen if all of the formation anchors obtained their own artifact spirits. This may be enough to turn them into pseudo-high-level artifacts.